Freshly graduated Lin Yi stakes his entire fortune of 200,000 credit points to acquire the Advanced Neural Helmet for Pokémon. New Era. Detecting advanced helmet privileges. Initializing partner generation. Congratulations! You have obtained the initial partner, Shiny Ralts, Egg, with elite qualifications. An explosive start. Furthermore, there is the privilege of immediate hatching. While others fret over ordinary qualified Pokémon, Lin Yi's Shiny Ralts dominates the novice village at level 1. Accidentally falling into a pit? Discovered special item fragment of the rock tablet. 1-3. Unlocking Pokémon qualification level exploration function. From henceforth, exquisite Pokémon are rendered visible. Elite-level Pokémon, such as Giratina and Shiny Jengar, are effortlessly acquired. A trial by Mesprit. Obtained Psychic Tablet Fragment. Mega Stone for Gardevoir. Hosts psychic powers awaken. Armed with a remarkable golden finger and his awakened psychic abilities, Lin Yi relentlessly pushes through to claim victory in the National League. Warning: the Pokémon world and Earth will converge in 3 hours. As the game descends into reality, Lin Yi, clutching a top-tier lineup in the Genesis tablet, gazes at his surging psychic powers with a manic grin. In this world, I hold the reins. Chapter 1. Wagering 200,000 for a godly start. June 28, 2025, Midsummer. The scorching sun blisters the salt city, waves of heat rolling in, making the entire metropolis resemble a colossal steamer. In the suburbs, within an aging relocation community. Buzz, buzz. The air conditioner emits an unbearable roar, desperately attempting to infuse a semblance of coolness into the room, yet still failing to dissipate the sticky heat. Lin Yi sits before the computer, leaning forward, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. At the center of the screen, a model of a helmet, sleek and shimmering with an advanced silver-gray metallic luster, hovers silently. Beside it, a line of bold, black text strikes his senses like a hammer. Pokémon, New Era Advanced Neural Helmet, price, 200,000. In 3 days, this virtual reality game, claimed to be developed by top-tier teams from multiple countries utilizing the latest neural connection technology, will launch globally in unison. The overwhelming promotion has swept through every corner, from news headlines to massive street advertisements, vibrant Pokémon imagery stirring anticipation in every heart. Lin, you've been staring for nearly an hour. Your eyes are about to fall out. A hearty voice emerges from beside him, as a hefty figure lounges on the sofa, clutching a chilled bottle of cola, tilting his head back for a generous gulp, then contentedly burping. Wang Lei, nicknamed Fatty, is Lin Yi's childhood companion. He wipes his mouth, observing Lin Yi's entranced demeanor, and cannot help but advise, stop looking. The intermediate and advanced helmets have already been snatched up by those major guilds and wealthy individuals. The scalper market is insane. Intermediates are being sold for 500,000, and for advanced ones? Don't even think about it unless you have 2 million. Wang Lei himself attempted to seize one, but ended up with nothing for the intermediate helmet and had to settle for a basic one. The basic helmet means that the first Pokémon upon entering the game is a random ordinary egg, with a pitiful 1 in 1,000 chance of hatching one of the starter trio, and an even more meager 1 in 10,000 hope for a quasi-legendary. This thing is just for looking. It's not from our world, Wang Lei says, taking another sip of cola, his tone laced with resignation. Lin Yi does not turn around, his gaze still locked on the screen, the price of 200,000 burning like a fire in his eyes. This is the last remnant left by his parents. That tragic car accident left Wang Lei's father to handle the aftermath, receiving a compensation of 500,000. Later, when their hometown was redeveloped, as the only underage child left in the family, he was bullied by the developers, receiving only 100,000 and a relocation house. Uncle Wang sought to reason with them, but was beaten up, leaving him with lasting health issues. Uncle Wang brought him into his home, treating him as his own, using that money to see him through university and renovating the relocation house. Yet, just as they believed that brighter days were on the horizon following their college entrance examination, Uncle Wang collapsed at the construction site due to overwork. After calculating meticulously, only 200,000 remained. This amount constituted his entire fortune and represented his final escape route. Fatty, Lin Yi finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. I can purchase it. What? Wang Lei nearly spewed his cola, springing up from the sofa to lean closer to the computer. What nonsense are you spouting? We don't have. His words trailed off abruptly as he noticed Lin Yi's mouse pointer hovering over the gray purchase button, which, astonishingly, was illuminated and appeared clickable. Wow, what's going on? Wang Lei's eyes widened like saucers. Lin Yi took a deep breath and explained. Do you remember Qian Duo? He was my college classmate. Wang Lei pondered for a moment before slapping his thigh. Oh, the rich second generation whose family is in real estate. The one we drank with last time? Indeed, Lin Yi nodded. He helped me acquire the purchasing qualification. Originally, it was intended for his sister, Qian Xiao, but due to the game's stipulation that players must be over 18 to log in, he gifted it to me knowing I am an ardent Pokémon enthusiast. Damn! Wang Lei couldn't contain his exclamation, his face a mixture of shock and envy. Brother Qian is incredibly generous. That qualification is worth a fortune now, and he just gave it to you without a second thought. He mentioned that once this qualification is transferred, it becomes directly bound to me, and cannot be resold, only utilized by myself, Lin Yi added. That's still splendid. Wang Lei's excitement swiftly waned as he glanced at the glaring 200,000, then back at Lin Yi, his expression sobering. Lin, that's 200,000. It's all your money. The advanced helmet is indeed remarkable, boasting a 70% probability of yielding one of the 3 starter Pokémon, and a 1 in 1,000 chance of producing a quasi-divine egg. But what if you are among that 30% and end up with a lackluster creature? Wouldn't that 200,000 be rendered utterly worthless? Wang Lei became increasingly skeptical about the venture. Moreover, this game is being hyped to the heavens. Who truly knows how it performs? What if it turns out to be a dud? There have been instances of such occurrences before. Additionally, I've heard that each country has its own server now, isolated from one another, and whether they will merge in the future or have national battles remains uncertain. This sum of money is your last bastion. Are you truly willing to gamble so recklessly? Each of Wang Lei's words pierced Lin Yi's heart like needles. He fell into silence. Indeed, this was a grand gamble, wagering all he possessed. The architecture major sounded impressive, but what was the reality? Due to the pandemic, his freshman to junior years were largely spent attending online classes, during which he absorbed scant knowledge, merely obtaining a bachelor's degree that bore little difference from scrap paper. The current job market was suffocatingly competitive. The resumes he sent out vanished into the void, and the few replies he received either demanded a grueling 996 work schedule or offered insulting salaries. He could see no path forward. Using this 200,000 to start business? The risks were equally monumental and could lead to even quicker losses. Yet this was Pokémon after all. From his childhood, spent glued to the television, watching the animated series, to later playing through every generation of games on emulators, it was one of the few vivid colors in his bleak childhood. It was Pikachu's Thunderbolt, Charizard's earth-throwing attack, and the blood, sweat, and tears shared with companions in battle. The world had been profoundly unfair to him. With his parents long deceased and Uncle Wang gone, he was left to struggle in this cold city alongside Wang Lei. He had already lost everything else. He could either cling to this 200,000, slowly sinking into mediocrity and despair until reality consumed him entirely, or he could take a leap of faith, gamble on a brand new possibility. Lin Yi's gaze gradually hardened, the once wavering resolve within him crystallizing into an unyielding determination. He turned to face Wang Lei, whose worry was palpable, and forced a smile. Fatty, if I fail to acquire a decent Pokémon, my meals will be entirely dependent on you. Wang Lei was taken aback, recognizing the resolve in Lin Yi's eyes, realizing he could no longer dissuade him. He sighed heavily and then playfully punched Lin Yi's shoulder. Damn it, if we're gambling, let's gamble. You can come to my house for meals. It's just adding another pair of chopsticks. Lin Yi smiled. He turned back, casting aside all hesitation, his hand steady as a rock on the mouse, his index finger decisively pressing down on the left button. Ding! A soft sound echoed. The page transitioned, revealing a payment confirmation window. Lin Yi entered his payment password and clicked confirm. On the screen, a green check mark appeared, accompanied by a line of small text that clearly stated, "Payment successful. Your advanced neural helmet will be delivered within 3 days. Please keep an eye out for it." Chapter 2. A Fortuitous Beginning. The shimmering shiny Ralts of legendary potential. A notification indicating successful payment materialized at the center of the screen. A meager sum, slightly over 1,000, remained in his bank account. Yet, an inexplicable wave of warmth and security surged within him, swiftly followed by an ineffable sense of anticipation. The following day, a frantic knocking at the door jolted Lin Yi from his reverie. It was a same-city express delivery. Lin Yi sprang from his chair, hastily making his way to the door in a flurry of urgency, flinging it open. Standing outside was a delivery person clad in a blue vest, cradling a stark black box in his hands. "Are you Mr. Lin Yi?" Please present your identification. Lin Yi retrieved his ID from his pocket, allowing the courier to scan and verify it. All right, here is your package. Please sign, the delivery person stated after confirming his identity, promptly handing over the box before turning away with efficient grace. Lin Yi closed the door and gazed down at the parcel nestled in his arms. The box, though not large, felt surprisingly heavy, weighing down his arm, cradling the valuable package worth 200,000. He returned to the living room as if he were holding a priceless treasure. His abode was a modest, aged resettlement apartment, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, spanning over 50 square meters, located on the 5th floor with no elevator. Uncle Wang had aided in decorating it quite nicely. One bedroom had been transformed into a study, while the other served as his sleeping quarters. Though small, it was well equipped. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi placed the box carefully on the somewhat chipped coffee table in the living room. The packaging was minimalist. A hard black box adorned solely with the golden embossed words Origin Technology, devoid of any extraneous embellishments. Holding his breath, he noticed his fingers trembling ever so slightly with anticipation as he cautiously unfastened the box's clasp. With a soft click, the lid sprang open. Nestled within the black cushioning foam lay a sleek, silver-gray high-end neural helmet, quietly awaiting him. Its surface gleamed with a cold metallic luster, smooth and refined to the touch. Every line artfully designed, embodying the aesthetic of futuristic technology. Lin Yi extended his hand, letting his fingertips glide across the helmet's icy exterior, the sensation soothing his pounding heart, which had been racing with excitement. With utmost reverence, he lifted the helmet from the box and placed it upon the gaming chair in his study, as if presenting a sacred offering. Next, he picked up his phone. Although Wang Lei had mentioned that he could seek him out if times became dire, Lin Yi possessed his own pride. He did not wish to burden his friend with any troubles until he reached a point of utter desperation. Skillfully, he accessed a food delivery app, ordering 2 boxes of instant noodles, several large bottles of cola, and snacks to satisfy his hunger, followed by an order for a stockpile of long-lasting prepared meals online. Now, all that remained was to wait. Throughout the day and a half that followed, Lin Yi sequestered himself in the study, repeatedly poring over the Pokémon data stored on his computer. Type matchups, Pokémon-based stats, move lists, and item effects, information he had mastered long ago. Yet he now scrutinized it with an intensity surpassing pre-exam revision. He understood clearly that this was no mere game. It represented his future, staked on everything he possessed. As the opening hour approached, his nervousness heightened. What if he found himself among the unfortunate 30%? What if he encountered a Caterpie or a Rattata? That 200,000, even if tossed into the water, would at least make a sound. Due to excessive anxiety, Lin Yi had scarcely slept over the past few days, dark rings forming beneath his eyes. July 1st, the day Pokémon New Era launched globally. After hastily finishing his dinner, he forced himself to lie down on his bed to rest. He had set an alarm for 11:50, intending to take a brief nap to recharge before entering the game precisely at midnight. However, once his taut nerves relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, submerging him into a deep slumber. Thud, thud, thud. Open the door. Whose alarm clock is ringing incessantly? Are we to be deprived of sleep? A series of violent knocks and a sharp reprimand from the elderly lady downstairs abruptly roused Lin Yi from his profound slumber. He sat up with a start, confusion clouding his mind as the only sound that registered was the relentless wailing of his alarm clock. Fumbling, he grasped his phone. Glancing at the screen, it read 2:20 in the morning. Oh no! A jolt of realization struck him, instantly awakening him. He dashed to the door without even donning his slippers, his bare feet slapping against the floor. Outside stood Aunt Zhang, clad in her nightgown, hands on her hips, glaring at him furiously. Shaolin, what on earth are you doing? Your alarm has been blaring since midnight. For over 2 hours. Are you intent on making life unbearable for us elder folks? Lin Yi's face flushed crimson as he bowed repeatedly in apology. I'm so sorry, Aunt Zhang. I truly didn't hear it. I was sleeping too deeply. I'll turn it off right away. Hurry it up. If it rings again, I'll call the police. Aunt Zhang scolded him further before storming off downstairs. Lin Yi awkwardly shut the door, leaning against it, his heart still racing. He rushed back to his room, immediately silencing the offending alarm clock, then collapsed onto his bed. A glance at the time revealed he had missed the launch by over 2 hours. Entering now would surely leave him far behind the throngs that had logged in at the first moment. Time was of the essence. Lin Yi sprang from the bed and dashed into his study, swiftly connecting the helmet's wires as per the instructions. He reclined in the comfortable gaming chair, casting one last look around his familiar little room before cautiously placing the helmet, his vessel of hope, upon his head. A gentle, Tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, as if a mild current were massaging his nerves. The reality around him swiftly blurred and faded. In its place emerged a boundless virtual cosmos. Countless radiant points of light flowed before him like shimmering galaxies, deep, magnificent, and awe-inspiring. Neural connections synchronizing. Identity verification successful. Welcome to Pokémon. New era. Trainer Lin Yi. A crisp, cold system notification resonated not through his ears, but directly within the depths of his mind. It has begun. Lin Yi's heart raced with fervor, pounding against his chest. Detected high-end helmet access, generating initial partner. It was the pivotal moment. Lin Yi's breath caught in his throat, every muscle in his body tensing involuntarily, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms. 200,000, his life as fortune. Would it result in utter ruin, rendering him a laughingstock? Or would he soar from humble beginnings to greatness? Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Adrenaline surged through him, and he could distinctly hear the drumming of his heart, resonating like a thunderous drumbeat in his ears. Congratulations. You have received your initial partner, Shiny Ralts, egg. This Pokémon egg has been transferred to your virtual backpack. Potential assessment, legendary level. Gender, female. Initial items have been distributed to your backpack, Shiny Pokeballs, X10. Teleportation is about to commence, wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. A barrage of system notifications detonated within his mind like a series of densely packed explosives. Buzz. In an instant, his thoughts were rendered null, his cognition completely halted. Shiny Ralts? Champion-level potential? Moments later, a wave of euphoric elation surged through him, akin to a dormant volcano erupting after millennia, overwhelming his reason in an instant. Shiny. It is a shiny Pokémon of a rare hue. His initial companion was an extraordinary shiny Pokémon. But that was not all. Champion-level potential. This signified that the growth ceiling of this Ralts was nearly at the pinnacle of non-legendary Pokémon. With proper training, it was almost a certainty that it would evolve into a formidable champion-level entity. Moreover, it was a Ralts, a perfect amalgamation of psychic and fairy types, boasting exceptional offensive capabilities and impressive resistances. Its final evolutionary form, Gardevoir, epitomized strength, elegance, and beauty, making it an immensely popular Pokémon. Not to mention, he was directly gifted 10 Pokeballs as initial items. This is worth 200,000. Far from being a wasted investment. This was a veritable windfall. He felt as though he were dreaming, as happiness descended upon him with such suddenness that it left him dizzy, unable to contain his excitement in this virtual cosmos. He raised his hand and clenched his fist with fervor. His fingertips sliced through the air, eliciting a refreshing chill that resonated vividly with his nerves. Everything was real. It was worth it. The torment he had endured over the past 2 days, the recent embarrassment of being blocked at the door by a neighbor, the spent 200,000. At this moment, it was all justified. Teleportation was about to begin. As the final system prompt echoed, the excitement and elation in Lin Yi's eyes crystallized into an unprecedented determination and sharpness. He could hardly wait. He was ready to embrace the new world that awaited him. The vast starry sky before him began to recede like an ebbing tide. Chapter 3. Greetings, Ralts. Accompanied by a sudden disappearance of sensory perception. The reality before Lin Yi shattered instantaneously. In the following moment, a cacophony of human voices, akin to a tsunami, flooded his mind. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, realizing he stood atop a massive circular altar. The cool, hard stone slabs beneath his feet were etched with intricate ancient patterns, emanating a faint glow. Gazing around, he found himself surrounded by a sea of heads, with hundreds, if not thousands, of players jostling together, each face reflecting a shared bewilderment and excitement at entering this new realm. Lin Yi glanced at his hands, clenched his fists tightly. The tangible sensation was indistinguishable from reality. His attire had transformed into a simple gray and white tracksuit, unremarkable in style and texture, identical to that of everyone around him. Goodness, this game is astonishingly lifelike. I can't even remove my pants. Beside him, a fellow player with the ID killer in the crotch was blushing furiously, grappling with his belt, seemingly intent on uncovering some earth-shattering secret. He had only managed to lower his trousers by a mere inch. Crack! A sudden bolt of silver lightning descended from the heavens without warning, piercing through his crown with pinpoint precision. In a flash, the unfortunate soul did not even have time to scream before he was consumed by a burst of white light, evaporating into nothingness. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All players recoiled in unison, stepping back in fear, their eyes wide as they stared at the vacant space left behind. Hey, just another fool who couldn't handle it. Beneath the altar, a middle-aged man with the ID professional melon eater for 30 years smirked at his companions, his expression one of weary familiarity. Any inappropriate behavior would be deemed a violation by the system, resulting in a direct shock therapy and a 1-hour ban from the game, serving as a stern reminder. He lowered his voice, continuing to share gossip. Let me tell you, there was an even wilder case earlier. A guy tried to get handsy with a girl, and just as his hand brushed against her skirt, crack, that lightning was even thicker. That poor chap received a server-wide reprimand for malicious harassment of a female trainer and got banned for 24 hours. Lin Yi listened intently, a chill running down his spine. He instinctively glanced at a few nearby chatty female trainers and silently took a couple of steps back to maintain a safe distance. This game was far more realistic and terrifyingly strict than he had anticipated. The square was packed to the brim, resembling a can of sardines. Lin Yi exerted considerable effort to squeeze himself off the altar, enduring several painful stomps to his feet, the sharp pain causing him to grimace. He surveyed his surroundings. The beginner's plaza was astonishingly vast, yet devoid of a map or taskbar. Everything required personal exploration. After much struggle, he finally found a relatively less crowded corner. Allowing himself a moment of respite, he noticed that at the other end of the plaza, several NPCs in white lab coats, resembling researchers, were surrounded by throngs of players. The noise level deafening as they presumably accepted beginner tasks. Given the current congestion, attempting to queue up now would likely mean he wouldn't get his turn until dawn. Lin Yi's gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, observing the initial Pokémon of other players. All he saw were Pidgeys, Rattatas, and Caterpies, with the occasional player accompanied by a Squirtle or Bulbasaur, instantly drawing envious glances from onlookers. It seemed that purchasing intermediate and advanced helmets was indeed a rarity, but he had a Shiny Ralts. With that thought, Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth swell in his heart. No longer hesitating, he firmly planted his feet, heightened his focus, and a singular thought flashed through his mind. Backpack. Instantly, a translucent virtual storage interface materialized before his eyes. Lin Yi's consciousness locked onto the poke egg nestled quietly within the compartment. With a mere thought, the egg, entirely white with delicate blue speckles, radiating a soft halo, appeared in his arms. Hatch, Lin Yi silently commanded. As soon as the words left his mind, the egg in his embrace erupted with a dazzling white light, so intense that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. As the brilliance faded, a petite and exquisite figure quietly materialized in his arms. It was pure white, seemingly sculpted from the most pristine winter snow. A cascade of soft blue hair adorned its head, resembling a delicate cap that covered most of its face, revealing only a pair of lively red eyes that seemed to sparkle with life. Two flat, orange horns sat atop its head, one larger and one smaller, adding a touch of whimsy and charm. The little creature appeared curious about the world around it, yet tinged with an innate shyness, nestled quietly in Lin Yi's embrace. Perfectly still, exuding a cuteness that melted his heart. This was his partner, his future, a Shiny Ralts. Wow, brother, is that a Ralts? A voice filled with astonishment erupted from beside him. Lin Yi turned his head to see a young trainer with the ID of Chu Yun, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze on the little creature cradled in Lin Yi's arms, as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. No, that's not right. The Pokédex states that Ralts has green hair and red horns. Chu Yun's breath quickened, his eyes brimming with a mix of fervor and greed. That coloration, it's a variant. A shiny Pokémon. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, his voice tinged with excitement. Brother, are you selling that Shiny Ralts? I'll pay a handsome price. Name your figure. I'll pay anything. Not for sale. Lin Yi's reply was as cold and crisp as ice, devoid of any warmth. Clutching Ralts close, he didn't spare a glance at Chu Yun, turning his back and resolutely merging into the crowd, leaving Chu Yun's burning gaze far behind. What a ridiculous notion. A Shiny Ralts with king-level potential is not something that can be measured in monetary terms. Not even for a mountain of gold would he so much as blink an eye. Lin Yi now comprehended why the square was bustling with players possessing starter Pokémon, surrounded by throngs, while rarer Pokémon were nearly invisible. The possession of such rare creatures, once revealed to other trainers, would undoubtedly invite endless trouble. Until he had developed sufficient self-defense capabilities, he must remain low-key, discreet, and once again discreet, rather than squandering time competing for tasks among thousands. It would be far wiser to venture into the wild and elevate Ralts' level. He gently lifted the little creature, speaking in the softest tone. Just bear with me for a moment. Let's rest inside. With that, he retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his backpack, lightly touching the button at its center to Ralts' forehead. In an instant, a flash of red light enveloped Ralts, and it was drawn into the Pokeball. The ball settled in his palm, not even wobbling before it fell silent. Capture successful. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the Pokeball, once again honing his focus, calling forth the system map in his mind. A rudimentary map unfurled before him, with a flickering point at its center marking the words, Number 039 Newbie Village. Beyond this, the map's other regions remained shrouded in darkness, awaiting personal exploration to illuminate them. This aligned perfectly with his gaming experience. The grasslands outside the Newbie Village served as the ideal training paradise for fledgling trainers. Yet, this world differed vastly from the game. There were no cold statistics, no turn-based commands, only the unpredictable chaos of real battle. He needed to memorize every move of Ralts, issuing the most precise commands in the blink of an eye. This was a living, breathing entity, not merely a line of code. How profoundly real it was. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. Recalling the basic operations detailed in the manual, he focused on the Pokeball in his hand and silently recited, Scan. In the next moment, a translucent data panel, visible only to him, materialized above the Pokeball. Pokémon, Ralts, Shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, LV1. Gender, Female. Affinity, 60. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, King level. Moveset, Growl. Charm, Confusion. Inherited. Disable, Inherited. Description, the emotion Pokémon, capable of sensing human emotions with the horn on its head. Although inherently timid, it will approach when it senses positive emotions. Chapter 4. The first battle, Ralts vs. Rattata. Lin Yi spent several minutes extricating himself from the throng of the crowded Newbie Square, which was so packed it felt as though it could crush a person into a photograph. As he stepped outside the village, the world opened up before him. An endless sea of emerald grass undulated like waves beneath a gentle breeze. In the distance, he spotted several trainers, like himself, opting to level up first, scattered in small groups along the grassy edges. They were directing their respective Rattatas and Caterpies in somewhat clumsy skirmishes. Caterpie, use Tackle. Rattata, don't be afraid. Dodge and use Quick Attack. A cacophony of slightly frantic commands filled the air. Lin Yi's gaze wandered, eventually landing on a nearby trainer's Caterpie. He concentrated. Scan. A simple panel emerged instantaneously, visible only to him. Pokémon, Caterpie. Level, LV1. Type, Bug. Indeed, the scan feature revealed only the most basic information about other trainers' Pokémon. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. This meant that his Shiny Ralts would remain shrouded in mystery to others, apart from its unusual coloration. Core details such as potential and inherited moves would remain undisclosed. This was his most significant advantage, until he had developed absolute self-defense capabilities. He could not afford to reveal it easily. He did not rush to begin training. Instead, he mentally revisited the information gleaned from the game manual and the snippets he had overheard in the square. In this world, when a Pokémon is defeated, it loses its combat ability and requires healing at a Pokémon Center. If the trainer themselves is defeated, they drop a portion of Alliance coins and items, then respawn in the Newbie Village. Defeated Pokémon do not drop items, but the future remains uncertain. As for pain, the default is set to a minimum of 20. He was well versed in the rules. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings, picking up a sturdy branch over half a meter long and as thick as his arm from the edge of the grass. It was just the right weight, sufficient for self-defense. Gripping the stick tightly, he deliberately steered clear of the crowd, venturing deep into a secluded stretch of grass. Here was where his hunting ground lay. Lin Yi took the red and white Pokeball from his backpack. Come forth, Ralts. A flash of red light burst forth. The little creature, entirely snow-white with a head of lake blue hair, appeared on the grass. Standing only 40 centimeters tall, it looked small and timid, filled with trepidation in this unfamiliar world. Lin Yi crouched down, gently cradling it in his arms. The soft, warm sensation surged within him, evoking an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Ralts, he whispered in the gentlest voice he could muster, from today onward, we are partners. Let us work hard together and grow stronger, shall we? Ralts seemed to sense the sincerity and anticipation radiating from Lin Yi. It lifted its head, its vibrant red eyes earnestly fixed on him. Then, with a joyful call, it nuzzled its fluffy head against Lin Yi's chest. A warm current coursed through him. He smiled. Lin Yi gently set Ralts down on the ground, gripping the stick tightly as they cautiously advanced deeper into the grass. Suddenly, the foliage ahead rustled violently. A small purple mouse, brandishing 2 fierce incisors, darted out from the underbrush. It was a Rattata. Pokémon, Rattata. Level, LV1. Type, Normal. This is their first opponent. Rallo. Ralulasis was taken aback by the menacing Rattata before it, instinctively retreating behind Lin Yi, its petite form trembling slightly. This marked the inaugural battle of its life. Fear was only natural. Do not be afraid, Ralulasis. Lin Yi's calm and resolute voice acted as a sturdy barrier, shielding it. I am here. Follow my commands, and we shall prevail. He was acutely aware that the level 1 Rattata could only execute the most rudimentary moves, tackle and growl. They had to seize the initiative, firmly grasping control of the battle's tempo. Strike first. Lin Yi's voice was steady and decisive as he commanded it to use growl. Although Ralulasis remained frightened, it summoned all its courage, bolstered by Lin Yi's unwavering trust. It peered out from behind him, emitting a soft, adorable cry towards the aggressive Rattata. Ralu. The sound lacked potency, yet contained an unusual power, causing the ferocity of the Rattata to falter, its desire to attack visibly diminished. Effective. Well done, Lin Yi exclaimed loudly. Now follow up with charm. Encouragement served as the finest catalyst. Ralulasis's confidence visibly swelled. It opened its tiny mouth, this time conjuring pink fairy-type energy that coalesced into visible sound waves, striking the Rattata with precision. Lada. The Rattata let out a sharp cry of pain, suffering tangible damage. The acute agony ignited its wild ferocity. A faint white glow enveloped its body as it surged forward, like a purple cannonball, crashing towards Ralulasis. Now, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened like a blade. Ralulasis, use Confuse Ray. Ralulasis waved its small hand gently, summoning a bizarre, distorted orb of light that instantly took form. The ball of light surged forward, perfectly embedding itself into the Rattata just as it was about to collide. The Rattata's fierce momentum abruptly ceased. Its eyes glazed over, becoming dazed and disoriented, as it spun wildly in place, colliding with the nearby grass, even attempting to bite the air. It had fallen into a state of confusion. The final blow. Lin Yi's voice was devoid of emotion as he calmly announced the opponent's fate. Charm. The deadly sound wave unleashed by Ralulasis became the final straw. The confused Rattata could not evade the attack, taking the hit squarely. Its body slackened, eyes rolling back, completely incapacitated. In the next instant, the Rattata's form transformed into a gentle white light, dissipating into thin air. A handful of pure energy orbs emerged from the point of disappearance, gradually merging into Ralulasis's body. Simultaneously, several gleaming league coins fell to the ground. Ding! Your Pokémon Ralulasis has defeated Rattata, LV1, gaining experience, 10 points. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained loot, league coins X3. Lin Yi stepped forward, bending down to collect the 3 cold coins. Huh! He exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally unwinding. This was true combat. The immersive sensation of commanding everything was incomparable to the cold screens of the past. He approached Ralulasis, crouching slowly to reach out and stroke it. Ralu. The little creature let out a joyful cheer, leaping into Lin Yi's embrace, affectionately rubbing its azure hair against his palm. The earlier timidity and unease had vanished without a trace, replaced by the exhilaration of their initial victory and a deepened trust in their trainer. Lin Yi gazed at the little one in his arms, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. You did splendidly, Ralulasis. You are a born warrior. Chapter 5, Telepathy. Having triumphed in its first battle, the little creature had completely shed its earlier fear. It affectionately nudged Lin Yi's palm with its azure hair, its crimson eyes shimmering with a desire for battle and a yearning for strength. Lin Yi felt a surge of ambition within him. This 200,000 was a gamble worth taking. Yet, he did not allow the thrill of initial victory to cloud his judgment. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. All his possessions had gone into purchasing this gaming helmet, and the remaining balance in his bank account was mostly spent on instant noodles and pre-packaged meals. To make matters worse, he had overslept, entering the game over 2 hours late. One misstep leads to another. He had to race against time to recover the lost progress. Let us go, Ralulasis, we press on. Lin Yi gently placed Ralulasis upon his shoulder, gripping his wooden stick tightly, his gaze resolute as he ventured deeper into the thicket. He needed to grow stronger and swiftly. This was not merely for the game, but for survival. Soon, a flapping Pidgey in the nearby grass caught his attention. Pokémon, Pidgey. Level, LV1. Type, normal, flying. Another level 1 opponent. Go. Lin Yi's command was succinct, comprising a single word. The little creature understood immediately, its mouth opened, unleashing pink sound waves that rippled outward, striking true. Chew. Enraged, the Pidgey transformed into a streak, hurtling towards them with a fierce rush. A cold smirk crept across Lin Yi's lips. Everything was under control. Confuse Ray. A bizarre, distorted orb of light surged forth, engulfing the oncoming Pidgey entirely. The wild Pidgey, lacking the wisdom to close its eyes and dodge, found its momentum abruptly halted, its gaze glazing over as it spun aimlessly like a headless fly, ultimately crashing into the grass. "It's over," Lin Yi coldly declared. "Charm." The pink sound waves once again spread with precision, delivering the final note. The Pidgey convulsed slightly before dissipating into light points. "Ding. Your Pokémon Ralulasis has defeated Pidgey, LV1, gaining experience, 10 points. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained loot, League Coins X2. Lin Yi stepped forward to collect the coins, glancing at the experience bar. Only 30 points remained until the next level. Well done, let us keep going. Without a moment's pause, he continued on with Ralulasis, seeking their next target. In the ensuing time, this area became their exclusive hunting ground. Confuse Ray to initiate, followed by Charm to reap the rewards. One Caterpie fell. Ding. Experience gained, 10 points. Another Caterpie fell. Ding. Experience gained, 10 points. Now, only one final Pokémon stands between Lin Yi and his upgrade. His gaze sharpened with determination as he ventured deeper into the thicket, accompanied by his trusty Ralts. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierced the air. A purple shadow darted from the underbrush behind him, swift as lightning, its white fangs aimed directly at his back. It was a Rattata, an ambush. A chill shot up Lin Yi's spine, causing his heart to race. His pupils dilated in shock, and he barely had time to react. Yet, just at that critical moment, a faint but distinct warning surged through his mind like an electric current. It was Ralts. The little creature perched on his shoulder reacted faster than he could comprehend. Its orange horn glowed brightly, its keen psychic abilities already sensing the impending danger. No commands were needed. It was an instinctual urge to protect its trainer. Just as Rattata was about to sink its teeth into Lin Yi, Ralts extended its tiny hand forward. A swirl of distorted, ethereal light materialized out of thin air, enveloping the ambushing Rattata with precision. The attack halted abruptly, the Rattata's expression turning blank and confused. Only then did Lin Yi realize what had transpired, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Before he could utter a command, Ralts had already initiated an offensive. The melodious sound imbued with fairy energy struck Rattata fiercely. With a cry, another wave of enchanting sound followed swiftly. The unfortunate assailant was utterly defeated before it could even launch a single effective attack, dissipating into motes of light in its futile struggle. Ding. Your Pokémon Ralts has defeated Rattata, LV1, earning 10 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained loot, Alliance Coins X4. As the final fragment of experience energy fused into its being, Ralts was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling white light. The glow was soft and warm, completely encasing its small form. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Ralts has leveled up to LV2. As the brilliance gradually faded, Ralts' appearance remained unchanged. Yet Lin Yi could distinctly sense that its psychic energy had grown considerably stronger. The bond between them had also deepened. It leveled up. How wonderful, Ralts. A genuine smile spread across Lin Yi's face as he reached out, affectionately ruffling the little creature's head. Ralts. Ralts. Ralts appeared quite pleased as well, nuzzling into Lin Yi's palm before twirling joyfully in place. The surge of newfound strength filled it with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Just then, a tender, melodious voice, laced with a hint of uncertainty, unexpectedly echoed within his mind. Trainer, I think I've just grasped a new move. Lin Yi's smile froze instantly. He stood there, stunned, as if immobilized by an unseen force, his mind blank. Who was speaking? This thought flickered for barely a fraction of a second. In a sudden jolt, he came to his senses, slowly lowering his gaze, incredulously staring at the innocent little creature on his shoulder. It was Ralts. He remembered. Ralts possessed the ability telepathy. In the games, it merely served as a supportive trait to prevent accidental harm to allies during double battles. But in this tangible world, telepathy constituted direct mental communication with its trainer. Lin Yi's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were trying to escape his chest. He recalled Team Rocket's Talking Meowth, a skill acquired through immense sacrifice and relinquishment of combat prowess. Yet, his Ralts was born with this ability. What did this signify? Instantaneous commands, flawless tactical communication, a partner with whom he shared a profound connection. At that moment, Lin Yi felt as if his very blood were igniting. Chapter 6. The Remarkable Talent of Ralts. Lin Yi reflected on the words that had resonated in his mind moments ago. It had said it felt as though it had comprehended a new move. He suppressed the overwhelming joy threatening to burst forth and focused intently, once again using his probing ability on the little creature on his shoulder. A brand new data panel materialized vividly in his mind's eye. Pokémon, Ralts, Shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, LV2. Affection, 65. Gender, female. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, Champion level. Moves learned, Growl. Charm, Confusion, Teleport, Psybeam. Psybeam. It was indeed Psybeam. He recalled that in previous Pokémon games, Ralts typically needed to reach level 4 to learn this move. Yet his Ralts had mastered this Psychic-type attack skill at merely level 2. Champion-level potential. This was the true essence of champion-level potential. It represented not merely an ethereal growth ceiling, but a learning capacity and growth rate that far exceeded its peers, obliterating all conventional rules. Psybeam, with a base power of 50, carried a 10 chance to confuse the opponent. In contrast, the previously utilized Charm only had a power of 40. This 10-point difference could alter the outcome of every battle in the early stages of the game. With Ralts by his side, Lin Yi proceeded deeper into the thicket. The further he ventured, the more cautious he became, gripping his wooden stick tightly, alert to any potential ambush lurking in the shadows. Having learned from his earlier experience, he had no desire to feel the intimate embrace of Rattata's fangs again. Fortunately, Ralts' psychic abilities served as his perfect battlefield radar. Although the range was limited, barely allowing it to detect movements within a few meters, it was more than sufficient for the treacherous novice area. Trainer, to the left ahead. Something is moving beneath the grass. Ralts' youthful voice resonated accurately in his mind once more. Lin Yi immediately halted, gently parting the grass ahead with his stick. 2 green caterpies were feasting intently on the broad leaves, oblivious to the impending danger. A swift scan of his surroundings revealed their details. Pokémon, Caterpie, level, LV2. Pokémon, Caterpie, level, LV3. A cold smirk crept across Lin Yi's lips. Almost simultaneously with his spotting of the caterpies, the 2 creatures noticed their unexpected guest. Raising their heads without hesitation and spitting 2 strands of sticky white silk toward him. The threads shot through the air, accurately targeting Lin Yi. He felt a tightening sensation as sticky webs ensnared his limbs, hampering his movements. Yet, he remained unfazed, his expression betraying not a flicker of concern. As the command was transmitted through telepathy to Ralulasis a second before he was struck, the air shimmered with anticipation. Ralulasis elegantly waved her small hand before her, resembling a graceful conductor. 2 grotesque, distorted orbs of light, dizzying to behold, were released in swift succession, precisely embedding themselves within the bodies of the 2 green caterpillars. Their eyes instantly glazed over, plunging them into utter chaos. Psychic, resolve them, came the succinct directive from Lin Yi. A flash of crimson flickered in Ralulasis' eyes as an invisible mental force morphed into 2 unseen blades, ruthlessly piercing the caterpillars' minds. The creatures emitted piercing shrieks, their confusion escalating into a frantic melee as they began to assault one another, spewing forth silken threads until they ensnared each other, forming 2 white cocoons. Once more, Psychic. Lin Yi commanded with precision. Ralulasis raised her hand again, unleashing another devastating psychic wave. The bodies of the caterpillars froze momentarily before dissolving into gentle white light, vanishing entirely. Ding. Your Pokémon Ralulasis has defeated a Caterpie, LV2, gaining 15 experience points. Ding. Your Pokémon Ralulasis has defeated a Caterpie, LV3, gaining 22 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained loot, Alliance Coins X5. Lin Yi bent down to collect the 5 gleaming Alliance coins from the ground, effortlessly tearing through the silken threads that clung to him. The caterpillars, being the weakest of Pokémon, posed little challenge. Their threads merely slowed him down and could be easily severed with a gentle tug. He pressed onward into the depths of the thicket. Along the way, he encountered several other trainers. Not far off, a group surrounded a wild Oddish, directing their Pidgeys and Rattatas to mercilessly pummel it. Yet they deliberately allowed it to linger on the brink of consciousness. As the Oddish's stamina waned, a young trainer clad in a stylish red jacket, clearly the leader, casually waved his hand. Chimchar, finish it. An orange monkey with flames licking its rear leaped forward, delivering a swift claw strike that decisively ended the Oddish's life. The Oddish transformed into white light, leaving behind a small pool of experience that was immediately absorbed by the LV4 Chimchar. Lin Yi observed with a flicker of understanding but felt no envy. Instead, a profound confidence surged within him. His Pokémon was a shimmering Ralulasis with the potential of a champion. Its growth efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of the Chimchar, more formidable still. He disregarded the others and continued toward areas less frequented by trainers. Those trainers, upon glimpsing the shimmering Ralliolasis perched upon Lin Yi's shoulder, expressed unabashed awe and envy. Yet none dared to approach. To them, a trainer possessing a shiny Pokémon must surely be a wealthy individual who had purchased an advanced helmet. While Lin Yi's unadorned initial attire was likely viewed as some incomprehensible quirk, unfazed, Lin Yi continued to seek out prey amidst the grass, effortlessly defeating several Rattatas and Oddishes along the way. Essentially, 2 uses of Psychic from Ralliolasis sufficed to resolve each encounter. He consciously distanced himself from the activities of other trainers, venturing deeper into the verdant sea. Here, the tranquility was punctuated only by the gentle rustle of wind through the leaves. As he parted a thicket of grass taller than himself, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a hue that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. It was a figure, radiant and golden in hue. Chapter 7. The Mist Shiny Caterpie. A Caterpie. Yet this one was notably larger than any he had previously encountered. Most importantly, its color was not the usual verdant green, but rather a brilliant gold, dazzling to behold. A shiny Caterpie. Lin Yi's heart raced, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. This was the second shiny Pokémon he had witnessed since entering the game. An uncontrollable surge of euphoria coursed through his veins. A shiny Caterpie held immense potential. Whether he chose to nurture it to evolve into a shiny Butterfree or trade it on the marketplace, it promised a fortune that could transform his fortunes entirely. He forced himself to quell the excitement, commanding himself to remain calm. A thought was transmitted through telepathy to his partner perched on his shoulder. Ralliolasis, wait for my command. Use charm, but control the power, do not defeat it outright. Our goal is to capture it. Rallo understood. Ralliolasis' youthful voice echoed in his mind, her petite form tensing as her ruby-like eyes locked onto the golden caterpillar, adopting a battle stance. Lin Yi crouched low, gripping his stick tightly, resembling a panther poised to pounce on its prey. Just as he sought the optimal moment to strike, a flippant voice, laced with superiority, pierced the air behind him like a venomous barb. Oh, isn't this the lucky kid who hatched a shiny Ralliolasis right at the outset? What are you doing here? Hiding away with your precious little gem, afraid of being robbed? Lin Yi's body stiffened, and he spun around sharply. A young trainer with the ID, young Master Feng, stood before him, hands in pockets, wearing a mocking grin. His attire, a tailored high-end suit that shimmered in the sunlight, contrasted sharply with Lin Yi's drab initial outfit. Beside him stood Chu Yun, the very individual who had sought to buy Lin Yi's Ralliolasis at a high price in the Novice Square, now wearing a smirk filled with malice as he gazed at Lin Yi. Clearly, he had followed Lin Yi since being rejected. Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeply. He subtly shifted his body to block young Master Feng's line of sight towards the thicket. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of the shiny Caterpie, leaving no room for idle chatter with this bothersome insect. A quick scan of the small, boastful Charmander at young Master Feng's feet activated his investigation function. Pokémon, Charmander. Type, Fire. Level, LV5. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yi, his voice icy. What do you want? Nothing much, just curious about your sneaky solo venture. Thought I'd come see the commotion. Young Master Feng approached leisurely, his gaze greedily fixated on the Ralliolasis resting on Lin Yi's shoulder. TSK, a shiny Ralliolasis. What a pity it stuck with such a useless trainer, still only level 2. Behind him, Chu Yun immediately chimed in. Exactly. Young Master Feng. This divine creature deserves a true partnership with you. Young Master Feng basked in the flattery, tilting his chin and casting a patronizing glance at Lin Yi. Kid, name your price. Sell me that Ralliolasis, and I'll offer you a sum you could never earn in a lifetime. What do you say? As the conversation unfolded, young Master Feng's gaze inadvertently drifted past Lin Yi's shoulder, only to come to a sudden, piercing halt. The writhing golden hue amidst the blades of grass captivated his attention like a magnet. His body jolted violently, and all traces of jest and arrogance evaporated in an instant, replaced by a profound shock intertwined with insatiable greed, even altering the tone of his voice. What the hell? A shiny Caterpie? Damn it, another one. Chu Yun also leaned in for a glimpse, subsequently emitting an incredulous shriek. Young Master. This kid's luck is just too absurd. Is he the illegitimate child of the GM? Starting with a Shiny Ralts wasn't he enough, and now he stumbles upon a shiny Caterpie? Young Master Feng's breathing became labored, the flames of jealousy raging fiercely in his eyes. That shiny Caterpie was destined to be his. Kid, that bug is mine. Young Master Feng stepped forward abruptly, pointing at the startled shiny Caterpie, commanding in an undeniable tone, consider yourself unfortunate for being seen by me. Just leave now, and I shall pretend nothing transpired. Lin Yi's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, fury surging to the peak of his being. Why should I? Everything has its order. I spotted it first. Order? Young Master Feng scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. In this world, strength dictates the rules. What do you have to justify your claim? A pauper who can't even afford a costume, yet dares to possess 2 shiny Pokémon? Dream on. He offered Lin Yi no chance to retort, his gaze sharpening as he issued a direct attack command. Charmeleon, go! Use Ember and severely injure that bug. Roar. Charmeleon obeyed the command, unleashing a scorching ember that surged towards the innocent shiny Caterpie with a searing wave of heat. Lin Yi's heart raced with a mix of anger and dread. How dare you? This scoundrel. Fire-type moves are doubly effective against bug types, and with Charmeleon at level 4. This attack will surely incapacitate the shiny Caterpie. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's commands surged through their psychic link. Ralts, use Psyshock to block it. Almost simultaneously, a flash of crimson ignited in Ralts' eyes, as an invisible psychic force materialized into a barrier, standing firm against the oncoming ember. However, the disparity in levels proved to be an insurmountable chasm. The level 2 Ralts Psyshock crumbled under the might of level 5 Charmeleon's ember. As if it were mere paper, instantly torn apart, the psychic barrier merely delayed the ember's momentum. With a sharp hiss, the ember struck the shiny Caterpie squarely. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching shriek as its golden body sizzled, charred, and smoking. In the grip of excruciating pain, instinct for survival ignited its full potential, and it burrowed into the denser thicket nearby, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a faint wisp of golden glimmer in the air. Damn it! Useless! Young Master Feng cursed, watching Charmeleon's failed attack with displeasure. He turned to glare at Lin Yi, transferring all his ire onto him. It's all your fault for being in my way. You've ruined my plans. With a huff, he dismissed Lin Yi with a glance, turning to leave. Just wait, your shiny Ralts will eventually belong to me. His cold voice drifted away on the wind as he departed with his 2 henchmen. Lin Yi stood alone, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, veins bulging on the back of his hands. The second shiny Pokémon, which had been so close to his grasp, was snatched away, injured, and its fate uncertain. An indescribable frustration and fury threatened to explode from his chest. Trainer, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop it, Ralts' voice echoed in his mind, filled with guilt and self-reproach. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi transformed his seething rage into a chilling resolve. He gently stroked the dejected little creature on his shoulder, his voice calm, yet brimming with the latent power of an impending eruption. No, you did well. This is not your fault. His gaze fell upon the thicket where the shiny Caterpie had disappeared, a cold glint of murderous intent igniting in the depths of his pupils. It's ours. But we are not strong enough. Chapter 8, Shadow Clone. He scanned the thicket where the shiny Caterpie had vanished, then strode purposefully forward. Lin Yi was acutely aware of why young Master Feng and his entourage departed so brusquely. Charmeleon's ember might have inflicted a burn on the Caterpie, potentially leading to its demise. Furthermore, its astonishing speed likely granted it an escapability. In a real-world scenario, this trait was far more potent than in the games. Young Master Feng likely believed the shiny Caterpie had fled far enough that he needn't waste time pursuing it. Lin Yi parted the grass, revealing a narrow path leading deep into the forest. Without hesitation, he stepped onto it. The dense woods swiftly engulfed his figure. Hope was dim. He wouldn't squander time searching for the Caterpie. Yet, the fire of his wrath demanded an outlet. He must grow stronger, to repay the humiliation he endured today 100-fold in the future. The trees in the forest towered increasingly, their gnarled branches and leaves forming a canopy that obscured the light, plunging the area into shadowy dampness. The air was thick with the pungent scent of decaying leaves and moist earth. Silence reigned, broken only by the occasional chirp of insects, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Trainer, are we going to train here? Ralts' voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind, tinged with unease in the unfamiliar environment. Lin Yi did not respond, but gently stroked its azure hair. The gesture was light, yet Ralts distinctly sensed the suppressed, volcanic-like fury beneath his trainer's calm exterior. It fell silent, its red eyes mirroring Lin Yi's own cold determination. After walking a few paces, the nearby bushes began to shake violently. A creature, its body covered in fluffy, pale yellow fur, fists clenched and eyes filled with ferocity, sprang forth. Pokémon Mankey. Level, LV3. Type, Fighting. With a screech, Mankey spotted the intruder, its eyes flaring with hostility as it launched itself forward with powerful hind legs, resembling a cannonball in flight. A faint white glow enveloped its fist, indicating a basic fighting type move, Scratch. The speed was far superior to all previous opponents. Psyshock. Lin Yi's commands surged through their psychic link. Almost instantaneously, Ralts' eyes blazed with crimson light. An invisible psychic force materialized into a shockwave, crashing into the charging Mankey. Psychic moves were doubly effective against fighting types. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Mankey's ferocious advance abruptly halted, as if its brain had been struck by a hammer, emitting a painful scream. The blow had indeed dealt a severe blow. Yet, the searing pain had completely awakened the primal ferocity of the monkey creature. It sprang up with a vigorous lurch, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and unleashed a more frenzied roar, preparing to strike once again. In Lin Yi's gaze, there was not a shred of compassion. Psychic. Another command, succinct, efficient, and lethal. Ralts' small hand rose once more. An invisible mental blade once again pierced the monkey creature's mind with precision. Creak. The monkey's roar morphed into a piercing wail, its body stiffening abruptly, the malevolence in its eyes dimming swiftly, ultimately dissipating into a beam of white light. Ding. Your Pokémon Ralts has defeated the monkey creature, LV3, earning 22 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a loot, Alliance Coins X6. Lin Yi stepped forward to collect the 6 Alliance Coins, his gaze sweeping deeper into the forest. Here lay the lair of the monkeys. A ruthless slaughter was about to commence. A LV4 monkey leaped down from a tree to launch a surprise attack. Psychic. 2 waves of psychic energy swiftly dispatched it. Ding. Earned 30 experience points. 2 LV3 monkeys charged in tandem. Confusion, then psychic. Amidst the chaos, the 2 monkeys engaged in a frenzied brawl, ultimately falling prey to Ralts' precise psychic strikes one after another. Ding. Earned 22 experience points. Ding. Earned 22 experience points. Throughout these efficient battles, the fury within Lin Yi remained unquenched. Rather, it was refined into a more pure form, transforming into an insatiable thirst for power. He pressed on. As he parted a thicket of ferns obstructing his path, a fruit tree adorned with blue-violet fruits revealed itself before him. The fruits were plump and luscious, exuding an enticing sweetness. Orange berries. In previous games, they could restore 10 HP. In this game, their significance was destined to be even greater. Beneath that fruit tree, a monkey creature, larger and more robust than its kin, was dozing against the trunk. Its breathing steady, muscles taut, radiating explosive power. Lin Yi's gaze fixated upon it. Pokémon, monkey creature. Level, LV5. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. He approached step by step, unabashedly revealing his presence. The slumbering monkey's ears twitched, and it abruptly opened its eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Ralts perched upon his shoulder, fierce hostility and warning erupted in its eyes. This was its territory. The monkey stood upright, emitting a sharp roar aimed at Ralts, its eyes shooting forth piercing glares. Intimidate. Ralts' small body trembled, an instinctual fear diminishing its defenses. Even Lin Yi felt the oppressive aura tightening his chest. But in the next moment, the arrogant visage of Wind Young Master and the shrill cry of the sparkling Caterpie flashed through his mind. That suppressed rage surged anew. Ralts, you sing. Ralts sensed the trainer's resolve, suppressing its fear to emit a soft, adorable cry. Ralts. That peculiar power instantaneously shattered the monkey's intimidating presence, visibly reducing its desire to attack. Psychic. Lin Yi's command followed closely. The invisible psychic force struck the monkey with force. Creak. The monkey howled in pain, a faint white glow enveloping its body. Charge. It was raising its critical hit ratio. Confusion. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, refusing to grant the opponent any chance for a comeback. A grotesque sphere of distorted light surged forth, precisely entering the monkey's body before it could complete its charge. The monkey's expression glazed over, plunging into utter confusion. It clutched its head and shook violently, then turned and delivered a powerful punch against the very orangeberry tree it had been assaulting. Boom. The trunk shook violently, causing several ripe orange berries to tumble down. Lin Yi paid no mind to the fallen fruits. Psychic. Another psychic wave struck true. The agony drove the confused monkey into a frenzied rage, launching a storm of attacks against the hapless fruit tree. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thuds echoed incessantly, the ripe orange berries raining down like a torrential downpour. For the third time, psychic. Lin Yi's voice bore no hint of emotion, akin to the pronouncement of death. The final strike, psychic. The fourth psychic wave became the final straw that broke its back. The monkey's body slackened, its eyes rolling back in defeat, unwillingly collapsing into a multitude of shimmering lights. Ding. Your Pokémon Ralts has defeated the monkey creature, LV5, earning 45 experience points. as the last fragment of experience light merged into its form. A radiant glow of evolution enveloped Ralts. The light was gentle and warm, enveloping its diminutive body entirely. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Ralts has leveled up to LV3. As the brilliance gradually faded, Ralts let out a jubilant cheer. But in the next instant, a sudden transformation occurred. Its form momentarily blurred, and 5 identical figures appeared beside it. Ralts had learned a new move, Shadow Clone. Chapter 9. The familiar golden figure. This was the new technique Ralts grasped upon reaching level 3. However, Lin Yi frowned upon merely glancing at it. The technique was executed rather clumsily. In the game, Shadow Clone was a method of creating illusions through rapid movement to enhance evasion. Yet in this tangible world, it merely produced tangible phantoms with weak energy responses. The issue was that although the 5 clones bore an identical appearance to the original, they emanated a subtle sense of ethereality, akin to a poorly received projection, their edges flickering slightly. Such feeble illusions would not fool even a wild Pokémon of the monkey's caliber, let alone an expert. Lin Yi recalled the animated series, where the masterful use of Shadow Clone rendered the real and the illusion indistinguishable, even allowing for coordinated attacks with the original to confuse the enemy's judgment. That was the ultimate form this technique should embody. Trainer, did I not utilize this skill properly? Ralts sensed the subtle fluctuations of Lin Yi's emotions, anxiously inquiring in his mind, its tone laced with a sense of grievance. Lin Yi shook his head, calming it through telepathy. No, you have done exceptionally well. His voice was calm yet powerful, filled with encouragement. This merely attests to your talent. We simply need to practice further to refine it into a true trump card. He crouched down to collect the alliance coins that had fallen from the defeated monkey, his gaze sweeping over the fruit tree that had become a punching bag. Beneath it lay a scattering of blue-violet fruits. Lin Yi approached and gathered them one by one, meticulously counting a total of 12. He picked one up, concentrating. Item, Oranberry. Effect, consuming it can restore a small amount of health and stamina. Simple, direct, and potentially life-saving in critical moments. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, stowing all the oranges into his backpack. These were vital strategic resources. He repositioned Lariola's on his shoulder and continued toward the forest's periphery, seeking an opponent to test the practical efficacy of his new techniques. After a short while, a wild monkey creature digging at the tree roots came into view. Lin Yi mentally commanded, Lariola's, use Shadow Clone. Lariola's understood instantly, its petite form shimmering slightly as 5 illusory figures materialized, subtly encircling the monkey creature. Z. The monkey creature appeared momentarily bewildered, caught off guard by the sudden display. Effective, but still insufficient. Main body, utilize telekinesis. Lin Yi's command followed swiftly. The moment Lariola's true form glowed with a crimson light, the energy fluctuations surged like a beacon in the night, instantly revealing its position. The already dazed monkey creature quickly locked onto the target, emitting an enraged roar as it charged recklessly at Lariola's true form. As anticipated, it had been discovered. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. He was no longer inclined to continue the experiment. Telekinesis, finish it. An invisible mental shockwave surged forth, colliding forcefully with the monkey creature and overwhelming it. Lin Yi sighed. The issue was glaringly apparent. The clones were incapable of executing effective attacks, and once the main body deployed a skill, the energy fluctuations would immediately reveal its location. Achieving a level of indistinguishability between the real and the decoy seemed to be a long road ahead. He temporarily abandoned further training of this skill. The immediate priority was to level up. Accompanied by Lariola's, Lin Yi began to wander the outer regions of the forest. Along the way, he encountered several other trainers, most of whom were clustered in groups, directing their Pokémon to assault wild creatures, with their Pokémon generally ranging from levels 4 to 5. Upon noticing Lin Yi's distinctive shiny Lariola's perched upon his shoulder, expressions of astonishment and envy flickered across their faces, yet none approached him. Lin Yi paid them no mind, silently calculating. His Lariola's was currently at level 3, barely keeping pace with the larger group, but it was insufficient. He intentionally steered clear of the crowds, venturing toward a more secluded corner. As he navigated around a dense thicket, a cacophony of fierce combat drew his attention. Another trainer, similarly concealing their ID, was commanding their Pokémon in battle. It was a Scyther. Lin Yi's pupils constricted slightly. Scyther, Heracross, and Kabutops. These 3 bug-type Pokémon could be said to possess potential in this game akin to the starter Pokémon, if not surpassing them. They hatched in their final forms, boasting an impressive base stat of 500. More importantly, all 3 could undergo Mega Evolution in the future. Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the Scyther. Its opponent was a Pidgey. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The trainer calmly issued commands, and in an instant, the Scyther transformed into a green blur. With a flash of lightning, it closed the distance to Pidgey, its two gleaming sides slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh as it descended. Pidgey emitted a sorrowful cry, feathers flying. Yet it was utterly incapable of escaping the Scyther's speed. Relentless, the Scyther unleashed a tempest of attacks, its sides creating a dizzying blur. Finally, it crossed its arms in front of its chest, and an invisible wave shot forth from between its sides. Vacuum wave. Pidgey was struck with pinpoint accuracy, its body freezing before dissipating into white light. The battle concluded. The trainer seemed to sense Lin Yi's gaze and turned to glance at him. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The trainer returned the gesture with a slight bow before turning away. This Scyther was formidable. Lin Yi mentally evaluated, then proceeded in another direction. The Pokémon on the outskirts of this forest were primarily Caterpies, Rattatas, Pidgeys, and monkeys, ranging from levels 2 to 6, making them perfect targets for his current training regimen. Lin Yi commanded Larialas, initiating a new round of combat. The battles raged on. The combination of confusion and telekinesis proved efficient and lethal. However, battles were not without their surprises. While facing a level 4 Oddish, the opponent managed to unleash Stun Spore just before being struck by confusion. A cloud of pale yellow powder engulfed the area, and Larialas was caught off guard, becoming ensnared in paralysis. Although it ultimately defeated Oddish with telekinesis, Larialas sustained some damage. After the battle, Lin Yi promptly retrieved an orange from his backpack. Larialas, eat this. Larialas obediently accepted the fruit, nibbling delicately. Lin Yi observed as the minute wounds on its body began to visibly heal at a remarkable pace after consuming the orange. Once Larialas recovered, it took a brief respite before resuming battle, and after defeating another level 4 Pidgey, a radiant glow of evolution enveloped Larialas once more. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Larialas has leveled up to LV4. As the light faded, Lin Yi immediately checked its status. This time, no new moves were learned. However, he could distinctly sense that the psychic energy emanating from Larialas was at least 30% stronger than before. Their telepathic connection had also grown clearer and more stable, akin to an upgrade from a 2G network to 4G. The energy replenishment from leveling up had significantly restored Larialas' dwindling psychic power. Yet, Lin Yi sharply perceived a hint of fatigue within it. That mental exhaustion could not be completely alleviated by mere leveling. He suddenly realized that this game was far more realistic than he had anticipated. The stamina, or rather energy, of Pokémon was finite. Leveling up did not instantly restore them to peak condition. Endless battles would only continue to deplete their potential. Lin Yi glanced at the sky and decided to retrace his steps. On his way back, he encountered several more monkeys, effortlessly commanding Larialas to dispatch them one by one. By the time he finally exited the dim forest, Larialas was just a few encounters away from leveling up to 5. Ahead lay an endless expanse of verdant grasslands. Lin Yi consulted the map, identifying a nearby path that led back to the novice village. He circumvented 2 tall patches of grass. Suddenly, he halted abruptly, his heart skipping a beat. A golden figure appeared before him without warning. Chapter 10. The Potential of a Pseudo-Champion, a Shiny Caterpie. It was him, the very Caterpie that had fled in panic after being injured by young Master Feng's ember. It astonishingly neither perished nor fled far. The euphoric thrill of having regained what was lost, mingled with the trepidation of relief, swept through his mind like the fiercest tempest. Fate. This, indeed, was fate. He beheld the green caterpillar's golden form, marred by unsightly charred scars left by the flames, clearly indicating that its injuries had not healed. It was now at its utmost weakness. Lin Yi was acutely aware that given Ralts' current prowess, even a mere whisper of psychic energy or the alluring call would cause the green caterpillar to dissipate into a wisp of white light, vanishing entirely from this realm. To simply toss a Pokeball, the risk was far too great. Should he fail, considering its previously displayed speed of escape, he would have no second chance. What to do? Lin Yi's mind raced, adrenaline surging to its zenith. A forgotten move suddenly leapt forth from the recesses of his memory. Bind. Earlier, in the forest, he had made Ralts test it against a Mankey. In this game, Bind functioned unlike in others, obstructing the opponent's actions and preventing the use of previously executed moves for 4 turns. It could render the target in a state akin to absolute paralysis, unable to move or attack, utterly helpless. Though the effect would only last a fleeting 3 to 4 seconds against Pokémon of the same level, it was sufficient now. A remarkably clear thought was conveyed through telepathy to his companion perched upon his shoulder. Ralts, use Bind on it. Almost instantaneously upon the command, Ralts, who had been quietly resting on Lin Yi's shoulder, was invigorated as its crimson eyes flared to life. An intangible yet potent wave of binding energy emanated from Ralts, swiftly enveloping the green caterpillar, which was engrossed in grazing. The shiny green caterpillar's body abruptly stiffened, its munching halted, as if the play button had been pressed to pause, rendered immobile in its place. Now's the moment. Lin Yi hesitated not a moment longer. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, he retrieved a red and white pokeball from his backpack and hurled it with all his might. The pokeball soared through the air in a perfect parabola, striking the shiny green caterpillar squarely on the head. Boom! A burst of red light erupted, engulfing the golden figure in an instant. The pokeball fell to the ground, shaking violently. With each tremor, Lin Yi's heart raced to his throat, his gaze fixed intently on the ball. Perhaps due to the caterpillar's depleted stamina, the ball merely shook symbolically once before clicking shut, falling silent. Successfully captured. Exhaling a long breath of relief, Lin Yi felt on the verge of collapse. He dashed forward, gripping the pokeball tightly, then scooped Ralts into his arms and sprinted away from the scene without a backward glance. He could not afford to linger here for even a second. He ran a considerable distance, only halting when he was certain no other players were in sight. Leaning against a grand tree to catch his breath, he raised the pokeball, focusing intently. Scan. A data panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Caterpie, Shiny. Level, LV2. Type, Bug. Ability, Shed Skin. Additional effects of moves do not trigger. Potential, near champion level. Moves learned. Tackle, String Shot. Friendship, 50, Stranger. Near champion level. The ability was Shed Skin, not the previously assumed Runaway. A surge of overwhelming joy clouded Lin Yi's mind as he gazed at this panel. He excitedly embraced Ralts in his arms and planted a fervent kiss on its little azure head. Ralts. Ralts was taken aback by the trainer's sudden display of affection, and once it regained its composure, its snowy white face flushed a deep crimson. Even the tiny orange horn atop its head radiated warmth. This green caterpillar, with proper training, could evolve into a Butterfree, and its powder strategy could undoubtedly become one of the most frustrating crowd control tactics in the early game. Yet, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, Lin Yi resolved to sell it. He was in dire need of funds. This near-champion level shiny Caterpie could fetch a price substantial enough to liberate him from his current predicament. He already had a buyer in mind, his affluent friend, Qian Duoxiao. Lin Yi returned Ralts to its pokeball, consulted the map to confirm his direction, and set off towards the novice village. Upon arriving back at the bustling novice village, Lin Yi promptly opened the in-game communication window. Drawing from memory, he entered an ostentatious ID in the friend request section. Qian de Xiao Ben Xiao. He clicked to add. However, the system notified him that the other party was offline and the friend request had been sent. Lin Yi was unfazed and opted to log off. After a brief wave of dizziness, his consciousness returned to his body. The next moment, a piercing ache radiated from his waist and spine, causing him to gasp sharply. Damn it! Lin Yi grimaced as he struggled to rise from the gaming chair, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disassembling. He deeply regretted his earlier decision to log into the game while seated in the chair. Although the high-tech helmet purportedly monitored physical condition, inducing deep sleep and alerting him to real-world dangers, the muscle strain resulting from maintaining a single posture for an extended period was very real. Immersed in the game, he had felt none of it. Now, emerging from it, the repercussions were hitting him all at once. Stumbling into the restroom, his first sensation upon returning to his body was an urgent need to relieve his bursting bladder. After addressing his personal hygiene, he glanced at his phone. The screen displayed the time as 11:30 a.m. No wonder his stomach was beginning to rumble. A text notification appeared, indicating that a large box of pre-prepared meals he had previously ordered online had arrived at the community's delivery station. Although Lin Yi could cook, he often found it tedious to ignite the stove for one, and he was reluctant to resort to takeout. Having previously worked as a delivery driver, he was well aware that many of the popular restaurants relied on pre-prepared meal kits. Rather than allowing intermediaries to profit, he preferred to purchase directly. He had meticulously selected a variety of hearty dishes from several highly rated pre-prepared meal brands online. Stretching his stiff body, he descended the stairs and retrieved the hefty cardboard box from the delivery station. Upon returning home, he categorized the various pre-prepared dishes and stored them in the fridge, leaving only a pack of braised pork. He tore open the packaging, poured the braised pork into a bowl, and placed it in the microwave. Ding! While waiting for it to heat, he boiled a kettle of water to prepare a bucket of beef-flavored instant noodles. Soon, the rich aroma of meat and noodles wafted throughout the small room. Lin Yi sat before his computer, cradling a bowl as he devoured instant noodles, while simultaneously navigating to the official forum of Pokémon, New Era. Chapter 11. The Forum Situation. In less than 12 hours since its launch, the forum had erupted into chaos. Scanning the homepage, he noted that 8 out of 10 trending posts were rife with complaints. What a worthless game. I saved for 3 months to purchase a basic helmet, and all I got was a mediocre potential Rattata? Couldn't you at least give me a Pidgey? One user lamented. Another chimed in, bro, I have it worse. I hatched an exceptional Caterpie, but when I went out to catch Pokemon, I missed all 3 Pokeballs. Now I'm empty-handed. What the hell? When will the official exchange for Alliance coins be available? Pokemon battles are brutal, and I can't even afford a bottle of healing potion, while outfits can be purchased with real money. Do you think this is a game of Miracle Nikki? As Lin Yi slurped his noodles, he swiftly scrolled through the posts. He merely glanced at the lamentations, his true interest piqued by a few boastful threads interspersed among the grievances. Haha, the intermediate helmet is fantastic. I hatched a senior potential Metapod at the start, and have already swept the outskirts of the novice village. One user proclaimed. My friend with a high-level helmet hatched a professional potential Squirtle. I'm so envious. Lin Yi regarded these posts with indifference. His own treasure was a dazzling Ralts with king-level potential. At that moment, a post, highlighted by the administrator and marked with bold red text, detonated like a depth charge, igniting a frenzy across the forum. Congratulations, Trainer Fishing Man. You are never empty-handed. Caught a king-level shiny Gyarados in the novice village stream. Accompanying the post was a high-definition screenshot of a shimmering Gyarados, flopping helplessly at the riverbank, with its information panel clearly displayed. Potential, king level. Those 3 words struck the hearts of all players like a sledgehammer. What the hell? King level. And shiny. Scammer. It has to be a scam. I'm reporting this. Bro. Name your price. I want it. The original poster quickly replied. It's been listed on the trading platform for 500,000. Auction mode. Highest bidder wins. However, 10 minutes later, the tone of the thread shifted dramatically. An insider revealed, I'm dying of laughter. That fishing man misclicked the auction mode and set it to a fixed price. 500,000 was listed for just a second before someone snatched it up. I heard he fainted in the restroom. 500,000 for a king-level shiny Gyarados? The buyer made a killing. Not just a killing, it's a fortune. This game will become a second reality. A king-level potential Pokemon for 500,000? You might as well add a 0 to that. Lin Yi set down his bowl of noodles. 500,000 was indeed laughably low. In this virtual world, which was destined to become a second reality, the value of a king-level potential Pokemon could not possibly be measured in such paltry sums. That fishing man was left with nothing. After finishing his last bite of braised pork, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, re-evaluating the worth of his shiny Caterpie. How much should he ask for it when selling to Qian Duo? To be honest, Qian Duo initially intended to gift him a high-level helmet. The non-transferable purchase privilege alone was worth 1 to 2 million. Even giving away this Caterpie felt justified. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, located the familiar avatar, and sent a message. Duo, interested in a shiny Caterpie with near king-level potential? He accompanied it with a mischievous, smiley face. 5 minutes passed with no response. Lin Yi decided to place a voice call. After a long wait, it was finally answered, and a groggy voice, thick with nasal congestion, came through the receiver. Hey, Ego, what up? I just logged off not long ago. I'm so tired. The game says my body is in deep sleep, but I still want to nap for a bit. Lin Yi cut to the chase. Duo, how's your game going? Qian Duo's voice instantly brightened, laced with frustration. Don't even get me started. My 200,000 high-level helmet yielded a mere professional potential Charmander. It's infuriating. Among my friends, my Pokemon's potential is at the bottom. One of my buddies hatched a near king-level Squirtle. Can you believe it? After venting, Qian Duo asked, what about you? Ego, what did you hatch? Lin Yi nonchalantly replied, a shiny Ralts with gym-level potential. He deliberately downplayed the king-level potential, keeping it as his trump card, not to be revealed easily. What? Qian Duo's voice shot up several octaves, all sleepiness vanishing. A shiny Ralts. Is it male or female? If it's female, you have to sell it to me. Evolving into a shiny Gardevoir would be my dream come true, my wife. Lin Yi felt a vain throb in his temple. It was indeed female, but it was not for sale. However, I do have something even better. Are you interested? Qian Duo perked up immediately. What is it? Tell me, and let us see if it can catch the eye of the great Qian Duo. A smirk danced on Lin Yi's lips as he spoke slowly. I wonder if the great Qian Duo would be interested in a shiny Caterpie with near king-level potential? On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence of 3 seconds, followed by a roar from Duo that seemed ready to shake the ceiling. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. What the hell, Ego? Are you some kind of chosen one? Not only did you start with a Shiny Ralts, but now you've also snagged a Shiny Caterpie? And it's near King level potential. Nurture it well, and after 2 evolutions, its potential will definitely reach King level. Duo was so excited he was almost incoherent. Ego. Name your price. Don't be shy. How about 1 million? 1 million. Lin Yi's heart raced. Yet he suppressed the urge and replied solemnly, Duo. If it weren't for you giving me that purchase privilege, I wouldn't have the Shiny Ralts. Let us do this. I'll sell you the Caterpie for 150,000. Just this price. Consider it a way to repay your kindness. Don't. Duo immediately retorted. A hint of anger in his voice. Ego, what do you take me for? A beggar? 150,000? Are you insulting this Caterpie or me? We're brothers. But business is business. I know your situation. I saw that King level Gyarados sold for 500,000 on the forum. I regretted not getting it. This near King Caterpie has comparable potential. I can't let you take a loss because of me. Lin Yi wanted to hold firm. But Duo's tone left no room for argument. 500,000. Let us go with the same price as that Gyarados. If you keep talking about friendship, we can't be brothers anymore. This money isn't just for buying a Pokémon. It's an investment. I'm investing in my brother, who will become a king trainer. Is there a problem with that? Lin Yi fell silent on the other end of the line. He understood Duo's character all too well. This was his bottom line. A warm surge flowed from his heart. All right. Lin Yi ultimately could only agree with a wry smile. Just before I logged off, I delved into the trading platform of this game, discovering a feature that allows for designated trades, enabling one to sell items directly to players with specific IDs. Money exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Lin Yi readily concurred. Inquiring about Money's game ID, committing it to memory. After ending the call, Lin Yi felt an unprecedented surge of vigor coursing through him, having satisfied his hunger and thirst. With 500,000 about to be credited to his account, all of his real-world troubles felt as though they had been effortlessly resolved. Glancing at the gaming chair that had caused him discomfort, he decisively abandoned it. Clutching the advanced helmet, he made his way to the bedroom, comfortably reclining on the soft bed. From this moment forward, he harbored no further worries. Lin Yi skillfully connected his equipment, and as darkness enveloped him, his consciousness once again plunged into the familiar virtual starry expanse. This time, there was no trace of confusion or hesitation in his gaze, only an unadulterated thirst for power. Pokémon, a new era. I have arrived. Chapter 12, The Enhancement of Psychic Power. As light and shadow danced, Lin Yi's consciousness re-emerged. He opened his eyes to find himself at the revival point in the novice village. This time, having entered the game after lying on the soft bed, he felt no discomfort at all. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode through the bustling crowd directly to the trading center in the heart of the novice village. The trading center was abuzz with activity, as most players browsed the Pokémon available on the trading platform. Lin Yi promptly accessed the designated trading feature. In his inventory, the Pokeball containing the Shiny Caterpie lay quietly. He selected the Pokeball and meticulously entered Money's game ID into the designated trader's ID field. Money to Xiao Ben Xiao. Price, 500,000. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi gently tapped the confirmation button on the virtual screen. Almost instantly, the notification indicating the successful completion of the trade chimed in his ears. Subsequently, a flurry of system alerts erupted around him. Ding! Your item, the Pokeball containing a Shiny Caterpie, has been successfully sold for 500,000 dragon coins. Ding! According to platform regulations, a 5-transaction fee has been applied, totaling 25,000. Your actual earnings are 475,000 dragon coins. The transaction fee was indeed steep. Lin Yi muttered under his breath, yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He immediately accessed his in-game personal bank account. Account balance, 47,556,821 yuan. With an initial investment of 200,000, not only had he recouped his capital within a single day, but he had also netted an additional 275,000. Finally, he no longer needed to worry about making ends meet. However, when he glanced at his in-game currency, he was reminded of reality. Alliance coins, 188. The moment he felt financially liberated, he was swiftly brought back down to earth. He closed the trading platform and turned to enter the item shop adjacent to the trading center. The number of trainers in the shop was remarkably sparse, a stark contrast to the bustling trading center. Behind the counter, an NPC matron looked up, smiling as she inquired, "Young man, what would you like to purchase?" A list of items unfolded before Lin Yi. Healing Spray, multi-use, restores a small amount of health. Price, 20 Alliance coins. Antidote, spray type, cures poison status. Price, 30 Alliance coins. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the array of items, his mind already formulating a plan. The standard healing spray was slow to restore health and offered poor value. Madam, I would like 1 bottle of good healing spray, 1 antidote, and 1 PP restoration item. Ding. You have purchased a good healing spray X1 for 120 Alliance coins. Ding. You have purchased an antidote X1 for 30 Alliance coins. Ding. You have purchased a PP restoration item X1 for 30 Alliance coins. After this flurry of purchases, his wallet was nearly emptied. Alliance coins, 8. Lin Yi stared at this pitiful single-digit sum, feeling a pang of regret. The good healing spray would ensure sustainability. The antidote was a precautionary measure. And the PP restoration item would address the core issue of Ralts' rapid psychic power depletion. These were essential resources. With his supplies in hand, Lin Yi headed straight for the village exit. This time, he opted not for the previous grassy expanse, but instead made his way directly to the novice forest. The map indicated that the Pokémon here ranged from levels 5 to 10. Lin Yi released Ralts from its Pokeball. The little creature affectionately nudged his cheek before deftly floating to his shoulder, becoming his perfect mobile lookout. As he stepped into the forest, the light dimmed abruptly. The Pokémon in the outer areas had already been cleared out, so Lin Yi chose a less traveled path deeper into the woods. Soon, a Caterpie nibbling on leaves came into view. Pokémon, Caterpie. Level, LV5. Ralts, use confusion. Lin Yi conveyed his command telepathically. A flash of red glimmered in Ralts' eyes as an invisible psychic shock struck true. The Caterpie recoiled, writhing in pain, yet still capable of battle. Once more, the second wave of confusion followed swiftly, and then the third. It was not until the third psychic blast that the LV5 Caterpie surrendered, dissipating into wisps of white light. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. It took 3 confusions to defeat a Pokémon of the same level. The energy expenditure was excessive. He pressed on, continuing his search for the next target. After defeating 3 more Caterpies and a single Oddish, Ralts had consumed nearly half of its psychic energy. Just then, as the last LV5 Oddish fell, a long-awaited upgrade glow enveloped Ralts. The gentle light completely enveloped its small form. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Ralts has reached LV5. As the light faded, Ralts let out a joyous cheer, spinning in the air. The energy gained from the upgrade replenished much of Ralts' depleted psychic energy. Without using any supplies, Lin Yi continued traversing the forest with Ralts. Not long after, another LV5 Caterpie obstructed their path. As per usual, Lin Yi issued his command. Confusion. Ralts raised its tiny hand, unleashing a psychic blast that struck the Caterpie. The Caterpie emitted a shriek far more harrowing than before. Lin Yi had already prepared his second command, but abruptly halted. He distinctly felt that this confusion's potency exceeded the previous one. Before he could issue a new command, the Caterpie froze mid-air, instantly transforming into a speck of light, vanishing into nothingness. A single blow. Lin Yi stood there, astonished. No, just moments ago it had taken 3 hits to defeat one. He quickly realized that this was a result of Ralts' power increase following its upgrade. He immediately sought out the next target, and soon another LV5 Caterpie appeared within his line of sight. Confusion. The invisible impact landed, the Caterpie collapsing and fading into white light. Another one-hit victory. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth finally curled into an irrepressible arc. This is the true essence of a king-level potential. Each upgrade brings a staggering surge in combat prowess that crushes opponents of the same level. For the time that followed, Lin Yi engaged in tireless battles alongside his friend, Ralts. Combat, upgrade, and continue battling. The path to leveling up is both tedious and lengthy. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent nearly 5 hours immersed in the game. Ralts also successfully ascended to level 6 amidst this efficient combat. At that moment, Ralts suddenly transmitted a message into Lin Yi's mind. Trainer, ahead, there is a tree with blue-purple fruits. Lin Yi lifted his gaze and indeed spotted a fruit-laden tree not far ahead, a citrus berry tree, known for restoring Pokémon's vitality. He stepped forward. As he drew closer, he discovered that nestled in the shade of the tree lay a Pokémon fast asleep. Chapter 13, Gym-Level Potential Nidoran. It was a Pokémon entirely purple, resembling a rabbit, with notably large ears. Pokémon, Nidoran. Level, LV7. Type, Poison. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply. He recalled that in the Pokédex, Nidoran was quite small. However, this one was significantly larger than its counterparts. Its potential was undoubtedly impressive. Instinctively, Lin Yi lightened his footsteps, but even so, the moment he approached, The slumbering Nidorann's ears twitched violently, startling it awake. It sprang to its feet, its small red eyes instantly filled with acute vigilance, locking onto Lin Yi, the uninvited guest. In the next moment, without any growl or warning, Nidorann's body suddenly arched, and the toxic horn on its forehead shimmered ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of purple-hued poison needles, like a torrential downpour, sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Yi. Damn! A wave of panic surged through Lin Yi, prompting an instinctive reaction as he awkwardly dove to the side. His movements reached their limit. Yet, the sheer number of poison needles and their extensive coverage left him no room to evade. A searing pain ripped through his calf as several needles sank deep into his flesh. A sharp, paralyzing sensation exploded from the wound, racing along his nerves. In an instant, he lost all feeling in half of his leg. Lin Yi's center of gravity faltered, his body swaying dangerously close to collapsing to the ground. Trainer! Ralura's anxious voice pierced through his mind with urgency. It could hardly wait for Lin Yi's command. Its small figure teleported down from his shoulder, and within its ruby-like eyes surged unprecedented fury. An immense psychic force materialized into a visible wave of telekinesis, crashing forcefully into Nidorann. Psychic abilities, doubly effective against poison types. The effect was remarkable. Nidorann emitted a heart-wrenching cry, propelled into the air by this overwhelming force, colliding harshly against the citrus berry tree, causing fruits to rain down. It struggled to rise, but Ralura's gaze flared with renewed intensity, preparing to unleash a second strike to obliterate this foe that had harmed its trainer. Wait! Lin Yi gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain in his leg and hastily called out to stop it, propping himself up with one hand. He struggled to retrieve a pokeball from his backpack with the other, aiming it at the fallen Nidorann and exerting all his strength to throw it. The pokeball struck its target precisely, engulfing the creature in a burst of red data. The ball hit the ground. Once, twice, bang! The pokeball erupted open, signaling a complete failure to capture. Nidorann's form reappeared, its eyes burning with rage and defiance as it glared at Lin Yi. Ralura's used confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi issued a second command through their mental link. Ralura's understood immediately, a strange flicker passing through its red eyes. The Nidorann, poised to pounce once more, suddenly froze, all motion ceasing as if ensnared by an invisible force. Now's the time. Lin Yi seized a second pokeball and hurled it with all his might. This time, the ball shook symbolically twice on the ground before clicking shut, signifying a successful capture. Phew! Lin Yi exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, pulling out an expensive antidote spray from his backpack to douse the wound on his calf. The cool medicinal liquid soaked into the injury, swiftly alleviating the paralysis and gradually healing the bleeding wound. Ralura's floated over, using its psychic abilities to carry the prized pokeball, obediently placing it into Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi accepted the pokeball, focusing intently. Pokémon, Nidorann. Level, LV7. Type, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. May poison opponents upon receiving a physical attack. Potential, Gym Level. Moves known, Leer. Poison Sting, Peck, Horn Attack. Status, Severely Injured. Friendship Level, 50, Stranger. Gym Level Potential. His heart raced. The final evolution of Nidorann, Nidoqueen, boasts excellent base stats and a wide range of offensive capabilities, undoubtedly a powerful Pokémon. Its resistances are commendable, but its weaknesses are glaring. However, the greatest concern lies in its ability, Poison Point, rather than Vital Spirit. The Vital Spirit ability enhances physical attack power by 50, albeit at the cost of a 20 reduction in accuracy. In this game, accuracy operates differently. Physical attacks are executed face-to-face, rendering the notion of reduced accuracy moot. Except for a few ranged physical attacks. This is what earns Nidorann and Nidoking the title of People's Champion. Evolving into Nidoking and forcefully combining it with the Life Orb is Lin Yi's approach from other Pokémon games. As for Poison Point, it can only be described as mediocre. Moreover, evolution requires a Moonstone. The price of a basic Moonstone in the shop is still fresh in his memory. Evolving with such a stone would waste this gym-level potential. And higher-tier Moonstones are unattainable even with wealth. They can only be found through luck in the wild. The difficulty is immense. For now, he decided to hold on to it. If he could acquire a premium Moonstone in the future, he would nurture it himself. If none could be found, selling it for a handsome profit would also be a worthy choice. He stowed Nidorann's Pokeball carefully, rising to his feet and continuing deeper into the forest with Ralura's. The forthcoming trials grew ever more brutal and monotonous. Lin Yi's goal was clear, to target Pokémon that were 2 levels above Ralura's. The most perfect source of experience would be Kakuna. This Pokémon, aside from its hardened shell, possessed almost no offensive capabilities. Through countless battles, Ralura's proficiency in telekinesis became increasingly refined. It no longer merely used its psychic powers as a blunt instrument. Faced with the formidable exterior of the Metapod, it learned to condense its psychic energy into intangible needles, penetrating defenses to strike directly at the opponent's mental core, thereby dismantling the enemy from within. Naturally, combat was not always smooth sailing. In the forest, the most common ambushers were the level 7 to 8 awakens. They skillfully concealed themselves amidst the dense foliage, launching lethal strikes with their poisonous fangs. Lin Yi's hard-earned bottle of antidote spray quickly ran low. However, under the increasingly potent psychic abilities of Ralts, these dangers were often transformed into mere trifles. On several occasions, as the venomous fangs of the awakens drew perilously close, Ralts could instantaneously harness telekinesis to forcibly distort the air around the fangs, drastically slowing their speed and granting Lin Yi a precious opportunity to evade. At times, it could even compress its psychic energy in an instant, creating an invisible shockwave that struck the awakens with the force of an immensely heavy hammer imbued with psychic attributes. The effect bore semblance to the nascent form of a psychic shock. In the tireless battle, time slipped away swiftly. Several hours passed, and Ralts successfully ascended to level 8. Ding! Your Pokémon Ralts has learned a new move, Teleport. A life-saving skill. Chapter 14, The First System Maintenance. To avoid encounters with other trainers, he meticulously opened the map and chose a more secluded and deeper route. The Pokémon along this path were predominantly at levels 9 to 10. It was this very decision that nearly cost him his life. Just moments ago, he stumbled upon a gathering of Metapods, with 7 or 8 of them at levels 8 and 9, a veritable treasure trove of experience. The prolonged streak of unchallenged battles had lulled him into a false sense of security. He did not even bother to check their levels thoroughly before commanding Ralts to initiate an attack. After effortlessly dispatching 4 Metapods, just as he prepared to engage the last 3, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A blinding light of evolution erupted simultaneously from the 3 Metapods. As the light faded, 3 gigantic Butterfree, with wingspans nearing a meter, materialized in midair, their wings stirring a tempest of vibrant colors. 3 level 10 Butterfree. The moment they appeared, a glimmer of human-like rage flashed in their compound eyes, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder. 3 hues of powder, mingling with the gusts created by their wing beats, formed a dazzling and lethal storm of death, completely enveloping Lin Yi and Ralts. At that instant, Lin Yi felt his blood run cold. His scalp tingled with an explosion of panic. If it were not for Ralts having learned Teleport upon reaching level 8, and if it had not recklessly activated the skill to whisk Lin Yi away in that critical moment, his first death would surely have been recorded here today. A flash of white light. In an instant, the duo vanished from their location, reappearing several meters away, narrowly escaping the deadly storm of powder. The cost of this miraculous escape was that Ralts, having forcibly transported its trainer, felt its psychic energy drained instantaneously, its small body wilting and on the verge of collapse. Lin Yi hurriedly retrieved a PP restorative from his backpack and administered it to Ralts. Though its complexion remained pale, it managed to regain a measure of vitality. This harrowing encounter extinguished any lingering thoughts Lin Yi had of lingering further. He cautiously circumvented any areas that might harbor wild Pokémon and sprinted towards the outskirts of the forest. Just as he was about to exit the woods and step onto the path back to the novice village, a chilling system notification echoed simultaneously in the ears of all online players. Dear trainers, to optimize the gaming experience, rectify known bugs, and introduce new features, the server will undergo maintenance for 8 hours, commencing at midnight, with an expected reopening at 8 a.m. the following day. During the maintenance period, you will be unable to log into the game. We advise all trainers to prepare for disconnection in advance to avoid unnecessary losses. Lin Yi glanced at the system time. 11:50 p.m. Without hesitation, he promptly recalled Ralts into its Pokeball and dashed towards the direction of the novice village. Upon returning to the bustling novice village, he found an unoccupied corner and chose to log off directly. His consciousness detached from the virtual cosmos, returning to his physical form. Lin Yi opened his eyes, the patterns on the ceiling appearing remarkably clear in the dimly lit room. After 12 hours without food or water, his body surprisingly did not signal the anticipated pangs of hunger. He struggled to rise from his bed, a sharp pain coursing through his neck as the prolonged static posture rendered his entire body rigid. Yet, this was not the main concern. An overwhelming urge to urinate surged within him, akin to a flood on the brink of bursting its banks, pressing against his bladder. Lin Yi stumbled into the restroom, and after resolving his physiological needs, he prepared some food, a bowl of instant noodles, and heated a pack of pre-made dishes. Bathed in the glow of his computer screen, he navigated to the official website of Pokémon, New Era. Eating while observing, it was no surprise that the most prominent position on the official homepage displayed a bold red announcement regarding system maintenance. Upcoming content update after this maintenance. 1. Clarification of levels and power system. The formal introduction of a trainer and Pokémon level evaluation system. Pokémon levels are categorized as Novice level, LV1-10, Intermediate level, LV11-20, Elite level, LV21-30, Exceptional level, LV31-40, Advanced level, LV41-50, Professional level, LV51-60, Gym level, LV61-70, Semi-Champion level, LV71-80, Champion level, LV81-90, and Master level, LV91-100. 2. Explanation of Pokémon potential. A Pokémon's potential will directly influence its ultimate level cap and growth potential. Potential levels align with the aforementioned categories from Novice to Champion. The higher the potential, the greater the Pokémon's growth space and final strength. Potential is not static. Pokémon evolution and training can gradually enhance a Pokémon's potential. Potential will be divided into early champion, mid-champion, late champion, and peak champion levels. For instance, a Pokémon with peak champion potential can theoretically reach LV90. 3. Opening of currency exchange system. After maintenance, the official trading platform will officially launch a bidirectional exchange function for real currency and in-game currency, Alliance coins. The specific exchange rate is as follows: 10 Alliance coins for 1 Dragon coin. Players may freely exchange Alliance coins for Dragon coins, and vice versa. A certain transaction fee applies. Lin Yi paused his slurping of noodles. Here it comes. The flood of capital was destined to inundate this world. For ordinary players, this represented an absolute catastrophe. The wealthy and powerful would utilize vast sums of money to swiftly create an insurmountable chasm between themselves and the common folk, utterly dismantling the balance of the game. Yet for him, this was a monumental boon. With Ralts possessing champion-level potential, the opening of currency exchange would only accelerate his momentum in amassing wealth. 4. Pokémon will experience hunger. Pokémon will require food or energy cubes to sustain themselves. The higher the quality of energy cubes, the faster the potential of the Pokémon will increase with prolonged feeding. Lin Yi gazed contemplatively at the newly added rule. Energy blocks. Yet another pivotal element capable of creating disparities. High-quality energy blocks not only satiate hunger, but also enhance potential. The recipe, acquisition channels, and crafting methods for this item will undoubtedly become the new keys to wealth. Yet, one wonders if Pokémon possess an insatiable appetite or if there exists a limit to their satiety. Should it be the latter, the selection of energy blocks will become of paramount importance. He closed the announcement and navigated to the official forum. As anticipated, the entire forum had been irrevocably split into 2 factions, engaged in a heated dispute. Is the official team driven mad by the lure of money? With the introduction of currency exchange, is there any hope left for us, the ordinary players? Will it not merely devolve into a contest of who can spend more? To those above, if you wish to quit, feel free to leave. Ever since I started playing this game, I've been sleeping soundly, having even weaned off sleeping pills. If I choose to spend a little for restful slumber, I see no fault in that. Indeed, this has transcended mere gaming. It is a second world. I may not afford a house or a car in reality, but cannot I be a formidable trainer within the game? I support the official team. Expedite the recharge options. I shall spend lavishly. A pack of capitalists. You are undermining the fairness of this game. Lin Yi observed the quarrel with an impassive expression as he finished the last bite of his instant noodles. Fairness? From the moment this game differentiated 3 types of helmets, absolute fairness was rendered impossible. He had no desire to engage in such a futile war of words, so he exited the forum, tidied his dishes, and cast a glance outside. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. He returned to his bedroom, forgoing the discomfort of the gaming chair, and instead lay upon the soft expanse of his bed. Setting an alarm for 7 in the morning, Lin Yi closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 15. A Change of Arms. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Yi awoke promptly at 6. He swiftly rolled out of bed, donned his workout attire, and embarked on a morning run around the neighborhood. An hour of vigorous exertion awakened every muscle in his body from slumber, filling him with vitality. Upon returning home, he took a hot shower, attended to personal matters, and soon the clock pointed to 8 o'clock. Lin Yi reclined on his bed, donned his helmet, and expertly logged into the game. After traversing the familiar virtual starry sky, he found himself at the resurrection point in the novice village. His first action was to access the newly launched currency exchange system, where he exchanged for 3 million alliance coins. As he gazed at the lengthy string of zeros in his in-game currency, he felt a newfound confidence in establishing his footing within this world. He strode directly to the item store. Before even entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts and curses emanating from within. A stark contrast to the desolate scene of the previous day. Good grief. Has the official team lost their minds? A basic energy block costs 300 alliance coins for just 10? Why don't they just rob us? Exactly. I battled monsters all day and earned less than 200 alliance coins. Now I can't even afford a trifle. This game is unplayable. The wealthy simply throw money around, while we ordinary players are left to starve. Lin Yi squeezed into the throng, patiently waiting in line while opening his Pokémon panel. Pokémon, Ralts, Shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, LV8, Novice. Affinity, 65. Gender, Female. Ability, Synchronize. Potential, Elite level early. Moves learned, Growl, Charm, Confusion, Teleport, Psybeam, Shadow Sneak, Teleport. The early designation following the potential confirmed the contents of the official announcement. He glanced at the Nidoran with gym level potential. Indeed, its potential was marked as gym level early. This provided him with a clearer understanding of the value of Pokémon. After a lengthy wait of over 10 minutes, he finally reached the counter. The NPC lady still wore a friendly smile, but the prices on her item panel were anything but friendly. Good healing potion, 600 alliance coins. Antidote, 150 alliance coins. PP up, 150 alliance coins. All basic item prices had increased fivefold. Lin Yi continued scrolling down. Energy blocks were categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. With no top-tier energy blocks or recipes available for sale. A single-type basic energy block cost 300 alliance coins for 10 pieces, while a dual-type was priced at 400. Intermediate single-type blocks were 500, dual-type at 600. Advanced single-type blocks soared to 800, while dual-type reached a staggering 1,000 for a single batch. At the bottom of the list, he spotted Moo Moo Milk, priced at 100 alliance coins per bottle. Hello, I would like 10 bottles of Moo Moo Milk. And also 10 portions of advanced psychic and fairy dual-type energy blocks. Lin Yi's voice, though soft, resonated with clarity amid the surrounding clamor and complaints. The trainers behind him cast incredulous glances in his direction. Who is this guy? Over 10,000 alliance coins? That's equivalent to my weekly salary. And he's not even blinking. Advanced energy blocks? Damn, I can't even bear to buy basic ones. Ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Lin Yi completed the transaction. 11,000 alliance coins vanished in an instant. Next, he purchased over 20,000 alliance coins worth of healing potions, antidotes, PP up, and various other potions. Having concluded these purchases, he turned his attention to the Pokeballs. Standard red-white ball, 300 alliance coins. Great ball, 500 alliance coins. Ultra ball, 800 alliance coins. I'll take 50 ultra balls. Another hefty sum of 40,000 alliance coins was spent. The reason for such extravagance was clear to Lin Yi. In this hyper-realistic world, many high-potential wild Pokémon were exceedingly cautious and might even possess escape abilities. Should he fail to capture them, they would flee without a trace, leaving him with no place to lament. Ultra Balls maximize the capture success rate, rendering this expenditure essential. After acquiring all his supplies, Lin Yi turned towards another counter within the store that had attracted little attention. Most players had merely approached out of curiosity, glanced at the prices, and left in frustration. Lin Yi too was intrigued and wandered over. Above the counter floated a list of skill discs for sale. Skill disc TM39, Rock Tomb price, 90,000 alliance coins. Skill disc TM85, Dream Eater price, 150,000 alliance coins. Skill disc TM04, Calm Mind price, 150,000 alliance coins. Skill disc TM92, Trick Room price, 120,000 alliance coins. Upon seeing these prices, even Lin Yi could not help but inwardly curse at their exorbitance. Yet his gaze was fixated on the words Calm Mind. Although Ralts could naturally learn it around level 20, acquiring it early held a significantly different meaning. The game has become increasingly lifelike, be it through its animations or the fan fiction he has perused. Both psychic trainers and psychic-type Pokémon honed their mental prowess through meditation. Not to mention the inherent benefits of meditation itself, which simultaneously enhances special attack and special defense. It's undoubtedly the quintessential skill for strengthening psychic types. Wealthy players may well deplete all available skill discs, ensuring their Pokémon learn every skill from the outset. However, Lin Yi has no intention of doing so. An excess of skills without specialization could hinder growth. What he requires are the most practical and essential abilities. Besides meditation, he must also acquire the skill Protect, which can effectively shield him from the majority of attacks. Additionally, sleep is another crucial skill. Previously, when Ralts had forcibly teleported him, his mental energy was nearly drained. Had he possessed the sleep move at that moment, the situation would have been significantly improved. Although the effect of sleep in the game is certainly not as straightforward as simply regaining full status after 2 turns, it remains the optimal method for swiftly recovering health and mental energy. Hello, I would like the skill discs for meditation, protect, and sleep, Lin Yi stated directly. The NPC manning the counter, a stern-faced gentleman, lifted his eyelids and quoted a price, a total of 400,000 league coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi swiped his card for payment. Clutching 3 skill discs radiating with varying data auras, he approached the skill machine nestled in the corner of the store. Following the instructions, he placed Ralts' Pokeball into the slot. Subsequently, he inserted the meditation disc into the machine. The indicator light on the device swiftly transitioned from red to green. Learning complete, Lin Yi then proceeded to insert the remaining 2 discs in succession. Once all 3 discs were learned, he reclaimed the Pokeball and exited the item shop. Chapter 16, Misty Forest. With a clear objective, he made his way directly to the trading post at the village center. In stark contrast to the bustling item shop, the trading post, although crowded, bore a subtly different atmosphere. Most players merely congregated around the massive virtual screen, pointing and discussing, with genuine transactions being few and far between. Lin Yi squeezed through the throng, his gaze swiftly scanning the dazzling array of Pokémon listings. He promptly selected the potential filter. However, upon activating it, he found that a staggering 99% of the Pokémon bore the tags, normal level and elite level. Exceptional levels were a rarity. Good heavens, are they mad? A professionally tiered early-stage Caterpie has an auction price that has soared to 30,000 dragon coins? Exclaimed a nearby player, his astonishment clear. Lin Yi cast a glance. And indeed, the numbers were still climbing. He immediately initiated a specified search. Champion level potential, 0. Master level potential, 0. Quasi-master level potential, 0. The results were precisely as he had anticipated. Such divine creatures were either tightly held by top-tier guilds and wealthy trainers, or, like him, traded among friends. He lowered the search criteria to gym level potential. At last, the screen displayed 4 or 5 Pokémon, all of which were exclusively in auction mode. The priciest was a gym level Cyndaquil, which had reached a staggering price of 150,000 dragon coins. Upon seeing Cyndaquil, unwelcome memories surged to Lin Yi's mind. He recalled a previous game where he stubbornly chose Cyndaquil as his starter Pokémon. After evolving into Braixen, its grass and fighting-type attributes proved disastrous, especially when pitted against the fire-flying Talonflame from the Kalos region, leading him to question his life choices. He closed the Cyndaquil page and searched for evolution stones instead. The results were even more disheartening. Scouring the expansive trading platform yielded only a solitary, intermediate quality water stone, listed at 20,000 dragon coins. With this, Lin Yi felt no further hesitation. He promptly listed the Pokeball containing his Nidoran for trade. Auction item, LV7 Nidoran, gym level early potential. Starting bid, 50,000 dragon coins. Auction duration, 12 hours. With the setup complete, he closed the trading platform and opened the map, pinpointing the vast forest located outside the north gate of the novice village. Misty Forest. The map indicated that Pokémon levels in this area typically range from levels 10 to 20, making it the perfect training ground for his LV8 Ralts. Lin Yi exited the novice village, following the path leading north towards the depths of the forest. Before he could draw near, the sounds of Pokémon roars and frantic commands from trainers echoed ahead. On the grass beside the path, 3 trainers were clumsily attempting to subdue a sizable Arbok. Lin Yi glanced at the scene: an LV8 Metapod, an LV9 Charmander, and an LV8 Pidgey. Their opponent, however, was a formidable LV12 Arbok, outnumbered 3 to 1. They were utterly outclassed, and the battle was dire. Metapod's shell gleamed ominously purple, evidently afflicted by poison. Fortunately, its ability Shed Skin activated, and a flash of white light alleviated its condition. However, the Pidgey was less fortunate, also poisoned, swaying precariously in the air. Lin Yi's arrival immediately drew the attention of the trio, with the leading young man casting a warning glare laced with hostility. Lin Yi, disinterested, merely pivoted and walked toward the other side of the forest, leaving this quarrelsome area behind. Along the way, he encountered numerous groups of trainers. Hey, look, another reckless lone wolf, one remarked. Heh, people like him are just giving wild Pokémon free experience. I bet he'll be sent back to the revival point within 10 minutes. Their open mockery and discussions trailed behind him as he continued without a pause, his figure vanishing into the depths of the dense woods. Once he was entirely distanced from the crowd, he released Ralts from its Pokeball. The little one affectionately floated to his shoulder, its melodious voice resonating in his mind. Trainer, I think I've learned 3 new skills. The one called meditation feels amazing. My psychic abilities seem to have strengthened significantly, Ralts exclaimed, brimming with uncontainable excitement. A smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. Oh really? Show me how it works. Okay. Ralts closed its gem-like red eyes, its small form levitating. A visible circle of blue radiance expanded outward from its center. An invisible psychic energy field instantly enveloped the surroundings. Lin Yi could distinctly sense Ralts's aura steadily rising, becoming remarkably solid and powerful. Ding! Your Pokémon Ralts has used meditation. Its special attack and special defense have been enhanced. Do it again. Lin Yi communicated a new command through telepathy. With a hum, the brilliance surrounding Ralts intensified, its aura surging once more. The air around them felt thickened by this overwhelming psychic energy, just as Lin Yi prepared to have it attempt a 3rd time. Trainer, I can't endure any longer. The voice of Ralts echoed in his mind, tinged with an unbearable sorrow. My body feels as if it is about to burst. Lin Yi immediately dispelled such thoughts. It appeared that, given Ralts' current physical strength, enduring 2 consecutive meditations had reached its limit. He retrieved a high-grade energy cube, worth 1,000 alliance coins, from his backpack. Upon opening the lid, a sweet aroma, reminiscent of milk and kiwi, wafted into the air. He poured out a pastel blue energy cube and handed it over. Curiously, Ralts accepted it, taking a small bite. The cube melted instantly in its mouth. With eyes blissfully squinted, it let out a delighted cheer, and with the grace of a little lady, said to Lin Yi, "Thank you, trainer. This is incredibly delicious." Lin Yi then produced a bottle of moo moo milk, inserting a straw and offering it to Ralts. After finishing the milk, Ralts, still wanting more, devoured 2 additional energy cubes. A tiny belch escaped its mouth, causing its little face to flush crimson as it hurriedly covered its mouth with its small hands. With their supplies replenished, the duo pressed on deeper into the forest. The further they ventured, the darker it became, as towering trees obscured the sky. At an unknown moment, a veil of thin mist, like a phantom, began to envelop everything in the woods. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened with vigilance. This place was known as the Misty Forest. Suddenly, a swift, soundless shadow, utilizing the cover of the thick fog, darted towards Lin Yi's neck like an arrow. The stench of blood assailed him. Lin Yi barely had time to discern the assailant's form before his pupils constricted in response to the imminent danger. However, quicker than his reaction was Ralts, whose psychic energy had already expanded, acting as a vigilant sentinel. Trainer, be careful. A frantic warning exploded in his mind. There was no need for Lin Yi to issue a command. Ralts' instinct to protect its trainer had overridden everything else. In an instant, its petite form vanished from Lin Yi's shoulder, appearing at his side. A faint green energy barrier unfurled before him in the blink of an eye. Hold firm. The heavy crash reverberated, causing the barrier to tremble violently, rippling under the impact, yet it steadfastly thwarted the lethal strike. Only then did Lin Yi finally see that the shadow was a massive awakens, its vicious jaws agape, venomous fangs glinting with lethal intent. He immediately focused his mind to scan. Pokémon, awakens, level, LV14, type, poison, level 14. It was a full 6 levels higher than Ralts. Frustrated by its failed strike, rage filled the crimson eyes of awakens, causing it to recoil violently, preparing for a second assault. But Ralts would not afford it another opportunity. Anyone who dared to harm its trainer would face its wrath. Ralts' eyes blazed with a crimson glow, and the immense psychic power honed through 2 meditations transformed from mere impact into a concentrated, controlled force. An invisible blade, shimmering with a scarlet hue, materialized before it. This was a new manifestation of its psychic moves, developed through countless battles. Go! Lin Yi's command reverberated through their psychic link, concise and cold. The psychic blade tore through the mist, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, accurately aimed at awakens' vulnerable spot. With a sickening squelch, scales shattered, flesh erupted. A deep, bone-visible gash opened at awakens' vital point. Hiss! Awakens emitted a shrill cry, the agony causing its massive body to thrash wildly, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet it did not succumb. Instead, the severe injury ignited its ferocity, and its tail lashed out like a steel whip, slicing through the air towards Ralts. Once more, the same spot. Lin Yi's gaze remained unwavering. Ralts understood without a word. A second psychic blade coalesced instantaneously, striking with preemptive precision at the already mangled wound. With a swift thrust, this time, the blade severed its spine entirely. Awakens' assault came to an abrupt halt. Its massive form stiffened, then crumpled helplessly to the ground, dissipating into shimmering white light. Level up, defeated. Lin Yi sighed in relief. Ralts swayed slightly, its complexion paling. The exertion of forming two high-intensity psychic blades had taken a significant toll on its current mental strength. You've worked hard. Take a moment to rest. Lin Yi's gentle voice resonated within its mind. He did not rush to move forward, but sought a relatively safe area. Ralts, sleep. Okay, trainer. Obediently. Ralts closed its eyes, its body gently descending, curling up on the soft grass. A circle of soothing, healing energy enveloped it. In under 4 minutes, it reopened its eyes. Buoyed by renewed vigor, all fatigue and exhaustion swept away, restored to its prime state. Such was the power of the move, sleep, in this tangible world. It became the most efficient means of recovery. For the next 4 to 5 hours, Lin Yi and Ralts engaged in a brutal yet effective training regimen within the perilous confines of the misty forest. Ralts' psychic abilities served as the most impeccable radar for detecting foes. No malevolent ambushers could escape its awareness. Within the forest, numerous poison and bug-type Pokémon such as Awakens, Spinarak, and Caterpie lurked. They were cunning and deadly, often launching sneak attacks under the cover of thick mist. Were it not for Ralts having learned the move, Protect, Lin Yi shuddered to think how many times he would have been sent back to the novice village. However, the tides had completely turned. Each ambush was anticipated by Ralts, which effortlessly neutralized them with its indomitable Protect barrier. Following that, it executed merciless counterattacks. With 2 boosts from Meditate, it unleashed its impervious psychic blades, precisely reaping the lives of its adversaries. Battle, level up, and battle again. The process was monotonous, yet its strength surged exponentially. On one occasion, they even found themselves ambushed by 3 LV-14 Spinaraks in unison. Giant webs descended from 3 different angles, blocking all routes of retreat. Yet in the face of overwhelming power, all tactics proved futile. Ralts calmly expanded its Protect barrier, allowing the webs to fall harmlessly away. Subsequently, after 2 quick Meditate enhancements, it maximized its special attack. 3 psychic blades coalesced simultaneously, exuding an aura of annihilation, and shot towards the terrified Spinaraks. A swift victory. The battle was decisive and efficient, with no hesitation. Throughout this high-intensity combat, Ralts finally achieved a breakthrough in its level. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Ralts has reached level LV10. Ding. Your Pokémon Ralts has learned a new move, Hypnosis. Lin Yi immediately activated its panel. Pokémon Ralts Shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, LV10 Novice. Friendship, 85. Gender, female. Ability, Synchronize. Potential, Early Champion level. Learned moves, Growl, Charm, Confusion, Teleport, Psybeam, Shadow Sneak, Teleport, Meditate, Sleep, Protect, Hypnosis. Only a step away from the ordinary level. Without pausing, Lin Yi continued deeper into the forest with Ralts by his side. As he ventured further, he distinctly felt that the surrounding environment was becoming increasingly unsettling. A chilling aura, seemingly emanating from nowhere, seeped into his very bones. This was not merely a drop in temperature, but a frigidness that sent shivers through the soul. Both Lin Yi and Ralts sensed a profound discomfort. Cackling laughter echoed ominously from all directions, unpredictable and disconcerting, reverberating through the silent woods, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Yi abruptly halted, his muscles tensing instantly as he scanned the area with heightened vigilance. Trainer, there are multiple entities nearby. Ralts' voice conveyed an unprecedented gravitas. It was already poised for action, emanating the powerful energy accumulated from 2 Meditates, its ruby-like eyes fixed intently on the surrounding mist. The temperature around them dropped even further. In the air, several indistinct shadows flitted past, so swiftly that one might think it an illusion. The cackling grew nearer, laced with malicious mockery. At that moment, 2 spheres of purple-black gas silently coalesced behind Lin Yi, revealing grotesque faces adorned with eerie smiles. Jengar. Chapter 18. Ghost-type Pokémon in the Forest. The mocking laughter seemed to resonate directly against Lin Yi's nape, the cold malice causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Trainer, be cautious. Ralts' urgent warning thundered in his mind, yet it was already prepared. The immense psychic power amassed from its two meditates erupted without reservation at that very moment. Buzz. The psychic force surged outward like a tidal wave. This time, it was no longer the previously invulnerable blade form. Instead, a visible, light blue ripple of psychic energy emanated from Ralts, spreading outwards like ripples on the surface of water, sweeping wildly in all directions. Area attack. This was a newfound application of Psybeam that Lin Yi and Ralts had developed through countless battles. This technique required significant energy, and its power was relatively dispersed. However, at this moment, it was the optimal means to sweep away those ghost-type Pokémon lurking in the shadows. The psychic ripples forcefully traversed the entire forest. Caw! Two startled cries pierced the air behind Lin Yi. The two recently concealed Jengars were precisely struck by the psychic ripples, revealing themselves in a state of disarray. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly cast a detection spell. Pokémon, Jengar. Level, LV13. Type, Ghost, Poison. Pokémon, Jengar. Level, LV14. 2 Jengars. The LV13 Jengar flickered violently, directly succumbing to confusion, turning to attack its own companion. The other LV14 Jengar, in a slightly better state, exhibited a flicker of fear in its crimson eyes. Showing no inclination to battle, its form becoming ethereal once more as it attempted to retreat into the shadows. Attempt to flee? Lin Yi's gaze turned as frigid as ancient ice. Since it aimed to attack me, did it expect to escape unscathed? Confusion. He issued the command through his telepathy. Ralts understood immediately, unleashing a brilliant and enigmatic beam of light from its ruby-like eyes, striking the fleeing Jengar with unerring accuracy. Caw! The Jengar let out a piercing scream, its body trembling violently, also falling into confusion. This sealed its fate. Eliminate them. Ralts raised its small hand, two blades of psychic energy forming in an instant. The blade sliced through the mist with a sharp whoosh, targeting the two Jengars drifting chaotically in confusion. Thud! Thud! Instant kill. The two Jengars were unable to emit even a cry of anguish before dissipating into specks of white light. Ding! Your Pokémon Ralts has gained a substantial amount of experience points. Ralts' experience bar visibly surged forward, now just a step away from reaching the ordinary level of LV11. You've worked hard. Lin Yi retrieved a bottle of PP restoration potion from his backpack and handed it to Ralts. The little one obediently accepted it and drank, its previously expended psychic energy rapidly replenishing. Trainer, it seems I've completely digested the energy cubes I ate earlier. Ralts contentedly patted its flat little belly, its clear voice resonating in Lin Yi's mind. The speed of recovery now felt significantly slower compared to before, and the recent potion seemed less effective than the PP restoration potion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's mind sparked with a crucial realization. The core value of high-grade energy cubes does not solely lie in satiating hunger or providing a slight boost in potential, but in supplying Pokémon with a vast reservoir of growth energy, indirectly enhancing experience. However, this was something Lin Yi had previously stumbled upon, albeit with a relatively minor increase. Yet this energy necessitated a digestion process. Intense battles served as a catalyst, accelerating this process and optimizing nutrient utilization. Those affluent players, if they merely resorted to overfeeding with vast quantities of energy cubes, might rapidly elevate their levels, but the outcome would only be a shaky foundation, yielding Pokémon that were mere shells of high levels. As the game progressed, this flaw would become increasingly fatal. A stroke of luck. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel grateful. Fortunately, his Ralts possessed Synchronize. This unique information gap would establish an insurmountable chasm between him and others. He even maliciously speculated that those Pokémon with low potential might not fully absorb the high-grade energy cubes, allowing most of the energy to dissipate aimlessly. The result would be a costly expenditure of money to elevate their Pokémon's potential. Contemplating this, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate it was that the game had yet to introduce Pokémon of champion-level potential or deities. Otherwise, the balance of the game would be irrevocably shattered. After feeding Ralts several high-grade energy cubes and replenishing its state, the duo pressed onward into the depths of the forest. The further they ventured, the more chilling and bizarre the environment became. Twisted trunks resembled struggling phantoms. The dense fog was nearly impenetrable, visibility dropping below 5 meters. Jengar Mismagius and other ghost-type Pokémon appeared with increasing frequency, although psychic types were typically weak against ghost types. However, in the face of Ralts' exceptional potential, This slight restraint is utterly inconsequential. With its elite-level capabilities, Ralts can effortlessly confront these Ghastlies without even employing the move Meditate for enhancement, like slicing through vegetables. Moreover, after concluding a battle against a level 15 Ghastly, Ralts finally radiated the long-awaited glow of evolution. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Ralts has leveled up to LV11 normal. As the brilliance faded, Ralts' aura became more substantial, and its psychic strength underwent a qualitative leap. Now, bolstered by 2 uses of Meditate, it could easily vanquish Pokémon of levels 15 or 16. Lin Yi had wandered in this area for quite some time without encountering another trainer. He had contemplated capturing a Ghastly, considering Jengar's considerable potential. Unfortunately, the Ghastlies he encountered were rather mundane, failing to capture his interest. And he was reluctant to squander a great ball, which cost $80. Just as he was about to delve deeper, his steps suddenly halted. He furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Ahead in the forest, flickering candle-like lights danced, revealing 2 adorably awkward Pokémon. Litwick, with dual ghost and fire attributes. Lin Yi instantly categorized them as exceedingly troublesome adversaries. The Ghastly lineage possesses a poison-type weakness that Ralts could exploit, but Litwick's combination of fire and ghost negated Ralts' type advantage, compelling him to be wary of their particularly irksome moves. Chapter 19. The Unexpected Shiny Ghastly. Lin Yi swiftly employed his scanning technique to peruse the information of the 2 flickering candle Pokémon ahead. Pokémon, Litwick. Level, LV15. Type, Ghost, Fire. Both were at level 15. Just as Lin Yi pondered a strategy, the 2 adorably awkward Litwicks had already spotted him. The flames atop their heads flared brightly, and without a moment's hesitation, they launched an attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sparks erupted from the wicks, cascading down like a torrential downpour, overwhelming Lin Yi. Defend. Lin Yi's command transmitted through telepathy. Instantaneous as lightning, Ralts' form flickered and appeared before Lin Yi, a pale green energy barrier unfurling abruptly, impenetrable. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sparks collided harshly against the barrier, creating ripples of intense energy, yet ultimately failing to budge it even slightly. After this initial failure, one of the Litwicks flashed its eyes with a violet gleam, unleashing a strange beam that shot toward the barrier. Strange light. However, this beam was perfectly deflected by the defend barrier, causing no effect whatsoever. Simultaneously, the 2 Litwicks glided closer, a foul mist emanating from them, swiftly enveloping the area. Murky fog. At that moment, the effect of the defending barrier dissipated. Lin Yi inhaled a strange-smelling fog, and a wave of intense dizziness surged through his mind. Poisoned. Nevertheless, he displayed no signs of panic. Swiftly retrieving a spray antidote from his backpack and applying it vigorously to himself, the cooling potion immediately alleviated all discomfort. Ralts, retaliate with strange light. Ralts' ruby-red eyes emitted 2 radiant and peculiar beams that accurately struck the 2 Litwicks. Their movements became erratic, akin to headless flies flitting chaotically. However, Ralts, having inhaled the murky fog, fell into a poisoned state, a sinister purple hue spreading over its otherwise fair skin. Psychic. Lin Yi commanded coldly, devoid of any emotion. Ralts, enduring its physical discomfort, raised its small hand, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy that struck the 2 disoriented Litwicks in succession. Puff, puff. Under the relentless psychic assault, the 2 Litwicks were unable to mount any effective resistance and quickly succumbed, dissipating into specks of light. Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this time the Litwicks did not possess the infamously irritating move, Bad Luck. He vividly recalled his last encounter with a level 16 Litwick, where Ralts similarly fell victim to poison, only to be hit by a double effect Bad Luck, nearly incapacitating it and leaving him in a cold sweat. Since then, he had learned to prioritize the use of Defend against Litwicks, followed by using Strange Light to disrupt their rhythm, ensuring they were afforded no opportunities. Lin Yi hastened forward, administering the antidote personally to Ralts, watching as the purple hue faded from its skin, restoring it to normalcy, which allowed him to finally relax. He opened the map to verify his position. According to the map, he had traversed less than 1/3 of the misty forest, with the area explored being merely a small fraction. After leveling up to 11, Ralts' psychic sensing range had expanded to approximately 100 meters. Yet detecting the elusive ghost-type Pokémon within this dense fog remained exceedingly challenging. Lin Yi chose not to rush, but rather to continue his lateral search, proceeding with caution. Unbeknownst to him, he had been methodically hunting in the misty forest for a chilling 7 to 8 hours. During this time, he encountered 2 level 16 Litwicks. But having learned from his previous experiences, he opted not to engage directly, commanding Ralts to use teleport to retreat swiftly, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Through observing the moves of these wild Pokémon and comparing them to the Pokédex data from the Scarlet and Violet versions, he discerned a pattern. The levels at which wild Pokémon acquired their moves closely mirrored those in the Scarlet and Violet games. Furthermore, his Ralts consistently grasped new moves ahead of leveling up, undoubtedly a testament to its elite potential, a privilege that transcended the norms. High-intensity battles yielded abundant rewards. Lin Yi accessed Ralts panel. Pokémon, Ralts, Shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, LV 13 Normal. Friendship, 95. Gender, Female. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, Early Elite. Moves learned, Growl, Charm, Strange Light, Confusion, Psychic. Shadow Clone, Teleport, Meditate, Sleep, Defend, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss. With its level raised to 13 and Friendship soaring to 95, Ralts had also learned the new Fairy-type move, Draining Kiss. Lin Yi glanced at the real-world clock, noting it was already 9 in the evening. He had spent a full 12 hours in the game. He couldn't help but feel grateful for having set up a body monitor and timed reminder feature that mandated a bathroom break every 4 hours and ensured he stayed hydrated. Otherwise, he might have become like some hardcore players, donning adult diapers to continue battling. When would Origin technology produce a fully immersive gaming pod akin to those seen in science fiction films? Lin Yi couldn't help but voice his thoughts with a hint of sarcasm. Suddenly, he recalled the Nidoking that had previously been listed in the trading hall, calculating the time. The auction should have concluded. He promptly accessed the notification system within the game. This game lacked a global or regional chat channel, permitting only private conversations with friends. Alongside a system information feature, Lin Yi opened the system information page, where an unread message lay quietly. Esteemed player, your auctioned LV7 Nidoking, initial potential at gym level, has been successfully sold, with a final transaction price of 110,000 dragon coins. After deducting a 500 dragon coins, a remaining balance of 104,500 dragon coins has been transferred to your bank account. Lin Yi glanced at his bank balance, which now stood at 350,000 cash, while his in-game currency amounted to 520,000 alliance coins. Money, for the time being, was sufficient. During his leveling grind in the Misty Forest, the most significant consumption had been antidotes and PP recovery items, and his inventory was nearly depleted. He intended to return to the novice village to restock supplies, although it was possible to log out directly in the forest, causing both his character and Pokémon to vanish. Logging back and posed significant risks, as wild Pokémon might respawn nearby. Last time, he had been surrounded by 3 Ghastly upon logging back in. Had it not been for Ralts's quick reflexes teleporting him to safety, he might have perished on the spot. Learning from his past mistakes, he vowed not to repeat such a novice error. Just as Lin Yi prepared to retrace his steps, a shadow suddenly flickered past his vision. It was a Ghastly. However, its coloration was starkly different from any Ghastly he had encountered before. Its gaseous form was not the typical dark purple, but rather a unique, lustrous bluish-gray. Its eerie visage was a deep purplish red. Shiny. He recalled the shiny Gyarados from the forum, and the shiny Caterpie he had personally caught, which had yielded his first fortune. A hypothesis thundered in his mind like a bolt from the blue. As long as it was a shiny Pokémon, its potential could not be low. This shiny Ghastly was undoubtedly exceptional. Chapter 20. A reunion with young Master Foam. Ralts, use your psychic abilities to lock onto its trajectory. Lin Yi decisively issued the command through telepathy and sprinted toward the direction where the bluish-gray figure had vanished. Understood, trainer. Ralts followed closely behind, its formidable psychic power instantly cascading outward, forming an invisible net that tightly ensnared the fleeing shiny Ghastly's path. This time, the Ghastly did not retreat deeper into the forest, but instead fled directly to Lin Yi's left. That was an area Lin Yi had never set foot in. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned unprecedented strength in his legs, pursuing through the dense fog. Caw! A Duskull. During the chase, various ghost-type Pokémon emerged from the mist, attempting to obstruct him. Yet Lin Yi had but one target and refrained from engaging with them. Trainer, there's an ambush ahead on the left. Ralts's warning echoed in his mind. Lin Yi swiftly adjusted his course, sliding his body at an extreme angle, narrowly evading a malicious ambush from a Ghastly. When evasion was impossible, he unhesitatingly commanded Ralts to teleport. In a flash of white light, both trainer and Pokémon would appear several meters ahead, leaving the obstructing Pokémon far behind. Heaving, Lin Yi retrieved a PP recovery item from his backpack and handed it to Ralts, who obediently consumed it, swiftly replenishing its depleted psychic energy. However, the shiny Ghastly was astonishingly swift, maintaining a distance between them. Lin Yi's heart sank. He realized that this approach was futile. Just then, a voice filled with mockery and arrogance resounded from behind, like thunder crashing in Lin Yi's ears. Charmeleon, use Ember to block him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a scorching pillar of orange flame tore through the mist, ruthlessly hurtling toward Lin Yi's path. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. The sudden assault forced him to halt his pursuit, rolling aside in a desperate attempt to evade. Boom. The flames erupted at his previous position, the searing wave of heat crashing against him. In that fleeting moment of delay, the bluish-gray figure completely disappeared into the depths of the fog, no longer visible. Damn it! Lin Yi sprang to his feet, fists clenched, knuckles turning white from the strain. The shiny Ghastly, so close at hand, had slipped away. A tempest of rage surged within him, and he abruptly turned, his icy gaze locking onto the direction of the voice like a blade. The mist parted as a figure emerged, clad in an exquisitely tailored expensive suit that shimmered faintly even in the dim forest. It was none other than the wealthy young Master Foam, the very person who had cost him the shiny cater pie. Young Master Foam? Lin Yi's gaze froze in place. What a twist of fate. His eyes scanned the area around Foam, where a LV-12 Charmeleon strutted proudly at his side, its fiery tail blazing as it bared its teeth, glaring menacingly at Ralts. Oh, isn't this the unfortunate lad who stumbled upon a Shiny Ralts? Young Master Foam crossed his arms, elevating his chin high, regarding Lin Yi with a disdainful glance, his expression reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. What's the matter? Can't catch up to that shiny Ghastly? Feeling quite frustrated, are we? Lin Yi gazed at Foam's self-satisfied expression, his fury nearly consuming his reason. Once again, it was him. First, the shiny cater pie. Now the shiny Ghastly. Both exquisite shiny Pokémon had fallen prey to this insufferable brat. Young Master Foam, you never cease to be a thorn in my side. Lin Yi smiled, but there was not a trace of warmth in that smile, only a chilling coldness. He stepped forward, shielding Ralts behind him, and returned Foam's icy stare with equal intensity. Want my Ralts? Very well, show your prowess and take it. Prowess. Ha. Young Master Foam erupted in exaggerated laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke of the century, his voice ringing harshly through the quiet woods. Do you really think you need any prowess to deal with scum like you? The smile on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by a cruel, venomous glare. Do you think that just because you possess a shiny Pokémon, you are invincible? Today, I shall show you the true disparity. With that, he swiftly waved his hand, launching 2 more Pokeballs into the air. A flash of white light revealed a LV-12 Ghastly and a LV-12 Arbok, appearing on either side of Charmeleon, encircling Lin Yi and Ralts tightly. 3 against 1. Lin Yi utilized his scanning ability to assess the levels of the 3 Pokémon, his murderous intent intensifying. All at level 12, not as formidable as he had imagined. Ralts, meditate. Lin Yi wasted no words and directly commanded through telepathy. Buzz. The diminutive form of Ralts levitated gracefully, enveloped in a luminous azure glow. Prior to pursuing the elusive Ghastly, it had already invoked its meditation once to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, as the second meditation commenced, its aura surged once more. Now, annihilate him. Young Master Foam bellowed, his visage contorted in a menacing snarl. He offered Lin Yi no opportunity for reprieve, commanding his trio of Pokémon to unleash their attacks simultaneously. Roar. Charmeleon opened its maw, unleashing a column of searing flames, akin to a roaring dragon, directed towards Ralts. Flame burst. Hiss. Arbok coiled, its body taut, as it too opened wide, spewing forth a noxious purple liquid bomb. Acid bomb. Concurrently, the Ghastly's eyes glinted with a dark light, as an invisible wave instantaneously locked onto Ralts. Shadow Lock. This was intended to sever Ralts' escape route through teleportation. 3 assaults converged from 3 directions, obliterating any avenue for evasion. Defend. Lin Yi's gaze remained unwavering, his command chillingly composed. In an instant, Ralts materialized before him, a pale green energy barrier erupting forth. Bang. Boom. Hiss. The flames, the acidic liquid, and the dark energy collided violently with the shield almost simultaneously, generating a tumultuous ripple of energy. Yet, the barrier stood resolute, as unyielding as rock, repelling all assaults with ease. Psychic. Seizing the moment after the defense, Lin Yi swiftly ordered a counterattack. Ralts' eyes glimmered with a crimson glow as the immense psychic force, bolstered by 2 meditations, coalesced into an intangible hammer, striking fiercely at young Master Fang's Charmeleon. Naive. Did you think only your Pokémon could defend? Young Master Fang's face twisted into a sardonic smirk. Charmeleon too conjured a pale green shield, perfectly absorbing the impact of the psychic strike. Poor fool. Have you ever witnessed the true power of a well-funded player? Young Master Fang's expression became maniacal with excitement. Behold my Charmeleon's flame burst. With his words, Charmeleon inhaled deeply, its abdomen swelling as it opened its mouth wide. A massive flame in the shape of a character surged forth, searing the air as it rocketed towards Ralts. Dodge. Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he yanked Ralts back. Simultaneously, Ralts understood intuitively, soaring upwards to gain altitude. Boom. The massive flame struck their previous position with tremendous force, charring the ground black, igniting the surrounding damp foliage with its intense heat. Young Master Foam, seeing his strike miss, erupted into a frenzied tirade. You coward. All you do is evade. Have the guts to take my flame burst head-on. Young Master Fang's voice pierced the air, his expression grotesquely twisted with rage. At his command, Arbok's muscles convulsed violently as it opened its gaping maw, launching a deep purple, foul-smelling glob of viscous liquid like a cannonball towards the airborne Ralts. Mud Bomb. Ascend and eliminate the troublesome Ghastly. Lin Yi's telepathic command reached Ralts instantaneously. Ralts swiftly ascended, narrowly evading the mud bomb that struck a distant tree trunk, corroding a hissing black hole into its bark. In the next moment, its ruby-like eyes fixated on the Ghastly. Buzz. The overwhelming psychic energy coalesced instantaneously, transforming into an invisible hammer that struck with ferocity against Ghastly's gaseous form. Ghastly could only emit a brief shriek before it could react, its entire form twisting violently as it dissipated into a white light, unwillingly vanishing. A single strike, and it was defeated. With Ghastly's fall, the dark gaze that had locked onto Ralts, preventing its teleportation, dissipated into nothingness. Useless. That Ghastly was merely a Pokémon I had just captured. Do not revel in your triumph. Young Master Fang's composure shattered upon witnessing his Ghastly's swift demise, his demeanor spiraling into madness. Use Flame Burst. Arbok, unleash Earthquake. Crush them into oblivion. Roar. Charmeleon inhaled once more, the flames on its tail flaring as a more ferocious flame-shaped attack erupted, tearing through the mist. Simultaneously, Arbok raised its massive tail high, then slammed it down with tremendous force. Boom. A visible shockwave emanated from Arbok's impact, spreading violently forward, causing the ground to tremble violently as countless stones and dirt were hurled into the air. Both of these techniques had been learned through technical discs. But for the lower-leveled Charmeleon and Arbok, their power was significant, albeit their range was limited to approximately 10 meters. However, Lin Yi's countenance betrayed no sign of perturbation. Move. A single word, succinct and efficient. In a flash of white light, Ralts appeared instantaneously beside Lin Yi, its tiny hand resting on his shoulder. As they vanished from their location, when they re-emerged, they found themselves in a safe zone several meters away. Boom. The energies of Flame Burst and Earthquake collided violently at their previous position, erupting with ferocity. Nearby trees, requiring a person to embrace them, were instantly torn asunder, splintering into fragments. The searing flames ignited everything in their vicinity, as the scorched earth cracked, leaving chaos in their wake. Ralts, accompanied by Lin Yi, adeptly landed upon a robust branch of a tree several meters away, surveying the battlefield from above. After consecutively utilizing high-powered techniques, both Charmeleon and Arbok were panting heavily, clearly displaying signs of fatigue. The opportunity had arrived. Now, Psychic, target Arbok. Ralts understood immediately, its eyes shimmering with crimson intensity as the invisible psychic force once again coalesced, aimed directly at the gasping Arbok. Naive. Though young Master Foam was furious, he had not completely lost his wits, a cruel smirk lingering on his face. Defend. Once more. A pale green energy barrier unfurled before Arbok, successfully intercepting this lethal strike. Continue the assault. I want them obliterated. Young Master Foam howled madly, commanding his Pokémon to unleash their final assaults. The Mud Bomb and Flame Burst surged forth once more. Unfortunately, this time, the Flame Burst was only a third of its previous size, significantly weakened. Meanwhile, the Mud Bomb was once again perfectly blocked by the shield erected by Ralts. Useless. Young Master Foam glared at his panting Charmeleon, shaking with fury. In a fit of rage, he charged forward, delivering a vicious kick to Charmeleon's abdomen. You've lost all strength after just 2 Flame Bursts? Is this the potential of a gym-level Pokémon? After I've invested so much in you, you're nothing but a worthless wretch. Charmeleon let out a pained cry, tumbling to the ground, tears of frustration uncontrollably flowing from its golden eyes. Lin Yi observed this scene, devoid of any sympathy, only an intensifying aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The ethereal force surged forth once more, unhesitatingly executed by Lariulas as it directed its psychic energy at the Arbok for the third time. Young Master Phone was still cursing his little Charmeleon, and by the time he realized the urgency of the situation, it was already too late. The Arbok instinctively attempted to employ its defensive maneuver again. Yet the probability of failure escalated sharply with each successive attempt. This time, fortune did not favor it. The pale green barrier flickered briefly before shattering completely. With a resounding impact, the invisible psychic force struck the Arbok's head with undeniable force. A mournful cry escaped the Arbok, its massive body stiffening momentarily before it succumbed, dissolving into a radiant white light as it returned to its pokeball. The battle was concluded. A visage of sheer terror finally manifested on young Master Feng's face. Only he and his tearful, nearly exhausted Charmeleon remained on the battlefield. "Who are you? From which city do you hail?" Young Master Feng shouted threateningly, though his body involuntarily recoiled. "You dare oppose the Feng Group? My father is the CEO of the Feng Group. Do not let me discover your true identity, or I shall ensure you regret crossing paths with me." Upon hearing the name of the Feng Group, Lin Yi's pupils constricted sharply. For the first time, the calm demeanor he had maintained faltered slightly, as if something long buried within the depths of his heart had shattered silently, releasing a chill more piercing than the Siberian winds. His eyes, instead of reddening, deepened in darkness, becoming two unfathomable whirlpools. Lariulas's voice, transmitted through telepathy, was serene yet imbued with a chilling intent that could make one's very soul tremble. "Use your psychic power to attack that trainer." Lariulas hesitated momentarily, acutely aware of the profound hatred simmering beneath its trainer's tranquil exterior, a hatred capable of incinerating all in its path. Without a shred of hesitation, the ruby-like eyes hidden beneath its azure hair focused for the first time upon the human, young Master Feng, with a resonating hum, strengthened through two meditative enhancements. The psychic energy transformed into a shockwave, hurtling towards young Master Feng with ferocity. "Why you dare?" The terror etched on young Master Feng's face solidified in an instant. He could never have anticipated that his opponent would dare to directly assault a trainer. The psychic force flowed through him unimpeded. Young Master Feng's body quivered violently, before erupting into a blinding white light, vanishing at the edge of the misty forest. He would surely appreciate the scenery at the revival point in the novice village. His weeping Charmeleon, too, returned to its pokeball in a flash of crimson light, following the demise of its master. With the departure of young Master Feng, a plethora of items burst forth beneath his feet. Ding! Your Pokémon Lariulas has gained a significant amount of experience. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Lariulas has leveled up to LV14, normal level. The radiance of its upgrade enveloped Lariulas, alleviating some of its fatigue. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Castle. Trainer. Lariulas' voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind, no longer the crisp tone of old, but laden with cautious worry and confusion. It could vividly sense that the moment the name of the Feng Group was uttered, a colossal wave had surged within its trainer's previously tranquil heart, one that could consume everything in its wake. This was not mere anger. It was a deeper, colder sentiment. Hatred, a profound loathing that threatened to incinerate reason and soul alike. The Feng Group Lin Yi's pupils reflected the dark whirlpools of his memories long since buried. The Salt City, the old district. That decrepit house that cradled all his childhood recollections. The chilling tracks of a bulldozer crushed his last vestiges of memory. The arrogant faces of the demolition crew haunted his thoughts. And there was Uncle Wong, who had stood up for him, only to be left battered and bruised. Languishing in a hospital bed, his condition deteriorating. That confrontation left an indelible mark on Uncle Wong's already burdened body, hastening his decline. Behind that demolition crew loomed the Feng Group, a real estate giant that had thrived through unscrupulous means, later washing its hands clean, becoming a behemoth in Salt City. Lin Yi had always believed he would never again intersect with that name throughout his life. He never anticipated that fate would cruelly thrust this long-buried thorn anew, piercing his heart with brutal, sanguine intensity. "I am fine." Lin Yi's voice, relayed through telepathy, was eerily calm. He knelt down, gently stroking Lariulas's head. The little creature, drained from the battle, especially from the final command to attack the trainer, appeared somewhat lethargic. It sensed its trainer's attempt at comfort. Yet the frigid essence seeping from him instilled a primal shiver within. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the trove of items scattered where young Master Feng had perished. Simultaneously, at the revival altar of Novice Village 039, a flash of white light coalesced, revealing the disheveled form of young Master Feng. He lingered in a stupor, taking several seconds to comprehend that he had been vanquished. Ah, that bastard. That pauper. He dared to kill me. Young Master Feng's expression contorted into one of utter rage as he shrieked wildly at the altar, drawing the attention of all surrounding players, who gazed upon him with a mix of astonishment and amused curiosity. You're from the Lin family, are you? Just wait. I'll remember you. Don't let me uncover your true identity, or I'll ensure your entire family knows no peace. His piercing screams reverberated across the novice square. Yet, deep within the misty forest, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware and indifferent. He meticulously surveyed his spoils of victory, for high-grade fire energy cubes, 2 high-grade poison energy cubes, 5 potent healing potions, and 5 full restoration potions capable of instantly healing all injuries and ailments. However, what truly took Lin Yi's breath away was a crystal, roughly the size of a fist, lying quietly among the loot, exuding a formidable life force, alongside a slightly smaller shard. He needed no further examination. Vitality cube and 2 vitality shards. In the item shop, the price for a vitality shard was 50,000 alliance coins, while the more potent vitality cube commanded a staggering 200,000 alliance coins. These 2 items amounted to a total of 300,000 alliance coins, resources young Master Feng had prepared for his Pokémon to ensure their survival. Now, they belonged to Lin Yi. Lin Yi swept all his spoils into his backpack. There was no elation at his newfound wealth, only the cold realization that it was still insufficient, far from enough. Sadly, the game's rules dictated that defeating a trainer would not yield their Pokémon as spoils. Otherwise, young Master Feng's Charmeleon, with its gym-level potential, would now have a new master. Having finished counting his harvest, Lin Yi glanced at his bank card balance, 350,000 yuan. In the game, his alliance currency amounted to 2,520,000. He first took out a potent healing potion and a bottle of Moo Moo milk, administering them to Lalu Lassie to restore her to peak condition. Subsequently, he fed her 3 high-grade energy cubes to replenish her growth energy. He mentally calculated that his entire day of intense battles had cost him over 500 yuan in real currency on consumables alone. This did not even account for the 3 skill discs valued at 400,000 alliance coins. Power is constructed from the amalgamation of wealth and time. And at this moment, he found himself lacking in everything. Let us proceed, Lin Yi declared, rising to his feet and directing his gaze once more towards the depths of the forest, where the glimmering ghastly had vanished. His expression transformed. If earlier he had pursued strength for self-improvement, now he sought to plunder every resource that could grant him the power for vengeance. Understood, trainer. Lalu Lassie sensed her master's resolute determination and, without further inquiry, soared back onto his shoulder. Together, man and Pokémon ventured once again into the enveloping fog. The mists in this region were denser than any he had previously encountered, reducing visibility to less than 30 meters. Any ordinary player would find it nearly impossible to navigate such an environment, where each step could lead to a fatal ambush. Yet for Lalu Lassie, endowed with psychic abilities, the stealthy approaches of ghost-type Pokémon would be effortlessly sensed, allowing her to relay warnings to Lin Yi. Following the path taken by the fleeing Ghastly, he delved deeper, hunting down all creatures that dared obstruct his way. The Ghastly and Mismagius he encountered along the way were generally at levels 16 and 17. Before Lalu Lassie, who was level 14, they posed no significant threat. Often, a mere encounter would lead to their defeat by 2 psychic attacks, yielding experience points and a small amount of alliance currency. Thus, Lin Yi advanced another 2 to 3 kilometers through the forest. Suddenly, the dense fog parted, revealing a dilapidated, eerie castle, standing silently in a clearing like a beast lying in wait within the shadows. Surrounding the castle were numerous ghost-type Pokémon. Lin Yi immediately instructed Lalu Lassie to conceal her presence and cautiously approach. He had no desire to be ambushed by this horde of specters. Directing Lalu Lassie, he selected the path with the fewest Pokémon, moving like a masterful assassin gliding along the edge of a blade, dispatching each Pokémon that obstructed his route. Soon, he arrived at the castle's entrance unscathed. The massive wooden door, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, had long since decayed and collapsed, with shattered wood strewn across the ground, carpeted in moss. As he stepped inside, a chilling, damp atmosphere enveloped him. Within the castle's grand hall, ghost-type Pokémon drifted about. Above, a colossal crystal chandelier held candles that flickered not with warm orange flames, but rather with a spectral, disquieting blue glow. This eerie light cast an unsettling illumination over the hall, as if the very air had solidified. Those were not mere candles. They were will-o'-the-wisps. Lin Yi proceeded cautiously through the castle, searching for traces of the glimmering ghastly while challenging the resident Pokémon. The ghost-type Pokémon within had escalated to levels 17 and 18. While Lalalassy could still secure victories, the battles were no longer as effortless as before. Lin Yi felt the pace of Lalalassy's leveling slow considerably, with a significant gap remaining before she could reach level 15. Just as he directed Lalalassy to defeat a level 18 will-o'-the-wisp with 2 psychic attacks, the creature dissipated and dropped an unusual item among its spoils. It was a yellowed, ancient talisman inscribed with bizarre runes. Intrigued, Lin Yi approached and picked it up, immediately utilizing his identification ability. Cursed Talisman, a talisman imbued with resentment. When carried, it enhances the power of ghost-type moves. Chapter 23, Glimmering Ghastly. Lin Yi commanded Lalalassy to clear a path from the exterior to the depths of the castle. The wild Pokémon in the novice village area exhibited a notably low intelligence. As long as he did not encroach upon their safe distance, they would float about aimlessly, akin to programmed phantoms, refraining from initiating attacks. This proved immensely advantageous for Lin Yi in forging a passageway. Trainer, 10 meters to the right. A Mismagius may obstruct our intended route, Lalalassy reported through their psychic connection, relaying environmental information in real time and with clarity. Psychic go? Lin Yi's command was succinct to the extreme. A flash of red ignited in Lalalassy's eyes as her intangible psychic power surged across the 10-meter gap, striking the unsuspecting Mismagius with pinpoint accuracy. The Mismagius emitted a brief, mournful cry, its body convulsing violently. It attempted to gather energy for a counterattack. But the second psychic strike followed swiftly, dispersing it into a shower of glimmering points. The synergy between trainer and Pokémon had reached a level of terrifying perfection. With Lalalassy's alerts, Lin Yi navigated the haunted halls of the castle like a master assassin, relentlessly advancing towards his objective. He eliminated every ghastly, Mismagius, and will-o'-the-wisp that stood in his way. Combat ensued, progress was made, and more combat followed. The process was monotonous yet astonishingly efficient. Before long, a safe path leading directly to the staircase of the second floor had been forcefully cleared. However, just as he was about to ascend the stone staircase adorned with decaying red carpet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. At the staircase's entrance, 2 ghastly with ghostly blue eyes, akin to will-o'-the-wisps, appeared and menacingly blocked his only route. Ghastly, Ghost, Poison, LV-18. Ghastly, Ghost, Poison, LV-18. Simultaneously, Lalalassy's urgent alert reverberated in Lin Yi's mind like a piercing needle. Trainer, behind us. We are surrounded. Lin Yi whirled around. He saw that the previously cleared passageway was now completely blocked by several ghost Pokémon seeping from the walls. Trapped between formidable foes with no escape route, a meticulously laid trap. Even more perilous, 2 ominous clouds of purple-black gas suddenly erupted from the solid stone floor beneath his feet. Ghastly, Ghost, Poison, LV-17. Ghastly, Ghost, Poison, LV-17. The 2 ghastly that had emerged from the floor launched their assault the moment they appeared, targeting not Lalalassy, who floated in midair, but Lin Yi himself, the trainer. 2 pitch-black energy waves surged forth, akin to arrows shot from the depths of the underworld, striking at Lin Yi's back with an untraceable speed. Nightmare Shadow. Lalalassy. Lin Yi's pupils constricted in shock. This attack from an unexpected angle was too swift for him to react in time. In an instant, a small, white figure appeared before him. It was Ralts who executed the instantaneous teleportation, using her not particularly robust physique to valiantly absorb the 2 lethal ambushes meant for her trainer. Thud, thud. The muffled sounds of energy collisions reverberated through the vast hall, piercing the air with a dissonant echo. Ralts emitted a painful groan, her body shuddering violently, her once fair complexion paling to that of a ghostly hue. Trainer, I am unhurt. Her voice resonated within Lin Yi's mind, imbued with an unmistakable frailty and a hint of defiance. First, deal with them. Lin Yi's voice remained unperturbed, yet the depths of his inky eyes simmered with murderous intent. Enduring the excruciating pain, Ralts' ruby-like eyes ignited with unprecedented fury. A surge of psychic energy coalesced into 2 invisible hammers, crashing down upon the 2 ghasts that had dared to strike first. Instant annihilation. However, the commotion of battle inevitably attracted the attention of entities above. At the top of the staircase, 2 candle ghasts, which had been floating in silence, descended, their eerie blue eyes fixated upon the scene. Candleghast, Ghost, Fire, LV-18. Candleghast, Ghost, Fire, LV-18. At this moment, after vanquishing her assailants, Ralts' psychic energy had reached its zenith, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. Even the act of levitating becoming an arduous task. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved a fragment of vitality, the spoils taken from young Master Foam, from his backpack. The vitality shard. He swiftly placed the pulsating crystal, radiating an overwhelming essence of life, into Ralts' mouth. The shard dissolved upon contact, transforming into a warm and powerful torrent of life force that coursed through Ralts' limbs and body. Her injuries healed at a visibly accelerated rate. Her lethargy replenished as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, her internal energy restored to over half its capacity. This recovery efficiency surpassed even the most potent healing potions available in shops by countless folds. Expensive, yet undeniably effective. Crack. The two Candleghasts had already launched their assault. A searing web of sparks intertwining into an impenetrable net of fire descending upon them. Revitalized, Ralts exhibited no trace of fatigue, only a chilling and piercing intent to kill. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, a radiant and peculiar beam of light surged forth, striking one of the Candleghasts with pinpoint accuracy. Strange light. The movement of that Candleghast became erratic, its fire sparks losing their aim, careening wildly into the mottled walls. Following this, two psychic blasts whistled through the air, effortlessly dispatching the uninvited intruders. In the instant the battle concluded, a blinding white radiance enveloped Ralts entirely. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Ralts has leveled up to LV-15, normal. As the brilliance faded, Ralts' aura grew more solid and formidable. To Lin Yi's delight, a new move's information was transmitted clearly through their psychic link. Psychic Impact. Ordinarily, such a move could only be learned through a technical machine at this stage. However, Ralts, possessing champion-level potential, had already mastered the foundational move of Psychic to its utmost, intuitively grasping the principles of a more advanced attack. This was a privilege unique to those of champion-grade potential, a testament that surpassed the Pokédex's descriptions. Well done. Lin Yi marveled sincerely. With the acquisition of Psychic Impact, Ralts' battle prowess would see a qualitative leap. He hesitated no longer, directing Ralts to ascend further. The two LV-18 ghasts blocking the staircase, faced with Ralts who had just leveled up and dramatically increased in strength, could not withstand even a single round before being instantaneously eliminated by two powerful psychic impacts. At last, Lin Yi set foot on the second floor of the ancient castle. Unlike the first floor, which was teeming with ghostly presences, the second floor was remarkably sparse, with very few Pokémon in sight. In the very center of the second floor hall, a figure that starkly contrasted with its surroundings regarded this unwelcome guest with curiosity and agility in its gaze. Its core was a deep and mysterious purple, surrounded by a misty haze of intertwining azure and violet, reminiscent of a ghostly flame pulsating quietly in the darkness. It was none other than Lin Yi's ultimate target for this journey, the Shiny Ghastly. Chapter 24, Champion-Level Potential Shiny Ghastly. Lin Yi distinctly felt that this Shiny Ghastly was fundamentally different from the ghostly Pokémon downstairs that acted solely on instinct. It exuded a spark of vitality, an almost intelligent alertness. The vastness of the second floor seemed to be its exclusive domain, with very few Pokémon to be found. Lin Yi raised his hand, signaling Ralts to hold her position, while simultaneously initiating a probe. Ghastly, Shiny, Type, Ghost, Poison, Level, LV-18. Ralts, utilize Hypnosis. Lin Yi conveyed his first command through their psychic link. Ralts understood immediately, her ruby-like eyes glowing softly as an invisible wave of hypnotic energy quietly spread towards the Shiny Ghastly. However, just as the hypnosis was about to take effect, the Shiny Ghastly emitted an eerie cackle, its purple-blue body becoming ethereal and easily evading the invisible assault. It was a failure. Cackle. The Shiny Ghastly's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, not granting Lin Yi a moment to breathe. It opened its maw, unleashing a wave of pitch-black energy that struck Ralts like a shadow. Dark Shadow. Defend. Lin Yi's command was instantaneous. Ralts conjured a pale green energy shield before her. Boom. The dark shadow crashed violently against the shield, sending ripples of energy through it, yet failing to inflict any damage upon Ralts. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. This Ghastly was not only clever, but also possessed a formidable offensive capability. His greatest concern was that Ralts, in the heat of battle, might inadvertently strike too hard and eliminate this precious, shiny Pokémon. After all, having just reached level 15 and learned Psychic Impact, Ralts' attack power was no longer trivial. Continue with hypnosis, do not attack. He issued his command again, his tone resolute and undeniable. He needed to exercise patience, employing the most cautious approach to capture it. Ralts once more gathered the waves of hypnosis. But the shiny ghastly demonstrated its agility by dodging to the side, evading the hypnosis yet again. And its purple core suddenly illuminated, sending forth a bizarre ray towards Ralts. Strange light. It aimed to confuse Ralts. Defend. Ralts maintained her defensive stance against the attack. After 2 failed attempts at hypnosis, Lin Yi's heart sank. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. Ralts, prepare for the 3rd hypnosis. Lin Yi's voice conveyed a hint of resignation through their psychic link, this time infused with a touch of helplessness. Ralts took a deep breath. Her ruby-like eyes locking onto the floating shiny ghastly, the 3rd wave of hypnotic energy coalescing with her utmost concentration before being unleashed. Cackle. The shimmering Jengar seemed to sense that this attack was unlike any other. It let out a peculiar cry, its form once again becoming ethereal as it attempted to employ the same tactics. Yet this time, it met with failure. After an intense battle, Lurantis had mastered its psychic abilities to an extent that far surpassed its peers, and the speed and potency of this hypnosis were unparalleled. An invisible wave struck Jengar with unwavering force. The creature's movements abruptly halted, its once vibrant eyes becoming glazed, swaying unsteadily before finally closing in a deep slumber. Success. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi flipped his right hand, a black and yellow accented Ultra Ball with a white base now firmly in his grasp. He inhaled deeply, silently invoking Arceus's blessing for success. With a swift motion, he hurled the Ultra Ball, which traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, landing squarely upon the sleeping Jengar. A burst of red light erupted, instantly encapsulating it within the ball. With a crisp thud, the Ultra Ball struck the cold stone floor, producing a clear sound before beginning to shake violently. Once, Lin Yi's heart raced, the first tremor sending it soaring to his throat. Twice, the ball quivered with increasing intensity, as if on the brink of bursting from the internal tumult. Lin Yi's fists clenched involuntarily, his palms slick with sweat. Hold on tight. A third tremor. The Ultra Ball shook with unprecedented ferocity, even bouncing upon the floor. In that moment, Lin Yi's breath came to a complete halt. Time stretched infinitely. At last, the tumultuous shaking ceased, the red light atop the ball flickering a few times before extinguishing with a definitive click. It worked. Lin Yi exhaled a long, relieved breath, his entire being relaxing as he quickly approached to retrieve the Ultra Ball. He immediately activated the scanning function. Jengar, shiny. Level, 18 normal. Type, ghost, poison. Gender, male. Potential, champion level, early. Ability, levitate, immune to ground-type moves. Moves, hypnosis, lick, curse, mean look, nightshade, shadow ball, strange light, mist, bind. Champion level potential. Another Pokémon with champion level potential. Well done, Lurantis. Lin Yi excitedly scooped up Lurantis, planting a fervent kiss upon her snow-white face. Trainer. Lurantis's small face flushed a deep crimson, the hue even seeping through her blue hair as she bashfully buried her face in Lin Yi's embrace. Trainer, over there? It seems there's something else. Lurantis's voice, laced with uncertainty, echoed in Lin Yi's mind. He paused, following her gaze. In a shadow cast by a large wooden crate in the second-floor hall, a small figure appeared to be huddled, trembling. Lin Yi placed Lurantis upon his shoulder and cautiously approached. As he drew closer, he finally discerned the Pokémon's form. Its body was wrapped in a tattered yellow cloth adorned with a rudimentary ghost face, revealing only 2 black feet. Mimikyu. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the scanning ability. Mimikyu. Type, ghost, fairy. Level, 17. A Mimikyu, exceedingly rare in the Misty Forest. This Pokémon has no evolutionary form, meaning its base stats are naturally superior to those of Pokémon that require evolution. In the early stages of the game, possessing a Mimikyu signifies the potential for formidable challenges. Whether for personal use or to sell at the market, this Mimikyu's value undoubtedly rivals that of the previous Nidoran. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement, observing with calm demeanor. The Mimikyu appeared exceedingly timid, trembling even more upon noticing his gaze, as though on the verge of tears. Chapter 25, Mimikyu. Lin Yi employed the same method as before, instructing Lurantis to use hypnosis. Lurantis understood immediately, her ruby-like eyes glowing faintly. An invisible wave of hypnotic energy rippled forth, silently extending toward the quivering Mimikyu in the corner. To Lin Yi's surprise, the Mimikyu showed no intention of fleeing. standing frozen in place as the hypnosis enveloped it. In the next moment, its ragged cloth head tilted, succumbing to a profound slumber. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He then retrieved a black and yellow Ultra Ball from his backpack. Without hesitation, he hurled it forth. The Ultra Ball traced a precise arc through the air, landing squarely on the sleeping Mimikyu. A burst of red light erupted, instantly capturing it within the ball. With a sharp thud, the Ultra Ball struck the cold stone floor, producing a crisp sound. Then it lay there, motionless. Not even the slightest tremor occurred. The red light atop flickering once before extinguishing. A soft click signified successful capture. Lin Yi was left utterly dumbfounded. Was that it? No resistance whatsoever? Was there something amiss with this Mimikyu? Filled with doubt, he approached, picked up the Ultra Ball, and immediately activated the scanning function. Mimikyu. Type: Ghost, Fairy. Level: 17, Normal. Ability: Disguise. Gender: Female. Potential: Professional level. Moves: Scratch, Play Nice, Wood Hammer, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Clone, Destiny Bond. Gazing at the detailed information of this Mimikyu, Lin Yi fell into a brief contemplation. Although its professional level potential could not compare to his 2 shiny champion level Pokémon in the current game environment, it was undoubtedly a rare find. Whether for personal training or for sale in the market, it would fetch a handsome sum. As he contemplated his options, Lin Yi's mind suddenly conjured the image of Wang Lei, that hefty fellow. He opened his friends list and directly entered Wang Lei's game ID into the search bar. Invincible little fatty. The friend request was sent and was accepted almost instantaneously. Shortly thereafter, Wang Lei's signature, boisterous voice erupted through the private chat. Ego. When I tried to add you before, it showed that adding strangers was prohibited. You finally acknowledged me. What kind of divine Pokémon did that 200,000 high-level helmet hatch? Spill it. A slight smile graced Lin Yi's lips as his fingers danced over the virtual keyboard, deliberately keeping him in suspense. A shiny Lurantis with gym-level potential. The moment the message was dispatched, a drooling lemon emoji was sent in response. Immediately following was another emoticon depicting a heart-wrenching sob. Goodness, Brother E, you can't be this cruel. Wang Lei's lamentation seemed on the verge of shattering the heavens. I just hatched a Meow with elite potential, and its ability is Pickup. Do you have any idea how I've spent the last couple of days? I've been gnawing on instant noodles daily, tirelessly training it. After much effort, I finally captured a small Onix with seasoned potential. The moment the League currency exchange function was activated, I felt this game was undeniably a second world, a realm far superior to those abysmal VR games on the market. Then I got carried away and exchanged 500,000 League coins. I purchased 10 cans of high-grade energy cubes with standard attributes. As soon as my Meow's energy is sufficiently digested, I will craft them. And what was the result? The potential only advanced by a small stage. It's still merely at the mid-tier elite level. Compared to my Meow, the leveling efficiency of the small Onix is considerably faster. But the Pokémon with professional and gym-level potential in the trading market are exorbitantly priced. I can't afford them at all. Wang Lei vented a torrent of complaints, his words teeming with the bitterness of misfortune. By the way, Brother E, what level are you at? Lin Yi, observing his lengthy tirade of grievances, wore a mischievous smile and leisurely typed a response. My Ralts is level 15, and I just caught a level 18 Ghastly. Both are shiny. He even appended a devilish grin emoji. Wang Lei fell silent for a full 5 seconds. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. My Meow is only level 10. The small Onix is merely level 12. You European dog. Stay away from me. Lin Yi chuckled softly, no longer teasing him, and directly shifted to the main topic. I just captured a Pokémon, and seeing your pitiful situation, I'll give it to you. A Mimikyu with professional level potential. Once I return to the novice village, I'll facilitate a designated trade for you through the trading hall. For some reason, this game doesn't allow private trades. Wang Lei fell silent once more. This time, the silence lingered even longer. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke with incredulity, his voice slightly stammering. You're giving it to me? No. Brother E, I absolutely cannot accept this. Previously, I saw on the forum that a professional level potential Scyther sold for 100,000. Your Mimikyu, being a rare Pokémon, must be worth even more. I can't just take it for free. Wang Lei's tone was resolute. How about this, 40,000? That is all I can offer. Lin Yi, perceiving Wang Lei's unwavering stance, recognized that further refusal was futile and promptly acquiesced. After concluding the call with Wang Lei, Lin Yi fed his Ralts Moo Moo milk and energy cubes to restore it to peak condition. In an hour, I should be able to return. He approached the window on the second floor of the castle, gazing out momentarily before swiftly mapping out the least populated path for Pokémon in his mind. Ralts, let us go? In a flash of white light, Ralts activated teleport, transporting Lin Yi's figure directly outside the castle. Just as Lin Yi's feet touched the ground, two clouds of purple-black gas surged from the nearby shadows, lunging towards him. It was two level 15 Ghastlies. Ralts didn't even require Lin Yi's command. Its eyes glowed red as a formidable psychic shockwave erupted forth. The two Ghastlies didn't even have the chance to scream before they were instantly vanquished, transforming into experience points. However, this meager experience was scarcely significant for the already level 15 Ralts, causing its experience bar to barely budge. Lin Yi did not linger. Quickly orienting himself, and with Ralts, continued to vanquish the Pokémon obstructing his path as he made his way back to the forest's edge. Along the journey, the experience gained from the Pokémon he defeated was minimal. After more than half an hour, Ralts' experience bar had only just reached 1/3. On the return route, Lin Yi also encountered numerous other trainers. Most were small squads of 3 or 4, commanding their Pokémon as they struggled against Ghost-type Pokémon. A cursory scan revealed that their Pokémon were predominantly around level 12. Besides these teamed players, several lone wolves, similar to him, were evident. Their levels were noticeably higher, generally around level 13, often commanding 3 Pokémon simultaneously in battle. Among them, Lin Yi spotted a familiar figure, the Scyther trainer he had encountered earlier in the forest. His Scyther had already reached level 14, ranking as one of the top contenders among all players. Lin Yi had no intention of forming a team with any trainers, thus remained oblivious to the experience acquisition ratio post-team formation. The return path was sparse in Pokémon, as most areas had been cleared by other trainers, leading to a significant decrease in encounters. Aside from a few Pokémon that respawned near Lin Yi, which Ralts easily defeated, battles were scarce throughout the journey. After 45 minutes, Lin Yi finally appeared at the entrance of the novice village. The officials are truly something. Why not provide a return stone or similar item? Lin Yi silently grumbled. Chapter 26. Preparing for the gym. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Yi made a beeline for the bustling trading hall. He deftly accessed the trading interface, listing the Pokeball containing the Mimikyu, and entered the ID, Invincible Little Fatty, in the designated trade recipient field. The price was set at 40,000 dragon coins. Confirm. Having completed all this, Lin Yi did not linger for a moment and promptly chose to log off. As his consciousness returned to reality, Lin Yi removed the headset. An overwhelming fatigue instantly enveloping him. He collapsed onto his bed, utterly unwilling to move, though his body felt fine. Prolonged use of the virtual headset had left his neck aching almost to the point of breaking. Almost immediately, a grumbling protest arose from his stomach. Lin Yi glanced at his phone, noting the time was 2 in the morning. Since the system maintenance concluded at 8 that morning, he had played continuously until now. A staggering 18 hours. Aside from the unwavering 3 trips to the restroom, he had only nibbled on a standard compressed biscuit. This was a military food he had seen in wilderness survival live streams, where the host had introduced it as a meal that could stave off hunger for 7 or 8 hours with just a piece and some water. Lin Yi struggled to rise, preparing himself a bowl of instant noodles, then leaned back in his chair, slurping the noodles while scrolling through the game's official forum on his phone. The forum was filled with lamentations. The most common grievance revolved around item prices. A player with the ID, I am not a big fool, posted a vehement complaint. Is the game's administration insane for money? Vitality fragments cost 5,000 each. And vitality blocks are an outrageous 20,000. Who can afford that? A regular person earns just over 3,000 a month. Buying this stuff is pure folly. Moreover, when Pokémon are defeated, don't they just transform into white light and return to their Pokeballs? They're not truly on the brink of death. Why waste money on this? The comments beneath the post echoed in agreement. Lin Yi observed these remarks, merely curling his lips in disdain. A bunch of fools. They have no idea how crucial such items, which can restore status in critical moments, truly are. The second most popular post discussed energy cubes. Is there anyone out there who can elucidate whether these energy cubes are merely attacks on intelligence? I fed my little Rattata 3 of them, and the potential bar barely budged. After consuming the 3, it adamantly refused to eat anything else, and forcing it resulted in a loss of intimacy. This contraption is utterly vexatious. Upon reading this, Lin Yi's smile broadened. It appeared that the secret of enhancing energy cube absorption through intense battles was known to only a select few. This represented an exclusive informational advantage for him. He continued scrolling down, soon captivated by a pinned post titled, A Discussion on the Newbie Village Gym, featuring a Grandmaster's empirical testing. Upon entering, he discovered the poster's detailed account of their gym challenge experience. Each newbie village is equipped with a gym, and only by defeating the gym leader can one qualify to leave the newbie village and venture into the wider world. Trainers may only challenge the gym individually. Unsurprisingly, all challengers were soundly defeated. The gym leader employed 2 Pokémon, a level 19 Pidgey and a level 20 Rattata. The prowess of those Pokémon far surpassed that of the trainers, and their skill execution was markedly more proficient, mercilessly overwhelming the challengers. At the conclusion of the post, the author mentioned an unverified rumor. Supposedly, the very first player to successfully conquer the newbie village gym would not only receive an exceedingly generous reward, but would also have their name broadcast across the entire server. A level 19 Pidgey and a level 20 Rattata. Lin Yi set down his phone, lost in thought. He had previously battled an 18-level Ghastly. He decided to give it a try tomorrow, resolving the bowl of instant noodles with haste and attending to his physiological needs. He returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Although his body had found repose, the profound mental fatigue lingered, not easily dispelled by a mere night's rest. At precisely 7 o'clock the following morning, Lin Yi awoke on time. He did not linger in bed, but instead ventured out to run 5 kilometers, returning drenched in sweat to take a shower. On his way, he stopped at a breakfast stall to purchase 2 sandwiches. After finishing breakfast, he donned his helmet and re-entered the game. As soon as he logged in, the system's notification chimed. Ding! You have an unread email. Upon opening it, he found a notification confirming the successful transaction of Wang Lei's purchase of a Miss Magius. After deducting a 2,000 dragon coins transaction fee, 38,000 dragon coins had been credited to his bank account. His balance had now surged to 343,000. Without delay, Lin Yi made his way to the nearby item shop. Boss, I need 100 high-grade energy cubes, each for ghost and poison types, as well as for psychic and fairy types. Also, 20 Moo Moo milks. Please give me 20 of each. Super potions, full restores, antidotes, and paralyze heals. Additionally, 1 escape rope. He rattled off an extensive shopping list in one breath. This grand procurement cost him a staggering 250,000 alliance coins. After acquiring the supplies, Lin Yi's attention was drawn to an unassuming item in the corner of the counter. Knowledge glasses. When equipped, the power of special moves will be enhanced. The price was 300,000 alliance coins. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This item was tailor-made for Ralts. Without a moment's hesitation, he made the purchase. Next, he hastened to the adjacent TM shop. TM Disc, Protect. Price, 150,000 alliance coins. This was intended for Ghastly. A competent fighter must possess a life-saving skill. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi approached the TM machine, inserting the Protect TM and the Pokeball containing Ghastly. The machine whirred to life, emitting a soft hum. Several players gathered around to watch, one whispering, another wealthy player buying a 150,000 coin TM without batting an eye. Hey, you might not know this, but there was a poor soul who spent a fortune on a TM, only to have it fail during learning. Over 100,000 alliance coins wasted, and they logged off in despair. Lin Yi listened intently, realizing that there was a probability of failure when using the TM machine. He quietly noted this information. Moments later, the machine's lights turned green, signaling successful learning. Lin Yi retrieved the Pokeball and turned to leave the shop. Instead of rushing to challenge the gym, he sought out a secluded corner in the village first. He wanted to examine his newly caught companions. 2 beams of red light flashed. The gleaming Ralts, adorned in pristine white with azure hair, affectionately wrapped its arms around Lin Yi's neck. Meanwhile, the shiny Ghastly floated silently in midair. Its deep purple core was enveloped by swirling mist of blue and purple, and its large white eyes fixated intently on Lin Yi. There was no trace of the submissiveness one might expect from a captured Pokémon. Instead, its gaze radiated defiance and pride. It evidently harbored resentment towards Lin Yi for having Ralts use the underhanded hypnosis to incapacitate it, allowing for its capture, and then confining it within a Pokeball for so long. Lin Yi could distinctly sense the frigid aura emanating from it. Had it not been for the system's enforced minimum of 60 initial affection points upon capture, this creature would likely have already attacked him. Chapter 27. The Temptation of Delicacies. Shiny Ghastly's yearning for home. Lin Yi first produced an energy cube, offering it to Ralts, and then unscrewed a bottle of Moo Moo milk. Ralts chirped happily, nibbling at the energy cube, each crisp crunch akin to savoring an exquisite delicacy. Occasionally sipping the milk, its ruby-like eyes squinted joyously beneath its azure locks. In contrast, the floating shiny Ghastly observed the sweet scene with disdain, turning its head away haughtily. Yet Lin Yi keenly noticed a drop of crystalline liquid, resembling saliva, stealthily dripped from its violet-blue gaseous form. which it quickly absorbed back as if caught in a moment of guilt. Still putting on a brave front, Lin Yi chuckled internally, choosing not to expose the truth. Once Ralts had finished its meal with a satisfied burp, Lin Yi leisurely retrieved another energy cube from his backpack. An unusual sweet aroma immediately permeated the air. This was a high-quality energy cube specifically crafted for ghost and poison-type Pokémon. Shiny Ghastly's body stiffened noticeably, its large white eyes glued to the cube in Lin Yi's hand as if drawn by a magnet, yet it stubbornly remained still. Amused by its proud demeanor, Lin Yi decided to tease it further. He deliberately tossed the energy cube in the air, and before Ghastly's eyes, he popped it into his own mouth. Crunch! The sound of his crisp chewing echoed. Gah! Shiny Ghastly was utterly dumbfounded. The violet-blue gas body quivered violently, and within its large white eyes, disbelief was first evident, soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of grievance akin to a cataclysm. How could you consume my provisions? Lin Yi observed its flustered demeanor, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. After teasing it sufficiently, he retrieved a high-grade energy cube infused with ghostly dual attributes from his backpack and waved it tantalizingly before the creature. Keck! This time, the ghostly entity could no longer restrain itself. It transformed into a streak of violet-blue light, instantly darting to Lin Yi's side, and voraciously swallowed the energy cube in one swift motion, as quick as a phantom. The cube dissolved upon entry, unleashing a surge of pure, chilling energy that reverberated within its form. The gleaming ghost emitted a series of eerie chuckles, circling Lin Yi in satisfaction, its demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. Soon after, its gaze fixated on the half-full bottle of moo moo milk in Lin Yi's hand, eyes brimming with longing. Lin Yi comprehended its intent, yet pointed at its gaseous form, gesturing helplessly to convey his inability to assist. The ghost momentarily froze, seemingly recognizing the gravity of the situation. It anxiously whirled in place, its violet-blue gas roiling like boiling water. Observing this, Lin Yi uncapped the bottle, directing the opening toward the ghost's mouth, and gradually poured the moo moo milk into it. Sated, the ghost finished the milk and gazed eagerly at Lin Yi, its expression pleading for more. Lin Yi offered it 2 more energy cubes, leaving it thoroughly content. The resentment and rebelliousness that accompanied its capture had dissipated under the relentless onslaught of delectable treats. Affectionately, it floated beside Lin Yi, nuzzling its gaseous form against his cheek as a gesture of camaraderie. However, the next moment, Lin Yi's countenance shifted abruptly. A wave of intense suffocation surged forth, reminiscent of drowning, as the world around him spun violently, nearly causing him to collapse. Damn it! Aside from this creature's core, the rest is nothing but toxic gas. Keck! The ghost, sensing it had inadvertently caused trouble, recoiled in alarm and floated several meters away, gazing at Lin Yi with a hint of confusion. Subsequently, it turned away, akin to a child that had misbehaved, its violet-blue form trembling pitifully. Lin Yi gasped for fresh air, gradually recovering from the near-death sensation. Observing the ghost's remorseful demeanor, he retrieved from his system backpack the ominous, cursed talisman acquired in the ancient castle. Sensing the familiar spectral energy, the ghost spun around, its large white eyes instantly filled with desire. Cautiously, it drifted over, accepting the talisman and seamlessly integrating it into its purple core. A chilling, yet formidable aura flickered briefly from its form. Trainer, I too desire a gift. Ralts, noticing her companion's new toy, tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve with a hint of jealousy, her tone tinged with mild grievance. Lin Yi smiled and produced the uniquely styled knowledge glasses from his backpack. Ralts immediately brightened, accepting the glasses, which transformed into shimmering starlight and melded into her being. Trainer, this item should enhance my special move's power by approximately 10%. Ralts conveyed this significant information to Lin Yi through telepathy. She then floated beside the ghost, and the 2 small creatures engaged in a series of animated exchanges. Trainer, the ghost mentions that its cursed talisman has a similar effect. Lin Yi nodded, committing this crucial detail to memory. He then took out a Pokeball, preparing to return both Pokémon. Ralts obediently transformed into a beam of red light, re-entering her ball. However, when it came to the ghost, it vigorously shook its head, emitting cries of ghost, ghost, appearing exceedingly reluctant. Trainer, it states that it does not wish to return to that small, dark Pokeball. Ralts diligently acted as a translator. It says that as a ghost-type Pokémon, it can merge directly into your shadow, allowing it to remain outside while providing protection at all times. As the words left her lips, the shimmering ghost's form twisted, seamlessly melding into Lin Yi's shadow beneath him, akin to ink dissolving in water. Lin Yi glanced down, noticing that his shadow appeared slightly deeper than usual. Yet aside from that, there was no other anomaly. Having completed this, he opened the system map and made his way toward the most prominent structure in the novice village, the gym. At the entrance of the gym, a number of idle trainers loitered, huddled in small groups, lamenting their failures, the air thick with a sense of defeat. As Lin Yi strode purposefully toward the gym's grand entrance, curious gazes were cast his way. Oh, here comes another one oblivious to their own limitations. One trainer, lazily leaning against the wall, spoke with a tone laced with mockery. This fellow appeared unfamiliar, likely a newcomer who had just reached level 10, unaware of the challenges ahead. Daring to test the waters. Just wait, within 3 minutes, they'll be crying their way out. Lin Yi disregarded the murmurs and confidently stepped inside the gym. The board trainers, adopting a spectator's mindset, followed suit. Chapter 28. The shocking display of Shiny Ralts. The interior of the gym was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, even somewhat cavernous. The cold, smooth stone floor, the towering dome, and the standard-sized battle arena at the center combined to create an atmosphere of solemnity and gravitas. Lin Yi approached the front desk, where a female NPC clad in uniform greeted him with a professional smile. Hello, are you here to schedule a gym challenge? Lin Yi nodded calmly. Very well, please register your game ID here, and then wait in the designated area. We will arrange for you in order. The NPC's instructions were clear and concise. Lin Yi inscribed his ID on the virtual screen and was subsequently directed to the waiting area. At that moment, a battle of no suspense unfolded on the arena. A young trainer, his face flushed, was nearly hoarse from directing his Pokémon. Charmander, hold on. Use Ember. On the field, the LV-14 Charmander was on its last legs, the flame on its tail dimmed to the point of imminent extinction. It struggled to emit a small burst of sparks, which drifted feebly toward its opponent, only to be effortlessly evaded. Its adversary, a LV-19 Pidgey, exuded elegance, even bearing a hint of mockery. It disdainfully avoided direct confrontation, relying solely on its overwhelming aerial superiority to circle above. Each flap of its wings conjured an invisible gust that sent Charmander tumbling. Occasionally, it would dive, unleashing not a stream of air but a barrage of sand that obscured Charmander's vision, continuously diminishing its already low accuracy. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Ultimately, after being toppled once more by the fierce winds, Charmander's vision blurred, and it succumbed to defeat. Damn it! The trainer, unwilling to accept defeat, let out a fierce roar as he recalled his Charmeleon and summoned his second Pokémon, a level 14 Beedrill. With a menacing buzz, the Beedrill, its twin stingers glinting ominously, made its entrance. However, a wave of sympathetic sighs rippled through the audience. It was over. This poor fellow was thoroughly doomed. Bug and poison types were utterly outmatched by flying types, and with a 5-level deficit, victory seemed impossible. As anticipated, the gym leader couldn't even be bothered to issue new commands. The Pidgey unleashed a sharp cry, its form morphing into an almost imperceptible white blur in midair. Quick attack! A resounding thud echoed as Beedrill barely had time to react before being brutally struck and sent crashing to the ground, unconscious. The trainer stood frozen in place, his face etched with disbelief. In the stands, fellow challengers, having faced their own defeats, could only sigh in shared frustration. Another one down. It seemed this gym required at least level 17 or 18 to pass, which meant several more days of grinding. Indeed, since the system update, the experience gained from team leveling had been halved, rendering the grind unbearably tedious. The old strategy of using weaker Pokémon to wear down opponents while the main team reaped the rewards was now obsolete. Moreover, this wretched game even lacked rare candies. Forcing players to grind relentlessly, it was exhausting. As the atmosphere thickened with the despair of the defeated, the gym's intercom suddenly blared. Challenger number 39. Please welcome the next contender, the Lin family's youth, to the battle platform. Upon hearing his name, Lin Yi rose from his seat. He cast a glance at the despondent challenger, his expression unwavering. The strategy had been simplistic, lacking adaptability, and completely crushed under the weight of type and level disadvantages. Defeat was well-deserved. He stepped forward toward the battlefield, instantly drawing the attention of the entire audience. The Lin family youth? Who was he? No one had heard of him. He was still donned in the starter outfit provided by the system, suggesting he was just another naive novice. How many rounds do you think he can last? One trainer confidently declared, pointing a finger. I bet no more than 1 round, not a second longer. Lin Yi disregarded the cacophony of chatter and ascended the battle platform. Opposite him stood a tall, rugged middle-aged man, patiently awaiting his arrival. Above the man hovered his ID, Lu Ren. Lu Ren sized up Lin Yi and succinctly stated, A 2-on-2 singles match, is that acceptable? Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Without further ado, Lu Ren waved his arm, tossing out a Pokeball. With a flash of red light, the proud Pidgey reappeared on the field. Lin Yi followed suit, releasing his own Pokeball. Go Ralts! A gentle white glow enveloped a petite, all-white creature with lake blue hair as it materialized on the battlefield. Initially, the audience fell into a stunned silence, which was soon shattered by gasps of disbelief. No way. It's a shiny Pokémon. A Shiny Ralts. Who is this guy? But what does it matter? Shiny or not? It's merely a pretty face. Its potential might just be ordinary. However, soon enough, more discerning spectators began to scream in higher pitches. Wait, have you forgotten the official settings? Among starter Pokémon, Psychic and Dragon types are the rarest. Could he be a top-tier player masquerading as an underdog? One astute trainer, reacting instinctively, employed a scanning technique on Ralts. The next moment, he leapt from his seat, his voice sharp with shock. Level 10. 15. This Ralts was level 15. At this revelation, the audience erupted into chaos, the noise nearly lifting the roof off the gym. What? 15? Are you kidding me? I'm grinding day in and day out, and my Rattata is only level 12. How is this possible? He must be cheating. Absolutely a top-tier player. A lone wolf grinding master. To elevate Ralts from level 1 to 15 in just over 2 days, that's beyond human capability. On the battlefield, even Lu Ren's perpetually stoic expression betrayed a flicker of emotion for the first time. His gaze shifted from routine indifference to genuine scrutiny. He gestured to Lin Yi, indicating, "You may attack first." Lin Yi wasted no time. His cold command resonated telepathically. Calm mind. Ralts closed its eyes, a pink aura enveloping its small form. An invisible psychic force radiated outwards, transforming the Pokémon's presence into one of serene strength. Special attack and special defense were heightened. Observing this, Lu Ren's eyes sharpened. Starting with a buffing move, this young man exhibited remarkable composure. Pidgey, close in with quick attack, then follow up with aerial ace. The command was issued. Pidgey let out a sharp cry, its body morphing into a swift white streak, slicing through the air as it rapidly approached Ralts. Its sharp claws traced a lethal arc in the air, moving so quickly that only an afterimage remained. Yet Lin Yi's expression remained unperturbed, as if everything was well within his grasp. In an instant, he teleported to the opposite side of the field, continuing to meditate. Just as Pidgey's claws were about to make contact with Ralts, a flash of white light occurred. Ralts vanished from sight. Pidgey's aerial ace struck nothing but air, sending sparks flying upon impact with the hard ground. When it lifted its head again, Ralts had already reappeared at the far end of the arena, once more closing its ruby-red eyes. A deeper layer of pink light enveloped its small body. The audience fell into a hushed silence once more. The previous clamor abruptly stifled, as if someone had choked the very air from their throats. 3 full seconds passed before an eruption of sound, even more fervent than before, shook the arena. No way. Calm mind. And teleport. Am I seeing things? ISNT calm mind a move Ralts learns at level 27? Did he use a TM? A player's voice trembled with excitement. The TM for calm mind costs 150,000 league coins in the item shop. Is he a millionaire? We don't understand the world of the wealthy, but what does money matter? The player who spent 3 million league coins to configure his moves was still trounced by the gym leader. Exactly. If your skill level ISNT up to par, the power is worthless. I've seen someone Toros use Hyper Beam, and the beam was as thin as a toothpick. It was hilarious. Pidgey, don't give it a chance. Use Wing Attack. Lu Ren's voice was steady and authoritative, imbued with the calm decisiveness of a seasoned veteran. The moment the command was issued, the sharp gaze of the Pidgeotto fixed intently on the far end of the arena where the Ralts stood, its wings suddenly flapping with great force. A howling wind erupted. Its entire body transformed into a brown arrow, diving towards its target at an almost imperceptible speed. The players in the audience felt their hearts leap into their throats. They could almost envision the scene of that adorable, shimmering Ralts being utterly torn apart by this strike. However, Lin Yi maintained an expression of serene composure. The strange light. His command was conveyed through telepathy, silently transmitted, just as the Pidgeotto was about to strike. The form of Ralts vanished once again, but this time, it did not opt for a long-range teleportation. Instead, it merely shifted sideways, gliding a mere half-meter with an ethereal grace. A masterclass in micromaneuvering. The Pidgeotto's wing attack, accompanied by a piercing shriek that split the air, struck nothing but empty space, leaving a distinct white scratch on the hard stone floor. Missing its target, it immediately began to adjust its trajectory. Yet what awaited it was a swirling mass of colors, rapidly expanding in its vision, a bizarrely distorted orb of light. The strange light. The distance was too short. The speed too great. The Pidgeotto had no time to execute any evasive maneuvers. The orb of light accurately penetrated its body. The Pidgeotto emitted a confused cry, its body momentarily halting in midair, its gaze becoming vacant. The world around it began to spin wildly, countless Ralts apparitions swirling in a chaotic dance. In the next instant, it completely lost control over its body, crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Bang! A heavy thud echoed throughout the spacious dojo. One player in the audience rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is this chaos? The gym leader's Pidgeotto, so easily caught off guard? Lin Yi observed the fallen creature, struggling to rise but pecking ineffectively at the ground. He formed a judgment in his mind. This Pidgeotto, while possessing a commendable level and skill proficiency, was only marginally stronger than wild Pokémon of the same level. It was hardly a threat. Finish it off with a psychic attack. The command was given. A crimson glow surged in Ralts' eyes. After 2 rounds of meditation enhancement, augmented by the power of the wise glasses, its psychic abilities had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Buzz. The air began to tremble. A visibly tangible wave of psychic energy coalesced before it, forming an invisible giant hammer that surged with the might to crush everything. And it struck fiercely towards the unsuspecting Pidgeotto, caught in its confusion. Boom! The giant hammer slammed into the Pidgeotto. It did not even have time to emit a mournful cry before its body was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck. It was propelled over 10 meters away, crashing heavily against the rear wall. The wall cracked. Only then did it slide helplessly to the ground, having completely lost its fighting capability. A one-hit knockout. The entire dojo fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared agog at the small, entirely white figure on the ground. Their minds blank. Gym leader Lu Ren quietly recalled the Pidgeotto, and for the first time, a hint of undisguised admiration flickered across his otherwise impassive face. You are quite impressive. He looked at Lin Yi, sincerely praising your opening enhancements, the strategic use of teleportation to create distance, followed by the control of the strange light, and culminating in a high-powered finishing move. Your tactical approach is remarkably clear, and the execution of your moves is flawless. Now, let us see how you fare against my Rattata. As soon as the words left his mouth, he tossed out a second Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a fierce-eyed Rattata, its razor-sharp incisors glinting ominously under the lights. Rattata. Level, LV20. Type, normal. Without a moment's hesitation, the Rattata sprang into action as it entered the arena. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp blades of air swirled around it, dramatically boosting its momentum. Swords dance. Attack power significantly increased. Once again, the strange light. Lin Yi's strategy was straightforward, brutal, yet effective. However, gym leader Lu Ren was evidently not one to stumble in the same place twice. Guard. Just as the strange light began to coalesce before Ralts, a faint green energy barrier unfurled in front of the Rattata. The strange light collided with the barrier, dissipating instantly, as if a cow had drowned in the sea. What a quick response. Someone in the audience gasped. The gym leader has become serious. Before anyone could fully process the situation, Lu Ren's next command flowed forth. Taunt. The Rattata emitted a sharp cry, sending forth an ominous black wave that sped toward Ralts with astonishing swiftness. The speed was too great. There was no time to evade. The black wave struck with pinpoint accuracy. Trainer, I can't use strange light anymore. Ralts' anxious voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. The taunt ability could block all of the opponent's status-altering moves. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Psychic. With the status moves blocked, they would have to clash head-on. Ralts once more summoned the psychic giant hammer, bringing it down mightily upon the Rattata. But just as the hammer was about to strike, Lu Ren's calm voice rang out once again. Quick attack, dodge. The Rattata transformed into a white blur, darting past the edge of the psychic hammer with a speed nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Boom. The psychic attack struck empty space, leaving a startlingly deep crater where the Rattata had just stood. Chapter 30, Victory in Battle. The speed of the quick attack was astonishingly swift. The yellow blur of the Rattata grazed the edge of the psychic force, narrowly escaping. Boom. The violent psychic hammer crashed into emptiness, creating a shocking shallow pit where the Rattata had just been, debris scattering everywhere. After 2 consecutive high-intensity battles, Ralts was now considerably fatigued, its small body heaving slightly, breath coming in quick gasps. Had it not been for the prolonged endurance provided by its champion-level potential, any other Pokémon would have long since collapsed. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Should he switch in Ghastly? This thought flickered briefly before he quickly dismissed it. No, Rattata was a normal type, while Ghastly was Ghost type. Normal and Ghost types were mutually immune. If he switched to Ghastly, even if the Rattata only had these few skills, it could still pose a genuine threat if it knew moves that countered Ghost or Poison types. Ralts must handle it. The opposing gym leader, Lu Ren, clearly had no intention of allowing Lin Yi a moment's respite. His cool command was delivered once more. Rattata, once more, quick attack, then finish with bite. Squeak. Rata emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, its limbs taut with tension, and transformed once more into a streak of white lightning, charging ferociously towards the weary Larvitar. Its razor-sharp incisors gleamed ominously under the light, casting a deadly glint. The spectators in the audience were on the edge of their seats, their hearts racing. It was over. Larvitar was out of stamina and about to be swept away in a single blow. The gym leader's Rata was exceedingly formidable, with its enhanced sword dance, taunting skills, solid defense, and lightning-fast assault culminating in a devastating bite to finish its opponent. Alas, it was a pity. Victory was almost within reach. However, at the moment when everyone believed the outcome was sealed, Lin Yi's expression remained composed. He observed the rapidly approaching yellow blur and, through telepathy, issued an unexpected command that took everyone by surprise. Use Psychic. The instruction was clear and resolute. A flash of red light ignited in Larvitar's eyes. No longer was it concentrating its psychic energy into a devastating force, but instead, it transformed that energy into invisible ripples, radiating outward with it at the center, swiftly engulfing the entire arena. It was not a mere line or point, but an expansive area attack that covered all the ground ahead. The Rata, currently executing a high-speed charge, could neither retreat nor evade. In its pupils, the formless yet inescapable psychic waves reflected ominously. Bang! The psychic waves collided solidly with Rata. As one of the weakest attacks in the psychic repertoire, this strike, though amplified by meditation, inflicted only minimal damage. Rata merely slid back a foot, sustaining a mere scratch. Yet, just when everyone thought the move had no effect, Rata's fierce gaze suddenly turned vacant and unfocused. It shook its head violently, the world spinning chaotically before it. Countless images of Lin Yi and Larvitar swirling in a frenzied dance. It screeched in frustration, unable to pinpoint a target, and began to attack the ground beneath it with its formidable incisors. Chaos. This unexpected scene plunged the entire gym into a strange silence. Did I just imagine that? Is it confused? What is happening? Psychic? Isn't the confusion rate only 10%? How did it get confused this time? What on earth is going on? This Lin family youth's Larvitar is peculiar. The murmurs among the audience were lost on Lin Yi. He watched as Rata, in its confusion, inflicted harm upon itself, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. This was an opportunity, and it was singular. Finish it, Psychic. The command was issued. Larvitar, with its stamina nearly depleted, radiated a final spark of brilliance. It summoned every ounce of its remaining psychic power without reservation. A hum resonated as the invisible giant hammer, forged from pure psychic energy, coalesced once more. It was more solid and more ferocious than ever before. Armed with the resolve to crush everything in its path, it struck fiercely towards Rata, now utterly unable to evade amidst the confusion. Boom! The giant hammer struck with pinpoint accuracy. Rata could not even emit a mournful cry before its body was sent hurtling as if struck by a speeding truck. It was blasted away more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into the wall behind, creating a resounding impact. The wall cracked. Then, it collapsed helplessly to the ground, eyes rolling back, completely devoid of fighting capability. The battle concluded. The entire gym was enveloped in an eerie silence. All present gazed, dumbfounded, at the small, adorable figure in the arena, their minds blank. Gym leader Lu Ren silently recalled Rata, his stern visage revealing genuine admiration and respect. He looked at Lin Yi and said earnestly, "Congratulations. You have passed the novice gym's trial." No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold, grand system notification echoed throughout the entire world of Pokémon. New era. Server announcement. Congratulations to trainer number 039, Lin Family Youth, for being the first player in the entire server to successfully challenge the novice gym. You are hereby rewarded with a mysterious Pokémon egg. Server announcement. Server announcement. The series of 3 server broadcasts detonated in the minds of all players like a bomb. Inside the gym, the players, who had just been stunned by Lin Yi's victory, now regarded him with completely transformed expressions. Their gazes were a complex amalgamation of envy, jealousy, shock, and admiration. Wow, truly a master. The first in the entire server. That psychic just now was definitely suspect. A 10% chance causing confusion, and it happened directly. This defies logic. Who cares about logic? A win is a win. This master is about to become famous. Gym leader Lu Ren ignored the fervent audience and gestured for Lin Yi to follow him into the gym's inner lounge. The room was quiet. Lu Ren carefully retrieved a Pokémon egg adorned with mysterious patterns from a safe, along with a palm-sized badge and a thin booklet. Handing them to Lin Yi. This is your reward. Lin Yi accepted all the items. First producing a PP potion from his bag and administering it to the lethargic Larvitar in his arms. As the potion took effect, Larvitar visibly regained its vitality. Having completed this, he turned to leave the lounge. Upon returning to the gym's main hall, he discovered the entrance was a bustling sea of trainers, all clamoring around him with fervor. The master is out. Please add me as a friend. Master, would you take me under your wing? Will you sell that mysterious Pokémon egg? I'll pay a high price. And your shiny Larvitar. I'll offer 500,000 dragon coins. Please sell it to me. The cacophony of voices nearly threatened to lift the gym's roof. Lin Yi frowned, casting a weary glance at the throng of fervent players. In the next moment, Larvitar appeared at his side, its tiny hand resting on his shoulder. A flash of light enveloped them. In an instant, the pair found themselves several meters away. At the edge of the crowd, he returned Larvitar to its Pokeball, refraining from activating his game ID display, and seamlessly blended into the ebb and flow of villagers, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 31, The Silent Forest. Lin Yi escaped the frenzied crowd at the gym's entrance and found a secluded corner to assess his spoils from the battle. He first retrieved the Pokémon egg awarded for his initial victory. The shell was adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, warm to the touch, brimming with vibrant life force. The system panel displayed only the solitary words, "Mysterious Pokémon egg," devoid of any further information. Lin Yi stowed it back into his bag and then picked up the badge, a symbol of honor. It felt cool in his hand, exquisitely crafted, yet at this stage, it seemed merely a keepsake. Finally, his gaze fell upon the thin booklet. As he opened it, a detailed map unfolded before his eyes. The map delineated a vast expanse surrounding the novice village marked as 039, with the nearest town identified as Maple Town. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi synchronized the map with the system functionalities. Instantly, a large area to the northeast of the novice village was highlighted in a deep crimson hue, designated as the Forest of Silence. The textual description on the map clearly stated that to reach Maple Town, one must traverse this forest. Lin Yi calculated the distance and subtly furrowed his brow. The straight-line distance from the novice village to Maple Town was at least several dozen kilometers. This journey lacked any convenient facilities such as teleportation arrays. His deepest exploration into the misty forest had only taken him about 10 kilometers from the village. More critically, the description of the Forest of Silence bore a cautionary note. Recommended exploration levels LV20 and LV40. This indicated that the forthcoming journey would be a protracted and perilous endeavor. Without delay, Lin Yi set off, returning to the item shop. He needed to stockpile a considerable amount of supplies to brace for any unforeseen circumstances. Healing potions, antidotes, and full recovery potions, 20 of each, please. And this, vitality shard, 5 of those as well. Wrap up that vitality block, too. He swiftly cleared the shop of all usable restorative potions and ultimately acquired the vitality block, priced at 200,000 Union coins. Upon completing his shopping, he glanced at his account balance. He still had 1,370,000 Union coins remaining. He approached the skill disc counter. His gaze fixed on 2 discs, Mud Bomb and Toxic. Both were potent poison-type moves, indispensable for his soon-to-be significant ally, Gengar. I'll take both of those, he decided. Another 250,000 Union coins spent. Now, his account balance stood at 1,120,000. Yet, a trace of regret did not mar Lin Yi's countenance. During this gaming session, he not only recouped his initial investment of 200,000, but also earned an extra 140,000. This sum was nearly equivalent to the annual salary of an ordinary person. The strategy of enhancing his strength with earned funds and subsequently utilizing that strength to generate more income was undoubtedly the wisest investment. Holding the 2 skill discs, Lin Yi approached the skill learning machine in the shop's corner. He summoned Gengar from the shadows, returned it to its Pokeball, and then placed the ball into the Machine S slot. He inserted the Mud Bomb disc. The Machine S indicator light blazed a glaring red, data streaming at lightning speed. And moments later, accompanied by a soft beep, it turned green. Learning successful. He retrieved the disc and inserted Toxic. The same sequence unfolded once more. When both skills were successfully learned, Lin Yi put away the Pokeball and, without a moment's pause, strode directly toward the eastern gate of the novice village. Standing at the village entrance, he followed the path leading to the distant forest, casting one last glance at the bustling 039 novice village behind him. This place was where his dreams began. Perhaps he would never return again. Lin Yi turned away, devoid of any lingering attachment, and marched resolutely toward the forest of silence. As he approached the outskirts of the forest, the air around him grew eerily silent. Towering trees cloaked the sky, fragmenting the sunlight and casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Lin Yi released both Ralts and Jengar from their Pokeballs. Jengar, upon materializing, circled Lin Yi, seemingly disgruntled about being forcibly confined in the Pokeball moments ago. However, as it sensed the newfound power of its two formidable moves, any trace of discontent evaporated. It made a comical grimace at Lin Yi, emitting a series of quirky cackles, before its form distorted, silently melding back into the shadows beneath Lin Yi's feet. Occasionally, the edges of the shadow would bulge, or a half-visible head would peek out, as if to playfully engage with Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi stepped into the forest, he encountered his first Pokémon. It was a robust Rattata, gnawing on the roots of a large tree with its sharp incisors. Rattata. Level, LV20. Type, normal. Observing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Perfect, I'll use you to test Jengar's new moves. Jengar, it's time to work, he commanded. Gah. With a ripple of shadows, Jengar appeared before Lin Yi, its large white eyes curiously scrutinizing the Rattata. Use Toxic. Lin Yi's command resonated through their telepathic bond. Delivered with precision, Jengar understood instantly, opening its mouth to unleash a ghostly green beam that shot forth like a serpent. The Rattata, engrossed in its gnawing, failed to react in time, and the toxic light seamlessly integrated into its body. Eek! The Rattata, feeling the sting of pain, swiftly pivoted, its fierce gaze locking onto Jengar and Lin Yi, a foreboding green hue creeping over its countenance. It emitted a sharp shriek, muscles tensing as its body transformed into a yellow blur, dashing toward Jengar with blinding speed. Mudbomb. Lin Yi's tone remained unruffled. Jengar let out a sinister chuckle, swiftly conjuring a thick, deep purple sludge reeking with malodor, and hurled it at the charging Rattata. Boom. The mud bomb collided accurately with the Rattata mid-charge, erupting in a resounding explosion. The deep purple sludge splattered everywhere, inflicting considerable damage. Eek! The Rattata emitted a chilling cry, and in agony, abruptly halted its advance. It shot a vicious glare at Jengar, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, and without hesitation, turned to flee. However, it had scarcely covered a few dozen meters when the green hue enveloping its body intensified. The effects of Toxic were rapidly spreading with its frantic movements. Ultimately, its massive form stiffened abruptly, collapsing helplessly to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Ding! Your Pokémon Jengar has gained experience points. The battle concluded. Yet, to Lin Yi's astonishment, the Rattata did not dissipate into white light as the Pokémon in the novice area typically did. A faint, nearly imperceptible protective shield flickered over its fallen form. Lin Yi watched in curiosity as the green toxins on the Rattata visibly receded, its injuries gradually healing. Moments later, the Rattata struggled to rise from the ground, casting a wary glance at Lin Yi before hastily retreating into the dense underbrush, disappearing from sight. Trainer, shall we pursue? Ralts inquired telepathically. Lin Yi shook his head, yet his gaze brightened with unprecedented clarity. He understood now. The novice village, or rather the novice area, had been designed for new players to level up swiftly. The Pokémon they had encountered were merely illusions or shadows, but upon capture, they would transform into real Pokémon, once liberated from the confines of the novice village. The rules of the game metamorphose. In the wild, Pokémon do not vanish upon defeat. Rather, they enter a fleeting state of near-death protection. Chapter 32. The Young Draws the Old. Lin Yi ventured deeper into the forest. The Pokémon in this silent forest exhibited levels significantly higher than those previously encountered, occasionally revealing themselves as level 21 or 22. Lin Yi commanded his Ralts and Ghastly to vanquish each one in turn, achieving results akin to those of the earlier encounter with the Rattata. Upon losing their combat capability, these wild Pokémon manifested a faint protective shield upon their bodies, subsequently entering a state of recovery from near death. Lin Yi even attempted to have Ralts strike the shield with Psychic. The moment the attack made contact, it sank into the shield as if into an abyss, leaving not a ripple in its wake. This shield was invulnerable. The duration of a Pokémon's recovery depended entirely on the severity of its injuries. Just moments ago, a level 21 Arbok leaped from the underbrush, attempting to ambush Lin Yi. The outcome was predictable. Faced with Lin Yi's Ralts, which had undergone 2 enhancements through meditation. The Arbok could not withstand even a single exchange and was struck down by a psychic blast, rendering it incapable of battle. This blow left it lying on the ground for a full 20 minutes before it barely recovered from its near-death state. However, no sooner had it regained consciousness than it was met with another psychic strike from Ralts. This time, the damage was considerably less severe, and it returned to full health within 10 minutes. Once revived, the Arbok fixed Lin Yi with a venomous glare, its eyes brimming with deep-seated resentment. Subsequently, it darted into the underbrush, moving with astonishing speed, leaving no opportunity for Lin Yi to pursue, vanishing without a trace. Engaged in such experiments, Lin Yi lingered in the forest for an hour or two, managing to defeat merely a dozen Pokémon while advancing approximately 3 kilometers deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a green figure flickered past him. Lin Yi immediately gave chase. Passing through a thicket, he beheld a scyther swiftly hacking at a robust tree with its razor-sharp sides, sending wood chips flying. It appeared to be honing its skills. Lin Yi stealthily followed, keenly observing that the scyther exhibited signs of fatigue after its relentless attacks. Now was the moment. Ghastly used poison. With a sharp call, the ghastly concealed in Lin Yi's shadow sprang forth, unleashing a beam of eerie green poison toward the scyther. Caught in a moment of exhaustion, the scyther had no time to react and was struck with precision by the toxic assault. It halted its actions in pain, a foreboding purple hue spreading across its body. It was poisoned. Disaster seldom strikes alone. Lin Yi's commands followed swiftly. Ghastly, pursue with lick. The ghastly emitted a sinister chuckle, transforming into a streak of purple-blue light that collided forcefully with the poisoned scyther. Such misfortune compounded. Against an opponent in an abnormal state, the attack's power doubled. The already enfeebled scyther was severely wounded by this hit, letting out a pained shriek. Ralts, finish it off with psychic. Ralts' eyes glowed red as an invisible wave of psychic energy radiated outward, striking the staggering scyther with precision. The final straw had been pulled. The scyther's massive form crashed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Lin Yi noted, just as previous players had mentioned, that when 2 Pokémon participated in battle, the experience points were indeed shared. Without hesitation, he retrieved a great ball from his backpack and hurled it forcefully. A flash of red light enveloped the scyther, securing it within the confines of the ball. It trembled violently upon the ground. Once, twice, bang. The ball erupted, the scyther reappearing. Still in a near-death state, but evidently unwilling to be captured easily. Lin Yi threw 2 more great balls in succession. It was only on the 3rd attempt that the tumultuous shaking finally ceased with a satisfying click, signifying success in capturing it. Approaching, Lin Yi picked up the ball from the ground and utilized the inspection function to glean its information. Scyther. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV19. Potential, experienced. Gender, male. Ability, swarm. Moves, quick attack, leer, fury cutter, wing attack. Upon reviewing the details, Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. With only experience level potential and a standard ability of swarm rather than the more formidable technician, it was somewhat disappointing. Nonetheless, a scyther of experienced potential could still fetch a price of 10 to 20,000 dragon coins in the market. Better than nothing. Lin Yi stowed the scyther's ball and continued his search for the next target. The Pokémon of Silent Forest displayed a distinctly heightened intellect compared to those near the novice village, yet still rarely appeared in large groups. Lin Yi traversed a patch of grass taller than himself. He remained oblivious to the fact that beneath the shadows of the grass at his feet, a Pokémon had seamlessly melded with its surroundings. Even Ralts' psychic abilities failed to detect the lurking malice in advance. At the very moment Lin Yi passed, that Pokémon struck. A purple needle of poison, accompanied by a piercing sound, shot directly towards Lin Yi's back. Trainer, be careful. Just as the assailant emerged, Ralts finally perceived its presence. In a split second, without time for further thought, Ralts placed her tiny hand on Lin Yi's shoulder and activated teleport. A white energy enveloped both trainer and Pokémon, vanishing just before the poison needle could strike. In the next instant, they materialized 30 meters away. However, such long-distance teleportation was an immense strain for Ralts at her current level. Her psychic energy was nearly depleted in that instant, causing her to weaken and slide from Lin Yi's shoulder. Quick to react, Lin Yi caught her in his arms. Breathless and shaken, he glanced back and immediately used the inspection function to assess the assailant's details. Arbok. Type, poison. Level, LV31. Upon seeing this level, Lin Yi's pupils dilated. Cradling the weakened Ralts, he wasted no time and turned to sprint deeper into the forest. The massive Arbok did not pursue immediately. It merely regarded Lin Yi's fleeing figure with cold, mocking eyes, as if savoring the final struggles of its prey. Behind it, a purple figure slinked forth, none other than the Arbok from earlier, the very one Lin Yi had subjected to experimentation. It had come for revenge. The Arbok, like a cat toying with a mouse, leisurely followed Lin Yi. Meanwhile, the Arbok beside it occasionally opened its mouth, launching a few poison needles toward Lin Yi's vicinity. Those needles always narrowly missed, intentionally grazing his body without direct contact. The specter of death loomed ever close. Lin Yi, clutching his beloved Larvitar, fled desperately through the treacherous forest rife with peril. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he plummeted uncontrollably into a concealed pit shrouded in overgrown weeds. Chapter 33, Zubat and Golbat. In that fleeting moment of misstep, the world spun chaotically. Lin Yi felt the ground vanish beneath him, and he was sent spiraling into the abyss of darkness. The wind howled in his ears, mingling with the sound of grass being torn apart, just as he braced for a harsh impact with the unforgiving ground. A soft sensation enveloped him from behind, serving as a final cushion. Thud. Despite this, the force of the fall was overwhelming. Lin Yi felt his insides jolt, as though they had been dislocated, while his back collided with something plush, akin to a thick cloud of cotton. Yet, the sheer impact caused his vision to fade to black, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Time slipped away in an indeterminate haze. An overpoweringly nauseating stench violently invaded his nostrils, yanking Lin Yi back from his brief stupor. Cough, cough, cough. He bolted upright, racked by a fit of coughing, his lungs ablaze as if filled with toxic gas. What is that abhorrent smell? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, instinctively gazing down. A mere glance sent his heart racing, causing his breath to hitch for half a second. There lay the spectral form that should have been hidden in his shadow, once radiating a bluish-purple mist, now shockingly thin and nearly transparent, like a wisp of smoke on the verge of extinguishing. At the center of the mist, a deep crimson orb lay quietly, its luster dimmed to the brink of extinguishment. It was ghastly. It had used its fragile, gas-like body to cushion his fall. A tumult of emotions surged within him: relief, gratitude, and an almost imperceptible pang of guilt. He hastily retrieved a bottle of healing spray from his backpack and directed it towards Ghastly's feeble core. With a sizzling sound, the potion transformed into a white mist, gradually seeping into the core. He then produced a bottle of PP Restoration Potion, carefully administering it to the equally fatigued Larvitar nestled in his arms. Once these tasks were complete, he finally leaned against the cold cave wall, gasping for breath. Minutes slipped by. Gradually, Ghastly's core began to emit a faint purple glow once more, the thin gas coalescing around it, enveloping the core anew. It wobbled toward Lin Yi, its large white eyes devoid of their usual defiance and mischief, now filled with a profound sense of grievance and melancholy. Those eyes seemed to silently accuse him. Trainer, you truly ought to lose some weight. You nearly crushed my ethereal form. Lin Yi felt his cheeks flush under its gaze, a mix of amusement and exasperation welling within him. Who could have anticipated that this painfully realistic game would even account for the player's weight? Meanwhile, Larvitar's spirit had revived considerably. It gently patted Lin Yi's arm, conveying a reassuring thought through their telepathy, indicating that it was all right. Lin Yi glanced up at the cave entrance, where an eerie silence reigned. The wild beast, Arbok, had likely assumed he was dead and had departed, swaggering away with its minions. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he resolved to remain below for the time being. Who knew if that vengeful creature was still lying in wait above? He began to survey the cave. It appeared not to be a naturally formed cavern. Ahead lay a discernible tunnel, evidently excavated by Pokémon, leading into unfathomable depths. The passage stretched 3 to 4 meters high, its walls pockmarked with remnants of some colossal creature's passage. Was this the handiwork of Onyx? Lin Yi pondered. He cautiously ventured deeper into the tunnel with Larvitar and Ghastly at his side. Larvitar's psychic abilities seemed severely hampered by the dense earth, allowing it to sense only a few dozen meters ahead and behind. Ghastly melded back into Lin Yi's shadow, occasionally peeking out with curiosity, its large white eyes surveying the surroundings. Embedded in the cave walls were unknown gemstones, emitting a faint glow that served as the sole illumination in this pitch-black subterranean realm. After traversing approximately 50 meters, Larvitar's voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind, laced with caution. Trainer, there is something above in the tunnel ahead. Lin Yi quickly looked up to see a deep blue Pokémon hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, almost blending into the darkness, seemingly asleep. A Zubat. However, the moment Lin Yi drew near, The Zubat suddenly awoke, its eyeless visage opening wide as it emitted a shrill, supersonic screech. Larvitar, use Confuse Ray. In an instant, a dazzling array of distorted colors surged forth, striking the newly awakened Zubat with precision. The Zubat's attack ceased abruptly, its gaze turned vacant, and it released a series of meaningless shrieks, flailing chaotically in the air, colliding repeatedly with the hard cave walls. Disoriented. Psychic shock. A flash of red ignited in Larvitar's eyes as an invisible psychic hammer descended with crushing force, striking true. Boom. The Zubat let out a mournful cry, its body plummeting like a severed kite, crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. A faint protective barrier shimmered around it. Without pausing, Lin Yi pressed onward into the depths of the cave. Soon, the evolved form of Zubat, Golbat, began to appear. These cave-dwelling creatures were far more ferocious than their surface counterparts, banding together to unleash relentless attacks on any intruders, utilizing echolocation to construct intricate three-dimensional maps in the dark. Lin Yi navigated through the underground labyrinth, losing all sense of direction and time. It seemed as though the entirety of the silent forest above had been hollowed out by these intricate tunnels, creating a vast, perilous underground maze. Battles, healing, resting. Time sped by in this monotonous, yet high-pressure cycle. After a harrowing encounter where he single-handedly overcame a swarm of Golbat, Larvitar finally glimmered with the light of evolution. Leaning against the cave wall, Lin Yi opened the Pokémon information panel to review the results of his efforts during this arduous journey. Pokémon, Larvitar, Shiny. Type, Psychic. Fairy, Level, LV19, Normal. Gender, Female. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, Champion Level. Moves learned, Screech, Charm, Confuse Ray, Bind, Psychic, Shadow Clone, Teleport, Meditate, Sleep, Protect, Hypnosis, Drain Kiss, Psychic Shock. Illusion Beam. Larvitar had reached level 19, just one step away from evolving into Kirlia. Meanwhile, Ghastly had also ascended to level 19. Lin Yi felt a twinge of irritation. Throughout this entire journey, apart from the endless Zubat and Golbat, he had not encountered a single rock or ground-type Pokémon. Just as his patience began to wane, he approached the end of the passage ahead. A formidable earthen wall stood resolutely in the way, a dead end. Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeply. Just as thoughts raced through his mind, the voice of Ralu Razi echoed again, tinged with uncertainty and gravity. Trainer, this wall is not excessively thick. I can sense that there is emptiness behind it. Chapter 34. The other side of the earthen wall. Emptiness behind it. Lin Yi gazed at the solid and imposing wall before him, his brow slightly knitted in contemplation. He extended his hand. The cold, rough surface yielded a firm sensation. To charge through would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. He pondered the potential dangers that lay ahead. Could he encounter formidable Pokémon? Ultimately, his gaze settled on the gleaming Genghis floating beside him. Genghis, slip through and take a look. Exercise utmost caution. Yeah, Genghis understood, emitting a peculiar laugh that only Lin Yi could decipher. Its form twisted, transforming into a wisp of purple-blue smoke, effortlessly penetrating the solid earthen wall and vanishing from Lin Yi's sight. Time ticked away, each second stretching into eternity. The cave once again fell into a silence reminiscent of death. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yi awaited patiently, mulling over various possibilities. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, a ripple of purple-blue radiance inexplicably spread across the hard earthen wall. Genghis' silhouette emerged once more from within the wall, swirling excitedly around Lin Yi, emitting rapid, fervent cries, exuding palpable exhilaration. Trainer, Ralu Raci's voice resonated timely in Lin Yi's mind, forever the perfect interpreter between master and servant. Genghis says there are many, many Pokémon behind the wall, resembling stones. Pokémon resembling stones? Lin Yi cast a glance at the time displayed on the virtual screen on his wrist. It was 11 o'clock at night. Having lingered too long in the tense ambience of the underground cave, it was time to log off and rest. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the log off option from the system menu. In the next instant, Lin Yi, along with Ralu Razi and Genghis, transformed into mere phantoms, vanishing entirely from the depths of the subterranean mine. As his consciousness returned, Lin Yi felt as though he had been yanked back from a cold, viscous darkness into reality. He removed his gaming headset and lay on his bed for a while, regaining his composure. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the soft glow emanating from his computer screen. After attending to his physiological needs, Lin Yi skillfully tore open a packet of instant noodles, pouring boiling water over it. During the wait, he retrieved his phone, And indeed, several unread messages awaited him, all from Wang Lei and Qian Duoduo. He first opened Qian Duoduo's message. Holy crap, Lin Yi, you're incredible. The first in the entire server to conquer the gym. By the way, thanks bro. That Caterpie of yours has now evolved into a shiny Butterfree, level 15. I took it along with my Charmeleon, and we also conquered the gym. Lin Yi chuckled. This guy was still as straightforward as ever. Next, he opened Wang Lei's message, which filled the screen with a lengthy stream of text. Ego, you logged off. Damn. That Mismagius you gave me is a godsend. It's phenomenal. With it, both my Meowth and Geodude have reached level 14. And guess what? Meowth's pickup ability is simply divine. It found a medium leaf stone, which I sold for 20,000 dragon coins. Made a small fortune. Also picked up an Everstone, which I gave to Meowth to prevent it from evolving, keeping it as my lucky charm. Ego, you're famous. Hurry and check the forum. That video of your shiny Ralts taking on 2 opponents has gone viral. Many are trying to replicate your strategy, but all have failed. None succeeded. Sigh, I tried to. Just missed it by a hair. My Mismagius knocked out a Pidgey with a single hit, but it was left with low health and got taken out by a Rattata. My Geodude went in and was also a total loss. I'm planning to level it up 2 more times until it learns Rock Slide before trying again. Reading through Wang Lei's almost verbose message, Lin Yi could vividly imagine his animated expression. After a moment's thought, he replied with the wisdom of experience. Rock Slide is a good move. Once you've got some coins, buy a Stone Edge TM. It's a core move for rock types. During battles, have it use Defense Curl to stack defenses, then find the opportunity to unleash Rock Slide and Stone Edge. It works wonders against flying types. Once he finished his noodles, Lin Yi collapsed onto his bed, drifting into sleep. The following day unfolded with his usual routine of morning runs, meals, and then promptly donning his headset to log back into the game. The familiar cold sensation enveloped him once more as Lin Yi reappeared in the same mine where he had logged off, with Ralts and Genghis materializing beside him. He first took out a high-energy cube and fed it to the 2 Pokémon. Genghis, scout again and confirm safety. Yeah, Genghis passed through the wall once more, returning in just a few minutes. Ralts nodded at Lin Yi, signaling that the path ahead was secure. Good, Ralts, lead us forward. A white energy halo enveloped Lin Yi and Ralts, instantaneously activating a teleportation effect. The scene before him twisted, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi found himself on the other side of the wall. This area seemed no different from the previous passage, still a narrow and dimly lit underground tunnel. However, he remained vigilant, continuing his exploration deeper into the unknown. After traversing several dozen meters, he finally encountered the Pokémon Genghis had mentioned, resembling stones. It was a massive blue rock, akin to a small sculpture, silently standing beside the passage. The rock bore a large red nose, facing Lin Yi's direction. Lin Yi immediately activated his scanning function. North nose, type, rock, level, LV24, rock type. Lin Yi's heart raced. Being underground, the last thing he wanted was to confront a Pokémon capable of unleashing Earthquake, a devastating area attack. One misstep, and he could very well be buried alive here. The North nose remained motionless upon noticing Lin Yi, akin to a lifeless boulder. Lin Yi decisively issued his command. Ralts, use bind. Genghis, unleash Confuse Ray. Ralts' eyes glimmered with a red light, and an invisible binding force enveloped the North nose in an instant. Simultaneously, Genghis opened its mouth, releasing a swirling, kaleidoscopic orb of distorted light. The North nose, moving at an agonizingly slow pace, could not react in time, first immobilized by bind. It was then struck directly by Confuse Ray. Its body swayed, eyes glazing over as it succumbed to a state of confusion. Genghis, unleash misfortune. Jia. Genghis cackled. A wave of ominous purple energy surging around it, crashing forcefully into the helpless North nose. Misfortune doubled the power against opponents in abnormal states. Boom. The North nose's massive form trembled violently, suffering a heavy blow. Ralts, use Psyshock. Lin Yi commanded decisively, issuing the final directive. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, Ralts summoned the remnants of its psychic energy, coalescing it into an intangible psychic hammer. With tremendous force, this hammer struck the enormous red nose of the Nosepass. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The massive body of Nosepass trembled violently, and for the first time, it emitted a mournful wail, succumbing to its defeat. The battle concluded. Lin Yi did not linger. He circumnavigated the fallen Nosepass and pressed onward into the depths of the cave. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes after his departure, the protective shield surrounding Nosepass dissipated. It shook its head, casting a resentful glance in the direction Lin Yi had taken, before its entire form slowly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. As Lin Yi continued on his path, he encountered several Pokémon in succession. There were Geodudes floating in the air, as well as Roggenrola rolling about on the ground. All of them were, without exception, of the rock type. Lin Yi employed his previous strategy, with Ralts initiating control and Ghastly following up with damage, effortlessly defeating them one by one. However, as he ventured deeper, Lin Yi began to sense an unsettling anomaly. The Geodude he had just vanquished bore arms composed of rock that were significantly larger than those depicted in the Pokédex, nearly as thick as its body. Moreover, the Roggenrola he had encountered earlier possessed a hexagonal yellow core at its center that was considerably broader than the standard size, shimmering with an unusual luster. A strange sensation began to unfurl within Lin Yi's mind. He halted, surveying his surroundings. The Pokémon dwelling in this subterranean realm appeared, in fact, to be larger than those described in the Pokédex. No, this could not merely be an illusion. Lin Yi suddenly realized that this was not a simple case of individual variation. This place, this uncharted underground area, was undoubtedly peculiar. Chapter 35, The Evolutionary Radiance of Kirlia. Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the recently defeated Geodude, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, the Geodude's rock-formed arms were a full circle larger than the standard size he had observed in the Pokédex. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wrist and produced a great ball from his backpack. A crimson beam precisely captured the incapacitated Geodude within the sphere. The Pokeball landed on the icy ground, beginning to shake violently, emitting a series of muffled thuds. Bang! With a loud pop, the locking mechanism of the Pokeball was forcibly released, and Geodude's figure re-emerged, clearly unwilling to be easily captured. Lin Yi's expression remained impassive, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as he tossed another great ball. This time, after thrice shaking vigorously, the Pokeball finally clicked and fell silent. Capture successful. Lin Yi approached, bent down to retrieve the Pokeball, and immediately activated the scanning function. Pokémon, Geodude. Type, Rock, Ground. Level, LV23. Gender, Female. Ability, Sturdy. Potential, Expert Level, High. Once again, a lucrative acquisition was secured. Lin Yi stored the Pokeball away, but suddenly recalled another matter. The Roggenrola. Its core had also been broader than normal. He quickly turned and sprinted back in the direction where he had encountered the Roggenrola. Yet, upon arrival, all that remained where the Roggenrola had lain was a small mound of freshly turned soft earth. The Pokémon's presence had long since vanished. Damn it! Lin Yi muttered under his breath, a flicker of frustration crossing his gaze. It seemed that the Roggenrola had long since used its dig ability to escape. Although somewhat vexed at missing a Pokémon with potential likely exceeding that of an expert level, Lin Yi swiftly reoriented his mindset and continued deeper into the cave. After traversing approximately another 300 meters, a voice rang clearly in his mind. Trainer, there's a Pokémon ahead. The melodic voice of Ralts echoed in his thoughts. Ghastly. Sneak forward and assess the situation. Lin Yi immediately issued the command, while he and Ralts tread softly, cautiously following behind. Upon closer inspection, at the end of the passage, stood yet another nosepass. Its enormous red nose faced them directly, and its body remained motionless, resembling a rock sculpture seamlessly integrated with the cave. The sight of this familiar Pokémon triggered a vivid memory of a recent perilous encounter. Not long ago, he had faced a similarly rock-ground-type Geodude, and, habitually, commanded Ghastly to use Confuse Ray. Who could have anticipated that the confused Geodude would not attack him, but instead self-destruct on the spot? The explosive energy had engulfed the entire passage, causing rocks to collapse and the ground to tremble. Had it not been for Ralts teleporting him to safety just in time, he would have surely been buried beneath the rubble. He would not make the same mistake twice. Ralts, hypnosis. Lin Yi's command was decisive and clear. Ralts' eyes radiated with peculiar ripples, and an invisible wave of hypnotic energy enveloped the unsuspecting Nosepass like ripples on a tranquil surface. The massive body of Nosepass swayed slightly before succumbing to a profound slumber. Ghastly, Nightshade, he ordered without hesitation. The Ghastly lurking in Lin Yi's shadow emitted a peculiar, eerie laugh that only he could comprehend, as ominous purple energy swirled around it, transforming into a shadowy stream that struck the sleeping Nosepass with great force. As the target was in an abnormal state, the power of Nightshade was effectively doubled. Boom. The heavy impact elicited a pained groan from Nosepass, small cracks appearing on its hardened rocky exterior. Drain Kiss. Lin Yi's command followed in swift succession, unhesitatingly delivered. Ralts parted her small mouth, and a pink, heart-shaped energy floated forth, precisely imprinting itself upon Nosepass. As it dealt damage, a pure life energy flowed back through the heart-shaped energy, replenishing Ralts' stamina for continued combat. Ultimately, under the combined assault of the two Pokémon, Nosepass was rendered incapable of opening its eyes, losing all combat ability. At that moment, a faint white glow illuminated Ghastly's form. It had leveled up, successfully reaching level 20. Immediately thereafter, an even more brilliant and resplendent light erupted from Ralts, akin to a small sun, flooding the dim cavern with radiant illumination. The evolutionary brilliance elongated Ralts' previously petite, half-meter-tall frame, stretching it higher and refining its silhouette into an increasingly graceful and slender form, as if it were a divine masterpiece being meticulously sculpted by celestial hands. When the brilliance faded, a completely new figure quietly emerged before Lin Yi. She had grown to approximately 1 meter tall, her body still a pristine white, yet now imbued with an ethereal quality, resembling an untainted maiden untouched by the dust of the world. Her signature blue hair no longer obscured her eyes, transforming instead into soft, shoulder-length bangs that revealed a pair of orange-red eyes more vibrant and alluring than rubies. On either side of its head, the tangerine-hued horns elegantly extend outward, resembling a diminutive crown. The dazzling shiny Kirlia. Lin Yi promptly activated the information panel, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Pokémon, Kirlia, Shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, LV20, Normal. Gender, Female. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, Champion level, Mid. Moves learned, Growl, Charm, Magical Leaf, Confusion, Teleport, Shadow Ball, Teleport, Meditate, Rest. Protect, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Psychic, Illusion Ray, Magical Leaf. The potential has advanced from champion level early to mid. More importantly, it has mastered Magical Leaf. Though the grass-type move possesses average power, it boasts an infallible hit rate. Against slow yet resilient rock and ground-type Pokémon, this is nothing short of a divine skill. A fervor ignited within Lin Yi's heart. When Kirlia evolves into Gardevoir, its base stats will soar to an impressive 518 points. That signifies a true transformation. If, in the future, he can acquire a Mega Stone and a Keystone to unleash Mega Evolution, its base stats could reach a staggering 618 points. The yearning for level and power surged within Lin Yi like never before. He forcefully stifled his excitement, not forgetting the fainted Snorlax, and promptly threw a Pokeball, effortlessly capturing it. Upon inspection, its potential indeed proved to be commendable, reaching the pinnacle of advanced level. Lin Yi pressed onward. Soon, he encountered a rolling Geodude. Kirlia. Why not engage it in a one-on-one battle? Lin Yi wished to ascertain how much stronger his evolved Kirlia had become. Kirlia nodded gracefully, and in a flash, appeared before Geodude. Starting with Hypnosis, Geodude fell into a deep slumber without a hint of resistance. Next, Kirlia gently waved her hands before her, summoning dozens of emerald green leaves that shimmered with a sharp brilliance, akin to blades imbued with life, slicing through the air to strike Geodude with precision. Magical Leaf. After 2 consecutive uses of Magical Leaf, Geodude was rendered completely unable to battle. It was a clean and decisive victory. Lin Yi threw 2 Ultra Balls in quick succession, successfully capturing the Geodude. Picking up the Pokeball, he utilized the scanning function for a brief glimpse. Pokémon, Geodude. Level, LV24. Potential, Professional level, early. The expression on Lin Yi's face turned grave. Within just a few hundred meters, the potential of the encountered Pokémon had escalated from advanced level high to now professional level early. The depths of this cave likely harbored Pokémon with even greater potential and strength. There lay immense opportunities, yet they were fraught with peril. Lin Yi stowed the Pokeball. His focus sharpened as he continued onward. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently, sending a jolt that made his teeth ache. An indescribable, overwhelming pressure surged from the nearby rock wall. A colossal creature was rapidly approaching from the side. Teleport. Before Lin Yi's command could fully escape his lips, Kirlia understood instinctively, enveloping him in a halo of white energy and swiftly retreating, just as their figures vanished. Chapter 36. Capturing the Gym Class Potential Onix. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed. The hard rock wall where Lin Yi and Kirlia had just stood crumbled as if it were mere parchment, shattered by the impact of a gigantic creature. Debris flew like shrapnel, and a thick cloud of dust instantaneously obscured their vision. A fearsome, massive head emerged from the broken cavern, its cold, rocky eyes locking onto Lin Yi with unwavering intensity. Onix. Type. Rock, ground. Level. LV27. Faced with the sudden appearance of Onix, Lin Yi's gaze remained steadfast, a ripple of resolve crossing his mind as he commanded, "Kirlia, use hypnosis." The evolved Kirlia showcased an elevated mastery of psychic abilities. Suspended in midair, an invisible force of hypnosis enveloped Onyx with precision. The colossal body of Onyx froze momentarily before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, causing the earth to tremble in response. Jengar, misfortune befalls. Cackling from the shadows, Jengar unleashed a sinister laugh, channeling ominous purple energy that transformed into a spectral form, crashing into the slumbering Onyx. Meanwhile, Kirlia stood firm, her gaze fixed intently on Onyx, her psychic energy finely attuned, ever ready to cast another hypnosis, denying it any chance of retaliation. Misfortune befalls doubles the damage dealt to a Pokémon in an abnormal state. The strike landed solidly on Onyx's rocky form, inflicting massive damage. The intense pain jolted Onyx awake from its slumber, unleashing a furious roar that reverberated throughout the cavern. Yet, what awaited it was Kirlia's already prepared second hypnosis. The invisible ripples surged forth, causing Onyx's massive head to sway slightly before it succumbed once more to the ground, unwillingly. Seizing the opportunity, Jengar transformed into a shadowy flash, launching a second misfortune befalls. This time, Onyx could not awaken again, its immense body entirely incapacitated, a faint protective shield enveloping its surface. Lin Yi's expression remained unyielding as he flicked his wrist, sending forth an Ultra Ball with a whoosh. The red light struck true, securing Onyx firmly within the ball. Yet, as soon as the poke ball hit the ground, it began to throb violently, shaking like a frantic heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous Ultra Balls, a dozen in succession, were forcefully ejected by its indomitable will, scattering across the cold ground. Seeing the protective shield surrounding Onyx about to vanish, poised to awaken at any moment, Lin Yi's eyes sharpened with determination. Without hesitation, he hurled his final Ultra Ball. This time, the poke ball trembled violently 3 times before, with a delightful click. It emitted the most wondrous sound in the world, settling into stillness. Capture successful. Kirlia extended her delicate hand, her psychic energy swirling to retrieve the poke ball from the ground, presenting it to Lin Yi. Immediately, Lin Yi examined this hard-won prize. Pokémon Onyx. Type: Rock, Ground. Level: LV 27. Potential: Gym Class. Ability: Rock Head. Gym Class Potential. The ability is the rare Rock Head. Lin Yi had initially felt a twinge of regret over the considerable loss of Ultra Balls, but now, that discontent had evaporated entirely. The value of this Onyx was sufficient to procure hundreds of Ultra Balls. He glanced at his backpack, noting only 30 Ultra Balls remained. With such a quantity, he could perhaps capture 7 or 8 more Pokémon. As for the earlier decision to refrain from allowing Lin to employ Magical Leaf, it was primarily due to the risk posed by the upgraded hypnosis, which would allow the Pokémon to awaken with remarkable speed. It was imperative to have a Pokémon on standby, ready to maintain control and ensure absolute security. Lin Yi stowed away the poke ball of his Onyx and ventured deeper into the cavern. Before long, he encountered the evolved forms of both Geodude and Spearow, namely, Graveler and Golem. These 2 species of Pokémon were evidently far more formidable than their pre-evolved counterparts. Despite a mere 1-level increase, their evolution had resulted in a significant enhancement in physical durability. Despite Ghastly's consecutive attempts, it was unable to vanquish them entirely. Lin Yi promptly adjusted his strategy. Ghastly: use Hypnosis. Lin: employ Magical Leaf. As Ghastly released waves of hypnotic energy, Graveler succumbed to slumber, while Lin gracefully waved its hands before it, summoning dozens of emerald leaves that shimmered with a sharp brilliance, akin to life-infused flying daggers, slicing through the air. Grass-type moves are doubly effective against rock and ground types. Against Graveler, they are quadruple effective. 2 uses of Magical Leaf were sufficient to decisively defeat a level 25 Graveler. However, to deal with Golem, it would require 2 Magical Leaves followed by a Kiss of Absorption, primarily due to the disparity in levels. Recently, Lin Yi had refrained from allowing Lin to use Meditate, as the energy expenditure was excessively high and not cost-effective during such intense and prolonged battles. 2 hours later, Lin Yi gazed at his empty Pokeball inventory with a gentle sigh. The last Pokeball had been utilized. The 10 red and white balls gifted to novices, combined with the 50 high-grade balls he had purchased, had all been expended. Nonetheless, the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. He had captured a high-potential, advanced-level Geodude, a peak-potential Golem, 6 Geodudes or Golems of professional-level potential, 8 mid-tier potential Graveler or Golem, 3 high-potential Golem or Graveler, along with a gym-level potential Onyx. This haul was bound to incite a frenzy in the current market. Moreover, Lin and Ghastly had both leveled up by over 1.5 levels, reaching level 21, with only a smidgen of experience to attain level 22. Reluctantly, Lin Yi cast a lingering glance at the profound cavern before finally retrieving a rope from his backpack, an escape rope. He immediately utilized the item. In a flash of white light, Lin Yi vanished from the cave, reappearing moments later on the surface of the silenced forest. He harbored no concerns about losing his way. Every location he traversed would be illuminated on the system map. Lin Yi checked the system map, noting that he was approximately 10 kilometers from the novice village, and only about 3 kilometers from the area where he had previously fallen. He promptly recalled his Pokémon and cautiously advanced toward the novice village, wary of encountering the vengeful Arbok once more. After over an hour, Lin Yi finally returned to the novice village. Along the way, he had also effortlessly defeated a dozen oblivious wild Pokémon, and Lin and Ghastly had successfully reached level 22. On his return, he encountered numerous trainers heading toward Maple Leaf Town. Most were in groups of 2 or 3, even 4 or 5, moving cautiously as if treading on thin ice. Upon seeing Lin Yi alone and exuding an air of tranquility, accompanied by the shimmering Lin, those players instinctively halted and made way, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. Wow, it's a shiny Lin. Lalu Lassie requires at least level 20 to evolve. Is this player a grinding master? To reach over level 20 in such a perilous place alone? Don't speak, don't look at him. This lone wolf's temperament is unpredictable. We cannot provoke him. Who knows what high-level, fearsome Pokémon he has hidden in his backpack. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Yi made a beeline for the trading house. He listed all his captured Pokémon, excluding the Onix, for a 24-hour auction. Advanced level potential began at 10,000 dragon coins, while professional level potential started at 30,000 dragon coins. Lin Yi was confident that such prices would not be undercut. With these Pokémon acquired, navigating the novice gym would be a mere formality. In total, he listed 20 Pokémon, including the initial Scyther he had captured. He estimated that the proceeds from this endeavor would amount to at least over 1 million dragon coins. After managing his spoils, Lin Yi headed to the adjacent item shop. Boss, I'd like 200 high-grade balls, 2 escape ropes, and all these PP supplies. All right, just a moment. The shopkeeper replied as he began to tally the items. Once again, Lin Yi unhesitatingly spent a hefty sum of 300,000 alliance coins. Trading up, my ammunition is fully stocked. After collecting all the items, Lin Yi exited the shop, ready to once again plunge into that realm rife with both opportunity and peril. Chapter 37. An abnormal concentration of rock energy. Lin Yi proceeded directly toward the silenced forest. As he neared the forest, he noticed an increasing number of trainers along the route. Utilizing his scanning feature, he observed that these players, who had just successfully challenged the novice gym and departed from the novice village, had Pokémon mostly around level 17. Some trainers possessing starter Pokémon had already seen their Pokémon undergo their first evolution, and occasionally, he caught glimpses of Wartortle and Charmeleon, drawing envious glances from onlookers. Following the illuminated paths on the system map, Lin Yi swiftly distanced himself from the crowd. He deftly defeated several oblivious Spinneracks on the outskirts while remaining highly vigilant against potential ambushes from the vengeful Arbok. Although, with his current strength, he could confront the Arbok head-on without hesitation, it is wise to exercise caution. Before long, he arrived at the very cave where he had previously fallen. Standing at the edge of the cave entrance, Lin Yi peered down into the abyss. The depth was considerable, shrouded in darkness. Had it not been for Ghastly cushioning his fall, he might have met a dire fate. He dismissed further thoughts and issued a command. Lin, take me down. A radiant white aura enveloped Lin Yi as the increasingly graceful Lin effortlessly carried him, vanishing from sight and reappearing firmly on the cold cavern floor. Following the system map, he pressed onward into the depths. This area remained a haven for Zubat and Golbat, which hung sporadically from the cave's ceiling and walls, with levels still hovering around 22. Facing these familiar foes, Lin and Ghastly handled them with ease. However, Lin Yi soon noticed a peculiar detail. The Zubat and Golbat here were generally smaller than those described in the Pokédex. With a flicker of inspiration, he defeated a Golbat and casually tossed a high-grade ball. A flash of red light signaled a successful capture. Lin Yi produced the Pokeball and promptly utilized the scanning feature. Pokémon, Golbat. Potential, elite level. As expected, Lin Yi's brows furrowed in concern. After he successfully cleared the novice gym, other top players from different beginner villages began to follow suit, igniting a nationwide gold rush. A plethora of wild Pokémon flooded the trading market, leading to a rapid saturation of supply. Particularly, those with only elite-level potential saw their prices plummet, now valued at a mere 100 dragon coins. Was it sensible to exchange a high-grade ball worth 800 alliance coins for just over 100 dragon coins? It seemed likely that prices would continue to decline. Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose to release the newly captured Zubat. The creature transformed into a beam of red light, reappearing in the cave, casting a frightened glance at Lin Yi before desperately flapping its wings and vanishing into the depths of the dark passage. Lin Yi pressed onward. Upon reaching the sturdy earthen wall once more, a white glow illuminated both Kyrulean and Ghost forms as they simultaneously leveled up to 23. To Lin Yi's dismay, Kyrulean did not grasp the restorative technique, Life Drop, as he had anticipated. However, Ghost successfully learned the Dark-type priority move, Ambush, which served as a satisfactory consolation. Adhering to his previous strategy, Lin Yi instructed Ghost to traverse through the wall to scout ahead. Confirming the area was safe, Kyrulean activated Teleport, bringing him directly to the other side of the earthen barrier. Continuing deeper, Lin Yi distinctly noted that the number of Pokémon in this area was significantly less than during his last visit. When he arrived at the spot where the earlier self-destruct of a Geodude had caused a collapse, he encountered only 3 Nosepass along the way. He wasted no time capturing all of them effortlessly. After investigation, each possessed high potential at the senior level, making for a delightful appetizer. Finding a safe spot, he allowed his Pokémon a brief respite to recover their stamina. Subsequently, he sent Ghost to scout once more. After confirming that the other side of the collapsed area was devoid of danger, he used Teleport to cross over. Beyond the collapse, the number of Pokémon noticeably increased compared to the previous segment, yet still lacked the density of his last excursion. Lin Yi continued to defeat and capture Pokémon along the way. Upon reaching the area he had been forced to abandon due to a shortage of high-grade balls, he had already consumed 30 of the 200 newly acquired high-grade balls in his backpack. His haul included 8 Geodudes and Roggenrola, all with peak potential at the senior level, along with 3 professional-grade potential Boldore and Carbink. In total, he had captured 11 high-potential Pokémon, adding the previous 3 Nosepass. The total rose to 14. On average, he had successfully captured 1 Pokémon for just over 2 high-grade balls. This was indeed a profitable venture. However, as he delved deeper, he encountered Pokémon with levels exceeding 27. At that moment, Kyrulean's voice resonated in his mind, laced with urgency. Trainer, the rock-type energy ahead is exceedingly dense. There may be valuable treasures. Lin Yi's spirits surged as he pressed on, accompanied by Kyrulean and Ghost, into the cavern's depths. Not long after, his pupils constricted sharply. At the center of the passage stood an extraordinarily large Boldore, its diameter nearly reaching 1.5 meters. It was important to note that the Pokédex recorded a standard Boldore's height at around 1 meter. The largest among those Lin Yi had previously captured was merely 1.3 meters tall. Boldore, level, LV26. Type, rock, ground. The enormous Boldore, upon spotting Lin Yi, wasted no time. Its 4 stout arms drew inwards, and its body curled into a colossal rock sphere. It unleashed the move Rollout, hurtling towards Lin Yi with tremendous force, causing the entire cavern to reverberate with its momentum. Ghost, defend, Lin Yi commanded, his voice calm yet swift. The more frequently the rollout move was used, the greater its power became. He could not allow it to gain momentum. Ghost, lurking in Lin Yi's shadow, instantly revealed itself, conjuring an emerald energy barrier that materialized in the path of Boldore's charge. Boom! The massive rock sphere collided violently with the energy barrier. The surface of the barrier instantly cracked like a spider's web, yet it steadfastly absorbed the impact, halting Boldore's advance. Awaiting it was Kyrulean, who had already prepared Hypnosis. Invisible waves of hypnotic energy surged forth, catching Boldore off guard. Its massive form swayed slightly before succumbing to slumber. Double trouble, Ghost cackled ominously, as sinister purple energy surged around it, crashing into Boldore with a ferocious impact. The intense pain jolted Boldore awake, releasing an enraged roar and preparing to retaliate. However, Kyrulean and Ghost simultaneously unleashed Hypnosis again. The combined forces of the 2 sets of invisible hypnotic power swiftly dragged Boldore back into slumber, this time with a serene calm. Magical Leaf, double trouble. Kyrulean elegantly waved its hands, causing dozens of sharp, glimmering green leaves to shoot forth, precisely slicing into Boldore. Grass-type moves deal quadruple damage to rock and ground types. Simultaneously, Ghost's second double trouble followed closely behind, under the relentless double assault. The colossal Boldore could not even open its eyes before losing all combat capability. Chapter 38. The abnormally large Boldore. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi released a high-grade ball, which traced a precise red line through the air. This time, the capture process was astonishingly smooth. The Pokeball barely shook before enveloping the enormous Boldore in a flash of red light, accompanied by a soft click as it settled down quietly. Lin Yi approached, retrieving the Pokeball and immediately utilizing the analysis function. Pokémon, Boldore. Type, Rock, Ground. Level, LV26. Potential, Gym Level, Initial. Not bad. Lin Yi stored the Pokeball away, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. He did not rush to proceed further, but instead found a relatively clean corner to sit down, beginning to feed Kyrulean and Ghost Energy Cubes and Moo Moo Milk to restore their vitality and mental strength. This game world felt incredibly real. Each instance of battling beyond one's level resembled an intense, high-stakes training session, posing significant challenges to both the Pokemon's spirit and stamina. It was impossible to simply pop a potion like in handheld games to restore them instantly and then push through endlessly. Thus, the rhythm of walking and stopping, along with the cycle of battle and rest, became Lin Yi's norm as he explored this underground realm. Through continuous battles against stronger foes, the shiny Kyrulean and shiny Ghost rapidly evolved, honing their mastery of skills and instinct for combat to a razor-sharp edge. During this time, they encountered numerous dangers. As they ventured deeper, the levels of the Pokemon they faced escalated, prompting Lin Yi to adopt a more cautious strategy. Now, before encountering enemies, Kyrulean would first complete 2 rounds of meditation to maximize its special attack, followed by Shiny Ghost initiating with hypnosis for control. Once control was successfully established, Chikorita would unhesitatingly unleash a barrage of precise magical leaves. This strategy had proven to be infallible time and again. However, what Lin Yi cherished most was encountering Pokemon like the Snorlax. Their movement speed was exceedingly slow, rendering them almost as live targets. Ghastly could effortlessly employ hypnosis to subdue them, allowing Chikorita to bombard them with magical leaves as if they were stationary targets, swiftly concluding the battle. After a brief respite of a dozen minutes, Lin Yi set forth once more with his 2 Pokemon. Before long, he arrived at a vast crossroads. Before him loomed 5 pitch-black passages, deep and unfathomable, resembling the gaping maws of a colossal beast, emanating a chilling aura. Trainer. The central passage harbors the most concentrated rock-type energy. Chikorita's voice resonated in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped confidently into the central passage. Time swiftly elapsed amidst the monotonous yet fervent battles. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had slipped by. At this moment, both Chikorita and Ghastly had reached level 24, with only a modest amount of experience required to attain level 25. Lin Yi's accomplishments along this journey filled him with immense exhilaration. He had truly struck gold. Ever since capturing that gym-level potential Geodude, he had subsequently secured 17 high-potential Pokemon. The lowest potential among them was at the peak of professional level. Among these, a remarkable 9 possessed peak professional level potential, including 3 Snorlax, 2 Mantine, and 4 Geodude. There were 2 Geodude and 1 Mantine of early gym level potential, and 2 Snorlax, 1 Geodude, and 1 Mantine of mid-gym level potential. Remarkably, there was even a Geodude with high gym level potential. If this batch were to be released, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the entire trading market. Just then, a heavy rolling sound echoed from around the corner of the passage ahead. Lin Yi's spirit surged, instantly directing his Pokemon to prepare for battle. Upon seeing the opponent, his pupils involuntarily contracted. It was yet another Geodude, but this one was significantly larger than any he had encountered before. Its diameter was estimated to be nearly 2 meters. To note, even the standard height for a Geodude evolving into its final form, Golem, is only 1 meters. This Geodude, yet to evolve, had already surpassed the average height of a Golem. What extraordinary potential must it possess? Lin Yi's heart raced with anticipation. After commanding Chikorita and Ghastly to execute their flawless tactical combination to defeat this colossal Geodude, an unexpected transformation occurred. A dazzling light of evolution erupted from Ghastly, illuminating the surroundings. Ghastly had finally embraced its metamorphosis amidst the relentless battles, successfully reaching level 25. Within the radiant glow, its form, once composed of a purple core and bluish-purple mist, began to take on a more defined and solid shape. A pair of pale, detached hands with 3 fingers materialized from thin air. Its fangs sharpened, and the curvature of its mouth widened into a sinister grin, exuding an aura of wicked mischief. As the light dissipated, A brand new Pokémon emerged before Lin Yi. Shiny Gengar. Pokémon. Gengar, Shiny. Type. Ghost, Poison, Gender. Male. Potential. Champion level mid. Ability. Levitate. Moves. Hypnosis. Lick. Curse. Nightshade. Shadow Ball. Dark Pulse. Confuse Ray. Sludge Bomb. Toxic. Pursuit. Shadow Punch. Post-evolution. Gengar not only ascended from early champion level potential to mid-level, but also successfully mastered the guaranteed hit Ghost-type priority move, Shadow Punch. Hahaha. Gengar emitted an excited yet eerie laugh, reverberating throughout the cavern, as if countless malevolent spirits whispered in unison. It curiously inspected its newly formed hands. Then, in a flash, it vanished and reappeared behind Lin Yi, cold hands suddenly covering his eyes. Gengar, stop it, Lin Yi said, a hint of amusement betraying his otherwise exasperated tone. He retrieved several high-level ghost and poison-type energy cubes from his system backpack, placing them into Gengar's hands. Gengar, observing the tangible cubes radiating enticing energy, grinned widely and promptly devoured one. Once Lin Yi had pacified Gengar, he shifted his gaze back to the colossal Geodude they had just defeated. His heart brimmed with anticipation as he threw out a high-level Pokeball. However, what transpired next caused his brow to furrow in concern. The willpower of this Geodude was even more formidable than that of the previous gym-level Onix. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the high-level Pokeballs, each valued at 800 Alliance coins, were forcefully ejected from within, scattering onto the ground with a painful chime. In the blink of an eye, 20 high-level Pokeballs had been consumed, yet he still failed to capture it. At that moment, the protective shield surrounding the Geodude began to flicker violently, its light fluctuating dangerously, signaling its imminent awakening. Even more alarmingly, a blinding white energy aura began to emanate from its surface, radiating an extreme sense of peril. The surrounding air felt as though it had been siphoned away, coalescing into a cataclysmic pressure. It was about to unleash self-destruct. Chapter 39, Champion Level Potential by Kira. Self-destruct. This move is an enhanced version of Explosion, capable of leveling this underground area. Previously, he had witnessed a small Geodude's self-destruct, which was already a terrifying spectacle. Now, he faced a colossal entity of level 29, far surpassing its kin. Should it succeed, he would undoubtedly be buried alive here. Even teleportation would be futile against such a blast. Chikorita, Lin Yi's voice, laden with sheer terror, became hoarse and strained, nearly breaking. Hypnosis. Quickly, without needing further prompting. Chikorita had already sensed the overwhelming destructive energy poised to engulf everything. Her orange-red eyes surged with unprecedented psychic power, locking onto the imminent chaos. This was a race against death. The blinding white energy aura enveloping the Geodude had expanded to its utmost limit, the air around it compressing into a suffocating pressure that bore down on Lin Yi's senses. The light was about to obliterate all. In this critical moment, an invisible force of hypnosis surged forth, akin to a tide reversing time, enveloping the massive Geodude with precision. Buzz. The impending eruption of white energy seemed to hit a pause button, abruptly halting its momentum. The Geodude's immense form swayed violently before crashing to the ground once more, succumbing to slumber. Phew. Lin Yi felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He expelled a heavy breath, only to realize that his back was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely felt as though his soul had been half-dragged by the resurrection altar of the novice village. Magic Leaf. Having survived a close call, Lin Yi's eyes reflected no trace of hesitation. He issued the final command without delay. Kairu Lian elegantly waved her hands before her, causing dozens of emerald green leaves to materialize, glinting with a sharp sheen, akin to life-infused lethal daggers, soaring forth. The rock and ground attributes were utterly powerless against the grass-type move. It was a quadruple disadvantage. The razor-sharp leaves struck with precision against the massive form of the rocky stone, producing a series of dull, yet fatal sounds. Just as the rocky stone had regained some strength, it could no longer withstand the barrage and completely lost its combat capability. Without a moment's pause, Lin Yi flicked his wrist and tossed out another Ultra Ball. Bang! The Ultra Ball shook violently on the ground, but after merely 2 tremors, it burst open. Once more. Bang! It was again released. Lin Yi's brow furrowed tightly as he unleashed 2 more Ultra Balls in rapid succession. Finally, after the 4th Ultra Ball quaked 3 times, it emitted the most delightful sound in the world, falling silent thereafter. Captured successfully, Lin Yi stepped forward, retrieving the hard-won Pokeball, and immediately activated the scan function. Pokémon, Rocky Stone. Type, Rock, Ground. Level, LV29. Ability, sturdy. Gender, male. Potential, semi-champion level, mid. Moves, tackle, rollout, rock polish, rollout, stomp, rock slide, knock off, self-destruct, explosion. What a close call. If Lian's hypnosis had been delayed by even a fraction of a second, he would surely be pondering life at the novice village's resurrection altar now. He carefully stowed the Pokeball deep within his backpack. This rocky stone, with its semi-champion potential, was his trump card, a tactical nuclear bomb that could turn the tide of battle or even lead to a mutual demise with the enemy at a critical moment. As for the repercussions of a Pokemon using explosion, that question would have to be set aside for now. Lin Yi steadied his emotions and pressed onward into the depths of the cave with Lian and Gung-Gue. Suddenly, a small gray-green figure darted past the corner ahead. Lin Yi halted abruptly. Gray-green, a rock-type Pokemon appearing in this subterranean cavern, a name that made his heart skip a beat instantly sprang to mind. Tyranitar, Uxie. Lin Yi's pulse quickened, adrenaline surged, and he hurried after it. Before him lay a vast underground chamber, as expansive as a standard soccer field. The ground was pockmarked and uneven, as if something had gnawed at it mercilessly, leaving a scene of chaos. The small figure he had just seen now hid behind a massive stone platform in the center of the space, peering out with vigilant eyes, observing him stealthily. The unusually dense energy of the rock type that Lin Yi had been seeking emanated from a peculiar stone above the platform. Yet at that moment, Lin Yi's gaze was firmly captivated by the diminutive creature, barely standing a meter tall. It was indeed Uxie. This was the future desert tyrant, Tyranitar, its post-evolution form. With a presence akin to Godzilla, was the ultimate partner many trainers dreamed of. Without hesitation, Lin Yi activated the scan function. Uxie. Type, rock, ground. Level, LV28. Upon seeing Uxie's information, Lin Yi could no longer contain his excitement. He took soft steps, inching closer to the stone platform. The timid Uxie seemed startled by his approach, trembling as it pressed itself against the stone platform. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek erupted from behind the platform, creating a terrifying echo in the cavern that sent chills down Lin Yi's spine. Lian instantly positioned herself in front of Lin Yi, conjuring a layer of emerald green energy that perfectly shielded them from the piercing sound. Gung-Gue Shadow Punch. With a sinister chuckle, Gung-Gue vanished into the shadows. In the next moment, two fists materialized beside Uxie, enveloped in dark energy, and struck its gray-green body with ferocity. Bang! Uxie let out a cry of pain. Its small form launched from behind the platform. Before it could land, Lian's hypnosis struck true. The invisible waves accurately hit Uxie midair. Its crimson eyes lost their luster, and its tiny body fell with a thud, succumbing to slumber. Lin Yi seized the moment and hurled an Ultra Ball. A flash of red light engulfed Uxie, securely capturing it within. To Lin Yi's astonishment, the Pokeball landed and did not tremble even slightly. It simply clicked and fell silent. Successfully captured? Lin Yi found it hard to believe. This Uxie seemed a bit dazed. Despite the excellent resources atop the stone platform, it chose to nibble at the ground instead. He approached, picked up the Pokeball, and activated the scan function once more. Pokémon, Uxie. Type, rock, ground. Level, LV28. Gender, male. Ability, guts. Potential, champion level, high. Moves, tackle, leer, rock slide, rock polish, revenge, bite, scary face, rock blast, stomp, roar, knock off, crunch, outrage, dragon dance. Lin Yi's breath hitched the moment he saw the information panel. Champion level high potential, outrage, dragon dance. These two moves were undoubtedly inherited. If it evolved into Tyranitar, it would undoubtedly possess terrifying championship level strength. After the great surprise, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Uxie was notorious for its insatiable appetite. Raising it would surely lead to a significant depletion of his wallet. He turned his gaze toward the massive stone platform. Above the platform lay fragmented, peculiar stones radiating waves of rock-type energy. Lin Yi stepped forward, reaching out to seize them. However, the moment his hand made contact with the stone, an invisible barrier repelled him. So that's it. Lin Yi instantly understood. No wonder Uxie would consume the stone. It was blocked by the protective barrier. Nonetheless, this future desert tyrant seemed to possess a rather timid disposition. Chapter 40. Fragments of the Rock Tablet. Lin Yi's gaze remained fixated on the colossal stone platform. He approached cautiously, extending his hand in an attempt to touch the peculiar stone radiating a rich aura of rocky energy. However, at the very moment his fingertips were about to make contact, an imperceptible barrier suddenly materialized. A gentle yet irresistible force gently repelled his hand. Indeed, Protective measures were in place. Lin Yi retracted his hand, unfazed by the occurrence. For treasures of this caliber, possessing safeguards was the norm. The avenue of physical contact had been effectively obstructed. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly conceived the sole means of overcoming this obstacle. Kyrillian. Let us attempt to teleport inside and retrieve it. Kyrillian, now more graceful post-evolution, nodded lightly, her white figure shimmering slightly. In the next instant, she effortlessly disregarded the energy barrier, silently appearing within the protective shield. Kyrillian extended her slender hand and picked up the seemingly unremarkable stone. The moment the stone was lifted from the pedestal, the invisible protective barrier dissipated into the air like a burst soap bubble. Kyrillian activated teleportation once more, returning to Lin Yi's side and presenting the stone to him. Upon grasping it, he felt a warmth unlike any rock, as if it sought to permeate the depths of his soul. Lin Yi lowered his gaze to examine it closely. The surface of the slab was etched with ancient runes he had never encountered, faintly glowing yet appearing to be mere illusions upon closer inspection. Just as his fingers fully enclosed around it, a profound vibration emanated from the stone slab, resonating with a force deep within his soul in an unprecedented manner. Immediately thereafter, a cold, majestic, and otherworldly system notification thundered in his mind. This sound was unlike any system prompt he had heard before. It was deeper, more ancient, as if it had traversed the endless river of time, arriving directly. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Yi, for discovering a special item, Fragment of the Rock Slate, 1-3. Item description: a fragment of an ancient slate infused with the power of creation, emanating a rich rocky energy. Collecting 3 fragments will allow you to synthesize a complete rock slate. After a brief moment of silence, even more astonishing notifications followed. Special reward: your exploration ability has evolved. Players can now directly assess the potential of wild Pokémon. You have triggered a hidden quest, the Lost Authority of the Gods. Quest objective: find the remaining 17 elemental slates scattered across the world. Quest reward: unknown. A cascade of system notifications struck Lin Yi's consciousness like a series of thunderclaps, leaving him frozen in place. The rock slate, the power of creation, the ability to directly assess the potential of wild Pokémon. Furthermore, the epic quest to seek out the remaining 17 slates. Lin Yi exhaled a deep breath, processing the overwhelming magnitude of information that could upend his understanding. Previously, he could only evaluate a Pokémon's potential after capturing it, leading him to miss countless hidden gems. Now, this small fragment had bestowed upon him the divine ability to see through the potential of wild Pokémon. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning piercing the night, illuminating all his uncertainties. Could it be that the exorbitant potential of the Pokémon within this cavern, including those of gym level, quasi-elite level, and even this elite level Uxie in his possession, was all a consequence of the endless energy exuded by this fragment of the rock slate over the ages? This possibility seemed to be the only answer. The slate contained the power of creation. Even a mere fragment could subtly alter the ecological balance of this region over time, forcibly enhancing the bloodlines and potential of the Pokémon dwelling here. Thus, Lin Yi came to a profound realization, his heart racing with excitement. The rewards from this venture had far surpassed his expectations. This was not merely about capturing an elite-level Uxie. It was an encounter with the ultimate secrets of this game world. 18 elemental slates. This was undeniably a significant clue concerning the very essence of the world. He gripped the fragment of the rock slate tightly, along with the Pokeball containing Uxie, his gaze sharp and intense, ignited by the flames of ambition. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm the surging emotions and released the newly captured Uxie from its Pokeball. The gray-green creature appeared in the unfamiliar surroundings. Curiously observing Lin Yi before its attention was immediately captured by the extraordinary stone in his hand. The energy emanating from it was a life-and-death temptation, as vital as air to it. Noticing its yearning, Lin Yi gradually squatted down, presenting the fragment of the rock slate before Uxie, softly inquiring, "Do you want this?" Uxie hesitated momentarily before ultimately succumbing to the instinct deep within its bloodline, nodding vigorously. Lin Yi smiled faintly and handed the slate fragment to it. Without a second thought, Uxie opened its mouth and bit down hard. Crack! The slate made a crisp sound, leaving no trace of a bite. Uxie paused, tilting its head in apparent confusion. In the next moment, the fragment of the rock slate transformed into a gentle brownish-yellow glow, seamlessly merging into its small body. Having completed this, Uxie's gaze immediately shifted toward the massive stone pedestal that had been hollowed out. Without hesitation, it rushed over, opening its mouth wide to feast upon the pedestal. The pedestal, having been infused with the slate's energy over countless years, contained an exceptionally pure energy. Crunch, crunch. The hard rock crumbled in its mouth as easily as a cookie in the human world. After a brief period of feasting, Uxie suddenly paused. Noticing Lin Yi staring at it intently, it tilted its head, took another piece of rock from the pedestal, and trotted over to Lin Yi, presenting the stone as if to offer him a taste. Lin Yi looked at its sincere eyes, shaking his head in amused exasperation. Seeing he declined, Uxie lost interest and returned to its meal. Before long, the enormous pedestal was completely devoured by it. Observing Uxie's insatiable appetite, Lin Yi retrieved a bottle of moo milk from his backpack and offered it. Uxie accepted it, carelessly biting off the glass bottle's top, and gulped down the sweet milk that flowed out. Then, it chewed on the remaining half of the glass bottle as if it were a potato chip, crunching and swallowing it down. Once finished, it gazed at Lin Yi with longing in its eyes. Noticing this, Lin Yi continued to draw out bottles of moo milk from his backpack. It was only when all his stocks were completely consumed, with Uxie contentedly burping, that he felt the adventure had yielded bountiful rewards. Lin Yi, accompanied by his newly captured Uxie, alongside the significantly strengthened Lin and Gui's Tong, turned back without a trace of nostalgia, making his way straight to the five-way intersection. The remaining 4 passageways loomed before him like gaping maws, dark and enigmatic. This time, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the leftmost corridor. Without a flicker of hesitation, he stepped forward into its depths. Lin and Gui's Tong flanked him on either side. Shadows entwined. The newly joined Uxie appeared somewhat out of place, its sturdy little legs scurrying curiously at the rear, occasionally bending down to nibble on the stones beneath, producing a crisp, crunching sound akin to indulging in a snack. Not far along, a massive figure loomed in the path ahead. It was yet another onyx, larger than usual, exuding an intimidating aura that warned of danger. Lin Yi's expression remained tranquil, a spark igniting within him. He initiated a scan. Buzz. A vivid blue virtual data panel materialized before his eyes, visible only to him, hovering over the onyx. Pokémon Onyx. Type: Rock, Ground. Level: LV28. Gender: Male. Ability: Sturdy. Potential: Gym Level, Initial. Moves: Tackle, Harden, Rock Polish, Rollout, Heavy Slam, Rock Slide, Knock Off, Self-Destruct. Lin Yi's gaze lingered momentarily on the end of the move list. Self-Destruct. Fortunately, it was not the more powerful explosion. Nonetheless, caution was still warranted. He need not utter a word. A mere thought transmitted through his telepathic link with Lin. Hypnosis. Lin nodded gracefully, her striking orange eyes shimmering with unusual ripples, akin to pebbles tossed into a still lake, creating invisible waves. Before the onyx could react, its massive form jolted and succumbed to slumber. Uxie, it's your time to shine, Lin Yi commanded. Uxie, brimming with excitement, let out a jubilant cry. Launching forward like a cannonball, the tiny creature leaped high, summoning dozens of jagged boulders that rained down upon the slumbering onyx like a meteor shower. Rock Slide. Boom, boom, boom. Although rock-type moves were not particularly effective against onyx, one must not forget that Uxie was infused with fragments of rock plates. With a power boost of 40%, each boulder struck the onyx's massive body with violent tremors, causing countless fine cracks to spiderweb across its rocky surface. The excruciating pain stirred the onyx from its slumber. Yet Lin was already primed for the subsequent assault, not waiting for Lin Yi's command. Magical Leaf. Dozens of glimmering emerald leaves, sharp as life-threatening daggers, sliced through the air, striking the onyx with precision. A fourfold effectiveness. As the magical leaf tore into the rock, Gui's Tong materialized silently. He let out a mocking cackle, unleashing a wave of ominous purple energy that transformed into a ghostly apparition, crashing into the onyx with ferocity. Misfortune rarely strikes alone. Under this triad of attacks, the gym-level initial onyx could not even open its eyes again, succumbing entirely to its incapacitation. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi deftly tossed a Ultra Ball. A flash of red, the Pokeball shuddered momentarily before clicking shut with a decisive finality. Capture successful. For the next 2 days, Lin Yi embarked on a frenzied exploration and hunting spree through these 5 unfathomable corridors. His efficiency was astonishingly high, utilizing his remarkable ability to directly assess potential. He seemed to possess an unfair advantage, rendering any high-potential Pokémon utterly visible. To his delight, he discovered that one of the passageways led to a vast underground mound. There, he encountered a thriving community of Cacnea. Without hesitation, he captured the entire group, taking away all those with senior-level potential or above. However, this mound was evidently at the fringe of the energy coverage of the rock plates. Among the 15 Cacnea he captured, the highest potential was merely gym level. There were 8 with professional level potential and 6 with senior level potential. Even so, this was undoubtedly a treasure trove that would make any guild envious. In the other passageways, his gains were equally remarkable. Almost every corridor's depths harbored 1 or 2 onyx with gym level potential, as well as Magcargo or Drillbur. All were added to his collection. After 2 days of intense battles and synergy, the rapport between Yujira, Kairu and Gui's Tong was finally honed. With a mere glance or thought, they executed Lin Yi's tactical intentions flawlessly. At this moment, Lin Yi took a brief respite to glance at his trading records. The 20 high-potential Pokémon he had previously listed had already sold out. Those Onyx with the self-destruct move had even been auctioned off for the exorbitant price of 12,000 dragon coins each. After deducting transaction fees, the colossal sum of 152,000 dragon coins catapulted his bank balance to a staggering 186,000. Yet, this was still insufficient. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the bulging array of Pokeballs in his backpack, his mind racing. In addition to the Cacnea community, he had captured an astounding 11 Pokémon with gym-level potential in just these 2 days. The count of professional-level Pokémon soared to 17. There were also 5 with senior-level potential. Among them, the most valuable were undoubtedly the 3 Magcargo with the Sandstream and Sandforce abilities. These 3 Pokémon were born to be the core of any Sandstorm team. With proper training, they would undoubtedly become formidable weapons on the battlefield. Bang! Another Ultra Ball burst open violently. Lin Yi, observing the impending awakening of the peak senior-level Onyx before him, let out a resigned sigh. This was his last Ultra Ball. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the escape rope from his backpack. In a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in the silent woods above the caverns. Lin Yi intended to return to the novice village. In truth, over the past 2 days, he had thoroughly scoured the subterranean caves, capturing nearly every Pokémon with senior-level potential and above. The reason for his return to the novice village was, in fact, of greater importance. He had depleted all the energy cubes he had brought with him, devoured entirely by the gluttonous Ujira, whether psychic fairy or ghost poison types. It accepted every energy cube without exception, leaving nothing behind. Furthermore, it had even consumed a significant amount of the energy-laden soil and rocks within the cave. Lin Yi had no doubt that had it not been for the invincible protective shield surrounding the defeated Pokémon, the situation would have been even more dire. This little creature, I fear, might dash forward and regard the incapacitated Onyx and Snorlax as mere desserts to be savored. I must return for supplies, otherwise, this future tyrant of the desert may well devour his own trainer. Chapter 42. On the brink of becoming a millionaire. Lin Yi had scarcely emerged from the cave when a gray-green little head peeked out from beside his legs, gazing up at him with eager eyes, emitting plaintive cries for sustenance. It was that insatiable glutton, Guzzlord. Lin Yi's lips twitched in exasperation as he unhesitatingly retrieved a Pokeball, capturing the little fiend in a flash of crimson light. At last, the world fell silent. After orienting himself, he set off directly back toward the location of the novice village. At the outskirts of the silent forest, hissing, a level 21 Awakens lunged from the underbrush, baring its venomous fangs to bite at Lin Yi's ankle. Without so much as a flutter of his eyelids, he commanded, Jengar, Shadow Punch. A chilling cackle echoed from Lin Yi's shadow, and in the next instant, a fist enveloped in dark energy materialized out of thin air, striking the Awakens with precision on its jaw. Boom! The Awakens had no time to emit a shriek before it was sent hurtling away, its body tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly rendered incapable of battle. Before long, another level 23 Rattata, teeth bared, charged recklessly toward him. Kyrillian, Magical Leaf. The nearby Kyrillian, even too lethargic to employ its psychic powers, merely raised a hand elegantly. Several verdant leaves sprang to life, whistling through the air to slice through the Rattata with precision. A single move was all it took to vanquish it. The outskirts of the forest had been thoroughly cleared by trainers making their way to Maple Town, and high-level Pokémon were now a rarity. After 2 days of relentless battles in the underground cave, both Kyrillian and Jengar had ascended to level 27. As for Guzzlord, it remained stuck at level 29 due to the exorbitant experience required for leveling up. Lin Yi had calculated that the experience needed to advance from level 29 to 30 was nearly equivalent to the total experience required to progress from level 25 to 29. Along the way, Lin Yi encountered several hurried groups of trainers heading toward Maple Town. Those individuals, upon spotting him alone, initially intended to approach for conversation or inquiries. However, when they instinctively activated their scanning functions and saw the LV-27 label above the shining Cerulean's head, their expressions changed dramatically. Goodness. Level 27. No way. The main group is only at level 22. A lone wolf with elite abilities? Is this person a monster? Whispers of panic were hushed, but still reached Lin Yi's ears. The players quickly fell silent, instinctively creating a distance of several dozen meters, almost skirting the very edge of the forest, as if Lin Yi were a fearsome beast ready to devour them. What a joke. A lone player of such caliber was clearly someone who fought their way to prominence. The farther they kept their distance from such a powerhouse, the better. Lin Yi was already accustomed to this, and he made his way back to Novice Village 039 without hindrance. He did not tarry for a moment, heading directly to the trading hall. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere he had left, the trading hall was now considerably quieter, with the number of trainers visibly reduced by more than half. Obviously, most ambitious players had departed from this starting point, venturing into broader horizons. Those remaining were either new players recently entering the game or indifferent, laid-back gamers. Lin Yi approached an empty terminal, his fingers deftly tapping as he opened the Pokémon trading interface. He quickly scanned the current market trends. Pokémon with elite potential were priced pitifully low, with level 29 ones selling for just 180 dragon coins. Pokémon of exceptional potential had prices soaring nearly 20-fold, with the highest reaching over 3,000. Occasionally, a few Pokémon above level 30 could fetch up to 8,000. Lin Yi was not surprised. Affinity was an insurmountable barrier. A novice, even if they were to spend their entire fortune on a Pokémon above level 30, would likely find it unresponsive to them. 60 points of basic affinity were insignificant in the eyes of those high-level Pokémon's pride. Of course, there were exceptions, such as certain chosen ones awakened with unique talents. However, none of this concerned him. He possessed the divine ability to directly assess potential, rendering the purchase of others' Pokémon unnecessary for the time being. Moreover, he still had the fragment of the rock tablet. This artifact was his greatest asset for survival. Worst-case scenario, he could specialize in rock-type Pokémon and assemble an indomitable stone army to crush everything. Lin Yi's gaze continued downward, settling on the prices of Pokémon with higher potential. Senior-level Pokémon started at a price of 10,000 dragon coins. Professional-level Pokémon ranged from 100,000 to 150,000. Gym-level Pokémon fluctuated wildly between 200,000 and 400,000 dragon coins. Seeing these prices, Lin Yi's heart began to race uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began to list the spoils he had amassed over the past 2 days in the trading hall. The first, a senior-level Cacnea. Starting bid set at 10,000. Listed. The second, a senior-level Peak Onyx. Starting bid set at 50,000. Listed. The 10th, a professional-level Magcargo. Starting bid set at 120,000. Listed. The 20th, a gym-level Magcargo with the Sandstream ability. Starting bid set at 300,000. Listed. Lin Yi's actions flowed seamlessly, his expression impassive, yet each click resonated like a heavy bomb, stirring ripples in the back-end data of the trading hall. 22 senior-level Pokémon. 37 professional-level Pokémon. 21 gym-level Pokémon. He had set all his Pokémon to the minimum starting bid, with an auction duration of 48 hours. He was confident that the market's enthusiasm would yield a satisfactory price. The entire process consumed over half an hour. When the final gym-level Magcargo was listed for auction, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. This haul, aside from the Onyx, which served as his trump card, and Guzzlord, Cerulean, and Gengar, his 3 absolute core Pokémon, he had listed everything else for sale. He noticed that the prices of high-potential Pokémon had risen significantly since his last departure. The reason was clear: energy cubes. The cost of artificially inflating potential with energy cubes was prohibitively high, beyond what the vast majority of players could afford. Moreover, not everyone possessed the strength or courage to accelerate absorption through intense battles, as he did by challenging higher-level opponents. This resulted in a perennial shortage of high-potential Pokémon in the market. Lin Yi roughly estimated that if all 80 high-potential Pokémon he had listed were successfully auctioned off, he could potentially become a millionaire overnight. In just over a week, he would transform from an ordinary individual into a wealthy magnate worth millions. The mere thought sent his heart racing with exhilaration. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. This modest sum, when juxtaposed with the colossal Wind Corporation, was but a drop in the ocean. It was insufficient, far from adequate. The semi-legendary Pokémon he encountered in the marketplace were priced between 1 million and 4 million. Those with true king potential began at 5 million, while the coveted starter Pokémon could easily fetch over 8 million. As for a Pokémon like Yveltal, if it were to make an appearance, its price would undoubtedly soar into the tens of millions. Lin Yi had perused gaming news on the forum before logging off. Officials from various countries were not only refraining from imposing restrictions, but were also vigorously promoting Pokémon New Era. The price of gaming helmets had plummeted, and the number of players was escalating at a staggering rate. The only point of contention was the presence of an anti-addiction system in the game. However, Lin Yi had heard from forum veterans that the developers were seemingly working on a revolutionary gaming pod that would enable players to engage for over 24 hours continuously. Lin Yi closed the terminal and turned to leave. Just then, a player nearby, having just completed a transaction, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Goodness! Look at the auction house. It's gone mad. Someone has listed dozens of gym-level and professional-grade Pokémon all at once. This exclamation was akin to a deep-sea bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly plunging the previously quiet trading hall into silence. In the next moment, all the players still lingering in the hall scrambled towards their terminals in a frenzy. Chapter 43, Second Maintenance. Lin Yi extricated himself from the now raucous crowd and made his way directly to the currency exchange. He converted 1 million dragon coins into alliance coins. The electronic notification chimed, announcing the arrival of 10 million alliance coins, cold yet melodious. At present, he possessed a staggering total of 10,080,000 alliance coins in his backpack. His bank card still held 86,000 dragon coins as reserve funds. In 2 days, the stock he had completely cleared from the auction house would yield him an income exceeding 10 million dragon coins. Lin Yi then entered the item shop. To his surprise, the price of energy cubes had risen yet again, each increasing by exactly 100 alliance coins. Although this increment was nominal, it amounted to a significant expense for a high-volume buyer like Lin Yi, who often procured thousands of items. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered 200 advanced energy cubes of ghost poison and psychic fairy attributes. As for the rock ground attributes, considering Yveltal's insatiable appetite, he opted for a full 1,000. Subsequently, he replenished his stock with 500 bottles of Moo Moo milk. Merely on food, he had expended 159 million alliance coins. The price of Ultra Balls had also skyrocketed, now fetching an exorbitant 1,000 alliance coins each. Lin Yi purchased another 500. He also stocked up on various healing items and recovery potions. The most outrageous of all was the Vitality Block, revered as a second life, which had doubled in price to 300,000 alliance coins each, with Vitality Shards now costing 30,000. Lin Yi bought 2 Vitality Blocks and 10 Vitality Shards, spending over 200 million alliance coins in a single swoop. Altogether, this supply run had cost him nearly 4 million alliance coins. Lin Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, meticulously selecting other potentially useful items from the shelves. At that moment, a commanding system announcement resounded unexpectedly in the ears of all players. Server-wide announcement. Due to the successful completion of the novice gym by over 10 million trainers, a second mandatory maintenance will commence across the server, expected to last 8 hours. All trainers are advised to log off promptly to avoid unnecessary losses. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He immediately abandoned his shopping plans and decisively opted to log off. In the real world, Lin Yi sat up from his bed and slowly removed his helmet. He glanced at the time, 10:28 p.m. The 8-hour maintenance implied he wouldn't be able to log back in until approximately 6:30 the following morning. Instead of resting, he approached his computer and deftly accessed the official website for Pokémon New Era. A prominent maintenance announcement was displayed in bold crimson letters at the top of the page. Pokémon New Era Dragon Country Server Maintenance Update Announcement. Dear trainers, due to over 30 million trainers entering the game in the Dragon Country server, and with 10 million trainers having successfully completed the novice gym, we are conducting a version update maintenance to optimize the gaming experience. The contents of this update are as follows. 1. Increase the number of novice villages and their connected towns to alleviate player congestion. 2. Update the PK mechanism. Trainers who are killed in the wild or whose Pokémon are depleted will have a high probability of dropping a Pokeball and some items from their backpack. 3. Cancel the system backpack function. To enhance the sense of realism in the game, the original system backpack function is abolished, and each trainer is now provided with a free initial space backpack with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. 4. AI optimization. Wild Pokémon will possess higher intelligence, employing more complex tactics, holding grudges, and calling for companions. 5. Market economy adjustment. The prices of items in all NPC shops will fluctuate in real time according to market supply and demand. 6. Open night function. In-game time will synchronize with real time. From 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. the next day will be the in-game daytime, while from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. will be the in-game nighttime. In the nighttime environment, the aggressiveness of certain wild Pokémon will significantly increase. Official supplementary note. The Pokeballs obtained by defeating other trainers will have their Pokémon's intimacy directly related to the previous trainer and will not be reset by the system. Lin Yi meticulously read through the announcement, falling into deep contemplation. The prospect of trainers dropping Pokeballs and items upon death or being killed foreshadowed a future in which player hunting in the wild might become more prevalent than hunting Pokémon themselves. Then there was the Space Backpack. The transition from an ethereal system backpack to a tangible item indicated it would be subject to theft and loss. Lin Yi thought of his Mismagius, which could not yet conceal items within its body like its evolved form, Jengar. Thus, this backpack would serve as his sole means of storage and, simultaneously, his greatest vulnerability. The announcement did not explicitly state this, but the likelihood was high. While munching on instant noodles, Lin Yi rapidly processed all the information in his mind, strategizing. After finishing his meal, he chose not to dwell further and simply returned to bed, drifting into a deep slumber, gathering his strength to face a new world that would be more chaotic yet brimming with opportunities. At 6 in the morning the next day, Lin Yi was roused precisely by his alarm clock. He did not immediately log into the game. Instead, he tidied up his room, went for a morning jog for half an hour to exercise, and finally had some breakfast. In the game, it was likely a pitch-black night. He needed to be in prime condition to tackle the unknown challenges ahead. With the helmet donned, he connected his consciousness. The familiar scenery re-emerged, and Lin Yi found himself once again standing in the item shop of a novice village. Before him, several email icons popped up. He immediately retreated to a secluded corner, retrieving the space backpack that had been gifted as a system compensation. The backpack, unassuming in its black canvas design, appeared rather ordinary and inconspicuous. With a mere thought, Lin Yi accepted all the emails. In the blink of an eye, what had been an empty space before him was suddenly filled with a veritable mountain of energy cubes, Pokeballs, and various potions. He meticulously stowed each item into the space backpack, which now contained approximately half a cubic meter of supplies. Yet its exterior showed no sign of alteration. Slung across his back, it felt as light as a feather, bearing no weight whatsoever. Such advanced technology, Lin Yi mused, as he returned to the counter of the item shop. This time, his objective was crystal clear, to augment his Pokémon's offensive capabilities. Approaching the NPC selling skill discs, he initiated a dialogue to peruse the prices. As anticipated, every skill disc had increased in price by roughly 10,000 alliance coins since the maintenance. Notably, a brand new item had appeared at the end of the product list, Portable Skill Learning Machine. Description: insert skill discs and Pokeballs into this device, allowing Pokémon to learn skills directly, negating the need for the fixed learning machine in the shop. Price: 200,000 alliance coins. Without hesitation, Lin Yi purchased one. The device resembled the size of a laptop, and with the space backpack, carrying it was effortless. Chapter 44. The Silent Forest at night. Lin Yi stored the portable learning machine in his backpack before beginning to select moves for his team. Lin, the absolute core of his squad, required greater destructive power and the ability to turn the tide of battle. Psychic, Volt Tackle. The former was an advanced form of telekinesis, albeit requiring evolution into Shinado to learn, while the latter served as an effective counter against water and flying types. Additionally, there was the move, Aqua Ring, which could restore a Pokémon's health. Next up was Gung Shirtong. Shadow Ball, a long-range ghost-type move, could be learned in advance. Lastly, there was the Insatiable Eater, Ujira. Earthquake, an indiscriminate area attack of the ground type, capable of targeting multiple Pokémon. Protect, a life-saving move, is always a welcome addition. Rock Slide, a rock-type move with a staggering power of 120, could potentially be learned upon evolution, but a mere 20,000 dragon coins was a small price to pay. Lin Yi's fingers danced rapidly across the screen, the numbers in the shopping cart soaring. Checkout. Ding. Over 150,000 alliance coins evaporated in an instant. He placed the 7 discs into his backpack and turned away, leaving the item shop without a second glance. He paused in a remote corner outside the novice village, retrieving the pristine portable skill learning machine. First, he returned Lin and Gung Shirtong to their Pokeballs. He inserted the first disc, Psychic, into the slot and placed Lin's Pokeball in the designated area. A hum resonated from the learning machine as the progress bar rapidly filled. Ding! Your Kairu Lien has successfully learned the move, Psychic. Ding! Your Kairu Lien has successfully learned the move, Volt Tackle. However, when he inserted the highly anticipated Aqua Ring disc, an unexpected event transpired. The progress bar faltered halfway, abruptly freezing, and a glaring red warning appeared on the screen. Learning failed. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This was his first encounter with a skill learning failure. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced the reason. Perhaps Kairu Lien's current adaptability to the move was insufficient. He resolved to try again after evolving into Shinado. Dismissing his concerns, he continued the learning process for Gung Shirtong and Ujira. Ding! Your Gung Shirtong has successfully learned the move, Shadow Ball. Ding! Your Ujira has successfully learned the move, Earthquake. With everything prepared, Lin Yi stowed the learning machine and gazed up at the sky. The night had already descended. His eyes were drawn to the distant silent forest. He opted against the well-trodden path to Maple Town, often lamented by his friend Wang Lei, as the wild Pokémon along the main route had been largely captured by other trainers. Instead, Lin Yi chose a radically different route, heading westward. After several kilometers, he plunged into the pitch-black forest where visibility was nearly non-existent. This was his first time navigating at night. The official announcement had made it abundantly clear. Pokémon were significantly more aggressive after dark. Lin Yi refrained from turning on his flashlight, as it would render him a sitting duck in the shadows. Kairu Lien. A thought transmitted through their psychic link, and in an instant, the world around Lin Yi transformed. Everything was enveloped in a grayish-white aura, the outlines and details of the surroundings vividly clear. This was the psychic perception shared by Kairu Lien. The night forest was not devoid of life. Tall trunks adorned with luminescent moss added an eerie beauty to the perilous darkness. Lin Yi advanced less than 100 meters before halting abruptly. In his shared perception, a knee-high patch of grass to his left quivered suddenly. Something lay in ambush. Psychic. Lin Yi commanded directly. Kairu Lien elegantly raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy that surged violently into the thicket. A sharp cry echoed as the assailant was violently thrust from its hiding place by the ferocious energy, crashing to the ground, convulsing and incapacitated. Lin Yi approached, casting a glance. A level 21 Arbok. Potential, elite. Rubbish. He couldn't be bothered to look further and turned to delve deeper into the forest. With psychic perception enhancing his efficiency, he encountered ambushes with increasing frequency and cunning. These assailants often fell victim to Kairu Lien or Gung Shirtong's ranged attacks before they could even draw near. After pushing approximately a kilometer into the forest, Lin Yi halted and released Ujira as well. The gray-green little creature immediately clung to Lin Yi's leg, gazing up at him with eager eyes. Hungry. Lin Yi's lips twitched as he produced 3 cans of high-grade energy cubes of the rock type from his backpack. Ujira opened its mouth wide, crunching and swallowing each can, metal shell and all, while emitting satisfied gurgles. Once finished, it licked its lips, continuing to gaze longingly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eye twitched again as he retrieved 12 more cans. Only after Ujira had devoured all 15 cans of energy cubes did it let out a contented burp. While the energy cubes from Kairu Lien and Gung Shirtong were also quite palatable, nothing could compare to the exquisite taste of the rock and ground types. After feasting to its heart's content, Ujira affectionately nuzzled Lin Yi's pant leg. Lin Yi casually fed Kairu Lien and Gung Shirtong each 2 cans as well. With the addition of Gyarados, Lin Yi's progress became considerably swifter. Deviating from the main path, he encountered an alarming frequency of Pokémon, most of which were around level 24. Comprising bug and poison types, with the occasional ferocious Houndoom. However, regardless of their type, they all succumbed to Gyarados' single devastating earthquake. Thus, amidst the alternation of battles and movement, 3 hours quietly slipped by. Lin Yi estimated he had ventured 7 to 8 kilometers deep. During this time, he utilized his exploration abilities and effortlessly captured a level 24 Ghastly, possessing advanced potential. This creature would fetch several tens of thousands of dragon coins once listed in the marketplace. Just as Lin Yi prepared to traverse a dense thicket, Kairu Lien's voice resonated in his mind, tinged with caution. Trainer, there's something ahead. Lin Yi immediately halted. He severed their visual link, allowing Kairu Lien to scout ahead and conserve her mental energy. Ghastly, take a look. A sinister chuckle emanated from the shadowy figure of Ghastly as it melded into the night, silently drifting toward the thicket. Gyarados, like a loyal bodyguard, remained steadfastly at Lin Yi's side, occasionally glancing up expectantly for an energy cube as a snack. Lin Yi held his breath, alert. Suddenly, A piercing cry from Ghastly echoed from ahead, followed by a sphere of dark energy infused with malevolent power, tearing through the night sky and crashing violently into the silent thicket. Boom! The thicket erupted in a cacophony of splintering wood and scattering leaves. A chilling scream, sharp and haunting, abruptly rang out from the center of the explosion. Chapter 45, Encounter with Arbok. As the thicket exploded, splinters and leaves mingled with the acrid scent of charred earth, scattering wildly. A distorted, agonized shriek erupted from the heart of the blast. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Ghastly's silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows, returning to Lin Yi's side. A triumphant grin plastered across its purplish-gray face. As the smoke cleared, a massive figure lay helplessly in a charred pit, its purple scales torn and cracked, revealing gory wounds. It was the very Arbok that had previously driven Lin Yi into a desperate situation, causing him to fall into a pit. The grotesque facial markings on its abdomen contorted in agony, rendering it absurdly comical. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and his probing abilities activated instantaneously. Pokémon Arbok. Type: Poison. Level: LV31. Gender: Male. Ability: Intimidate. Potential: Professional level, Peak. Moveset: Bite, Glare, Poison Fong, Coiling, Acid, Screech, Wrap, Mud Bomb. Ah, what a twist of fate. A cold smirk crept across Lin Yi's lips. He hadn't anticipated that the very creature responsible for his earlier misfortune would dare to lay an ambush here. Did it believe this dark forest was its absolute dominion? The injured Arbok struggled to lift its head, its triangular eyes brimming with deep-seated resentment and disbelief. It fixed its gaze on Ghastly, clearly unable to comprehend how this creature, which had once fled in terror, now wielded the power to deal it such a grievous blow. Lin Yi was disinclined to engage in further banter. A single thought was transmitted through telepathy. Kyrillian, finish it. The radiant Kyrillian at his side nodded gracefully, stepping forward to firmly position itself in front of Lin Yi. Its orange-red eyes calmly regarded the writhing Arbok, devoid of any sympathy. When enemies meet, animosity flares. Kyrillian harbored no fondness for the creature that had nearly brought ruin to both itself and its trainer. With elegance, it raised its hands, clasping them before its chest. A peculiar psychic wave emanated from it, rippling outward in silence. Meditate. With a single meditation, Kyrillian's aura surged dramatically. An overwhelming psychic energy coalesced into a visible pale blue radiance, rendering it akin to a judge descending upon the night. The Arbok across from it sensed a lethal threat emanating from that light, gritting its teeth against the pain as it opened its mouth wide, attempting to employ its piercing screech to disrupt its opponent. But it had already lost its chance. Psychic. Lin Yi's cold voice resounded, akin to the final verdict pronounced for this act of vengeance. Kyrillian's azure light intensified, the accumulated psychic energy, reaching its zenith, transformed into a devastating shockwave that struck Arbok with ferocity. The Arbok could not even muster a final scream. Its massive body was sent hurtling backward as though struck by an invisible battering ram, crashing into a tree that required 2 people to encircle, before finally collapsing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The level 31 Arbok couldn't withstand a single attack from the now level 28 Kyrillian. At this moment, Lin Yi approached expressionlessly, flicking his wrist to precisely throw a high-grade pokeball. A flash of red light flickered, and the ball shook violently. Bang! It burst open forcefully. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, not the least bit surprised, and tossed another high-grade ball. This time, after shaking thrice, it clicked and fell silent. Capture successful. Stowing the Arbok's pokeball into his backpack, Lin Yi calculated silently. An Arbok with peak professional level potential would command a starting price of at least 150,000 dragon coins in the marketplace. He fed energy cubes to Kyrillian and Ghastly to restore their stamina while he leaned against a tree, unscrewing a bottle of water for a few sips. After hours of intense concentration in the dark forest, even his robust physique felt a twinge of fatigue. Alas, how he wished for a Pokémon to ride. Lin Yi rubbed his temples. Regrettably, the Pokémon he encountered along the way were either too small or possessed inadequate potential. An Absol would have been splendid. The image of the white creature that foretold calamity flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Such a majestic disaster beast. After a brief respite, Lin Yi resumed his journey. As he delved deeper, the levels of the encountered Pokémon gradually escalated, and ambushes became increasingly treacherous. Hiss! From the canopy above, 2 shadows silently descended, unleashing white silk aimed directly at the nape of Lin Yi's neck. Ariados. Lin Yi didn't even bother to glance back. Kyrillian, left side. Gyarados, right side. Kyrillian's eyes turned icy, swiftly countering with a psychic blast that struck the left Ariados, rendering it unconscious. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Gyarados, trailing closely at Lin Yi's feet, let out a jubilant roar, summoning several boulders that hurtled toward the right Ariados. Rock slide. The hapless Ariados barely approached before being crushed back to the ground by its own weight combined with the impact of the falling rocks. Lin Yi stepped forward, casting a discerning glance. The creature to his left exhibited mid-tier professional potential, while the one to his right boasted superior excellence. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a high-grade pokeball, successfully capturing the professional-level Ariados. He pressed onward. At times, ambushes arrived silently, catching one off guard. For instance, the ground-type Sandshrew. Jira, Earthquake. In the instant that Kyrillian teleported him away from the spot, Jira's diminutive form stomped forcefully. Boom. A terrifying shockwave emanated from its center, wildly radiating outward. The ground fractured, and the two Sandshrews that had merely poked their heads out were caught entirely off guard. Their attempts at defense rendered futile as they were knocked senseless by the indiscriminate assault. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The world within the game welcomed the daylight. The forest brightened, yet the perils remained unabated. This was the very heart of the Silent Forest, where Pokémon levels typically exceeded 30. Suddenly, Kyrillian's voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind, imbued with unprecedented urgency. Trainer, look to the sky. Lin Yi abruptly glanced upward. 5 enormous black figures were hurtling down from above at an alarming speed. It was a flock of 5 Spearows. Their levels were all at LV 32. Protect me. Lin Yi's voice was devoid of any tremor. Ghost swiftly emerged from his shadow, launching a shadow ball toward the sky, only for the lead Spearow to effortlessly evade the attack. Jira let out a roar, initiating Dragon Dance. Caw! Amidst the piercing cries, the 5 Spearows coordinated their assault from different angles, their sharp beaks glinting ominously. Kyrillian, meditate. Lin Yi's command was chillingly calm. Under immense pressure, Kyrillian glowed with the light of meditation, but a Spearow's winged assault struck it hard, disrupting its concentration. Puff! Kyrillian cried out in pain, staggering slightly. Continue. Lin Yi's voice was devoid of emotion. Gritting its teeth, Kyrillian focused once more, braving another Spearow's peck, finally completing its first meditation. Yet, the aerial threat lingered. Jira. Rock slide. Having accomplished 1 round of Dragon Dance, Jira roared as it summoned colossal boulders, hurling them skyward, temporarily driving 2 Spearows back. Ghost, block it. A lone Spearow dove toward Lin Yi, only to be perfectly intercepted by Ghost's defense. The situation was perilous. Kyrillian, meditate for the 3rd time. Lin Yi's eyes were locked on the sky, his mind racing, calculating every opening. A resolute glint flickered in Kyrillian's eyes as it seized the fleeting moment created by Jira and Ghost's desperate efforts, channeling all its psychic energy into itself. Boom. The 3rd meditation was complete. An overwhelming aura erupted from its petite form. 100,000 volts. Lin Yi bellowed. Kyrillian raised its hand, aiming at the sky. Crackle. A formidable bolt of golden lightning, akin to a spear from the heavens, tore through the air, instantly enveloping all 5 Spearows. Their wails echoed throughout the forest. Charred feathers scattered as the once mighty Spearows plummeted to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The battle concluded. Both Kyrillian and Jira collapsed, drained of energy. Lin Yi took a deep breath and promptly retrieved 2 vitality shards from his backpack, administering them to his companions. Observing their recovery, Lin Yi's resolve solidified further. He glanced at the barren branches, a twinge of curiosity stirring within him. Throughout this journey, he had yet to encounter a single tree capable of bearing fruit, which felt rather illogical. Moreover, he had yet to discover any means of obtaining the energy cube recipe. Perhaps it would have to wait until the next maintenance. This game seemed to hold myriad secrets, awaiting discovery by its players. Chapter 46, Arrival at Maple Leaf Town. After capturing one of the seasoned Spearows, Lin Yi glanced at the sky. A night filled with relentless battles had finally yielded to dawn. The official update had rendered the game's night exceptionally unfriendly to solitary players. Constant ambushes and increasingly aggressive wild Pokémon tested a trainer's mettle with each passing moment. It appeared he would need to minimize his gameplay during the night in the future. In his mind, Lin Yi swiftly established a new routine. The daylight in the real world corresponded to the nighttime in the game, perfectly suited for rest. Conversely, the night in reality would become his time to challenge other Pokémon, efficiently enhancing their prowess. Over the next 30 hours, Lin Yi continuously trained his Pokémon within the Silent Forest. He adjusted his schedule, inversing his reality and game time, aside from necessary physiological needs. All his energy was devoted to Pokémon training. As he delved deeper toward Maple Leaf Town, the forest gradually revealed the dangers of its core region. Caw! A sharp cry sliced through the air as a formation of 4 Spearows, akin to a squadron of fighter jets, locked onto Lin Yi from above, launching a lethal coordinated dive. Cerulean. A chilling thought flickered across his mind in a psychic connection. 100,000 volts. In the next instant, a robust golden lightning spear shot up from the ground, piercing the sky and precisely defeating all 4 Spearows. The 4 Spearows fell to the ground, instantly losing their combat capability. Lin Yi approached, utilizing his scanning ability. One was seasoned, and the other was professional. He tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing both Spearows. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the higher the levels of the Pokémon, and the more ferocious they became. He had faced ambushes from Pidgeys, withstood the charge of several mighty hounds, and transformed the lurking, camouflaged Ariados into his possession. Ultimately, amidst the grass, he discovered an exceptionally large victory bell. After a battle that was not overly arduous, he successfully captured it. Upon inspection, it turned out to possess rare gym-level potential. A delightful surprise indeed. However, the continuous battles had brought him to an invisible barrier. His Cerulean, Ghost, and Jira experienced remarkably slow growth in their experience bars after reaching level 29. A bottleneck? Lin Yi realized instantly. This was the first threshold set by the game system for all trainers. To surpass level 30, it seemed that a special opportunity would be required. Over the course of this frenzied day, he had captured a total of 17 high-potential Pokémon. During a brief respite, Lin Yi opened his mail. The auction for the 80 Pokémon he had listed 2 days prior had concluded. The final selling price far exceeded his expectations. After deducting the service fee, a substantial sum of money flooded into his account. Ding! Your Dragon Kingdom bank account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 16,130,000 yuan. His personal account's assets surged to an astonishing 17 million in an instant. Yet, Lin Yi's countenance bore no trace of elation, only an unfathomable calm. It was still insufficient. Compared to a colossal entity like the Feng Group, this sum was utterly trivial, hardly worthy of their notice. Far from enough. He shut down the terminal, reining in all thoughts, and pressed onward. As the dark green edge of the forest finally came into view, Lin Yi halted his steps. He raised his hand and recalled the gluttonous Ujira, who had been crunching on energy cubes. Focus was paramount. Ostentation was unwelcome. At last, he emerged from the silent forest, a place where he had reaped bountiful rewards and faced perilous trials. Maple Leaf Town awaited, in stark contrast to the quaint novice village. The streets of Maple Leaf Town were paved with neatly arranged bluestone slabs, bustling with a vibrant throng of players. The air was rich with the aroma of food and the lively chatter of adventurers. Shops lined the streets in a delightful array, including in specifically designed for player respite. Painting a picture of prosperity, Lin Yi's arrival stirred little commotion. Those who made it this far typically possessed at least a few Pokémon of level 25 or higher. He made his way directly to a stall bearing a map symbol, where an elderly NPC reclined in a chair, squinting contentedly in the sunlight. "Grandpa, I would like a map," Lin Yi stated directly. 500 Alliance coins, the old man replied, barely lifting his eyelids. After paying the fee, the map data synchronized instantly. "Young lad, is this your first visit to Maple Leaf Town?" The NPC grandpa suddenly opened his cloudy eyes, smiling warmly. "Would you care for an exclusive guide to Maple Leaf Town? A mere 1,000 Alliance coins will save you countless detours." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and paid without hesitation. He never hesitated to invest in valuable information. Taking the thin booklet, he settled onto a nearby bench and swiftly perused its contents. The information within deepened his gravity of expression. Maple Leaf Town, along with all subsequent towns, would no longer feature gyms. Instead, a new institution known as the Pokémon Association had emerged, where players could undertake quests for generous rewards. The Pokémon Center's role had been elevated to unprecedented heights. Once out of the novice village, Pokémon suffering heavy injuries in the wild would sustain subtle, accumulating damage that could lead to a permanent decline in potential. The sole means of healing was through the Pokémon Center. More critically, the center was equipped with a communication device for evolution. Ghost would evolve into Yi. Long Stone would evolve into Long Rock. All required this apparatus. Furthermore, Maple Leaf Town was an absolute safe zone, forbidding any form of combat. The town also boasted training centers and inns to accelerate Pokémon growth and allow players to achieve deep sleep, rapidly recovering from real-world fatigue. Understanding dawned upon Lin Yi as he closed the guide, all information intertwining in his mind into a coherent narrative. This game was becoming increasingly lifelike. He glanced at the time, 5:30 a.m. Earlier, around 4 o'clock, he had logged off for a substantial meal to sustain longer gaming sessions. He had even splurged on an entire set of gaming-specific equipment online. That 20,000 coin neck pillow combined with a massage mattress worked wonders, leaving him with almost no discomfort after intense gameplay. Lin Yi rose and walked to a nearby quaint inn that appeared quite elegant. "I would like a room," he requested. 500 alliance coins for one night. The NPC receptionist replied with a smile. Lin Yi paid, received his room card, and headed directly to his chamber. Chapter 47. The King Class Potential Riolu. The inn room was spacious, with a soft, large bed beside a designated resting area for Pokémon, adorned with plush carpeting. Lin Yi refrained from releasing the insatiable Uxie. He did not wish to awaken and find the room's walls gnawed away. He carefully extracted the incubation device from his space backpack. Beneath the transparent cover lay a mysterious Pokémon egg, quietly resting. The shell had developed fine, spiderweb-like cracks at some point. Almost there, Lin Yi mused as he placed the incubator on the bedside table. He collapsed heavily onto the soft bed, exhaling deeply. The tension that had strung him tight as a bowstring during his days in the silent forest finally loosened. He released Kalilian and Gung Ghost. The moment Kalilian appeared, it instinctively settled in a corner of the room, legs crossed, eyes closed, emanating a gentle blue glow as it entered a meditative state, seizing every moment to grow stronger. Gung Ghost, intrigued, floated to the incubator, poking the egg, which was covered in cracks, with its purplish-gray claw through the transparent cover. Lin Yi's eyelids grew heavier, and he soon slipped into a deep slumber. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden, urgent alarm jolted Lin Yi from his sleep. He sprang upright in bed, instinctively glancing at the bedside table. The red warning light on the incubation device was flashing wildly, emitting a piercing shriek. The Pokémon egg was about to hatch. Without hesitation, Lin Yi flung open the incubator's cover and carefully cradled the egg, now trembling with cracks, in his arms. This was the second Pokémon he would witness being born. The first was his Shiny Ralts, a companion, a family member. He wondered what surprises awaited with this second one. Kalilian and Gung Ghost were also roused, immediately appearing beside him, anxiously watching the egg in Lin Yi's embrace. Crack! In less than a minute, a crisp sound echoed. The cracks widened suddenly, and a dazzling, blinding white light erupted from the fissures, engulfing the entire room in an instant. Lin Yi instinctively squinted. As the brilliance faded, a warm, resilient little body lay peacefully in his arms. It was a diminutive Pokémon, resembling a standing blue canine. Its legs and upper body were pure black, trailing a supple blue tail, adorned with a naturally formed yellow collar around its neck. The backs of its front paws bore pure white circular patches, resembling hard-bone spikes. It slowly opened its eyes as pure and transparent as rubies, curiously surveying Lin Yi, who cradled it. The black markings on its face resembled an innate, handsome mask. Riolu. Lin Yi's breath momentarily stilled, and an uncontrollable joy erupted in his eyes. It was indeed Riolu, the future Aura Messenger, a fusion of charm and power, Lucario. This was not merely about aesthetics. It symbolized a key to an entirely different power system. Aura, a unique ability that transcended ordinary strength, capable of even transcending the game to influence reality. Not to mention, Lucario was a formidable Pokémon capable of mega evolution. Lin Yi suppressed the surging tide of emotions within him and immediately activated his probing technique. Lines of golden data materialized clearly before his eyes. Pokémon Riolu. Type, Fighting. Level, LV1. Gender, Male. Ability, Inner Focus, possessing an indomitable will, immune to flinching. Potential, Champion level, Mid-stage. Friendship, 70. Moves learned, Quick Attack, Endure, Detect, Flying Knee Kick, Inherited. Champion level Mid-stage. Moreover, it inherited the formidable move, Flying Knee Kick, with a power of 130. He had initially thought that the reward for completing the Novice Gym would generously grant him a Pokémon of professional level potential, but he was astonished by the official's extraordinary generosity. Now he possessed a total of 4 Pokémon with champion level potential, a shiny Kirlia, a shiny Jengar, a near-legendary Yveltal, and this newly hatched Riolu. It seemed that Riolu sensed Lin Yi's excitement, as it extended its tiny paw and gently tapped Lin Yi's finger with the white patch on its back. A soft and melodious sound emanated from it, imbued with an innate sense of closeness. Lin Yi snapped back to reality and promptly retrieved a bottle of Moo Moo milk from his backpack. After unscrewing the cap, He carefully offered it to Riolu. Here, have a drink. Riolu tilted its head, leaned in to sniff, and then extended its rosy tongue for a taste. Its red eyes instantly sparkled with delight. It seized the bottle and began to gulp it down eagerly. Before long, the bottle was nearly empty, and Riolu let out a tiny burp, appearing somewhat drowsy. It nestled into Lin Yi's warm embrace, finding a comfortable position, and its eyelids drooped as it fell asleep. Lin Yi gazed at its defenseless, sleeping face and chuckled softly. He then took out a great ball and gently tapped it against Riolu's forehead. A flash of red light flickered, and the pokeball settled quietly without a hint of movement. Securing Riolu's pokeball at his waist, Lin Yi then released Yveltal and the near-legendary Golem, allowing the two giants to feast before swiftly recalling them. Now, his main team had officially expanded to 5 members. However, his new companion still needed to grow. Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon within the game. He promptly chose to log out. After swiftly addressing his dinner and physiological needs in reality, he returned to bed and reconnected to the game. The effects of deep sleep were remarkable. He felt invigorated and utterly free of fatigue. Upon logging back in, Lin Yi made his way directly to the trading hall in Maple Leaf Town. He expertly opened the terminal and listed all 17 Pokémon he had captured in the Silent Forest, including the gym-level Victory Bell, for a 48-hour auction. Once he completed this task, he turned his attention to the item shop. He first purchased enough high-grade energy cubes for Riolu to reach adulthood in the fighting type. Subsequently, he discovered a silver bell among the dazzling array of items. Calming Bell. When carried, it enhances the Pokémon's ability to increase friendship. Although Riolu already possessed a friendship level of 70 upon birth, it would need to reach 220 friendship to evolve into Lucario. After settling the bill, Lin Yi consulted the system map. His finger traced along the map until it landed on a green forest marked as the novice training area. The Pokémon there generally range between LV1 and LV15, making it the perfect training ground for Riolu. With his target confirmed, Lin Yi wasted no time and departed Maple Leaf Town, striding purposefully towards the forest designated for novices. Chapter 48. The Talent of Riolu. Outside Maple Leaf Town, in the novice training area, the forest was lush and vibrant, the air fresh and alive with vitality. Occasionally, the crisp calls of Pokémon echoed in the distance. Resonating through the woods, Lin Yi's figure emerged at the edge of the forest. Without a moment's pause, he ventured straight in. After ensuring there were no other players around, he flipped his wrist, and a great ball lay quietly in his palm. Come forth, Riolu. With a flash of red light, the newly born blue pup appeared on the soft grass. It seemed to have just awakened, adorably yawning while its ruby-like pure eyes blinked, finally locking onto Lin Yi. Lin Yi crouched down slowly and gently rubbed Riolu's fluffy head. Did you sleep well? Riolu contentedly squinted its eyes, nuzzling its forehead against Lin Yi's palm. Displaying an endearing affection, Lin Yi withdrew his hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. He gazed intently into Riolu's eyes, his voice calm, yet resolute. From now on, we shall strive together to enhance our strength. Your goal is to catch up to, and then surpass, your older siblings. As soon as the words left his mouth, any trace of sleepiness vanished from Riolu's face. It stood up straight, puffing out its small chest, and an intense fighting spirit ignited in its red eyes. As if it could burn through anything. Riolu. It nodded vigorously, brimming with determination. At that moment, a thought resonated silently in Lin Yi's mind. It was the telepathic connection from Kirlia. Ahead, in the grass, there was a Caterpie. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he stood up. Let's go meet our first opponent. He led Riolu stealthily towards the direction indicated by Kirlia. Soon, amidst the thick underbrush, he spotted a Caterpie. Engrossed in munching on a tender leaf, Lin Yi activated his probing ability silently. Pokémon, Caterpie. Level, LV4. Potential, ordinary level. He couldn't be bothered to look further. Riolu. Quick attack, get close to it. Lin Yi's voice was calm and decisive, akin to delivering a final verdict. Riolu. Riolu let out a low growl. Its muscles tensing up instantly, and it surged forward with explosive speed. Its entire body transformed into a swift blue blur, slicing through the air as it propelled itself forward. The Caterpie, still preoccupied with its meal, didn't even have time to lift its head before Riolu, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind, arrived before it. Flying knee kick. The moment the command was issued, Riolu leaped high into the air at breakneck speed. Its petite body stretched out gracefully in midair, the knee extending straight, carrying a tremendous force as it crashed into the Caterpie. A resounding thud echoed, almost painful to the ears. The poor Caterpie couldn't even let out a cry. Its entire body was sent flying off the ground, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, landing several meters away. It hit the ground heavily, convulsed a couple of times, and then lost all ability to fight. A faint white halo appeared around the Caterpie, enveloping it. It was the protective shield of near death. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Truly, with a power of 130, that fighting-type move was utterly devastating. Even though Riolu was only LV1, it effortlessly obliterated a LV4 opponent. Well done. He stepped forward, gently patting Riolu's head once more as a gesture of encouragement. In response to the praise, Riolu let out an excited cry, its tail wagging fervently behind it. From that moment on, the forest transformed into Riolu's exclusive training ground, under the expansive psychic awareness of Chikorita that spanned several hundred meters. Every rustle of leaves and whisper of the wind was laid bare. Lin Yi could effortlessly identify the most suitable targets while flawlessly evading other trainers, ensuring an astonishingly efficient training regimen. This efficiency surpassed that of his previous experiences with Ralts in the Misty Forest by several degrees. Particularly noteworthy was Riolu's inherited move, High Jump Kick, which endowed it with the ability to challenge foes of higher levels. The forest's inhabitants, Caterpie, Weedle, Rattata, and Oddish, all ranging from levels 1 to 15, were utterly no match for Riolu. Even when confronted by opponents several levels above, Riolu could dispatch them with this formidable technique. Of course, its current physical capabilities still prevented it from fully mastering High Jump Kick, resulting in a somewhat awkward execution. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient. The abundant supply of energy from its advanced fighting type moves continuously fueled its growth. When its stamina began to wane, a bottle of PP replenishment was readily offered, restoring it in an instant. As for injuries, they were non-existent. With such a lavish provision of resources, Riolu's level began to skyrocket at an astonishing pace. Occasionally, when faced with more challenging Pokémon, such as the flying-type Pidgey, Chikorita, Lin Yi needed only a thought. An invisible telekinetic force would descend from above, precisely defeating opponents and clearing the path for Riolu's advancement. Time elapsed unnoticed. After a grueling 5 hours of intense battles, Riolu finally accumulated enough experience. Accompanied by a gentle glow of evolution, it successfully reached level 8. Lin Yi promptly checked its information. Pokémon Riolu. Type, Fighting. Level, LV8. Gender, Male. Ability, Inner Focus. Potential, Elite, Mid-Tier. Friendship, 90. Held item, Soothing Bell. Moves, Quick Attack, Endure, Detect, High Jump Kick, Feint, Metal Claw, Revenge. Not only had it successfully learned the highly practical moves Feint, Metal Claw, and Revenge, but its friendship level had also risen to 90 points due to the effects of the Soothing Bell. Observing the exhaustion etched on Riolu's face, Lin Yi decided to conclude today's training, just as he intended to return the somewhat fatigued Riolu to its Pokeball. A voice filled with sharp sarcasm and mockery suddenly emerged from the nearby woods. Oh, if it isn't the illustrious Lin, our very first victor of the novice gym. What brings you to this beginner area with a mere newborn Riolu? The owner of the voice stepped out from behind a tree, a smirk of undisguised malice adorning his face. What happened to your shiny Chikorita? Did it meet its demise outside, and its Pokeball shattered? He clicked his tongue in feigned pity. Last time, you lucked out against me once. Now, I shall relish watching you suffer. Lin Yi's gaze immediately turned icy. Feng Xiaoyi. Although he had already recalled Chikorita, the shadowy presence of Gengar emanated an increasingly frigid aura. In this area, where the highest level was merely 15, a level 29 shiny Gengar was more than capable of handling any unexpected developments. Lin Yi's attention shifted to the Pokémon beside Feng Xiaoyi. It was a little creature clad in heavy steel armor, its head resembling a massive helmet. Kakuna. Scan. Pokémon, Kakuna. Type, Steel Rock. Level, LV14. Gender, Male. Ability, Sturdy. Potential, Elite. Elite potential. Indeed, the affluent always find themselves at the pinnacle, be it in reality or in games. Feng Xiaoyi clearly reveled in Lin Yi's silent reaction, his expression of smugness deepening. Why the silence? Have you been rendered speechless? Lin Yi slowly lifted his head, gazing at him with calm determination. Let us see, shall we? Whether you can defeat me today. His voice lingered, his eyes glancing at Kakuna with a hint of amusement. However, your Kakuna is indeed impressive. Be cautious. Don't let me obliterate it. Chapter 49, Effortlessly Defeating Feng Xiaoyi. Feng Xiaoyi was thoroughly incensed by Lin Yi's brazen demeanor, his previously mocking expression contorting into one of grotesque fury. You dare remain defiant even when death looms near. His features twisted, his voice shrill and piercing. Do you think I am still without Pokémon, as I was last time? With a maniacal laugh, he abruptly waved his hand, tossing out 3 Pokeballs in rapid succession. A burst of red light illuminated the area. Out came a Nidorino, its entire body a deep shade of purple, adorned with a menacing horn atop its head, a fiery Charmeleon, its tail ablaze and eyes fierce, and a muscular Monferno, veins throbbing on its forehead, as if brimming with uncontainable rage. The trio of Pokémon emerged beside Feng Xiaoyi, their ferocious presence eclipsing the earlier encounters in the novice village. Lin Yi's scanning ability quietly activated. Pokémon, Nidorino. Type, Poison. Level, LV29. Potential, Near Elite. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Type, Fire. Level, LV29. Potential, Near Elite. Pokémon Monferno. Type, Fighting. Level, LV29. Potential, Gym Leader Peak. 2 Near Elite and 1 Gym Leader Peak, all at level 29. Do you see this? Feng Xiaoyi's voice dripped with arrogance as he pointed at Lin Yi, saliva flying. This is the power of wealth. Crushing you and your newborn trash is as simple as squashing an ant. Lin Yi paid no heed to his bluster, gently patting the Riolu at his feet, which was poised and brimming with fighting spirit. Step back. Watch closely. This is your first lesson in real combat. He slowly raised his hand, nonchalantly tossing out a Pokeball. Come forth, Chikorita, Gengar. A white silhouette materialized, quietly hovering in midair. The shiny Chikorita, adorned in a distinctive blue and white gown, swayed gracefully in the breeze. Beneath its blue locks, a pair of orange-red eyes gleamed with an icy indifference. Simultaneously, a swirling mass of purple-gray gas began to rise from Lin Yi's shadow. The gleaming Gengar gaped widely, its iconic massive maw, as its crimson tongue hungrily licked the corners of its mouth. In its large eyes glinted a cruel mockery intertwined with a bloodthirsty excitement. 2 equally formidable shiny Pokémon, both at level 29. The man known as Young Master Feng's manic laughter abruptly froze. His pupils constricted into dangerously fine points. Fixated on the 2 resplendent figures radiating an overwhelming aura, his breath quickening. Shiny, shimmering. Both are shiny. After a fleeting moment of stunned silence, the astonishment in his eyes was swiftly supplanted by greed and envy. Excellent. Truly, the heavens favor me. It was as if he had stumbled upon a legendary treasure. His voice trembling with exhilaration. Who would have thought this fellow would have such extraordinary luck to acquire 2 shiny Pokémon? But no matter, in the wild. Defeating them will yield Pokeballs. Young Master Feng extended his tongue, moistening his parched lips. Once I vanquish you, these 2 shiny Pokémon shall be mine. 3 against 2. The advantage is mine. You shall find it impossible to escape today. He suddenly gestured wildly, issuing frantic attack commands. Nidoking, Fire Ape, focus your energy. Charizard, unleash your flamethrower. Reduce them to ashes. As the commands were given, a faint glow of gathered energy enveloped Nidoking and Fire Ape, while Charizard opened its mouth, rapidly coalescing a blazing fireball into a massive letter-shaped form, projecting forth with the force to incinerate all in its path. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. A cold resolve transmitted through psychic communication with precision. Kyrulean, meditate. Gengar, use Confuse Ray. Kyrulean's eyes fluttered shut, a visible wave of psychic energy rippling around it. An invisible force quietly amplifying. Gengar emitted a sinister cackle, its eyes shooting forth 2 bizarre, twisted beams directly targeting Nidoking. Almost simultaneously, Charizard's flamethrower roared forth, the searing shockwave distorting the surrounding air. Hold the line. Kyrulean, without needing Lin Yi's command, conjured a faint green energy shield before it. Boom. The flamethrower collided violently with the shield, producing a deafening explosion, flames soaring skyward, yet failing to disturb the delicate barrier in the slightest. On the opposite side, facing Gengar's Confuse Ray, Nidoking responded swiftly, hastily erecting a protective barrier to intercept the strange beam. Is that all you've got? Just this little skill? Young Master Feng, witnessing his thunderous assault completely nullified, laughed maniacally, his expression growing increasingly deranged. I have thoroughly studied your tactics. Today, you shall surely meet your demise. Fire Ape, charge in and use Earthquake. Charizard, continue with Flamethrower. Nidoking, unleash Toxic, incapacitate that Kyrulean. Under the fury of his commands, Fire Ape lunged forward with thunderous strides, exuding an aura of devastation aimed at Kyrulean. Charizard once more gathered destructive flames in its mouth. Meanwhile, a foreboding deep purple glow emanated from the tip of Nidoking's horn. The trio of Pokémon launched their attacks from 3 directions. Lin Yi's gaze remained as calm as still waters, relaying the second command through psychic communication. Kyrulean's eyes suddenly snapped open, its orange-red pupils ablaze with blue light, instantly locking onto the charging fire ape. A vast, overwhelming psychic force, capable of distorting the very air, crashed down like an invisible tidal wave. Psychic force. At the same moment, Gengar once again erected a protective barrier, perfectly sealing off the attack routes of Charizard and Nidoking. Roar. The charging fire ape had yet to swing its colossal fist before it was struck by that unseen, terrifying force. It emitted a shrill, agonizing scream, its body as if struck by an invisible battering ram, soaring backward and crashing to the ground meters away, convulsing twice before losing its ability to battle, vanishing in a flash of red light into its pokeball. A single blow, and it was defeated. Meanwhile, Charizard's Flamethrower and Nidoking's Toxic were both thwarted by Gengar's protective barrier. Useless. Truly a wretched failure. Young Master Fong, witnessing his fire ape's swift demise, was so enraged his eyes seemed to crack, unleashing a torrent of curses. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Incinerate him. Nidoking, charge forward, use Earthquake. Lin Yi remained composed as he directed. Kyrillian, Psychic Force. Gengar, Curse. Nidoking, horns held high, charged fearlessly once more. Yet, as it closed in on Lin Yi, Kyrillian's Psychic Force descended again. In a moment of panic, Nidoking attempted to erect a shield. However, after undergoing a meditation enhancement, that flimsy barrier shattered like glass against the might of the Psychic Force. Nidoking. The psychic energy surged unimpeded, striking Nidoking, eliciting a pained cry. In the next instant, Gengar's eyes flashed crimson, an invisible curse immediately assailing Nidoking, its stamina visibly depleting. Charizard's Flamethrower approached, but with a deft maneuver, Kyrillian and Gengar evaded, the fiery letter crashing into a large tree, instantly igniting it, transforming it into a towering beacon of flames. Lin Yi, cradling his Riolu, retreated to a safe distance. He gently patted Riolu's fluffy little head, softly murmuring, "Watch closely. Riolu, see how your siblings fight." This scene ignited the last vestiges of young Master Fong's sanity. He howled in desperation, issuing a mutually assured destruction command. Charizard, inflate your belly, then use Flare Blitz, crash into them. Nidoking, unleash Blizzard, freeze them into ice sculptures. With the commands given, Charizard let out a pained roar, ferociously striking its abdomen, visibly draining its energy. Yet in exchange, its power surged immensely. Enveloped in searing flames, it charged with an overwhelming force toward Lin Yi. On the other side, Nidoking, cursed and tormented, summoned its final reserves, unleashing a torrent of chilling air, transforming into a blizzard that engulfed the entire area around Lin Yi. Chapter 50. Another kill of young Master Fong. In the face of young Master Fong's self-destructive command, Lin Yi's gaze remained serene. The Riolu in his arms instinctively clutched at his garments. Lin Yi gently patted its back, offering silent reassurance. A thought was precisely conveyed through psychic communication. Just as the all-consuming blizzard was about to engulf everything, at the very moment the fire-wreathed Charizard charged forth, Kyrillian's figure materialized before Lin Yi. It extended its delicate hand, lightly resting on Lin Yi's shoulder. In the next instant, the space warped slightly, and the pair vanished in an instant. Boom! The terrifying blizzard instantaneously encased a radius of several dozen meters in a thick layer of ghastly white ice crystals, covering the ground, tree trunks, and blades of grass alike. The fire dinosaur, transformed into a destructive inferno, charged ferociously. The ultimate clash of ice and fire erupted with a resounding roar. The frozen trees, succumbing to the terrifying heat, shattered into countless fragments, while the snow swiftly vaporized, rising into a dense mist that obscured the sky, leaving the entire woodland in utter chaos. "Ha! You're finished. Dare to challenge this young master." Young Master Fong observed the apocalyptic scene he had wrought, erupting into a maniacal laughter. However, his mirth was abruptly silenced. Beneath a sturdy tree several meters away, Lin Yi's figure reappeared, unscathed. How can this be? The pride on young Master Feng's face abruptly froze, replaced by disbelief and horror. Suddenly, a realization struck him, filling his chest with endless regret. Had he known, he would never have given that captured ghost stone to his subordinates in a bid to win their favor. If the ghost stone were present, a single black gaze could have completely sealed off that teleportation, but it was too late to lament. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the situation on the battlefield underwent a fatal transformation. The already weakened Nidolerno, after forcibly unleashing Blizzard, had exhausted its last vestiges of strength. The curse imposed by Ghost Stone exerted its final influence. An invisible force of curse-like energy gripped it like a specter's hand, draining its remaining vitality. Nidolerno emitted a wretched cry of utter despair, losing all combat capability. The scales of victory had tilted decisively in Lin Yi's favor. Damn it! Young Master Feng snapped back to reality, witnessing his Nidolerno collapse, his fury boiling to the surface. His fire dinosaur, having already consumed over half its stamina due to the forced use of Belly Drum, was now panting heavily, weakened further by the immense backlash from Flame Charge. Lin Yi seized this fleeting opportunity and issued another command. Ghost Stone, Nightmare Shadow. Kyrillian, Psychic Force. Ghost Stone let out a sinister cackle as a sphere of ominous, deathly energy coalesced before it. Kyrillian's orange-red eyes blazed with azure light, its vast psychic power locking onto the panting fire dinosaur, descending upon it like an invisible mountain. Crashing down. Hurry! Hold it! Young Master Feng screamed in terror. The fire dinosaur struggled to conjure a pale green energy shield in front of itself. Yet, before the fortified psychic force, bolstered by meditation, this hastily erected barrier proved as fragile as mere parchment. Bang! The shield shattered with a resounding crack. The overwhelming psychic force slammed into the fire dinosaur, eliciting a heart-wrenching shriek as its body was sent spiraling uncontrollably through the air. Hot on its heels was Ghost Stone's Nightmare Shadow. The sphere, composed purely of ghostly energy, traced a precise trajectory and struck the fire dinosaur midair with tremendous force. Boom! The fire dinosaur crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing violently twice before succumbing to unconsciousness. The battle was over. Young Master Feng's face turned as pale as a ghost, his lips trembling as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, his eyes filled with malice and dread. That Lin family youth is formidable. We shall see. He spat out a venomous remark, preparing to retrieve his Pokémon and make a hasty escape. Lin Yi regarded him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had no intention of letting this fool, who had repeatedly delivered himself to his doorstep, slip away unscathed. Kyrillian, use Psychic Force on him. With the command issued, Kyrillian did not hesitate, its orange-red eyes locking onto young Master Feng. You dare! Young Master Feng felt an overwhelming dread wash over him, his face betraying terror. The invisible psychic force descended with a thunderous impact upon his body. In an instant, young Master Feng transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight, leaving only a scattering of items and a solitary Pokeball behind. Lin Yi, cradling the Riolu in his arms, approached slowly. He sensed the little creature trembling with excitement, having witnessed the sheer dominance of the battle. Lin Yi crouched down, collecting the spoils of victory scattered across the ground. The haul was impressive, consisting of over 20 cans of high-grade energy cubes encompassing fire, fighting, poison, steel, and rock types, along with several superior healing potions and 2 precious vitality shards capable of restoring considerable stamina during battle. Finally, he picked up the Pokeball, activating his appraisal ability. He read, Pokémon, Infernape. Type, Fighting. Level, LV29. Potential, Gym Level, Peak. Gender, Male. Ability, Defiant. Attack sharply increases when its stats are lowered by opponents. Friendship, 30. Status, Severely Injured. Moves learned, Scratch, Leer, Throw, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Earthquake, Taunt, Cross Chop, Mach Punch. This Infernape exhibited commendable potential, and its ability was excellent, having even mastered the critical move, Mach Punch, required for its evolution into the formidable Sorrowful Ape. With just 20 consecutive uses of Mach Punch, it could evolve, significantly enhancing its value. However, upon glancing at its pitifully low friendship score of 30, Lin Yi promptly sealed the Pokeball. He had no interest in wasting time on a tempestuous Pokémon with such a challenging friendship requirement. Listing it in the trading post for tangible dragon coins to invest in the construction of his core team was the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, at the revival altar in Maple Leaf Town, a flash of white light heralded young Master Feng's disheveled appearance at the altar's center. He immediately assessed his losses, and upon discovering that only the Infernape had been lost, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It wasn't the Cacnea that he had taken from his subordinates. In the next moment, a tide of endless resentment and murderous intent surged within him. Lin family youth. You wait. Don't let me discover your true identity. Otherwise, I will ensure you have no place to rest in peace. He gritted his teeth in a low growl, leaving the revival altar and heading straight to the item shop to purchase a map to other towns, departing Maple Leaf Town without a backward glance. He could not afford to linger any longer. He was afraid. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, after tidying up the battlefield, returned to Maple Leaf Town with Riolu in tow. He navigated familiar paths to the trading post, listing the gym-level Infernape at the auction house. Considering its skills and potential for evolution, he set the starting bid at 200,000 dragon coins. He estimated the final selling price would likely exceed 700,000 to 800,000. Once all was settled, Lin Yi opened the map. Glancing at the Pokémon Association at the center of Maple Leaf Town, it was said that the rewards for quests there were exceptionally generous. It was time to see for himself. Just in time, it was time to take my level 8 Riolu, alongside Chikorita and Ghastly, to embark on a new round of rapid leveling. Chapter 51, The Pokémon Association. Maple Leaf Town, Pokémon Association. The building, constructed from rugged boulders and timber, exudes a robust style that emanates a potent sense of adventure. In stark contrast to the bustling novice village, the hall here feels cavernous and oppressive. Groups of trainers huddle together, their expressions grave, each bearing the telltale signs of fatigue and hardship from battles fought. Lin Yi's arrival was akin to a single drop of water falling into the ocean, making not the slightest ripple. He strode directly to the massive bulletin board at the center of the hall, his gaze sharp as it swiftly scanned the dense array of posted requests. Help find the missing herdier, reward, 5,000 alliance coins. Collect 10 leaves from the walking grass, reward, 3,000 alliance coins. The majority of the postings were trifling tasks with meager rewards, failing to pique Lin Yi's interest even for a moment. His objectives were crystal clear. Either the rewards had to be substantial enough to entice him, or the task location had to be exceptional, serving as an efficient training ground. Ideally, both conditions would be met. Before long, 2 hastily scrawled requests firmly captured his attention. Task ID, F037. Task type, drive away. Task difficulty, normal, recommended levels LV20, LV30. Task details. Recently, the Buck Dairy Farm outside the town has been frequently disturbed by a swarm of oddish, which have been stealing moo-moo milk and frightening the dairy cows, resulting in a drastic reduction in milk production. Please assist Mr. Buck in driving them away or eliminate the oddish. Task reward, 80,000 alliance coins. Task ID, M012. Task type, search. Task difficulty, elite. Task details. Explorer Mr. Tom lost contact 3 days ago after venturing alone into Echo Valley and has since vanished without a trace. Please locate Mr. Tom or retrieve his belongings. Task reward, 200,000 alliance coins, along with a draft of the map drawn by Mr. Tom. Lin Yi's fingertips lightly tapped against his wrist, producing a rhythmic sound. The first task, of normal difficulty, involved battling a group of oddish ranging from levels 20 to 30. The poison-type oddish were perfect live targets for his Chikorita and Ghastly to observe and learn from. The reward of 80,000 alliance coins was quite a tempting sum. The second task, of elite difficulty, took place in the Echo Valley, a location he had never heard of before. The reward of 200,000 alliance coins was indeed substantial, but what intrigued him more was the unknown map draft. The unknown often signifies opportunity. After pondering for a mere few seconds, he made his decision. Both tasks were located outside the town, making it feasible to tackle them in one trip. Lin Yi approached the counter, where a middle-aged woman was dozing with her head resting on her hand. Hello. I would like to accept 2 tasks. Task ID F037 and M012. The woman lazily lifted her eyelids and glanced at him. Upon seeing the ID M012, her bleary gaze sharpened slightly. Young man, have you thought this through? Her tone carried a note of caution. Elite-level tasks were no trifling matter. Echo Valley is quite treacherous, and several teams have entered recently, only to never return. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding calmly. I am certain, seeing his resolute demeanor. The woman refrained from further admonishments, silently shaking her head at yet another reckless youth. She deftly operated the terminal, sending the details of the 2 tasks to Lin Yi's adventurer's handbook. All set. Good luck. Thank you. Lin Yi turned and departed, his posture resolute and unhesitating. As night fell, Lin Yi meticulously planned his itinerary for the following day. First, he would head to Buck's farm to deal with the oddish, treating it as a warm-up. Then, he would venture into the Echo Valley, which had been described by NPCs as exceedingly sinister. His interest in the unknown valley and the missing explorer, Tom, burgeoned with intensity. A night of silence passed. The next day, Lin Yi set forth towards the outskirts of town, brimming with energy. The cobblestone path of Maple Leaf Town soon came to an end, transitioning into a muddy dirt road, soaked by rain, that wound its way into the shadowy forest ahead. The air was beginning to fill with a faintly sweet, cloying aroma, a distinct scent belonging to poison-type Pokémon. which, if inhaled for too long, could induce a mild dizziness. Lin Yi paid it no mind, his pace unwavering. 20 minutes later, a vast farm enclosed by rough wooden fences came into view. From a distance, one could see pink Moo Pokémon grazing on the grass, while further away, several robust toros frolicked freely. However, as Lin Yi drew nearer, the pastoral tranquility was abruptly shattered. A few Moo Pokémon near the trees were anxiously pawing the ground, their large eyes filled with terror, fixated on the shadowy woods at the edge of the farm. Emitting low, suppressed moos. Several fence posts lay askew, with deep gashes carved into the earth, remnants of a powerful serpent-like Pokémon's rampage. The expanse from the farm to the forest was devoid of any cover. Charging in directly would be perilously risky. Oddish were particularly adept at ambushing from the grass. Should they gain a numerical advantage, they could become quite troublesome. Lin Yi leaned against a tall maple tree, his gaze as sharp as a blade, scrutinizing the distant woods. A clear strategy rapidly crystallized in his mind. Swift and decisive, he would prioritize control of the battlefield and strike at the core. He retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his waist, refraining from tossing them just yet. Against the poison-type Oddish, Chikorita's psychic abilities would prove to be a formidable asset. Confusion could deliver a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Ghastly's unique Ghost Poison type granted it a terrifying resistance to poison-type moves, making it ideal as the primary attacker. Capable of absorbing all damage for Chikorita while unleashing a torrent of output with Hypnosis and Curse. "Chikorita, Ghastly," he called softly. The elegant white figure of Chikorita floated gracefully in midair, its red sensory antenna whirling rapidly, sensing its surroundings. Ghastly grinned silently, its purple-gray form flickering in the air, its molten gold eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty excitement. Beside them, Riolu tensed its body, its blue fur bristling slightly, and its ruby-like eyes vigilantly scanning the distance. Lin Yi raised his hand, pointing towards the deep woods, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Go find them." Chikorita and Ghastly instantly grasped his intent. Chikorita closed its eyes, and an invisible wave of psychic energy spread silently into the depths of the forest, like an intangible net, precisely locking onto every living being. The ghostly Jengar emitted a series of eerie cackles, its entire form dissolving into the air like a wraith, transforming into the most inconspicuous shadow within the forest. Lin Yi's voice resonated like the final decree of the Grim Reaper, echoing within their hearts. No mercy shall be shown. Chapter 52. The Pinnacle Potential of the Elite Arbok. The underbrush at the forest's edge suddenly quivered violently. In the next moment, 7 or 8 robust Arboks surged forth like poisoned arrows shot from the depths of darkness. Their crimson tongues flickered madly in the air, producing sharp, cacophonous hisses, each pair of menacing triangular eyes glinting with ferocity and avarice. Lin Yi's probing ability swiftly swept over them, revealing that these Arbok were all between levels 25 and 26. The warm-up had commenced. Lin Yi stood resolute, murmuring softly in a tone only he could perceive. Beside him, Riolu's azure fur bristled like needles, adopting a defensive stance. Its ruby-like eyes fixated intently on the approaching serpents. A deep roar of combativeness emanating from its throat. This was its first lesson in real combat. Suspended in midair, Curlia gracefully clasped her white hands together in front of her chest. An invisible wave of psychic energy instantaneously transformed into an imperceptible mental tide, silently spreading toward the serpents. The foremost Arbok, propelled by their momentum, abruptly halted. Their bodies froze mid-motion, as if grasped by invisible giant hands, eerily suspended in the air. Despite their frantic writhing and struggling, they could not break free from that terrifying restraint. Cackling ominously, the spectral Jengar materialized behind the serpents. Its grotesque maw, nearly half its body, widening as a highly concentrated shadow ball swiftly coalesced in its grasp. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, the energy sphere erupted toward the heart of the serpentine horde. Boom! The dark purple energy shockwave detonated, unleashing a violent surge that sent several of the Arbok, ensnared by the psychic force, soaring through the air. They emitted anguished cries before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing violently twice before succumbing to unconsciousness. This sudden onslaught plunged the remaining Arbok into sheer panic. They dared not advance, hastily retreating in disarray deeper into the forest. Yet Curlia's response was swifter. Another wave of invisible psychic force swept precisely across each fleeing Arbok. The potency of mental strength dealt a devastating blow to their poison-type forms. The wails of despair rose and fell, quickly silencing. All the Arbok, overcome by the psychic assault, collapsed limply to the ground, entirely devoid of combat capability. At that moment, a roar, fierce enough to reverberate throughout the entire pasture, erupted violently in the air. The densest thicket at the forest's edge exploded. A colossal purple figure, nearly 8 meters long, charged forth like a tempestuous bolt of violet lightning. It was an arbok of immense size, far exceeding its kin. Its menacing triangular eyes gleamed with ferocity, and the bizarre, devilish markings on its abdomen exuded an unsettling aura. A palpable aura of intimidation enveloped the area, rendering the air thick and viscous, causing even the floating dust to momentarily stagnate. Intimidate. It sought to suppress its adversary's offensive capabilities through sheer presence. Riolu instinctively let out a cautious growl, its red eyes locking onto the massive foe, yet its body remained steadfast, undeterred by fear. The leader had arrived. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened like a blade as his probing technique quietly activated. Pokémon Arbok. Type: Poison. Level: LV32. Potential: Professional level, Pinnacle. Ability: Intimidate. Moves: Bite, Acid, Coiling. Poison Fang, Glare. Professional Pinnacle, rather commendable, Lin Yi assessed internally. While it paled in comparison to the gym-level Pokémon he had captured, it was undoubtedly a rare elite specimen in the wild. Jengar, Hypnosis, take control of it. Lin Yi commanded decisively. Jengar emitted a series of eerie laughs, and two distorted, strange auras shot forth from its molten gold eyes. However, the Arbok leader reacted with remarkable speed. It violently whipped its head, its massive body coiling tightly, muscles tensing in an effort to resist the mental control. The hypnotic aura struck it, merely inducing a fleeting, imperceptible pause in its movements, failing to plunge it into slumber. Kirlia, use Psychic. Lin Yi swiftly altered his command, delivering it without a hint of hesitation. The red sensory antenna atop Kirlia's head erupted with brilliant light as a torrent of psychic energy coalesced into a visible beam, hurtling toward Arbok with thunderous force. Hiss! Arbok let out a pained cry, forced to release its coiled form. The power of the strike far exceeded its expectations. Overwhelmed by agony, Arbok succumbed to rage, its massive maw snapping open. Acid! A corrosive, deep green liquid erupted forth like a high-pressure water gun, aimed directly at the airborne Kirlia. Yet, just as the acidic fluid was about to descend, Kirlia's form vanished without a trace. Teleport. In the next instant, she silently appeared at Arbok's flank. Golden lightning crackled between her white hands. Thunderbolt. Arbok's colossal body barely had time to complete its turn before the violent current accurately struck the peculiar markings on its abdomen. Hiss! A shriek of unparalleled anguish tore through the air. Arbok's massive form convulsed violently, its purple scales blackened, releasing a noxious scent of charred protein. Jengar. Finish it with Shadow Ball. Jengar had long been poised to strike. A Shadow Ball, even larger than before, whistled through the air, determined to bring an end to all. Boom. The dark purple energy sphere completely engulfed the thrashing Arbok. This apex poison serpent leader, overwhelmed by successive blows, ultimately succumbed, its enormous body crashing to the ground, creating a shallow crater and stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire encounter unfolded with remarkable speed and efficiency. From the ambush by the serpents to the defeat of the leader, it transpired in mere minutes. Those Arbok fortunate enough to survive, upon witnessing their leader's downfall, were utterly shattered by fear, hastily retreating into the depths of the forest, daring not to show themselves again. Lin Yi approached slowly, retrieving a high-grade pokeball from his waist, directing it at the Arbok that had lost the will to fight. A flash of red light enveloped the massive serpent, drawing it into the ball. The pokeball gently quivered on the grass for a few moments before emitting a crisp click, descending into a serene stillness. Task accomplished. Lin Yi approached, retrieving the pokeball and weighing it in his hand, feeling its heft. This top-tier Abra, while not yet worthy of his main team's attention, held considerable value. Whether placed on the trading market or sold directly to other trainers in need, it could yield a substantial amount of resources. As for the fleeing Abras, their low levels and mediocre potential rendered them unworthy of his time and effort in pursuit. With the leader vanquished and the snake swarm dispersed, the crisis at this breeding ground was effectively resolved. Well done, Chikorita and Jengar, Lin Yi said, extending his hand to gently stroke Chikorita's head, nodding at Jengar beside him. Both companions responded joyfully. Observing from the sidelines, Riolu wagged its blue tail excitedly, eyes brimming with a yearning for powerful strength. Lin Yi recalled his Pokémon and produced a map, reaffirming the direction to Echo Valley. There was still ample time. The task transfer could wait until both quests were completed. Chapter 53, Echo Valley. Considering the terrain's complexity, Lin Yi decided to let Shiny Jengar scout ahead. His objective was the area deep within Maple Leaf Forest marked as elite-level difficulty, Echo Valley, as well as the missing explorer, Tom. Go ahead, but be cautious, Lin Yi whispered, issuing his command. Yeah. Jengar emitted a strange chuckle, its entire form transforming into a blurred purplish-gray shadow, silently gliding forward. Lin Yi promptly followed. The duo quickly delved deeper into the ancient, shadowy maple leaf forest. Towering maple trees twisted and gnarled, resembling giant hands stretching toward the heavens. Their fiery red canopies layered and fragmented the sunlight. The surrounding silence was oppressive, with only the crunch of fallen leaves beneath their feet piercing the stillness. As the light dimmed further, the air grew thick with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth, creating an increasingly stifling atmosphere. After approximately 20 minutes, Jengar, the scout, came to a halt. It hovered near the edge of a steep cliff, sending a telepathic signal to Lin Yi. Lin Yi hastened to catch up, parting the damp vines that hung in his path. At the cliff's base, an entrance nearly concealed by thick vines emerged vaguely into view. A cold, damp draft, laced with a peculiar mineral scent, wafted slowly from the cave's mouth, accompanied by a series of eerie echoes reverberating from the depths of the valley. This was the entrance to Echo Valley. The cave was shrouded in darkness, impenetrable to the eye. The sound of dripping water from the rocky ceiling was amplified infinitely, creating an unnerving echo that could unsettle the heart. Lin Yi retrieved a bright flashlight from his backpack, twisting the switch. A brilliant beam of white light instantly pierced the darkness at the cave's mouth. He exchanged a cautious glance with Jengar and stepped into the cavern. As he entered, the temperature plummeted sharply. A bone-chilling cold seeped through his clothing, assaulting him. The eerie bluish glow emanating from Jengar became the sole beacon in the darkness. The beam of the flashlight swept across the jagged rock walls and the slick ground beneath them. The air was a nauseating mixture of earthy aromas, the metallic scent of rusted ore, and a faint fishy odor. The disquieting echoes gnawed at his mind. After advancing roughly 100 meters, Jengar, hovering at a corner ahead, suddenly halted. It issued a low warning, its purplish-gray fingers pointing toward a narrow crevice in the rock. Lin Yi's heart tightened, and he swiftly directed the flashlight beam toward the illuminated area. There, a vague human silhouette slumped against the rock wall, motionless. Judging by the tattered explorer's garb, it was indeed Tom, the target of this mission. Mr. Tom? Lin Yi called tentatively. Inside the cave, only his own echo reverberated, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The figure remained unresponsive. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, gripping the poke ball at his waist as he cautiously approached. He extended his hand and gently pushed the man's shoulder. At the moment his fingertips made contact, the figure abruptly lifted its head. What a horrifying visage it bore. Its slate-gray skin stretched taut over its cheekbones, devoid of any color. A pair of eyes blazed with a frenzied crimson. Its mouth gaped open, revealing jagged black teeth, a trickle of drool sliding down its chin. Ha! Ha ha! A chilling laugh escaped its throat, and in the next instant, it lunged toward Lin Yi like a feral beast. Anticipating the move, Lin Yi swiftly recoiled. Chikorita. The white figure materialized before him in an instant. Chikorita's orange-red eyes glowed brightly, unleashing a powerful psychic force that struck Tom with precision, like a high-speed truck colliding head-on. Tom's body was violently hurled away by the invisible force, pinned against the icy rock wall, utterly immobilized. His limbs thrashed wildly, and he emitted animalistic howls. Yet he remained ensnared by the terrifying restraint. Indeed, he is under control. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy. Observing Tom, who resembled a mere shell of a person, he issued a command to Jengar. Use hypnosis on him. Let us see if we can restore his consciousness. Yeah. Jengar grinned, its eyes projecting two spiraling, distorted beams of color that struck Tom instantly. Ah! Tom let out a piercing scream. The slate-gray aura surrounding him and the red glow in his eyes visibly diminished. It was working. However, at that moment, a deep, rhythmic drumbeat resonated ominously from the depths of the cave without warning. The sound was profoundly heavy, each thud striking like a hammer against the heart, leaving Lin Yi breathless and oppressive. As the drumming intensified, Tom, previously under psychic control, began to struggle even more vigorously. The red glow in his eyes reignited, brighter and more frenzied than before. Useless, he rasped, his voice a fragmented whisper. You all shall perish. Lin Yi's expression shifted abruptly. The drumming was the true culprit controlling Tom. His gaze sharpened. The real challenge had only just begun. The drumbeats echoed more thunderously within the cave, the rhythmic pounding constricting Lin Yi's chest, his temples throbbing relentlessly. The chaotic echoes distorted and amplified the drum beats, reverberating throughout the cavern. As if invisible colossal drums were resounding from all directions, suffocating in their relentless pressure. Tom, ensnared by Kyrillian's psychic force, thrashed about in a frenzy, emitting guttural howls that bore no semblance to human speech. The two crimson orbs in his eyes flickered violently, as if the very essence of the drumbeats was injecting some frenzied power into his being. Kyrillian, intensify your grip, Lin Yi commanded coldly, gritting his teeth. The crimson censer above Kyrillian's head blazed with fervor, maximizing its psychic output, firmly pinning Tom against the wall. Beside them, Gistone's body tensed, its cerulean aura pulsating wildly. Molten gold eyes fixated on the darkness within the cavern, emitting a low, ominous growl. A palpable aura of danger seeped from the shadows. The main entity is approaching. Thud, thud, thud. The drumming surged abruptly, spiraling into a frenetic rhythm. Deep within the cavern, the viscous darkness began to churn violently, twisting and contorting. A silhouette gradually emerged from the gloom. It was a tattered, dust-laden humanoid doll, short in stature yet grotesquely disproportionate with an oversized head. Its mouth sealed by a tightly closed metallic zipper. The doll's body hunched forward, moving rigidly step by step from the shadows. Within its hollow sockets, two clusters of scarlet flames flickered, locking their gaze onto Lin Yi and his Pokémon. As it materialized, the temperature around them plummeted once more, chilling to the bone. The once thriving moss on the cave walls rapidly withered, visibly darkening, while small puddles on the ground rippled with a strange crimson hue. Lin Yi, staring at the eerie doll, whispered its name with deliberate clarity, Cursed Doll. Indeed, this was the culprit behind the mischief. The ghost-type Cursed Doll is notorious for manipulating grudges and curses. No wonder Tom had transformed into such a ghastly state. Lin Yi's investigative ability quietly activated. Pokémon, Cursed Doll. Type, Ghost. Level, LV37. Potential, Professional Level, Peak. Ability, Insomnia. Status, Excited Malicious. Moves, Shadow Sneak, Odd Light, Grudge, Will-O-Wisp, Curse. Chapter 54, Cursed Doll. Thud, thud, thud. The heart-stopping drumbeats abruptly ceased. Tom, firmly pinned against the wall by Kyrillian's psychic force, suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground. He twitched slightly, emitting unconscious groans. As the frenzied crimson in his eyes dimmed rapidly, akin to a candle flame snuffed out. Miraculously, a hint of color returned to his pallid face. The Cursed Doll had released its control over Tom, having found a fresher, more intriguing toy. Kyrillian, ensure Tom's safety, Lin Yi commanded swiftly. Though Tom had temporarily escaped the doll's grasp, he remained gravely weakened, susceptible to unforeseen mishaps. Kyrillian understood and gracefully glided to Tom's side, its orange eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Gistone, prepare for battle. Lin Yi's gaze had shifted to the approaching Cursed Doll. The cold metallic zipper that sealed its mouth had inexplicably opened slightly, exuding a silent mockery. Hiss! Gistone emitted a low growl, its cerulean aura surging, radiating an intense fervor for combat. Empowered by the influence of the curse symbol, now was the perfect moment for it to showcase its prowess against a fellow ghost-type opponent. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the cursed doll's devious tactics, making it a formidable adversary, especially with its Will-O-Wisp move. If Gistone fell victim to its burn status, the entire battle would become exceedingly disadvantageous. Come forth, Gyarados. Lin Yi flipped his wrist, tossing out another Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed the sturdy, grayish-green figure of Gyarados, crashing onto the slick ground. The moment Gyarados appeared, it sensed the unmasked malice emanating from the Cursed Doll. The fins on its back glimmered faintly, while it emitted a deep, resonant roar, its ruby-like eyes unwavering as they met the gaze of the Cursed Doll. Roar! Gyarados, take the front line. Gistone, flank from the side and find an opportunity to strike. Lin Yi swiftly articulated his tactical commands. Gyarados, possessing both rock and ground types, already boasted commendable physical defense. More importantly, its Intimidate ability rendered it immune to the burn inflicted by Will-O-Wisp, and its attack power would actually increase when afflicted by a status condition. Hiss! The Cursed Doll's scarlet eyes flickered upon noticing the sturdy newcomer, momentarily taken aback. Yet it hesitated not for a second. Its form transformed into a blurred shadow, racing along the ground with a chilling speed towards Gyarados. A priority move. Shadow Sneak. Gyarados, rock Polish, then use Bite. Lin Yi's reaction time was unparalleled. Gyarados released a low growl as a faint sheen of rocky energy enveloped its form, hastening its speed dramatically. Its seemingly cumbersome body erupted with astonishing agility as it sidestepped just in time to evade the cursed doll's chilling shadow claws. Swoosh! The shadowy claws sliced through the air, grazing Gyarados' hardened rocky skin, even igniting a few sparks. In that split second of evasion, Gyarados had adjusted its stance, opening its maw wide to reveal dagger-like teeth, and lunged fiercely at the newly materialized cursed doll. Crunch! Hiss! The cursed doll emitted a piercing shriek, caught entirely off guard by the rapid counter from the diminutive Gyarados, and was struck squarely by its bite. Dark energy erupted upon impact, inflicting significant damage, causing it to stagger backward uncontrollably. Well done, Gistone Shadow Ball. Lin Yi seized the fleeting opportunity with precision. Hiss! Gistone was already poised for action. A shadow ball, infused with dense dark energy, rapidly formed in its grasp, launched forth with a piercing shriek, hurtling toward the cursed doll. Just as the cursed doll, having sustained a grievous blow, noticed the incoming shadow ball. The crimson light in its eyes flared intensely, and a swirling mass of distorted, vengeful energy manifested around it, attempting to disrupt the trajectory of the shadow ball. Vengeful energy? Lin Yi frowned slightly. While this move lacked direct lethality, it could deplete the opponent's move PP, proving to be quite a nuisance in a war of attrition. However, the shadow ball unleashed by Gengar, empowered by the cursed symbol, has significantly increased its potency. The violet-black energy sphere ruthlessly pierced through the thin veil of vengeful black mist, showing no signs of hesitation, and struck fiercely against the cursed doll. Boom! The explosion of energy released a shockwave that sent the cursed doll hurtling back, crashing heavily against the cold rock wall, producing a dull thud. Cackling, the cursed doll shook its head and slid down the wall. The consecutive heavy blows had thoroughly enraged it. The zipper on its mouth suddenly gaped wider, unleashing a torrent of eerie green flames that surged forth, devoid of any warmth, instead exuding a chillingly malevolent aura, directly aimed at Gyarados. Will-o'-the-wisp. Gyarados braced itself, counterattacking with a spike cannon. Lin Yi issued the command without a moment's hesitation. With the determination ability active, the burn status from the Will-o'-the-wisp would transform into the sharpest spear in Gyarados' arsenal. The ghostly green flames instantly entwined around Gyarados' body, emitting a sizzle of eerie combustion. Gyarados let out a pained growl, yet the ferocity in its gaze intensified. A surge of even greater power erupted from the depths of its being, causing its offensive capability to soar. Roar! Gyarados stomped its foot violently, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Beneath its feet, countless sharp rock spikes erupted from the ground, wildly thrusting toward the cursed doll's position. The cursed doll, taken aback by the ferocity of its opponent, who, despite being afflicted by Will-o'-the-wisp, had grown even more formidable, was startled into a hasty retreat, transforming into a mere shadow as it clumsily dodged to the side. Yet, the area of the spike cannon was vast. Although it managed to evade most of the rock spikes, a few sharp projectiles grazed its body, eliciting another cry of agony. Now's the moment. Gengar Shadow Punch. Gyarados Earthquake. Lin Yi simultaneously issued two starkly different commands. Gengar's fist silently drifted to the cursed doll's flank, descending with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Gyarados stomped its right foot down once more. A power even greater than before surged violently along the ground. The cavern shook violently, the floor undulating like waves, even cracking into numerous fine fissures. The powerful seismic waves instantly engulfed the area where the cursed doll had fallen. Cackling, caught between two assaults and directly struck by the terrifying earthquake waves, the cursed doll finally succumbed. It emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, the two blazing scarlet flames in its eye sockets flickering violently before extinguishing completely. It lay motionless. The battle was over. Lin Yi exhaled deeply and stepped forward. The cursed doll had utterly lost its combat capability. Chapter 55. Evolution into Gyarados. At that moment, a brilliant white light erupted from Gyarados, who had just unleashed the earthquake. This is it. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. The radiant white light illuminated the dark cavern as if it were daylight, enveloping Gyarados' sturdy form entirely. Within the brilliance, Gyarados' previously solid outline began to stretch and morph. Layers of gray-green rocky skin peeled away like ancient frescoes, revealing a shimmering metallic blue exoskeleton beneath. Its shape tightened, becoming angular and defined, akin to a chrysalis forged from the most resilient alloy. Its head was completely encased, leaving only a pair of ruby-like eyes that glimmered with an increasingly resolute light amidst the radiance. Moments later, the light abruptly dissipated, revealing a completely new figure before Lin Yi. Pokémon Gyarados. Type: Rock, Ground. Level, LV30. Gender, male. Ability, shed skin. Potential, champion level, peak. Held item, fragment of rock plate. Learned moves, tackle, glare, rock slide, rock polish, revenge, bite, horrifying face, rock smash, stomp, screech, knock off, crunch, outrage, dragon dance, protect, earthquake, spike cannon, iron defense. Gyarados had successfully evolved into Gyarados. Its level had also surged to 30. The ability had transformed from determination to shed skin. Although it had lost the advantage of increased attack power when afflicted by status conditions, the shed skin ability offered a chance to automatically remove such conditions, enhancing its survivability. More importantly, it had learned the powerful steel-type defensive move Iron Defense. Its already formidable defense had now become astonishingly robust. Excellent. Gyarados. Lin Yi couldn't contain his excitement and stepped forward to pat Gyarados' cold, hard shell, feeling its incredible solidity. Gyarados gently swayed its body, seemingly acclimatizing to this new form. Releasing a deep, resonant sound filled with strength. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction before shifting his gaze to the spoils nearby. He approached the cursed doll, now utterly devoid of combat ability, and crouched down. Beneath the cursed doll lay a tattered piece of cloth. The fabric bore a series of crooked lines, depicting a bizarre pattern that exuded a faint aura of resentment. A cursed talisman? Lin Yi recognized the item, similar in effect to the cursed symbol carried by Jengar. It was also an item that could enhance the power of ghost-type moves. A worthwhile find. Without hesitation, he pocketed the cursed talisman and then took out a great ball. With a flash of red light, the gray cursed doll was drawn into the pokeball. The ball wobbled gently on the ground twice before finally clicking shut in tranquility. Lin Yi grasped the pokeball, sensing the faint energy fluctuations within, and secured it at his waist. Just then, from the deeper recesses of the cavern, a low and ancient breathing sound wafted through the air, faint yet imbued with an indescribable sense of pressure, causing Lin Yi's heart to race. He immediately collected his thoughts and turned toward the slumped figure in the corner. Explorer Tom remained collapsed on the ground, his lips cracked and his complexion as pale as a sheet. Lin Yi bent down to examine his condition closely, clearly sensing the violent fluctuations of his mental energy. As if boiling water had been abruptly drained, chaotic and feeble, Curlia floated silently above Tom, its light blue hair gently swaying. The sensory antenna atop its head flickering with a soft red glow. He was extremely weak, his mental energy severely depleted. Curlia's mental waves clearly transmitted into Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi reached out to check Tom's breath, then lifted his eyelid, noticing his eyeballs twitching involuntarily. The prolonged mental control exerted by the cursed doll had taken a significant toll on his body. It was unlikely he would awaken anytime soon. We need to get him out of here quickly. Lin Yi's brow furrowed. This cavern was damp and cold, unsuitable for any normal person to remain in. If they delayed any longer, even if Tom survived the cursed doll's assault, he would likely succumb to illness in this place. Only Tom, with his robust physique, could bear the weight of traversing this rugged cave, an endeavor far from effortless. Kairu Lien, employing telekinesis, alleviated some of the burden. Lin Yi decisively commanded. As the antenna atop Kairu Lien's head flickered to life, an invisible force gently cradling Tom's form. Lin Yi extended his hand to support Tom, instantly feeling the weight on his arm diminish significantly, requiring almost no exertion. Shakira's, Giston, proceed with caution. He instructed his two companions. Shakira's, with heavy steps, forged ahead, clearing the path, his slate blue, formidable exterior reflecting the cold light of the flashlight with an air of authority. Giston floated around the group, his blue-purple form flickering in and out of sight, while his molten gold eyes vigilantly scanned every shadowy crevice. The journey back felt interminably long. The sound of dripping water echoed hauntingly in the silence, amplified infinitely, creating an eerie resonance that pounded against one's eardrums. With the malevolent presence of the cursed doll absent, the cave was left with only desolation and an icy chill. At last, at the terminus of the flashlight's beam, a faint glimmer of natural light seeped in through the cave's entrance. The forest's unique, earthy aroma of fresh air invigorated Lin Yi's taut spirit. He carefully leaned Tom against a sturdy tree, subsequently recalling the utterly exhausted Shakira's and Giston into their pokeballs, leaving only Kairu Lien to stand guard. Supporting the semi-conscious Tom, Lin Yi oriented himself and began his measured steps towards Maple Leaf Town. Upon his return, the sky had already donned the hues of dusk. Without delay, Lin Yi transported Tom directly to the town's medical center, and afterward, he trudged toward the Adventurers Guild, feeling somewhat fatigued. The hall was sparsely populated, with clusters of trainers engaged in discussions about their recent exploits or lamenting the arduous tasks they faced. Lin Yi made a beeline for the counter, submitting 2 completed quests. He presented his adventurer's handbook, detailing Quest F037 to drive away the ABO monsters, and Quest M012 to locate the missing explorer, Tom. The receptionist, a poised young woman, adeptly processed the information on her terminal after taking the handbook from him. Quest regarding the ABO monsters confirmed complete. Your reward of 80,000 Alliance coins has been credited to your account. She paused, lifting her gaze to Lin Yi, her expression betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Mr. Tom, you found him? Goodness. His wife has been nearly frantic these past few days. In a side tunnel at Echo Valley's entrance, Lin Yi replied evenly, placing the Pokeballs containing the ABO leader and cursed doll on the counter. He was under the influence of a cursed doll, but he suffered no serious harm. Merely extensive mental fatigue. That cursed doll has been dealt with. The receptionist's gaze fell upon the Pokeball containing the cursed doll, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. She quickly verified the information on her terminal, then regarded Lin Yi with a mixture of admiration and gratitude. Thank you immensely, Mr. Lin Yi. Here is the reward for locating Mr. Tom. 200,000 Alliance coins, along with a draft map of part of Echo Valley that Mr. Tom had previously sketched. She handed him a heavy pouch of coins and a folded piece of parchment. With ease, 280,000 Alliance coins were credited to his account. This would enable him to purchase at least 2 decent skill-learning machines. Lin Yi accepted the pouch and the map, stowing them in his backpack. Upon returning to his hotel room, he quickly took a refreshing shower, changed into clean clothes, and then sat at the table to unfold the draft map. The map was rather crude, sketched in charcoal on parchment, barely delineating the terrain from the valley's entrance to the side tunnel where Tom was found. Beyond that, it was blank, devoid of any details. In the corner of the map, Tom had scrawled several keywords in an almost indecipherable hand: drumming, dolls, eyes. Lin Yi's fingertips rhythmically tapped against the tabletop, his gaze fixated on an oddly contorted outline on the map, resembling a peculiar doll. Though the cursed doll had been eliminated, the ominous drumming that echoed in his heart, and the secrets lurking deeper within Echo Valley, suggested that matters were far from simple. Chapter 56, Mysterious Drumming. Lin Yi stroked his chin contemplatively. The depths of Echo Valley were undoubtedly complex. Although his team's overall strength had significantly improved, it was still insufficient. Within his backpack, the eager-to-grow Riolu represented a pivotal force awaiting development. He swiftly gathered supplies, leaving without hesitation, determined to depart Maple Leaf Town once more. However, this time, his destination was not Echo Valley, but rather the Maple Leaf Forest, a locale with which he had grown quite familiar. On the outskirts of Maple Leaf Forest, sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Here, the Pokémon levels were generally low, making it an ideal venue for Riolu's initial forays into battle and skill refinement. Come forth, Riolu. At Lin Yi's call, a petite blue figure sprang forth from the Pokeball. The little one, with its blue fur contrasting sharply against its black legs, bore a conspicuous yellow collar on its chest. Its vibrant red eyes were filled with curiosity as it surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Do you see that Pidgey? Lin Yi's voice remained calm as he pointed to a Pidgey pecking at grass seeds nearby. Dash in with quick attack, and see if you can land a flying knee before it takes flight. Yep. Riolu emitted a crisp response, its small body immediately crouching low as its black hind leg muscles tensed, launching it explosively from the ground. A flash of blue light. Its form transformed into a blur. Astonishingly swift. The Pidgey, clearly startled, flapped its wings in a frantic attempt to ascend and escape, but it was ultimately a moment too late. Riolu struck it with pinpoint precision, colliding against its side. Excellent. Now, execute Flying Knee. Lin Yi's command followed closely. Thrown off balance, Riolu utilized the momentum from the impact. Deftly twisting midair, its knee slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, landing a powerful blow against the Pidgey. The Pidgey let out a mournful cry, crashing against a nearby tree like a rag doll before tumbling to the ground, rendered incapable of further battle. Well done, Lin Yi generously praised. The innate learning ability and battle instincts of a Pokémon with champion-level potential were truly extraordinary. In the ensuing time, Lin Yi directed Riolu through the most efficient leveling exercises in this area, primarily targeting the ubiquitous low-level Pokémon, such as Rattata, Pidgey, and Caterpie. To the left, evade that Rattata's charge with quick attack, circle around to its rear, and hit it with Flying Knee. Under Lin Yi's precise instructions, Riolu transitioned from initially clumsy maneuvers to skillfully leveraging its speed to evade and exploit openings in its opponent's defenses. Its flying knee strike accuracy was increasing at an astonishing rate. The rhythm and technique of the entire battle escalating at a pace visible to the naked eye, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting the entire maple forest in hues of golden red, a Rattata fell to the ground, struck down by a powerful force from Riolu. At last, a shimmering white halo of evolution enveloped Riolu. Pokémon Riolu. Type, Fighting. Level, LV12. Gender, Male. Ability, Inner Focus. Potential, Champion level, Mid-tier. Friendship, 90. Held item, Soothe Bell. Learned moves, Quick Attack, Endure, Detect, Flying Knee Strike, Feint, Metal Claw, Revenge, Force Palm. Impressive, leveling up 4 times in just one afternoon and mastering the move Force Palm. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. That will be all for today, Riolu. He stepped forward and affectionately patted its head, to which Riolu responded by nuzzling his palm with its small head. As the sun finally disappeared behind the mountains, the night enveloped the maple forest like ink, quickly shrouding it in darkness. Though his body felt somewhat weary, Lin Yi's spirit soared with exhilaration due to the immense gains. With Jira evolving successfully, Chinchou and Ghastly were also tantalizingly close to reaching level 30. The hasty annotations on the map from Explorer Tom ignited a deeper desire for exploration within him. Like an unextinguished spark. Drums, dolls, eyes. What secrets lay hidden in the depths of Echo Valley? Lin Yi stepped once more into Echo Valley, acutely aware that the cursed doll he had encountered earlier was likely just a prelude. The strange drumming described by Tom and the fragmented map pointed towards an unknown secret deep within the valley. The silhouette of Shuckle appeared silently, its gray-blue hardened shell glimmering with a metallic sheen in the night, its sharp horns resembling fortifications, while its red eyes scanned the surroundings warily through the shell's openings. Lin Yi gestured, and Ghastly emitted a series of eerie laughs, transforming into a swirling blue-violet mist that silently melded into his shadow. Chinchou floated serenely beside him, its white skirt and blue hair flickering in the night breeze, while the pair of orange sensory antennae atop its head turned cautiously. Shuckle, lead the way, Lin Yi commanded, tapping lightly on its hard shell. Shuckle's red eyes flickered as it registered the command, and a barely perceptible tremor coursed through its body. It expertly controlled the jets of air emanating from its base, gliding silently toward the valley's entrance. The valley at night exuded an eerie atmosphere. The lively chirps and calls of insects from the day had vanished without a trace, leaving only the occasional hoot of an owl echoing through the desolate expanse. The air was thick with the dampness of moss, the earthy scent of soil, and an elusive whiff of decay. Lin Yi trailed behind Shuckle, illuminating the path ahead with a powerful flashlight. The stark white beam pierced the darkness, revealing a jagged cave entrance. The shadows of the bizarre rock formations elongated and distorted, resembling the claws of malevolent spirits. Suddenly, a series of urgent whispers emanated from Ghastly, prompting Lin Yi to halt, his muscles tensing instantaneously as his keen gaze swept the area. Simultaneously, Chinchou, floating at his side, pivoted sharply in the same direction, its pale hands slightly raised, ready to unleash psychic waves. What is it? Lin Yi inquired in a hushed tone, his voice barely audible. Through Chinchou's telepathic link, Ghastly conveyed fragmented thoughts. Ahead, many strong enemies. Lin Yi held his breath, straining to listen. Aside from the pounding of his heart and the distant wind howling through the mountains, the surroundings seemed devoid of life. Yet, he trusted Ghastly's acute sensitivity to ghostly energies. Its judgment would undoubtedly be reliable. Shuckle, stay alert. He lowered the flashlight's beam, and Shuckle remained poised, a faint energy aura shimmering across its shell. As they advanced another dozen meters, the chill and dampness intensified, and the air thickened with a grotesque stench of beastly decay mingled with the scent of death. The shadows of the trees danced, and in the darkness, countless eyes seemed to be watching them. From the dimly lit edge of the forest came a series of oppressive low growls. In the darkness, pairs of ghostly green eyes flickered to life, radiating a cold, menacing intent. Soon after, more phosphorescent lights emerged from all directions, like will-o'-the-wisps, encircling Lin Yi and his companions. A piercing wolf howl shattered the silence, serving as a signal, prompting a chorus of howls to rise in response. Lin Yi swung the flashlight beam toward the shadows. In the gloom, the figures of large wolfhounds emerged, their fur as black as ink, their forms robust and powerful, with gleaming fangs glistening ominously. They bared their teeth, emitting threatening growls as they slowly advanced from behind the thickets and rocks, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Hundreds of them. A wall of living wolfhounds, densely packed. Strangely, however, their eyes lacked any semblance of life, appearing hollow and ghostly green. Their movements were stiff and uncoordinated, the sounds emanating from their throats resembling mechanical vibrations. There was no trace of Pokémon essence, only an overwhelming stench of decay reminiscent of death. Shuckle responded with a deep growl, energy surging violently within its shell, signaling that it was ready for battle. Lin Yi seized a pokeball from his waist, launching it skyward with fervor. Ghastly, come out and stretch your limbs. A flash of red light signaled Ghastly's reappearance. Its blue-violet form flickered in the moonlight, emitting a series of eerie laughs as it hovered in the air. Its molten gold eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, eager for the fray. Chincho, stay prepared and guard yourself. Do not act impulsively, Lin Yi cautioned in a low voice. She floated gracefully at Lin Yi's other side, her white skirt swaying slightly, exuding elegance while remaining alert. The largest wolfhound, towering above the others, threw back its head and unleashed a thunderous howl. This was the command to attack. All the wolfhounds sprang forth simultaneously, like arrows released from a bow, charging toward the center. Shuckle, Earthquake, show them the might of your power. Faced with such an onslaught, a wide-area attack was the optimal strategy. Shuckle roared, unleashing a torrent of energy as its heavy body crashed down to the ground. A tremendous force radiated outward, causing the very ground to convulse violently, like waves, sending countless stones and dust soaring into the air. The charging wolfhounds were caught off guard, thrown into disarray by the terrifying shockwave, howling in pain. Ghastly, toxic. Inflict a status condition upon them. Ghastly cackled maniacally, exhaling a noxious cloud of murky purple gas. The toxic gas swiftly enveloped the beleaguered great hounds, suffocating their efforts to maintain their footing. The noxious fumes infiltrated their bodies, rendering the once formidable creatures sluggish and disoriented. Yet, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Several hounds, entirely impervious to the poison-S effects, charged forth with reckless abandon, their forms showing no signs of the toxin's corrosive influence. Instead, tendrils of black mist continuously emanated from their bodies. These wretches were mere puppets of the undead. Controlled by that ominous drumming, they were nothing but animated corpses. A heavy weight settled in Lin Yi's heart. More great hounds emerged from the enveloping darkness, an astonishing number surging forth, their eyes aglow with an eerie green light, akin to a signal of death. Kyrillian, use your alluring voice. Provide cover. Kyrillian elegantly raised her hands, emitting a melodious yet powerful call that resonated through the air. The pink sound waves rippled outward like concentric circles on the surface of water. The allure of her voice proved devastating against the malevolent creatures. Those hounds struck by the sound waves howled in agony, their outer layer of black mist shattered to pieces. The battle was fierce and uncanny. Each fallen hound released a dense cloud of black mist, only to be swiftly replaced by new foes emerging from the shadows. Even the remnants of shattered puppets, dismembered limbs writhing, would twist together into smaller, grotesque forms, continuing their relentless assault. These hounds exhibited a startling disregard for their own well-being. Even when their vital points were struck, they surged forward, dragging their broken bodies, intent on tearing flesh. Their eyes glowed with an unquenchable green light, like eternal, ghostly flames. Only by utterly obliterating them or dispersing their core black mist could one hope to bring their onslaught to an end. Shaquilas, use spikes. Hit harder. Shaquilas slammed down once more, unleashing a multitude of sharp rock spikes that erupted from the ground like a torrential rain of arrows, covering a vast area ahead. The jagged spikes pierced through the frail bodies of the puppets, pinning them mercilessly to the ground. A cacophony of wails erupted as the decaying forms shattered like rotten wood, more black mist gushing forth from the wounds. After nearly an hour of grueling combat, Lin Yi and his companions had vanquished close to 100 great hounds. Yet the enemy continued to pour forth without respite. Sweat trickled down Lin Yi's brow. His Pokémon began to show signs of fatigue. Kyrillian's movements were no longer as nimble as at the outset. Shaquilas' breaths grew heavy, and even Jengar's form began to waver. Shaquilas, hold on just a little longer. Jengars, keep vigilant. In that moment of peril, Kyrillian suddenly let out a piercing cry, her orange sensory antennae igniting with blinding light. This was the full power of her alluring voice. Kyrillian's eyes transformed into a profound blue, exuding an unprecedented aura of strength. With a resounding hum, she thrust her arms forward, unleashing a colossal pink energy sphere that erupted into a tide of musical notes sweeping outward. As the sound waves washed over them, The great hounds halted abruptly, their green lights extinguished, their bodies convulsing before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Kyrillian. With all her might, Kyrillian released her energy, and the pink sound waves radiated outward from her center, instilling a powerful sense of dread that caused all great hounds to tremble, their movements becoming stiff and sluggish. Excellent work, Kyrillian. Lin Yi seized the opportunity. Shaquila's, shatter them. Jengar's, use mud bomb. Shaquila's roared as he charged into the throng of enemies, his gray-blue shell glinting coldly. Mouth agape to tear into flesh. Though dark-type moves were less effective against foes of the same type, Shaquila's strength was sufficient to rend these puppets asunder. Jengar's mud bomb struck precisely, exploding the clouds of black mist. With the last batch of great hounds falling, their bodies grotesquely melted away, dissolving into black mist that dissipated into the air. The battlefield was left scorched and desolate. Breathing heavily, Lin Yi stood amidst the chaos, with Kyrillian floating nearby, her orange sensory antennae flickering with vigilance. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within Kyrillian. She had reached level 30. This battle had granted her sufficient experience to meet the threshold for evolution. Chapter 58, Evolution, Shiny Gardevoir. A radiant white light burst forth, pure and warm, illuminating the charred earth tainted by black mist as brightly as day. At the heart of the brilliance, Kyrillian's form began to stretch and reshape. Her once petite frame transformed into one of elegance and grace. Her light blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing smoothly down her back. The orange sensory antennae atop her head had shifted position. Lin Yi held his breath, instinctively clenching his hands as his heart raced with excitement. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. His Gardevoir was on the verge of emergence. The light suddenly condensed, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful figure before him. Clad in a flowing white gown that enveloped her slender form, the inner hem adorned with deep blue, reminiscent of the night sky. Blue sleeves embraced her delicate arms, and her long light blue hair danced gently in the breeze. The antennae on her forehead glimmered softly, while a gem-like orange organ on her chest radiated a gentle, warm energy. Pokémon, Gardevoir Shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Level, LV 30. Gender, female. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, Champion level, high tier. Item held, Wise Glasses. Learn moves, Sing, Charm, Confusion, Calm Mind. Telekinesis, Shadow Ball. Teleport, Meditate, Rest, Protect, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Psychic, Magical Leaf, Psychic Surge, Thunderbolt, Heal Pulse. Gardevoir. A clear, melodious cry escaped her lips as she slightly lifted the hem of her gown and performed an impeccable curtsy toward Lin Yi. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled with joy of rebirth and deep affection. Wonderful, Gardevoir. You've finally evolved, and you've learned Heal Pulse. Unable to contain his elation any longer, Lin Yi stepped forward, gently caressing her silky long hair. Gardevoir, she responded with a tender smile, tilting her head slightly as she nuzzled against Lin Yi's warm palm. Following her evolution, her telepathic abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. Lin Yi could now effortlessly sense the overwhelming joy radiating from her heart, as well as the unbreakable bond connecting them. How do you feel? Lin Yi asked softly. A voice, clearer and more melodious than ever, resonated directly in his mind. I feel wonderful, Lin Yi. My body is brimming with strength, and I can now perceive the source of that malice deep within the valley more clearly. Lin Yi's spirit surged with renewed vigor. All right, let us take a moment to recuperate before pressing on. The secrets of Echo Valley lie before us. He recalled the weary Shaquila's and Jengar's, leaving only the freshly evolved, fully energized Gardevoir by his side. Next, I must rely on you, Shinado. Tread carefully as you scout ahead. Rest assured, I shall protect you, Channy reassured. Shinado nodded resolutely, her crimson eyes shimmering with confidence. The team set forth once more, with Shinado leading the way, her white figure standing out vividly amidst the darkness of the woods, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. They ventured deeper into the valley. As they progressed, the surroundings grew increasingly ominous. The air turned frigid, and the sensation of being scrutinized by countless unseen eyes intensified. Jisudo, the entity draws ever closer. The sense of oppression is overwhelming, came the anxious thoughts from Jengar, intermittently relayed from its pokeball. Lin Yi felt it too. A tremor emanated from the depths of his soul, an intangible presence quietly observing them from the dark ahead. Shinado, do you perceive anything? Lin Yi whispered. Shinado halted her steps, closed her eyes, and the sensors on her forehead glimmered softly. Moments later, she reopened her eyes, her beautiful visage etched with gravity. Not far ahead lay a colossal cave entrance, emanating a potent, malevolent energy and a rhythmic, eerie sound of drums from its depths, both formidable and ancient. Ancient and powerful malevolent energy? Lin Yi's brow furrowed tightly. The controlled explorer Tom, the cursed doll, and the relentless canine puppets they had encountered were merely peripheral effects emanating from this force. Regardless of what it is, we must uncover the truth. After several minutes, they finally reached the heart of the valley. A vast cave loomed before them, its entrance resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast, partially blocked by immense rocks and gnarled moss, leaving only a narrow gap for a single person to pass through sideways. A chilling wind gusted forth from the crevice, carrying with it a pungent odor of decay. This is the place, Shinedo indicated with her slender finger towards the gap. The energy fluctuations and drumbeats emanated from within. Lin Yi switched on his powerful flashlight. The beam pierced the opening, yet was consumed by the unfathomable darkness, revealing nothing. The low thrum of the drums became alarmingly distinct. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat resonated with an uncanny magic, its rhythm seemingly synchronizing with the very pulse of his heart. No, forcefully shaking his soul. Lin Yi felt dizzy, his heartbeat spiraling out of control, his consciousness beginning to blur. Lin Yi, focus. Shinedo's clear voice rang like thunder in his mind, jolting him from that disorienting state. Shinedo. He snapped back to reality, his back drenched in cold sweat. It was terrifying. Merely standing at the cave's mouth, the drumbeats exerted such a powerful mental interference. This rhythm could directly influence one's psyche. It was exceedingly perilous. Shinedo warned again. Lin Yi dared not be careless. He rummaged through his backpack for specially designed earplugs to counter mental interference and swallowed a vial of revitalizing potion, items he had procured expressly from the item shop upon completing the task. The dizziness subsided considerably, yet the drumbeats lingered like a relentless parasite in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Shinedo, prepare for battle. Lin Yi's expression grew markedly serious. This adversary would undoubtedly be the strongest they had ever encountered. Despite the unknown terrors that awaited them, his resolve to explore remained unwavering. He gestured for Shinedo to follow closely behind, then cautiously sidled into the pitch-black crevice of the cave. A wave of frigid air enveloped him. The drumbeats, upon entering the cave, escalated to an overwhelming crescendo, no longer merely audible, but reverberating directly within his eardrums and the depths of his soul. Chapter 59, The Elusive Pokémon. Jisudo, scout ahead. Kakik. Jengar emitted an excited cackle, thriving in this eerie and sinister environment, akin to a fish in water. Its blue-violet form darted swiftly into the darkness ahead. The cave's interior was slightly more spacious than the entrance, yet the walls were treacherously slick, coated in a dark green moss. Water dripped intermittently from above, the patter merging unsettlingly with the oppressive drumbeats. The flashlight's beam illuminated only a limited area, the surrounding darkness resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, patiently awaiting its prey. After advancing for about 100 meters, Jengar's thoughts were conveyed through Shinedo once more. There is something ahead, many of them. They are under control. Lin Yi immediately halted, directing the flashlight's beam towards the area Jengar had indicated. Shinedo confirmed. There are 5 Zubat, all around level 35. Their mental state is highly abnormal. They resemble frenzied beasts rather than Pokémon. At the beam's end, 5 Zubat hung upside down from the cave ceiling. Their eyes were not the usual black, but a vivid crimson, pulsating with unbridled aggression. Their bodies trembled slightly, exuding a nauseating malice. Thud, 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 thud. The drumbeats intensified suddenly, their rhythm becoming frantic and chaotic. The 5 Zubat, as if receiving some command, unleashed a piercing ultrasonic wave, their wings flapping as they transformed into 5 streaks of black lightning, diving towards Lin Yi. Jengar, Shadow Ball. Shinedo, defend. Lin Yi's commands were calm and swift. Kek. Jengar laughed maniacally, conjuring a shadow ball infused with potent ghostly energy, hurling it towards the foremost Zubat. Simultaneously, a transparent barrier manifested before Shinedo, securely shielding her and Lin Yi behind. Bam! The shadow ball struck its target with precision, the immense force sending the Zubat crashing against the side wall. An eerie scene unfolded. Rather than losing its ability to battle like a typical Pokémon, the struck Zubat lay on the ground, convulsing violently. Its body stiffened at a visible rate, twisting into a grotesque contortion before rapidly dissolving. Yes, dissolving. Like ice plunged into strong acid, its flesh, bones, and fur transformed into a thick black mist within mere seconds, merging into the air without leaving a trace. The other 4 Zubat's ultrasonic attacks were completely intercepted by Shinedo's psychic barrier, producing a series of grating sounds. Lin Yi's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart weighed down with dread. This bizarre manner of disappearance mirrored the fate of the controlled canine puppets he had encountered earlier. Shinado, use psychic. A flash of blue light ignited in Shinado's eyes as a powerful psychic force coalesced into an invisible shockwave, propelling towards another Zubat. The result was identical. The great mouth bat, momentarily halted by the force of mental shock, soon followed in the footsteps of its companions, rapidly melting away and dissipating into a swirling black mist. This could not continue. Although defeating Pokémon in the novice village resulted in their disappearance, the Pokémon encountered beyond the village remained shielded from demise upon defeat. Yet now, vanquishing them equated to a direct act of killing. Lin Yi promptly altered his strategy. Shinado, bind one with Psychic. Ghost, use Hypnosis on the other. He sought to experiment, to see if he could forcibly break their control. Shinado's delicate fingers gracefully lifted, her invisible psychic energy transforming instantaneously into ropes that tightly ensnared one of the great mouth bats. Ghost, too, opened its wide maw, unleashing a wave of hypnotic energy that enveloped the other great mouth bat. The drumbeats grew increasingly frenzied. The bat struck by hypnosis flashed with red light in its eyes. Momentarily dazed for merely half a second before it began to resist frantically, the effects of hypnosis forcefully suppressed. The one bound by psychic fared even worse. Strange veins erupted across its body, emitting anguished shrieks of utmost torment, as its form convulsed wildly in midair. Ultimately, it trembled violently, rapidly dissolving away within the confines of the psychic binding. Lin Yi's heart plummeted to unfathomable depths. He swiftly retrieved a great ball, casting it towards the bat still struggling against hypnosis. The pokeball struck its target with precision, a flash of red light igniting. However, the ball did not even tremble once before it emitted a sharp sound, opening on its own. Capture failed. The remaining two great mouth bats seemed to sense the impending danger, turning and desperately attempting to flee deeper into the cave. Shinado's psychic once again activated, ensnaring their wings, rendering their struggles in the air futile. Lin Yi gazed at the two bats, their eyes now filled solely with madness and suffering, and comprehended the grim reality. These Pokémon, manipulated by the drumbeats, had had their fates sealed. Whether defeated, forcibly freed, or even attempted to be captured, the inevitable outcome was always death, accompanied by this bizarre disappearance. He slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. A tidal wave of fury surged within his chest. Find it. Lin Yi's voice was as frigid as the depths of winter. No matter what it is, I shall locate the source of the drumbeats and make it pay. Shinado nodded, loosening its psychic grip, allowing the two bats to flee in terror into the depths of darkness. Lin Yi paid them no further mind, continuing deeper into the cave with Shinado and Ghost. The air grew increasingly frigid and biting, the deafening drumbeats threatening to shatter one's sanity. From the inky depths emerged the cries and roars of more Pokémon, intermingled with strange energy fluctuations. The mental interference intensified, Lin Yi, Shinado cautioned, suffused with despair and fury. Ghost ventured ahead, swiftly returning with fresh intel. Not far ahead were several small fist stones and a Machoke. Their state mirrored that of the earlier great mouth bats. Their crimson eyes radiated madness and destruction. As Lin Yi and his companions drew near, the drumbeats crescendoed once more. Roar! The Machoke emitted a roar that was utterly devoid of life, its muscular form bulging as it charged alongside the tumbling fist stones. Shinado, control Machoke with Psychic. Ghost, use Shadow Ball to disrupt those fist stones. Lin Yi's gaze was as cold as steel. Shinado's psychic prowess instantaneously locked onto the target, immobilizing the charging Machoke mid-stride with overwhelming force. Ghost unleashed its Shadow Ball, striking one of the rolling fist stones with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The fist stone twitched, stiffened, and then rapidly melted away, dissipating like mist. The Machoke, ensnared by Psychic, endured a fate even grimmer than that of the earlier great mouth bats. It thrashed violently in midair, terrifying veins breaking the surface of its muscular frame, as if something were trying to claw its way out from beneath its skin. Hiss hiss. Pained cries erupted from its throat. Ultimately, it convulsed violently, its limbs descending weakly. The once formidable body twisted and dissolved in the watchful eyes of Lin Yi and Shinado, transforming into an even denser black mist, vanishing completely within the icy cave. Chapter 60, The Great Explosion. A sense of powerlessness. It was a feeling that penetrated to the core, leaving one nauseated. These manipulated Pokémon had long since lost their fundamental dignity as living beings. They had devolved into mere expendables, even in death denied peace. A level 15 fist stone rolled forward, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, directly charging at Riolu. A glimmer of icy ruthlessness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. If their fate was to dissolve into black mist, then let them serve as experience for Riolu before their disappearance. Riolu, dodge with quick attack. In a flash, Riolu evaded, transforming its petite blue form into a fleeting shadow, narrowly avoiding the fist stone's charge. It adeptly maneuvered to the side, a glow of fighting-type energy igniting on its right paw, striking hard against the fist stone's rocky body without a moment's hesitation. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The fist stone's momentum was abruptly halted, staggering a few steps before barely regaining its balance. Well done. Shinado, finish it with Psychic. Shinado's delicate fingers pointed gently, the invisible mental shock striking the wobbling fist stone precisely. The fist stone's body stiffened abruptly, the crimson glow in its eyes extinguished instantaneously. In the next moment, its hardened rocky form began to twist and dissolve, vanishing completely into a wisp of black mist within mere seconds, dissipating into the chilling air. For the ensuing duration, Lin Yi transformed this place into Riolu's exclusive training ground. He relentlessly fed Riolu with these fearless, attack-driven puppets. Amidst the protective cover of the shimmering Shinado's guard and the flashing Gung Ghost Shadow Ball, time and again, Riolu plunged into the brutal reality of combat. Its formidable potential for battle was thoroughly unleashed. The use of quick attack evolved into an increasingly refined technique, no longer merely a straightforward charge, but rather an adept maneuvering in high-speed motion, seeking the optimal angles for attack. The inherited flying knee kick was executed with greater precision, consistently inflicting maximum damage on foes at minimal cost. In a fierce struggle against a Zubat, Riolu even, in a moment of peril, intuitively grasped a technique to amplify its own attacks. Bulk up. In the span of merely 2 hours, Riolu's level skyrocketed from LV-12 to LV-18, as if propelled by a rocket. Well done. Lin Yi crouched down, affectionately patting Riolu's small head. The little one was panting heavily, its blue fur damp with sweat, clinging tightly to its body, yet the spark of pure desire to grow stronger flickered in its red eyes. This method of training is nearly ruthless, yet its efficacy is undeniably remarkable. As they delve deeper into the cavern, the eerie drumbeats grow increasingly deafening. The air is thick with a nauseating stench, a ghastly amalgamation of decay and blood. The sound of the drums transcends mere noise. It seems to possess a tangible essence, each resonance causing Lin Yi's chest to reverberate violently, his heart shaken by an invisible force, almost leaping from his throat. The psychic barrier upheld by Shinado begins to waver, a pallid hue overtaking her once radiant visage. They are nearing the source. Lin Yi fixates intently on the abyssal darkness ahead, his jaw clenched tightly. Regardless of the malevolent entity at play, it must be eradicated today. Passing through an exceedingly narrow fissure, the vista before them opens up dramatically. They find themselves in an immense subterranean cavern. The cavern's rocky walls are inscribed with countless twisted, bizarre runes, pulsating with an ominous crimson glow, flickering like the breath of a demon. At the heart of the cavern stands a colossal black stone drum, towering at 3 meters. Its surface is as black as ink, seemingly shrouded in a layer of writhing shadows. Upon closer inspection, one can discern innumerable tormented souls struggling and wailing within. At the center of the drum lies a gigantic scarlet eye, fixed intently on their point of entry, radiating pure malice. Boom, boom, boom. The drumbeats emanate from this very source. With each thud, the crimson eye contracts, sending out visible ripples of darkness that bring an overwhelming sense of oppression. Creak, creak, creak. That cursed thing. I can't get any closer. The shiny Jengar emits a piercing scream, abruptly darting from Lin Yi's shadow, its blue-violet form trembling violently. Its molten gold eyes now filled with fear for the first time. Shinado's complexion pales further. She steadies herself against the rock wall, her voice trembling as she communicates telepathically. That drum is siphoning life force. Any creature that approaches will be instantaneously drained of its psychic energy, even its very soul consumed. A chilling dread seeps into Lin Yi's bones, surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The sensation of dizziness intensifies, as if countless icy hands are tearing at his soul, attempting to drag him into an endless abyss. Long-range attacks? He glances at the distorted area around the stone drum, a realm that absorbs all energy. Surely, any assault would be devoured before it could even approach, rendering it incapable of harming the core. What to do? As long as this wicked drum remains, the Pokémon outside will be forever manipulated, perishing, vanishing. This malevolent force could even spread throughout Echo Valley and beyond. A flurry of tactical thoughts races through Lin Yi's mind, each swiftly dismissed. Suddenly, a wild idea strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He recalls the quasi-king level potential Rumble Stone that has remained and used in his backpack since its capture, along with its self-destructive move, Explosion. After using Explosion, Rumble Stone would enter a state of near death, yet it is uncertain if it could recover merely with healing items. Damn it, it has to be this way. Lin Yi steals his gaze, making a swift decision. This is the only conceivable method to obliterate the accursed drum in an instant. Shinado, Shiny Jengar, Riolu. Retreat immediately to the fissure. Quickly, Chana. Lin Yi, what are you planning? Anxiety and concern fill Shinado's thoughts. No time for chatter, fall back now. This is an order. Lin Yi's tone becomes unprecedentedly stern, leaving no room for dissent. Observing his companions reluctantly obeying and retreating to the fissure, Lin Yi takes a deep breath. Retrieving the advanced ball containing Rumble Stone from his backpack, a quasi-king level potential Rumble Stone, entrusting it to unleash Explosion for an uncertain outcome. Lin Yi's heart feels as though it is being gripped by an unseen hand, bleeding. Yet, to halt this evil source, to spare those innocently fading away in suffering, he has no alternative. Forgive me, brother. To bring this to an end, I must place my trust in you. As he spots a moment when the energy fluctuations of the cursed drum slightly diminish, he channels all his strength and hurls the advanced ball towards the base of the stone drum with ferocity. A flash of red. Rumble Stone. Arise. Roar. As the massive Rumble Stone materializes, its incredibly hard rocky body emits a groan of strain, cracks appearing on its surface as it bears unimaginable pressure. Rumble Stone. Heed my command. Lin Yi yells with all his might at the colossal figure. Utilize Explosion. The deep-set eyes of Rumble Stone gleam with resolute determination. Its vast form suddenly radiates an intensely blinding white light. Boom, boom, boom. The cataclysmic energy erupts in an instant. The entire expansive underground cavern trembles violently under this force, lamenting, as countless fragments of rock rain down from the ceiling like a tempest. The blinding white light obliterates all. The deafening roar threatens to tear Lin Yi's eardrums asunder. The ferocious shockwave slams into the rocky cover where Lin Yi hides, causing his blood to surge, his vision darkening, nearly rendering him unconscious. The aftermath of the explosion lingers for several seconds before gradually subsiding. Lin Yi shakes his dazed head, the incessant buzzing in his ears still present. Cautiously peering from behind the rock to assess the situation in the center of the cavern, the dissipating dust gradually clears. The immense black stone drum, once exuding boundless malice, has vanished entirely. In its place lies a bottomless pit, its edges charred and smoking, still radiating terrifying heat. The strange runes on the cavern walls have lost all their luminescence, fading into obscurity. Most importantly, the chilling drumbeats and the nearly soul-freezing aura of death have been utterly eradicated. The suffocating weight that pressed upon his heart dissipates like mist. It is done. Lin Yi exhales a long breath of relief, leaning against the rock wall as he slowly sinks to the ground. Chapter 61. Hope for Rumble Stone's recovery. As the smoke clears, the echoes of the explosion reverberate intensely in his ears. Lin Yi blinks vigorously. The immense black stone drum that once radiated endless malice has completely disappeared. In its stead, a deep, smoldering pit remains, emanating a terrifying heat. We did it. Lin Yi clenches his fist tightly, yet the thought of Rumble Stone, rendered near lifeless to execute, Explosion, casts a heavy pall over his heart. Shiny Jengar floats out from the fissure, its blue-violet form tense as it cautiously surveys the wreckage of the cavern. The shimmering Shinado trailed closely behind with Riolu, an anxious thought resonating in Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi, are you alright? I'm fine. What matters is that a cursed drum has been destroyed. Lin Yi dusted off his clothes and inhaled deeply. The air within the cave felt considerably fresher. The chilling drum beats and the distorted dark energy now vanished. He approached the edge of the deep pit and gazed down. The bottomless chasm revealed only a charred wall and curling remnants of ash, igniting worry for the safety of the golem. Creak. Suddenly, the glimmering ghastly emitted a sharp cry, swiftly rising from the depths of the pit, clutching a piece of obsidian-sized stone in its claws. The stone's surface was adorned with peculiar patterns, shimmering with a faint lavender glow in the darkness. Ghastly appeared exceptionally exhilarated as it presented the stone to Lin Yi. Upon receiving it, a cold yet oddly familiar sensation spread from his fingertips. Congratulations. Player has discovered Ghost Slate Fragment 1. 3. Description: A remnant of ancient creation power, this fragment of the ghost-type slate contains formidable and mysterious ghostly energy. Tip: collecting more fragments may grant more powerful abilities and unlock new narratives. Another fragment of the slate, and a ghost-type one at that. Lin Yi was struck with realization. No wonder Ghastly was so captivated by it. The presence of this nefarious drum was likely influenced more by the power of this slate fragment. Chana, Shinado suddenly called, her gaze directed toward a pile of rubble deeper within the cave. Lin Yi, there's something moving over there. Without hesitation, Lin Yi followed her lead. Shinado approached the pile of debris, her pale fingers effortlessly lifting the heavy stones with her psychic force, revealing a massive golem trapped beneath. It was battered and bruised, its rocky skin marred by spiderweb-like cracks, its breath faint to the point of near extinction. It's golem. It's still alive, Lin Yi exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy flooding over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a vitality cube from his backpack. Hold on, big guy. The vitality cube transformed into a gentle green light, slowly merging with Golem's body. Its breath stabilized significantly, and the eyes, once sunken into the rock, flickered back to life. Wonderful, Lin Yi crouched down, tenderly stroking Golem's rough surface. Thank goodness you're okay. We must leave this place swiftly. He surveyed the surroundings. The cave structure had become exceedingly unstable due to the cataclysmic explosion, debris continuously cascading from above. He recalled the weakened golem into its pokeball. Retreat. The group wasted no time and quickly moved toward the cave's exit. As they departed, thick tendrils of black mist began to rise from the depths of the chasm, coalescing into several shadowy specters. They quietly watched Lin Yi's departing figure before once again merging into the boundless darkness. Accompanied by his Pokémon, Lin Yi hurriedly traversed the desolate Echo Valley, finally reaching Maple Leaf Town just before the night fully enveloped the land. Without delay, he rushed to the brightly lit Pokémon Center, handing over all of his companions' Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. Your Pokémon have endured a fierce battle, Nurse Joy exclaimed upon receiving the Pokeballs, her face etched with astonishment, particularly at Golem, which had used explosion, sustaining internal injuries that required special intensive treatment. The treatment lasted approximately 2 hours. Lin Yi sat anxiously on a bench in the waiting area, his mind racing with thoughts of the cursed drum, the controlled Pokémon, and the newly acquired Ghost Slate Fragment. He increasingly felt that the location they had just exited was anything but ordinary. Ding dong. The notification of treatment completion finally sounded. Nurse Joy handed back the 5 Pokeballs, though her expression carried a hint of seriousness. Most of your Pokémon have regained their health, but Golem's situation is more complex. While its surface wounds have healed, its potential has suffered permanent damage. What does that mean? Lin Yi's heart sank, his brow furrowing tightly. In simple terms, its potential has diminished, Nurse Joy explained. According to our test results, it was originally at champion level potential, but now it has fallen to gym level. Moves like Explosion, which inflict self-damage, can cause irreversible harm to a Pokémon. Lin Yi's pupils constricted suddenly, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, akin to a bottle of spilled seasoning. From champion level to gym level, this loss was monumental. Back in his hotel room, Lin Yi released all of his Pokémon. Shinado and Ghastly had regained their vitality. But Golem lay despondently on the ground, its rocky eyes betraying an unmistakable sadness. Lin Yi slowly crouched down, extending his hand to gently stroke the cold top of Golem's head. Don't be disheartened, big guy. Even if your potential has dropped to gym level, I will help you recover. Golem let out a low growl, a glimmer of gratitude shining in its eyes. Suddenly, Lin Yi had an idea, the rock slate fragment carried by Shakiras. Perhaps. He promptly summoned Shakiras, removed the rock slate fragment it carried, and presented it to Golem. Give this a try. Golem accepted the fragment with curiosity. The moment it made contact, a wave of warm and substantial energy surged into its body. Its eyes brightened instantly, and the once dull rocky skin began to emit a faint glow. Lin Yi activated his sensing ability, a surge of elation erupting in his eyes. Golem's potential was, in fact, beginning to recover at a gradual pace. Fantastic. It seems the slate fragments can indeed aid your recovery. He then recalled the recently acquired Ghost Slate Fragment. Casting a glance at the elated Ghastly, this one is for you. Ghastly joyfully accepted the fragment, pressing it against its chest. In an instant, an immensely powerful ghostly energy surged within it. Its blue-purple body radiated a stronger glow than ever before, its molten gold eyes deepening, and the entire Pokémon exuded a more profound and potent aura. It appeared that slate fragments indeed confer special enhancements to Pokémon of the same type, Lin Yi contemplated. The rock slate fragment benefited both Golem and Shakiras, while the Ghost Slate Fragment provided Ghastly with an immediate and substantial boost. Starting tomorrow, we will further enhance our strength and also begin the search for more Slate Fragments, Lin Yi declared, gazing at his Pokémon. These fragments not only have the potential to make you stronger, but may also unveil the secrets hidden behind this world. Shinado, Ghastly, Shakira's, and Rio chorused in agreement, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Lin Yi smiled gently, caressing each Pokémon with tender affection. The rejuvenated golem, filled with newfound hope, eagerly leaned its massive head towards him, gently rubbing its rough, rocky surface against Lin Yi's palm. Chapter 62. Moving house. Lin Yi removed his helmet, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. He shook his slightly dizzy head and struggled to rise from the bed, each joint protesting with a mournful creak. The expensive massage mattress and neck brace he had purchased earlier now seemed to offer diminishing returns. Approaching the refrigerator, he opened the door to reveal neatly stacked rows of colorful pre-packaged meals. Instantly, his stomach churned violently. It was these very items that had led him to suffer from daily gastrointestinal distress after opting for convenience in recent times, nearly leaving him in a state of exhaustion. With a resounding thud, he slammed the refrigerator door shut and turned to rummage through the cupboard, retrieving a packet of instant noodles. He skillfully boiled water and tore open the seasoning packet, the pungent aroma of artificial flavoring wafting through the small confines of his rented room. Holding the bowl of noodles, Lin Yi sat at the table, slurping the noodles while scrolling through his phone screen. A striking news headline immediately captured his attention. Warm congratulations on the global player count of Pokémon. New era surpassing 1 billion. The epic-making game pod is now available for pre-order. The game pod. He promptly clicked on the news link, and the detailed introduction unfolded before his eyes. There were two models of the game pod. The standard version, priced at 1.88 million dragon coins, which offered only the most basic neural connection functionality and was equipped with a rudimentary nutrient solution barely sufficient to meet the player's physiological needs, and the premium version, priced at 2.88 million dragon coins, which not only included top-tier nutrient solutions, but also boasted a fully intelligent bionic massage system capable of alleviating muscle stiffness from prolonged gaming and even providing auxiliary relief for certain chronic conditions. Promoting deep sleep. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi instinctively accessed his bank account. 15 million. This was the entirety of his fortune remaining after auctioning off Pokémon, minus various expenses. He swiftly tapped his fingers on the screen, selecting the premium game pod priced at 2.88 million, proceeding to place the order and complete the payment. Your order has been successfully paid. Expected delivery within 3 days. Please keep your contact information accessible. With a long sigh of relief at the notification on his phone, a new dilemma presented itself. The game pod was quite substantial in size, and his modest accommodation would scarcely accommodate it. Moreover, having offended someone as vindictive as young Master Feng in the game, it was likely that his real-life address would soon be discovered, and the security in his neighborhood left much to be desired. Relocation was imperative. Lin Yi promptly found a local real estate agent's number online and called. Hello. I have a resettlement house that I need to sell urgently. Can it be viewed today? The agent on the other end of the line seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, responding enthusiastically. Half an hour later, a young agent stood in Lin Yi's living room. Let us not beat around the bush. It's 450,000, and you can secure it all today. Lin Yi stated bluntly. The agent's eyes lit up. In this location, the market price for resettlement houses was at least 550,000, and it was evident that the person before him was eager to sell. With a little maneuvering, he could handle the transfer and various paperwork, potentially pocketing a tidy sum of 70,000 to 80,000. It was akin to a windfall. All right, no problem. Mr. Lin, we have a deal at this price. The agent promptly confirmed. Lin Yi left copies of his property deed and ID, signing several authorization agreements. I will be moving in 2 days. You can handle the contents as you see fit. Not an issue, Mr. Lin. I will transfer 200,000 as a deposit now. The remaining 250,000 will be transferred as soon as you move out and hand over the keys. Having finalized the sale of his house, Lin Yi began searching for a new residence on rental platforms. His criteria were clear, upscale, secure, and spacious. Ultimately, a luxurious villa district named Mingxin Garden caught his eye, featuring a standalone villa with a private swimming pool, available for a monthly rent of 50,000. This will do. The following morning, Lin Yi swiftly contacted the landlord, arranged a viewing, signed the contract, and paid 6 months' rent plus a deposit, all in one go. The moment he received the keys, He felt as though the world had transformed. After leaving the villa, he headed straight to the city center's electronics market, splurging 30,000 on the latest Dammy phone and a Martian notebook computer. Next, he ventured into the largest supermarket nearby, pushing a gigantic shopping cart. He navigated through the aisles filled with an array of goods: chips, cola, various ice cream flavors, imported beef, and fresh vegetables, quickly filling his cart to the brim. The reason for such a haul was simple. He intended to invite Wang Lei over. Living alone in such a large villa seemed rather dull, and most importantly, Wang Lei was an exceptional cook, allowing Lin Yi to bid farewell to prepackaged meals and instant noodles. He hired a moving company to transport his massage mattress and some miscellaneous items to his new abode. Upon returning to the spacious, luxurious villa, Lin Yi busied himself organizing his purchases. Surveying the bright space, he couldn't help but reflect that he could finally live like a proper human being. Once everything was in order, he took out his new phone and dialed Wang Lei's number. "Hey, Lazy, what are you up to? What else could I be doing?" "Just moving bricks, you know." "Ego, what's up?" Wang Lei's voice came through, laced with fatigue. "I've moved. Hurry up and gather your things and come over." "Moved? Where to?" "Where else could you move from that dump?" "Mingxin Garden, Block C, standalone villa," Lin Yi replied casually. There was a prolonged silence on the other end for about 5 seconds. "Whoa, Mingxin Garden. Ego, did you win the lottery or rob a bank?" Wang Lei's voice suddenly shot up, brimming with disbelief. "Earned it in the game," Lin Yi explained. "Enough chatter. I've saved you a big room, so hurry up." "Earned it in the game?" Wang Lei's voice trembled. "Ego, no, Dad. Foster father. I'm on my way. Do you need a son? Get lost." Lin Yi laughed and teased. "Hurry up. I ordered barbecue and beer. Waiting for you to dig in." "All right, foster father. Actually, I was thinking of selling my house and renting a place to live, but this saves me the trouble." After hanging up, Lin Yi changed into sportswear and jogged 3 laps around the community's rubber track. The long-awaited exercise left him drenched in sweat, but feeling unprecedentedly invigorated. By evening, Wang Lei arrived, dragging 2 enormous suitcases, looking travel-worn at the villa's entrance. As he stepped into the living room and beheld the opulent crystal chandelier and genuine leather sofa, he was utterly taken aback. "Wow, Ego, you Haven Tea just struck it rich. You've become fabulously wealthy." Wang Lei's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an orange. The 2 friends reveled in the spacious living room, enjoying chilled beer while devouring barbecue. "Delicious. Absolutely delightful," Wang Lei exclaimed between mouthfuls. "This is truly living." Lin Yi took a swig of beer and leisurely spoke. "By the way, I ordered a premium game pod. Arriving in a couple of days." "The game pod? The new one? Impressive. How much?" "Not expensive, just 2.88 million. Cough, cough. Wang Lei suddenly spewed out a mouthful of beer. His face flushed, and he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. He regarded Lin Yi with the wide-eyed astonishment reserved for witnessing a monstrous sight, and after a prolonged pause, he managed to stammer, "Foster father, do you still require any trinkets? The kind that can emit a triumphant 666 when hung from one's leg." After a hearty meal, the 2 retreated to their respective chambers, donned their headsets, and logged into the game. In the square of Maple Leaf Town, Lin Yi and Wang Lei arrived at the trading post. He promptly opened the trading interface, designating a pokeball for sale at the price of 10 yuan. "What is this?" Wang Lei gaped at the cursed doll in the trading column, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could distinctly perceive that the potential of this cursed doll was indeed at the professional level. "Holy cow, Ego, this is incredibly valuable. Take it. It's of no use to my team, and you are in need of a formidable fighter," Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lei's character performed an exaggerated 90-degree bow towards Lin Yi's avatar. "Thank you, foster father. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget." Lin Yi could only shake his head in exasperation. As night fell, the game's sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. Seated by the fountain in the square, Lin Yi gazed up at the resplendent night sky. Recollections of a few months prior flooded his mind, when he had been nothing more than a struggling lad, agonizing over finances, and had resolutely decided to purchase a premium neural headset outright. And now here he was, for Pokémon with king-level potential. A high-end gaming pod on the way, and a luxurious villa in reality. Everything felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. A smile crept across his lips as he murmured, "When luck comes, it is truly unstoppable." He began to outline his adventure plans for the following day in his mind, filled with anticipation and confidence for the new beginnings that awaited him. Chapter 63, Mists of the Wetlands. A shaft of sunlight pierced through the curtain's blockade, landing softly on Lin Yi's eyelids. His eyelids fluttered slightly before he opened his eyes, only to snuggle back into the gentle embrace of the massage mattress. These decadent days had a way of lulling one into complacency. Lin Yi stretched lazily, his joints cracking in a symphony of crisp sounds. With bare feet on the floor, he pulled the curtains wide open with a flourish. Sunlight flooded the room, illuminating the entire bedroom, revealing a meticulously manicured green garden and a glistening private pool outside. "Ego, are you awake? Breakfast is ready," echoed Wang Lei's booming voice from downstairs, accompanied by the sizzling sounds of food in the frying pan. At the dining table, 2 lavish breakfasts awaited them: golden fried eggs, beautifully patterned crispy bacon, and 2 cups of warm milk. "Lazy, your culinary skills are impressive. It would be a shame if you didn't open a private restaurant," Lin Yi remarked as he sat down and began to eat. "Of course, back in the day, my friends relied on this very talent," Wang Lei chuckled, only to bury his face in his food, the conversation falling silent. "After breakfast, let us tackle a quest together." "Sure thing," Wang Lei replied, his mouth full, words barely intelligible. The two swiftly finished their breakfast, retreated to their rooms, and donned their neural connection helmets. As consciousness briefly faded, they opened their eyes to the bustling Maple Leaf town once more. The quest hall was packed with players, the cacophony nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Lin Yi ignored the chaos, approaching the quest panel with purpose, his gaze swiftly scanning the options. His finger finally halted on an elite-level quest. Quest name: Exploration of the Mists of the Wetlands. Quest objectives: Delve into the mists of the wetlands. Document the local Pokémon species and search for any rare berries. Quest reward: 120,000 Alliance coins. "This one," Lin Yi stated to Wang Lei. The receptionist for quest registration was a bespectacled young girl. She took the quest slip, glanced at the two, and kindly warned, "Trainers. The mists of the wetlands lie to the west of Maple Leaf Town, near the Great River. It is perpetually shrouded in fog, visibility is extremely poor, and the marshes are pervasive." She paused for effect, lowering her voice as her expression turned serious. "Especially those particularly dark-colored mud pits. They conceal marshland beneath, capable of swallowing even a hefty Snorlax whole. Please exercise utmost caution." "Understood. Thank you." Lin Yi nodded appreciatively as he and Wang Lei departed. By midday, the duo reached the entrance to the mists of the wetlands. Before them lay a thick, wall-like veil of white fog. Visibility alarmingly low, 3 to 4 meters ahead was nothing but a blur. The air was heavy with the damp scent of earth mingled with the stench of decaying vegetation, which seeped into their nostrils, leaving a heaviness in their chests. "What a dreadful place," Wang Lei couldn't help but curse. "Stay alert," Lin Yi warned, tossing out 4 Pokeballs with a flick of his wrist. Red light flickered as Shiny Shinado, Shaquilas, and Riolu materialized beside him. Wang Lei promptly unleashed his Mimikyu, Golem, Meowth, and the cursed doll. "Jinghost, lead the way and scout ahead. Watch your footing," Lin Yi instructed. The shiny Jinghost, with its blue-purple form, floated silently into the thick fog, its molten gold eyes sweeping the area before vanishing into the mist ahead. The two navigated the soft, slippery ground, advancing deeper into the wetlands. When they soon encountered a murky bog where several purple Grimer were sluggishly writhing. Further ahead, a mook emitted a repugnant odor. Grimer LV 39. Potential: Elite level. Lin Yi cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. He had always kept a wide berth from such grotesque and foul-smelling Pokémon. "Let us detour." The group circumvented the noxious mire and pressed onward. Before long, a modest pond came into view. A few mudskippers frolicked on the surface, their tails splashing water playfully. In the depths of the pond, larger Kinglers could be seen gliding through the water. Lin Yi's attention was drawn to the most robust of the Kinglers. Kingler LV 36. Potential: Exceptional level. TSK, still too low, Lin Yi muttered, shaking his head. Though he was indeed in need of a powerful water type, this one simply did not meet the criteria. As they traversed a patch of damp grass, the foliage ahead suddenly rustled violently. A few Bouncewheat, adorned with 2 leaves atop their heads, emerged, swaying their bodies as if to assert their territory. "Perfect, let us warm up with you," Lin Yi smirked, glancing at Riolu, who was already brimming with eagerness. "Riolu, go for the strongest one." "Awoo." The level 18 Riolu let out a sharp battle cry, its blue figure shooting forth like an arrow, directly facing the group of Bouncewheat. The leader of the Bouncewheat struck first, 2 vine whips slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Yet, Riolu's small form displayed astonishing reflexes. With a nimble sidestep, the vine whips missed, producing a crisp sound in the air. In the next moment, a glow of fighting-type energy enveloped Riolu's right paw, which it then brought down upon the side of the Bouncewheat. Power Strike. The Bounsweet let out a pained scream, staggering from the blow. Just as it regained its balance, the leaves atop its head began to spin rapidly, unleashing a barrage of sharp leaves. Leaf tornado. In the face of the flurry of flying leaves, Riolu did not retreat but pressed forward, its claws gleaming with a sharp silver light. Metal claw. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clangs resounded as Riolu expertly deflected each flying leaf with precision. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fray, Riolu surged forward, elevating its right leg with an air of fierce determination, delivering a powerful flying knee strike. Bam! The blow landed squarely, sending the Bounsweet soaring through the air, tumbling down to the ground, instantly incapacitated. Yet the battle was far from over. The other two Bounsweet, witnessing their comrade's downfall, swiftly encircled from both flanks. A Bounsweet adorned with yellow flowers at its crown floated in from behind, forming a tight trap. Roar! Riolu's gaze sharpened. Confronted with a three-pronged assault, it remained unfazed. Its fighting spirit ignited even more intensely. In a flash, its form transformed into an afterimage. In a blink of an eye, Riolu darted with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading the encirclement of the two Bounsweet, and with precise force, it took them down one by one. Only the strongest Bounsweet remained on the field. Sensing the dire situation, the flowering Bounsweet unleashed a cloud of pale purple powder from its blossoms. Sleep powder. Immediately after, a green energy sphere, infused with grass-type energy, hurtled towards Riolu. Energy ball. Caught off guard, Riolu was struck by the sleep powder, its movements momentarily hindered. However, with a vigorous shake of its head, it forcefully dispelled the drowsiness, refusing to succumb. It braced itself to absorb the energy sphere, utilizing the explosive force to propel itself behind the Bounsweet. Now is the time. Metal claw. Lin Yi's calm voice rang out. The metallic sheen of Riolu's claws flared brilliantly as it viciously grasped the delicate body of the Bounsweet. The Bounsweet let out a piercing scream, writhing in pain and retaliating wildly, releasing even more purple powder. Toxic powder. This time, the distance was too close. Riolu could not completely evade, and its face was smeared with the toxic powder, causing its stamina to gradually wane as it succumbed to poisoning. Ugh! Riolu emitted a suppressed growl, its body trembling slightly, yet the fiery resolve in its crimson eyes burned even brighter. Ignoring the agony brought on by the toxin, it channeled its remaining strength into its right leg, unleashing the flying knee strike once more. This was a gamble of everything. Bam! The Bounsweet was struck with tremendous force, letting out a mournful cry as it plummeted from the air, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Well done. Lin Yi immediately approached, retrieving an antidote spray to apply to Riolu. With the obstruction dealt with, the group pressed onward into the depths of the mist. The surrounding fog thickened, nearly obscuring their vision. Just then, a shimmering expanse of water appeared faintly ahead. Splash! A blue figure leaped joyfully across the water's surface, sending ripples cascading outward before swiftly diving beneath. The figure moved with remarkable speed, leaving only a blurred silhouette in the dense fog. A water-leaping fish. Lin Yi's eyes flickered. Yet, when they attempted to approach the water, the submerged figure seemed to sense their presence and vanished without a trace into the depths of the mist. Chapter 64. Water-leaping fish and swamp-leaping fish. Deep within the fog, the fleeting glimpse of that azure figure piqued Lin Yi's curiosity. It sure runs fast. Wang Lei clicked his tongue in disappointment. Are we just going to let it slip away? Lin Yi scanned the murky water's surface, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Slip away? In this wetland, no Pokémon could escape from under Jengar's watchful eye. He turned his head, issuing a command into the air. Jengar, follow it, locate its lair, and do not alarm the target. Hiss! A soft response echoed, as a blue-purple shadow silently detached from the group, its molten gold eyes flashing through the fog before disappearing completely. Let's go, we follow. Lin Yi beckoned, leading Wang Lei and their Pokémon cautiously in the direction where Jengar had vanished. The two treaded upon the muddy ground, pushing through reeds taller than themselves, each step taken in silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jengar, who had been scouting ahead, quietly returned. It hovered in front of Lin Yi, emitting no sound, merely extending a claw to urgently point forward. Lin Yi and Wang Lei exchanged a glance, immediately quickening their pace. Breaking through the final patch of reeds, a starkly different scene unfolded before them. A small water body, encircled by low trees and marshland. This water area was approximately 500 to 600 square meters, crystal clear, sharply contrasting with the surrounding murky swamp, creating a realm of its own. What delighted them further were the small fruit trees around the water's edge, laden with an array of vibrant fruits. orange berries, pecha berries, and even a few mago berries that could cure all abnormal statuses. Wow, we're rich. Wang Lei's eyes widened, fixated on the trees, nearly unable to contain his drool. Ego, look, the prices in the game have skyrocketed. With these berries, we can save a fortune, he exclaimed in a hushed tone, ready to dash towards the trees. Wait, Lin Yi abruptly pulled him back. Wang Lei stumbled, turning back with a puzzled look. What's the matter, Ego? If we don't go now, someone else will take them. Look closely at the water's surface. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze pierced through the mist, exuding an intense pressure. Wang Lei followed his line of sight. On the calm water's surface, minuscule ripples were spreading silently. Without careful observation, they would go unnoticed. There is something beneath. Lin Yi refrained from rushing into action, instead instructing the Pokémon to remain vigilant while he meticulously examined the surroundings. Once he confirmed there was no immediate danger, he nodded to Wang Lei, swift and decisive. All right. Wang Lei could hardly wait, scrambling up a tree laden with orange berries, frantically harvesting them. Lin Yi's objective was more focused. He approached the innermost tree, the smallest of the lot, bearing fruits resembling pine cones. Dragonfire berries, a rare fruit that could permanently enhance a Pokémon's special attack in small quantities. Just as Lin Yi's hand was about to touch a dragonfire berry, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! The tranquil water surface erupted violently. A murky column of water, thicker than a barrel, surged forth, carrying a foul-smelling sludge toward Lin Yi's back with tremendous force. Everything transpired so swiftly that Wang Lei, still in the tree, could only let out a startled cry. Sana, the shiny Gardevoir, who had been guarding Lin Yi, sprang into action. Her white dress billowed as she instantly appeared behind Lin Yi, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a brilliant blue light. A solid pink psychic barrier rapidly coalesced, firmly standing before the water column. A thunderous crash erupted as the water column shattered, cascading droplets in every direction. Splash! Immediately after, 6 figures leaped from the water, landing heavily on the shore and splattering mud everywhere. 4 water-leaping fish and 2 swamp-leaping fish. Soaked to the skin, their eyes ablaze with fury. They glared intensely at Lin Yi and Wang Lei, the unwelcome intruders. Especially those 2 marsh jumpers. Their size exceeded the dimensions recorded in the Pokédex, their vibrant orange gills flaring in and out, as if ready to unleash their fury. Lin Yi's investigative abilities were activated in an instant. Water Jumper LV, 14, Potential, Professional Level, Ability, Torrent. Marsh Jumper LV, 30, Potential, Gym Level, Ability, Torrent. His gaze swiftly scanned, ultimately resting upon the largest one, whose eyes bore the fiercest intensity. Water Jumper LV, 15. Potential, Near Champion Level. Ability, Damp. Near Champion Level. And possessing the hidden ability Damp. Wang Lei was equally taken aback by this spectacle. But as he discerned the Pokémon before him, his initial shock morphed into sheer ecstasy. Wow. Ego. We've stumbled upon a nest of water jumpers. Prepare for battle. Lin Yi uttered a low command and promptly hurled a Pokeball. Shakira's, Riolu, get ready for the confrontation. Roar. Owl. Wang Lei quickly responded, gesturing grandly. Mismagius, Golem Meowth, and Driflin, come forth. In an instant, red lights flashed. Lin Yi's shiny Gardevoir, Shakira's, Riolu, and shiny Jengar lined up alongside Wang Lei's Mismagius, Golem, Meowth, and Driflin, forming a standoff against the water jumpers and marsh jumpers. An intense capture battle was about to unfold. Gardevoir, target those 4 water jumpers with Thunderbolt. Lin Yi commanded first. Shakira's, intercept the left marsh jumper. Lazy, the one on the right is yours. No problem. The battle erupted instantly. Gardevoir. Shiny Gardevoir elegantly levitated, her fair fingers raised delicately as blinding golden currents swiftly coalesced at her fingertips. In the next moment, a robust electric serpent surged forth, striking precisely into the midst of the 4 water jumpers. Zzz. The electric sparks crackled, sending the water jumpers into convulsions, their cries echoing. Meanwhile, Gardevoir's eyes gleamed with a radiant blue as an unseen psychic force ensnared the 4 water jumpers, binding them in place. On the other side, Wang Lei also commanded his Pokémon to launch an attack. Mismagius, use Shadow Ball on that marsh jumper. Golem, support with Rock Slide. Mismagius let out a peculiar laugh, launching a purplish-black energy sphere that struck the right marsh jumper squarely in the chest. The marsh jumper, in pain, roared and retaliated with a water gun, but Mismagius deftly evaded with a nimble sidestep. However, the subsequent mud shot landed solidly on Mismagius. An uncanny scene unfolded. Mismagius merely swayed, the grinning face on its head tilting to one side, while its main body remained unscathed. Painted skin ability. Seizing the moment while the marsh jumper was momentarily stunned, numerous rocks summoned by Golem descended from above, crashing down upon it. The most intense battle was between Shakira's and another marsh jumper. Shakira's used metal sound, then follow up with spike cannon. Shakira's roared, the piercing sound of metal grinding resonating throughout, causing the marsh jumper's movements to falter. Countless sharp rock spikes erupted from the ground, colliding fiercely with the marsh jumper. The marsh jumper let out a furious roar, a water blue glow enveloping its body as its torrent ability activated. It plunged into the water, evading the spike attack, attempting to launch a surprise assault from below. Not a chance. Shakira's earthquake. Shakira's massive body stomped heavily onto the ground. Boom. The entire terrain shook violently, sending powerful shockwaves through the water, disorienting the marsh jumper, which had just submerged, causing it to surface clumsily. Is it raining? Wang Lei suddenly looked up. The sky had inexplicably darkened, with drizzling raindrops beginning to fall. It was the marsh jumper's rain dance. Under the rain, the power of water-type moves received a significant boost. Meowth, Thunderbolt Harassment. Drifloon, use Shadow Sneak, then cast Will-O-Wisp. Wang Lei shouted at the top of his lungs. In rainy conditions, the advantage for water-type Pokémon is immense. We must end this swiftly. Meowth transformed into a blur of white light, darting swiftly around the marsh jumper, its sharp claws leaving minuscule trails of crimson. Drifloon, like a true phantom, silently merged into the murky reflections of the marsh, re-emerging behind the marsh jumper. A ball of ghostly blue flame precisely marked its form. The burn status caused the already fatigued marsh jumper to emit a pained wail, its stamina beginning to dwindle. The fierce battle raged on for nearly 10 minutes, both sides' Pokémon panting heavily. Ultimately, through Lin Yi and Wang Lei's harmonious coordination, the last marsh jumper let out a mournful cry before crashing heavily into the mud. Now's our chance. Lin Yi and Wang Lei simultaneously tossed their Pokeballs. Red lights flickered, and all 6 Pokémon were drawn into the spheres. The Pokeballs shook violently on the ground, struggling, until with a soft click, they fell silent. Phew, finally dealt with it. Wang Lei plopped down onto the damp ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although they had exhausted a dozen high-grade Pokeballs, his smile was radiant. With the battle concluded, it was time for the exhilarating division of spoils. Lin Yi instructed Wang Lei to retrieve the Pokeball containing the gym-level potential marsh jumper with the hidden ability damp. Ego, this is too precious. Wang Lei stammered, staring at the Pokeball's information with excitement. Lin Yi then kept the water jumper with near champion level potential for himself. The remaining ones can be sold at the trading post, and we will split the proceeds. Lin Yi stated calmly. However, Wang Lei shook his head vigorously. No, Ego, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even found this place, let alone one. These are all yours. Seeing his resolute attitude, Lin Yi decided not to press the matter further. The two swiftly harvested all the precious berries from the trees, then administered healing items and energy cubes to their weary Pokémon to restore their strength. After a brief respite, they continued their exploration deeper into the wetlands. Along the way, they encountered some ugly fish, Magikarp, and mudskippers, but their potential was so mediocre that Lin Yi had no desire to capture them. Wang Lei, toying with the Pokeball containing the marsh jumper, wore a grin that nearly reached his ears. Hee, Ego, this mission was a total jackpot. Not only did we gather berries, but we also captured a gym-level potential marsh jumper. Lin Yi was equally elated. The rewards from this venture had indeed far exceeded expectations. Just then, the Shiny Gardevoir, who had been quietly following him, abruptly halted. What's wrong? Lin Yi immediately sensed something amiss with Gardevoir. The once calm expression on her face had now furrowed into a delicate frown. Her striking blue eyes seemed to pierce through layers of dense fog, fixated on the depths of the wetlands. A powerful sense of foreboding resonated through their psychic bond, clearly imprinting itself in Lin Yi's mind. Is there trouble? Wang Lei also stopped, his earlier joy evaporating as he cautiously scanned their surroundings. Shani sensed something, a powerful presence, yet devoid of malice. Lin Yi explained in a low voice, his right hand already resting upon the Pokeball at his waist. Before his words had fully left his lips, a slender silhouette of pale blue, nearly merging with the mist, suddenly darted across the distant water's surface. Its speed was breathtaking, its form both graceful and agile, gliding over the water without a single splash, as if it were but a gust of wind or a wisp of vapor. Goodness, what on earth is that? Wang Lei exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Yet, in that moment, Lin Yi's entire world seemed to have been muted. In his vision, only that outline remained, the posture, the hue, though merely a fleeting glimpse. His extensive gaming knowledge allowed a name, one that existed solely in legend, to crash into his mind like a thunderclap. Suicune. Almost instinctively, Lin Yi whispered to himself in a voice only he could hear. As soon as his words fell, a howling northern wind swept across the wetlands without warning. The thick white mist that had long enveloped the area was violently torn apart by this gust, creating a massive opening. Clarity flooded his vision. At the far end of the gap, the true form of that silhouette was finally revealed. Its entire body was cloaked in deep blue, sleek fur, with a mane of purple that flowed like the aurora, cascading from its head down its back, dancing freely in the wind. Atop its head rested a crown formed of pure crystal, refracting an indescribable, mysterious radiance. It stood serenely upon the water's surface, rippling circles of energy radiating from its 4 feet, exuding an air of nobility, elegance, and an inviolable sanctity. Suicune, the very embodiment of the North Wind, the legendary Pokémon. Suicune. As if sensing the gaze of Lin Yi and Wang Lei, Suicune slowly turned its head. Its eyes, profound and ancient, seemed to burn with a red flame, locking onto Lin Yi's from a distance. In that instant, as those eyes met his, Lin Yi felt a tremor in his very soul, a primal awe in the face of raw, untainted natural power. There was no hostility in that gaze, only the aloof dignity of one who gazes down upon the world. After merely a second of eye contact, Suicune withdrew its gaze. With a powerful push from its legs, it transformed into a blue flash, instantly crossing the broad river and vanishing into the thick mist that had re-emerged on the opposite bank. It arrived as suddenly as it departed. The northern wind ceased, and the mist once again enveloped everything, as if the entire encounter had been but a fleeting illusion. Lin Yi and Wang Lei remained at the riverbank, rooted in place, replaying that soul-stirring moment in their minds. I can't believe it. Wang Lei finally found his voice. His face flushed with excitement, speaking with a hint of stammering. Yaij. It was Suicune, the legendary divine beast. Suicune. Should we chase after it? Lin Yi took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, forcing his racing heart to calm. He shook his head. Chase. What on earth would we pursue it with? That's a divine beast, an entity perched at the pinnacle of this world, at least level 90 or above. My Shinado and Shakira's are only at level 30. Do you think charging at it would be a challenge, or merely serving ourselves up as a meal? Lin Yi's analysis doused Wang Lei's recently ignited enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Let alone battling it, we couldn't even touch its shadow. If we provoke it, a single wave could send our entire team and Pokémon back to the revival point. Wang Lei's expression fell, scratching his head in disappointment. Sai, you're right. It's such a shame to have seen it once and have it just run away like that. Lin Yi patted his shoulder, a smile of ambition contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. A shame? Lei, that's not the right mindset. This is not a loss. It's sheer fortune. Immense fortune. Just think about it. How many players are there in the game right now? 1 billion. Among those billion players, how many can claim to have witnessed the divine beast in person? This is undoubtedly a good omen. It signifies that we are destined for greatness. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei began to see the sense in Lin Yi's words, his earlier disappointment evaporating, replaced by exhilaration. The two decided to set aside thoughts of Suicune and continue with their task. Chapter 66. Mission accomplished. They navigated around the vast misty wetlands, meticulously exploring and documenting the types of Pokémon and their patterns along the way. Over the ensuing hours, their luck proved astonishing. They discovered several clusters of berries, gathering a substantial quantity of Oran and Pecha berries, and even stumbled upon a few trees bearing citrus berries. Although they did not find any exceptional dragonfire berries, the bounty they collected far exceeded the task's intrinsic value. As Lin Yi stowed the last batch of citrus berries into his space backpack, his mind continued to replay the moment of encountering Suicune. The overwhelming sense of absolute dominance from that life form was something he would likely never forget. Yaij, come quick. My Meowth found a treasure, came Wang Lei's exuberant shout from nearby. Lin Yi approached to see Wang Lei's Meowth pawing at 2 stones, its tail held high, its face radiating pride as if seeking praise. The stones were entirely water blue, their surfaces polished to a mirror-like sheen, and within them, liquid light appeared to flow, emanating pure and gentle energy waves. Water stones. Lin Yi recognized them instantly. Judging by their luster and energy purity, they were of intermediate quality, quite commendable. Wang Lei cradled the 2 water stones carefully in his hands, grinning widely, revealing his back teeth. Commendable? Yaij, this is a windfall. These 2 stones will fetch at least 300,000 alliance coins in the marketplace. My Swampert is on the verge of evolving into a quasi-king level Pokémon. Haha. Seeing Wang Lei's gleeful demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Your luck with picking up traits is indeed extraordinary. You must know that the drop rate for high-tier evolution items in the wild is less than 1 in 1,000. When they finally emerged from the misty wetlands, enveloped once more by the warm embrace of sunlight, they had already tallied the fruits of their exploration. A vast bounty of precious berries, a Swampert with quasi-king potential, 2 valuable intermediate water stones, and all Pokémon having undergone intense practical training. Yet, most importantly, was that encounter with the embodiment of the North Wind. Why do you think Suicune suddenly appeared there? Wang Lei pondered aloud as they walked the path back to Maple Leaf Town, still awash in the magnitude of the experience. Lin Yi speculated it might have been triggered by a special event condition, or perhaps a low-probability Easter egg introduced by the system to enhance the world's realism. Though he spoke confidently, he discreetly glanced back at the mist-shrouded wetlands, etching the direction from which Suicune had vanished firmly into his memory. When I possess sufficient strength, I will certainly return. This thrilling encounter had left an indelible mark on both of their memories. Upon returning to Maple Leaf Town, both Lin Yi and Wang Lei were covered in mud, yet the excitement etched on their faces was unmistakable. They made a beeline for the mission hall, which was still teeming with people, the cacophony of voices nearly threatening to lift the ceiling. Lin Yi squeezed to the front of the counter, presenting the device that recorded their exploration data to the staff. "Hello, I would like to submit my task." The bespectacled staff member accepted the device and plugged it into the terminal. Initially seemingly indifferent, her demeanor shifted dramatically as she beheld the data that appeared on the screen. Her eyes widened in astonishment behind her lenses. Adjusting her glasses, she leaned closer to scrutinize the screen once more, ultimately fixing Lin Yi with a gaze akin to that reserved for a rare creature. "Sir, you have managed to record the entire ecological environment of the misty wetlands? And you've even annotated the distribution points of rare fruits?" Her voice was soft, yet it rippled through the crowd of players like a stone cast into a pond, igniting a flurry of astonished, envious, and jealous glances directed squarely at Lin Yi. "Just fortunate, that's all," Lin Yi replied with an unruffled expression. "Your task has been confirmed as complete, with a perfection rating. Here is your reward, 150,000 Alliance coins. Please check your account." The staff member's voice carried an involuntary hint of respect. Lin Yi's terminal emitted a gentle chime, and a string of numbers representing 150,000 Alliance coins settled quietly into his account balance. Without a second glance, he deftly maneuvered the terminal and transferred half of the funds to Wang Lei's account. Ding! Wang Lei's terminal chimed, and as he glanced down, his expression morphed into one of disbelief. 75,000 Alliance coins. "Ego, what are you doing? I merely tagged along with you. How can I take so much?" Wang Lei exclaimed, his urgency prompting him to attempt a reversal of the transfer. Lin Yi gently restrained his hand, his gaze calm. "Without you, I could not have handled that horde of marsh jumpers alone. This is rightfully yours, accept it." Wang Lei opened his mouth to protest, but, upon meeting Lin Yi's resolute gaze, ultimately swallowed his words. He nodded heavily, his eyes welling with emotion. "Thank you, Ego. This sum means the world to me." "Enough of this sentimental drivel," Lin Yi remarked, guiding Wang Lei to a public terminal in a corner of the hall. He skillfully accessed the official trading post and began listing their spoils. 2 professional-grade potential Marsh Kings, starting bid 100,000. 3 professional-grade potential Water Jumpers, starting bid 150,000. And finally, this one, a gym-grade potential Marsh Jumper, starting bid 300,000. Lin Yi swiftly set the auction duration to 40 hours and confirmed the listings. "All set. I'm off to train my Marsh Jumper now. What about you, Ego?" Wang Lei, now in possession of the gym-grade potential Marsh Jumper, could hardly contain his excitement. "I also need to level up. You go ahead." "All right then, I'm off," Wang Lei declared, spiritedly departing the mission hall. Lin Yi, however, ventured alone towards the town's south bustling commercial street, his objective clear, the New Era department store. Upon entering the lavishly decorated establishment, Lin Yi made a beeline for the Energy Cube section. "Boss, I'd like some high-grade merchandise." The proprietor, a jovial middle-aged man, greeted Lin Yi with enthusiasm. "Ah, young man, you've come to the right place. The quality of my energy cubes is unrivaled in Maple Leaf Town. What attributes are you looking for? Fighting Steel, Water Ground, Ghost Poison, Psychic Fairy, Rock Ground. I'll take all of them." "Excellent." The shopkeeper nimbly retrieved several exquisite boxes from the shelves, though a glint of shrewdness flickered across his smile. "But I must warn you, the prices for these high-grade energy cubes are quite different from those in the novice village." "Oh, they've increased?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," the shopkeeper exclaimed, smacking his thigh as he animatedly explained. "It's been nearly 2 weeks since the launch, and everyone's Pokémon levels have risen, causing a surge in demand for high-grade items. Now, the lowest price for a single cube is at least 1,000 Alliance coins. He lowered his voice, gesturing toward a burly man nearby who was selecting goods. See him? That fellow has a Snorlax. And a single meal for it cost him around 10,000 Alliance coins. Now that's a true tycoon. Lin Yi listened intently, swiftly calculating in his mind. The prices were steep, yet for the growth of his main Pokémon, this investment was guaranteed to yield returns. Without hesitation, he declared, "Give me 50 of each." Ultimately, Lin Yi's account balance took a significant hit. However, as he strode out of the store with a bag brimming with energy cubes, a sense of fulfillment enveloped him. Investing in oneself is a venture that never leads to loss. Chapter 67. Evolving the Marsh Jumper. In the forest on the western side of Maple Leaf Town, sunlight filtered through the blazing red maple leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, a picturesque scene. Lin Yi found a spacious clearing and released his Pokémon. The level 19 Riolu sprang forth, bursting with energy, its azure form agilely leaping upon the grass, curiously surveying its surroundings. Meanwhile, the newly captured water jumper, boasting near champion-level potential, appeared somewhat timid, trailing closely behind Lin Yi, its dorsal fin drooping. The shiny Shinado and shiny Ghastly fanned out like the most loyal sentinels, silently blocking all angles that could harbor danger. "Today is your day to shine," Lin Yi said, crouching down, his gaze settling on Riolu. "Go on, show me your limits." Roar. Riolu growled with fervor, its form instantaneously transforming into a blue streak as it dashed into the woods. Soon, a wild Budew gnawing on a tree root became its first target. Without waiting for a reaction, Riolu surged forward. In a flash of electricity, it deftly appeared beside the Budew, its forepaw glowing with concentrated fighting energy, delivering a precise strike that sent the Budew flying, incapacitated before it could even retaliate. Clean and decisive, the instincts of a Pokémon with champion-level potential were on full display. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. Next, it was the water jumper's turn. A Butterfree fluttered gracefully through the air, its wings fanning out and releasing a cloud of pale yellow sleep powder. The water jumper instinctively recoiled, panic evident in its eyes. "Don't be afraid." Lin Yi's voice was steady as a mountain, imbued with a calming strength. "Lift your head and knock it down with water gun." For a brief moment, the water jumper hesitated, but Lin Yi's trusting gaze instilled it with courage. It puffed its cheeks, opened its mouth, and unleashed a stream of water that, though somewhat juvenile, was remarkably precise, striking Butterfree's wing and dispelling the powder. "Excellent. Just like that. Now, use Mudshot and cover it in muck." The water jumper obeyed the command, launching a clump of wet mud that hit the target squarely. Butterfree's flight became erratic as it clumsily retreated deeper into the forest. "Very well done." Lin Yi approached, offering an encouraging pat on the water jumper's slick skin. For the next 3 to 4 hours, the periphery of this forest transformed into a training ground for the two Pokémon. As Riolu's combat skills grew increasingly refined, the seamless connection of his moves approached instinctive mastery. Meanwhile, Shueyu gradually overcame its inherent timidity through a series of victories. The panic in its eyes slowly supplanted by burgeoning confidence. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to conclude the training session, a chilling, hair-raising buzzing erupted suddenly from the nearby thicket. A large Beedrill burst forth with ferocity. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously, and two sharp, poisoned stingers glinted menacingly in the sunlight. Beedrill. Level LV, 21. The final test had arrived. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened instantly. "Shueyu, engage head-on." Taking a deep breath, Shueyu planted its feet firmly into the earth, no longer exhibiting an ounce of fear, replaced instead by a resolute tenacity. The Beedrill's speed was nothing short of extraordinary, its stingers slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as they lunged toward Shueyu. Too fast. Shueyu had no time to evade, and the two poisoned stingers struck its body with brutal precision. "Goh!" A sharp pain elicited a muffled cry from it, causing its body to shudder violently. At the wound, a visible purple hue rapidly spread, yet it did not retreat, not a single step. Enduring the agonizing onslaught of toxins, it defiantly raised its head, fixing an intense glare upon the Beedrill, flames of fury burning brightly in its eyes. This was the spirit. Lin Yi clenched his fists and shouted loudly. "Endure the pain. Channel all your anger, all your strength, and gather it for me. Strike with Hydro Pump. Deliver the fiercest blow." Lin Yi's voice boomed like thunder in Shueyu's mind. It seemed to forget the pain, opening its mouth as energy surged wildly toward its throat. In the next moment, a water column, several times thicker than before, erupted forth like a roaring dragon. This torrent of water, with an unstoppable momentum, crashed fiercely into the Beedrill. Bang! The Beedrill had no time to scream before it was forcefully slammed against a distant tree trunk, collapsing to the ground, rendered unable to continue the fight. The battle was over. Shui Yu gasped for breath, the wound still oozing purple-black toxic blood. Just then, a blinding white light erupted from its body. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. It's about to evolve. Everyone stepped back. Shinado and Jingars immediately retreated, clearing ample space for this long-anticipated moment. Within the brilliant light, Shui Yu was undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. Its physique elongated rapidly, becoming more robust, while its limbs grew powerful and sinewy. The fin atop its head enlarged and sharpened, and its tail broadened substantially. The cerulean skin deepened in hue, with vibrant orange gills on either side becoming increasingly prominent. As the light dissipated, a brand new Pokémon stood proudly in place. It stood on its hind legs, its gaze brimming with strength and confidence, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. Swampert. Lin Yi swiftly checked its information. Swampert, level LV16. Gender, male. Potential, near champion level. Ability, Torrent. Moves learned, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Rock Slide, Bite. Level up. It has also mastered the powerful Dark-type move, Bite. Gulp. Swampert, sensing Lin Yi's gaze, let out a steady call. Stepping forward to nuzzle against Lin Yi's pant leg with its sturdy body. Lin Yi laughed heartily, giving its solid shoulder a hearty pat. Well done, Swampert. A true powerhouse has joined his ranks. The joy of evolution still lingered as Lin Yi turned his attention to the next target. He commanded his team to venture deeper into the maple leaf forest. Soon, they spotted a resting Arbok coiled upon a tree trunk. Arbok LV, 25. Leo Lu Swampert. You two go together. Owl. Gulp. The two Pokémon, filled with fighting spirit, instantly flanked the Arbok from both sides. The Arbok flicked its tongue, unhesitatingly choosing the seemingly weaker Leo Lu as its target, opening its gaping maw to bite down fiercely. Leo Lu quick attack. Swampert, water gun for cover. Leo Lu's form flickered, effortlessly dodging Arbok's lunge. Simultaneously, a powerful water column slammed into Arbok's side, causing it to stagger and reveal a significant opening. Now's the time. Leo Lu Flying Knee Strike. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Leo Lu leaped high, channeling fighting-type energy into its knee, delivering a devastating blow directly to Arbok's weak point. Bang! Arbok, unable to emit even a cry, rolled its eyes back and fell limply from the tree, completely incapacitated. Ding! Your Leo Lu has defeated Arbok, leveling up to LV20. Ding! Your Swampert participated in the battle, leveling up to LV17. Lin Yi looked at the battle results, recalling his fatigued Pokémon into their Pokeballs. That will be all for today. He chose to log off, concluding the day's gaming session. Chapter 68, The Arrival of the Game Pod. The next morning, the crisp chime of the doorbell roused Lin Yi from his slumber. He opened the door to find two staff members clad in Origin Technology uniforms respectfully standing outside. Behind them loomed a massive object swathed in white dust covers. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Yi? Your premium game pod has been delivered. Yes, that is me. Please bring it inside. Lin Yi stepped aside to make room. The staff members carefully transported the game pod into the empty room opposite Wang Lei's. Once the dust cover was removed, a device brimming with futuristic technology was revealed before Lin Yi. It gleamed in a smooth silver hue. Its shell crafted with exquisite materials and graceful lines, resembling a work of art. This was the pinnacle of luxury, valued at 2,880,000 dragon coins. After the installation and adjustments were completed, the staff explained the details and took their leave. Lin Yi, unable to contain his excitement, approached to examine his new bed. The interior space of the game pod was even more spacious than he had imagined, designed entirely with ergonomic principles in mind. The moment he lay down, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped his entire being. He pressed the activation button. Hiss! The hatch slowly closed, completely isolating him from the cacophony of the outside world. A soft blue LED strip illuminated, followed by a cool liquid that began to envelop him from all sides, immersing his body entirely. This was the top-tier nutrient solution, officially advertised to alleviate physical fatigue and protect the nerves to the maximum extent. The discomfort from prolonged use of the gaming helmet vanished in that instant. Upon reconnecting to the game, his perception of the entire world shifted dramatically. The latency of neural connections was compressed to nearly zero, and every detail of the world became exquisitely smooth and immersive. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. This money was truly well spent. The ultimate experience of comfort invigorated him, instilling within him an enhanced confidence for the adventures that lay ahead. He unfurled the map, his gaze fixated on a crimson area to the southeast of Maple Leaf Town, the blazing mountain range. Their team was still in need of a formidable fire-type assailant, and that location represented the finest opportunity. Lin Yi promptly devised a 3-day, 2-night wilderness survival training regimen. To achieve excellence in one's endeavors, one must first ensure their tools are well prepared. He made his way to the New Era department store, intending to conduct a substantial procurement. "Boss, bring me some supplies," he declared as he approached the pharmacy counter, where he indiscriminately stocked up on antidotes, burn ointments, various healing items, and vitality shards. Following that, he turned his attention to wilderness survival gear. "I'll take one of these opulent camping tents that can accommodate 2 Snorlaxes, and also this 2 cubic meter backpack." The proprietor looked on, beaming with delight at Lin Yi's lavish spending. Next, he ventured into the Pokeball section. 50 Ultra Balls and 100 Great Balls were acquired. Finally, his gaze lingered on a blue, teardrop-shaped gem. Mysterious Droplet, a gem imbued with the pure power of water, capable of being carried by water-type Pokémon to amplify the potency of their water moves. Price, 300,000 Alliance coins. "I'll take this," Lin Yi stated, pointing to the mysterious droplet, addressing the now somewhat dazed shop assistant. Without batting an eye at the hefty sum, he departed the department store, laden with bags. As players along the commercial street gazed at him with a mixture of awe and reverence. With everything prepared, Lin Yi crossed through the southern gate of Maple Leaf Town, officially stepping into the vast forest that connected to the blazing mountain range. The forest exuded a refreshing dampness, with towering, dense trees casting shadows that allowed sunlight to filter through in dappled patterns. He summoned his Shiny Gardevoir and his newly equipped Swampert, adorned with the mysterious droplet. Gardevoir assumed a vigilant position, while Swampert took the lead. Under the powerful psychic shield of Gardevoir, no rustle of leaves or whisper of wind could elude their notice. Pokémon of level 20 or below, such as Pidgey and Rattata, were swiftly dealt with by Swampert. This served as both training and a means to cultivate their synergy. With a powerful water gun, Swampert sent a sneaky Rattata soaring through the air with ease. Thus, the trio advanced deeper into the forest. After traversing approximately 10 kilometers, the surroundings grew increasingly primal. Towering ancient trees loomed, their heights reaching dozens of meters, and the air was thick with the rich scent of foliage and earth. At that moment, Gardevoir, who had been closely following Lin Yi, suddenly halted. "Gardevoir," she alerted, her psychic abilities detecting an unusual concentration of Pokémon gathering not far ahead, a chaotic assembly of diverse species with erratic energy fluctuations. Lin Yi immediately heightened his alertness. It would be unwise to intrude upon a congregation of Pokémon in such an unfamiliar wilderness. "Let us take a detour," he resolved instantly. However, just as they prepared to change direction, an unexpected incident occurred. "Caw!" A sharp cry pierced the air above, and a Fearow suddenly swooped down, talons extended, blocking their path. Fearow LV, 16. Lin Yi frowned. "Swampert, use water gun to drive it away." Understanding the command, Swampert unleashed a jet of water. Fearow, startled, flailed its wings to evade. But the residual spray still dampened its feathers. With an angry screech, it glared at Lin Yi as if to engrave his image in its memory before reluctantly retreating. Lin Yi dismissed the minor interruption and continued onward with his Pokémon. Yet, less than a kilometer later, Gardevoir, who had remained silent, suddenly displayed a grave expression in her azure eyes. A rapid surge of psychic energy resonated in Lin Yi's mind like a thunderous alarm. A warning. An unprecedented, intense alert. A wave of malevolent energy was rapidly approaching from behind them. Lin Yi spun around. In the distance, a mass of dark clouds loomed, advancing towards them at a discernible speed. No, those were not clouds. They were hundreds of Fearows and even larger Spearows. Caw, ga. The cacophony of their cries coalesced into a terrifying sonic wave, assaulting the eardrums. The winds generated by their flapping wings caused the surrounding trees to sway violently, leaves cascading to the ground. At the forefront of that ominous avian horde was a colossal Spearow, its size significantly surpassing that of its kin. Spearow leader. Level, LV 35. Type, normal, flying. Ability, keen eye. Gender, male. Potential, gym leader level, peak. Learn moves, peck, leer, sing, pursuit, beak, drill peck, pursuit, fury attack, quick attack, malicious pursuit, agility. Focus energy. Weavee stirred a hornet's nest. Gardevoir, teleport. Quickly, he reacted swiftly, recalling Swampert and grasping Gardevoir's arm. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from their original location, reappearing several hundred meters away. Just as Lin Yi thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the flock of Spearows pursued them like relentless shadows. The distance between them scarcely widened. How is this possible? A sense of dread washed over Lin Yi. Gardevoir again. Another flash of white light erupted as they executed another leap through space. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The leading Spearow, with its piercing gaze, seemed to penetrate the barriers of space, relentlessly locking onto them. The furious flock continued their pursuit, the sound of their wings slicing through the air akin to a death knell, drawing ever closer. Gardevoir, the repeated high-intensity teleports were taking a toll on her. Beads of sweat formed on her fair forehead, and the orange horn atop her head dimmed slightly. Lin Yi could feel her fatigue through their psychic bond. This could not continue. But just as he hesitated, the shadow looming overhead had completely enveloped the sky above them. Hundreds of malicious eyes peered down through the dense canopy, fixating on their diminutive prey below. Chapter 69, Defeating the Spearow Flock. Hundreds of malicious eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Yi. The air thrummed with the rapid vibration of wings and the cries of Spearows and Fearows. Their escape routes had been utterly sealed. The enormous leader Spearow hovered at the forefront of the flock, its cold, ruthless gaze scrutinizing its soon-to-be meal, with no avenue for retreat. It was time to fight to the bitter end. Everyone come out. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed all the Pokeballs at his waist. 5 beams of crimson light flashed, revealing Shakira's, Rhydon, Shiny Ghastly, Riolu, and Swampert, 5 Pokémon that seamlessly formed an impenetrable defensive formation, shielding Lin Yi and the exhausted Shiny Gardevoir in the center, bravely facing the impending battle. With a piercing cry, the leader, Fearow, issued the command for a full-on assault. In an instant, hundreds of Spearows and Fearows folded their wings, transforming into a barrage of brown lethal arrows, diving from every corner of the sky. The sharp sounds of slicing air converged into a symphony of death. Under the extreme pressure of danger, Lin Yi's mind remained as calm as a frozen lake. Shakira's, Dragon Dance, Rhydon Rock Slide, Gardevoir Rest, Ghastly Confuse Ray. The commands were conveyed instantly through telepathy. Shakira's let out a deep roar, mysterious draconic energy swirling around its body. As its speed and attack power surged, Rhydon, with its massive 4 arms, slammed down onto the ground. Boom! Countless boulders, the size of millstones, materialized out of thin air, crashing upwards like a violent hailstorm towards the dark mass of birds. The dull thuds of rock colliding with flesh echoed incessantly. Bang! 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 The shrill cries of agony rose and fell, as dozens of low-level Spearows at the forefront were crushed by the boulders before even brushing against Lin Yi's clothes, falling from the sky like dumplings. Meanwhile, Shiny Ghastly emitted a chilling, eerie laugh. Its eyes shot out several twisted beams of light, sweeping across the flock of birds. Those hit, including Fearow and Spearow, instantly lost control, some attacking their companions in a frenzy, others crashing headfirst into sturdy tree trunks, leaving behind a gruesome scene. Momentarily halting their assault, Riolu, Metal Claw, clear them out. Swampert, Rock Tomb, block their positions. Riolu darted through the descending flock and the chaotic enemy lines like a flash of blue lightning. Each swipe of its sharp metal claw precisely severed the throats of the Spearows. The dense rocks summoned by Swampert, though not as forceful as Rock Slide, fell continuously, effectively sealing off the diving paths of the remaining birds, creating a perfect opportunity for Riolu to strike. The true threat was just beginning to descend. The gym-level Fearow had been circling high above, its razor-sharp eyes finally locking onto the only unguarded target in the battlefield, the Shiny Gardevoir, who was using rest to recover its energy. It suddenly accelerated. Its body transformed into a brown lightning bolt, plunging straight down from the sky. Its elongated beak glowed with a blinding white light, as the rapidly rotating airflow tore through the air, emitting a bone-chilling shriek. Drill Peck. Its target was the weakest link in the formation, Shakira's. Lin Yi's command carried a hint of determination. Shakira's. With a thunderous roar, Shakira's swiftly moved to shield Gardevoir. A solid green energy barrier unfurled instantly. Hold it. Crash. The drill peck collided violently with the energy barrier, amidst the ear-piercing cracking sounds. The barrier held for barely a second before shattering into pieces. Shakira's was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt, a clear gash appearing on its shell. Yet, it had successfully absorbed the blow. The recoil also forced Fiero back several meters, momentarily stalling its assault. Now, Shakira's Spike Cannon. Ghastly Sludge Bomb. Lin Yi seized the fleeting opportunity. Shakira's, gritting through the pain, roared as it slammed its fists into the ground. Countless sharp rock spires, as lethal as blades, erupted from the earth without warning, completely sealing off all escape routes for Fiero. Simultaneously, a sludge ball the size of a human head hurtled in from the side, exuding a noxious stench, crashing into its body with pinpoint accuracy. Caw! Fiero emitted a heart-rending scream. Its left wing was pierced by the spikes, while the right side of its body was struck by the sludge bomb, the purple venom swiftly corroding its feathers, releasing plumes of black smoke. The excruciating pain caused it to lose balance, wailing as it tumbled helplessly from the sky. Riolu Forcepalm. Riolu, already poised for action, seized the moment to deliver a powerful palm strike imbued with solid fighting-type energy to Fiero's abdomen. Rhydon, Rock Slide, bury it. The final command was cold and devoid of emotion. Rhydon let out a low growl as countless debris rained down, completely burying the injured Fiero beneath a pile of rubble. Ding! Your Rhydon has defeated the leader, Fiero, gaining a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV29. Ding! Your Rhydon has learned a new skill, Spike Cannon. With the leader's defeat, the flock of birds fell into disarray, their once fearless assault crumbling in an instant. Clear the field. Lin Yi's icy voice pronounced their doom. All Pokémon, attack! The Shiny Gardevoir, just recovering from its slumber, glinted with cold fury in her azure eyes. She raised her delicate hand, unleashing a thunderous thunderbolt, significantly more powerful than before. The golden-yellow tempest of electricity surged through the flock like an enraged thunder dragon, wreaking havoc. Where the lightning struck, the charred bodies of Spearows and Fieros plummeted like rain. The newly learned Spike Cannon from Rhydon harmonized with Shakira's rock moves, creating an insurmountable storm of death. Shiny Ghastly transformed into a true specter, with each wave of its hand sending a shadow ball, charged with the essence of death, crashing into one Fiero after another. Ding! Your Swampert gained a significant amount of experience, leveling up to LV18. Ding! Your Riolu gained a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV22. Ding! Your Shiny Ghastly gained a considerable amount of experience, leveling up to LV30. Ding! Your Shiny Gardevoir gained a massive amount of experience, leveling up to LV31. Ding! Your Shakira's gained a notable amount of experience, leveling up to LV31. Ding! Your Riolu has learned a new skill, Vacuum Wave. Ding! Your Swampert has learned new skills, Muddy Water and Mud Bomb. The battle concluded. The forest was permeated with the nauseating scent of charred feathers and mingled blood. Lin Yi walked slowly to the pile of rubble that buried the leader, tossing out an Ultra Ball. A flash of red light signified success and capture. His gaze swept over the fallen Spearos and Fieros, all incapacitated and enveloped in protective shields. After scanning, he collected 2 Fieros of professional level potential, 1 Spearow of gym level potential, and 4 Spearows of professional level potential, all into his possession. This seemingly dire battle concluded with Lin Yi's resounding victory. The surviving flocks of birds, long since terrified, scattered in a panic, vanishing into the distant thickets, no longer daring to look back. Chapter 70. The Crimson Flame Mountains. A nauseating stench of charred feathers mingled with blood permeated the forest. The shimmering shiny Shinado, Shaquilas, Shiny Gyarados, Riolu, and Swampert, each Pokémon gasping for breath, bore various degrees of wounds, yet their eyes shimmered with the fervor of victory. He released the gym-level, peak potential Spearow leader from its Pokeball. In its current state, it appeared utterly wretched, its once proud wings twisted at an unnatural angle, its body smeared with blood and dirt, but within its eyes still glimmered an indomitable ferocity. Lin Yi remained silent, merely producing a bottle of high-grade healing potion and approaching. The Spearow emitted a low, threatening growl, struggling to rise, only to be met with sharp pain from its injuries. Lin Yi crouched down, disregarding its hostility, and evenly sprayed the potion onto its most grievous wounds. The cool liquid penetrated its flesh, providing significant relief from the excruciating pain. The ferocity in the Spearow's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a flicker of confusion and bewilderment. In Lin Yi's view, the intimacy level of this Spearow had steadily leaped from its base value at capture to 60 points. Yet, this was insufficient. Lin Yi did not halt. He turned and walked towards the wild Spearows and Pidgeys scattered across the battlefield, their bodies enveloped in protective shields. Like an unflagging field medic, he tended to each bird that had lost its ability to fight. As their injuries healed swiftly, the protective shields surrounding them vanished. One by one, they awakened, gazing at the foe they had just battled fiercely against, their expressions laden with complex emotions. They did not flee immediately, but gathered around their leader, emitting a series of low, mournful cries as if bidding a final farewell. The leader Spearow looked at its kin, then at Lin Yi, and the ferocity in its gaze melted entirely, transforming into a hint of gentleness. Its intimacy level rose again. Subsequently, the healed birds deeply nodded to their leader before taking flight, disappearing into the depths of the thicket. After a full hour of recuperation, Lin Yi's team had mostly regained their strength. He recalled the Shaquilas and Golem, who needed more rest, and patted the now revitalized Riolu and Swampert. Let us proceed. Our destination lies in the Crimson Flame Mountains. The group continued deeper into the forest. The further they ventured, the scarcer the wild Pokémon became. Yet their strength was not to be underestimated. These sporadic opponents served as excellent practice targets for the new members. Roar! A Mankey leaped down from a tree, chattering and swinging its fists to block their path. Riolu, it's your turn. Lin Yi's voice was calm. Understanding the cue, the small figure of Riolu sprang into action. It chose not to engage directly. Instead, with a flash of electricity, it transformed into a blue afterimage, swiftly circling behind the Mankey. Before the Mankey could react, a preemptive vacuum wave surged forth, striking accurately at its back. The Mankey stumbled, turning in anger only to find Riolu advancing once more. In its small palm, it concentrated solid fighting-type energy. Focus punch. Bam! The Mankey was sent flying by the force, completely incapacitated. The battle flowed seamlessly, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The team continued onward, arriving at the edge of a crystal-clear stream. On the water's surface, a group of tadpoles frolicked. Upon spotting Swampert's arrival, they immediately became alert, surrounding it. Swampert, show them your prowess. Gurgle! Swampert roared, opening its wide mouth, unleashing a torrent of murky water. Mudwave! Instantly, the stream transformed into a muddy mess, causing the tadpoles to scramble in confusion, unable to discern their direction. Following this, Swampert clapped its paws against the water's surface, sending rippling waves of purple mud spreading outward. The mud wave struck the struggling tadpoles, rendering them poisoned, and soon they flipped onto their backs. An exemplary combat rhythm. A flawless control of the battlefield. Well done. Lin Yi praised profusely. As they delved deeper, the surrounding environment began to subtly shift. The towering, dense trees gradually thinned, replaced by low, drought-resistant shrubs. The fragrant aroma of foliage was supplanted by a faint scent of sulfur. Finally, after traversing the last stretch of forest, a vast and desolate expanse of crimson mountains unfolded before Lin Yi. The Crimson Flame Mountains had arrived. A scorching heat wave assaulted him, the temperature rising dramatically. The undulating red peaks radiated astonishing warmth under the blazing sun, and the mountaintops in the distance, shrouded in rising heat, distorted the air, creating mirage-like illusions. Come, let us ascend and take a closer look. Lin Yi released the nearly recovered Spearow, mounting it. The Spearow let out a clear call, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. From above, the magnificent panorama of the Crimson Flame Mountains came into full view. 5 or 6 massive ranges coiled like slumbering dragons across the land. At the center of all these peaks stood an immense conical volcano, with wisps of black smoke curling from its crater. Lin Yi scanned the area meticulously, his gaze sweeping over the cliffs halfway up the mountain. And soon he noticed several inconspicuous cave entrances obscured by rocky shadows. That's the one. He directed the Spearow to land on a relatively concealed platform before the cave entrance. This would serve as their temporary base for the coming days. However, as soon as they touched down, furious roars erupted from within the cave. 2 Pokémon charged out from the darkness, blocking the entrance. One was a Nidoqueen, the other a Nidoking. Judging by their united front, they were evidently a pair of mates. Nidoqueen, level, LV32. Potential, professional grade. Nidoking, level, LV32. Potential, professional grade. Just in time. A smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips as he tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Golem. Shinado, it's your turn to shine. Golem's massive form crashed to the ground, and without hesitation, its 4 arms pounded the earth. Rock slide. Countless boulders materialized from thin air, plummeting towards the couple. Simultaneously, the shimmering Shinado, with its azure eyes aglow with psychic energy, enveloped Nidoqueen and Nidoking in an invisible force, slowing their movements. Nidoqueen screeched, unleashing a torrent of surging purple venom from its mouth. Golem, defend. A green energy barrier appeared before Golem, blocking all of the toxic liquid. Now earthquake. With a thunderous roar, the mighty Rumble Stone unleashed its energy without reservation into the earth. Boom. The entire platform trembled violently, as visible fissures radiated outward from its epicenter in a frenzied expanse. Nidona and Nidalino were thrown back by this cataclysmic force, unable to even utter a scream, crashing heavily to the ground and losing their capacity to fight. Lin Yi stepped forward, releasing 2 high-grade Pokeballs that successfully captured the couple. He ventured into the cave, discovering a spacious and remarkably dry interior, indeed an excellent makeshift camp. Swiftly, he set up a luxurious tent and organized various supplies. The shimmering, shining Ghastly took the initiative to float outside, soon returning with a hefty bundle of dry twigs to serve as fuel for lighting and the bonfire. As night descended upon the Crimson Flame Mountains, Lin Yi sat by the warm blaze, healing the newly captured Nidona and Nidalino while gazing at the mountains in the distance. Shrouded in darkness like slumbering behemoths, he was acutely aware that the Pokémon here ranged from levels 25 to 45, a far cry from those in the surrounding forest. Tomorrow, the true exploration was set to commence. Chapter 71, The Night Assault of the Houndoom. The night in the Crimson Flame Mountains was imbued with the acrid scent of sulfur mingling with the coldness of stone, infiltrating the nostrils. The flickering bonfire within the cave cast alternating shadows of light and dark. The advanced gaming pod allowed him to slip into deep slumber amidst the perilous wilderness. After completing her watch during the first half of the night, the Shining Gardevoir returned to Lin Yi's side to meditate and recuperate. Taking her place, the Shining Ghastly melded seamlessly into the shadows of the cave entrance, its ghostly form only revealing a pair of large, white eyes that silently scanned the desolate mountains outside. Suddenly, Ghastly's body tensed. From afar came the chaotic sound of footsteps converging from all directions of the mountains. Like an invisible net with a clear target descending upon this small cave. A sharp, brief shriek shattered the silence, and Ghastly, without a moment's hesitation, darted through the tent, pressing its cool, slick tongue firmly against Lin Yi's face. Ghastly, startled by the familiar sensation, Lin Yi abruptly sprang up, wiping the saliva from his face. Just as anger surged in his throat, he caught sight of Ghastly's unprecedentedly anxious expression, pointing towards the cave's entrance. His words caught in his throat, his countenance instantly darkening. Almost simultaneously, a series of low, oppressive roars rolled over the mountains like distant thunder, clearly resonating within. Lin Yi dashed to the cave entrance, and the sight before him momentarily stole his breath away. The small platform outside the cave was now teeming with dark figures. They resembled hounds, their snouts and bellies a striking orange, adorned with jagged bone-like protrusions, and their eyes burned with hellish crimson flames. It was the Houndoom, along with their evolved form. The Black Houndoom. A mass of them surrounded the entrance, a formidable horde of at least 40. At the forefront stood an exceptionally robust leader. Black Houndoom leader. Level, LV33. Potential, Gym level. This was a meticulously planned ambush. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the leader Black Houndoom curled its lips into a cruel grin. A deep black aura emanating from its scarlet eyes, instantly enveloping Lin Yi and the just awakened Shining Gardevoir. Black gaze. A hint of gravity crossed Gardevoir's elegant features as the connection to the spatial layer was forcefully severed by an overwhelming power. Teleportation nullified. Attempting to seal my fate? If escape is impossible, I shall pierce through them all. All the Pokeballs at his waist sprang open. Shakiras, Rumble Stone, Riolu, Swampert, and Spearow. 5 Pokémon emerged in succession, forming an ironclad defense at the cave's entrance, shielding Lin Yi and Gardevoir firmly within. Roar. The leader Black Houndoom unleashed a rallying roar. Shakiras, Rumble Stone, Earthquake. Both Pokémon roared in unison, pouring all their strength into the mountains beneath them. Boom. A devastating shockwave surged outward from the cave entrance, violently shaking the platform, as terrifying spiderweb-like cracks marred the hard rock layers. The first 7 or 8 Houndooms leading the charge barely had time to scream before their bones were shattered by the force, incapacitated and enveloped in a protective system shield. Lin Yi deftly flicked his wrist, launching 2 high-grade Pokeballs with precision, successfully capturing 2 of the professional-level potential Houndooms. However, the assault from the Black Houndoom horde did not relent. They exhibited astounding tactical acumen, swiftly splitting into flanking formations, their claws digging into the rock walls as they began to ascend from the cliffs on either side, attempting to launch a vertical attack from above. Immune to psychic-type moves, their target was clear. First, neutralize Gardevoir, the strongest ranged attacker, and then focus fire on the less mobile Rumble Stone and Shakiras. Surround and attack. commanded the leader Black Houndoom once more. A dozen Black Houndooms transformed into streaks of black lightning, charging from various angles toward the most fortified point of the defense. Rumble Stone. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of impacts melded into a singular sound, as Rumble Stone's robust rocky body was instantly marred with numerous clear cracks, debris scattering. Gardevoir. Attack the leader. Gardevoir. Gardevoir's eyes glimmered with psychic energy as the enchanting voice of the fairy type echoed outward. Yet the leader Black Houndoom, having been struck by the assuredly effective fairy type move, sustained some damage and charged directly toward Gardevoir with all four paws. Block it. Shakira's, with its massive form, shifted to shield Gardevoir, a solid green energy barrier springing into existence. Boom. The leader Black Houndoom's claws slammed against the barrier, which shook violently, but ultimately held firm. The battle escalated into a furious melee. The Black Houndooms, like a well-trained army, targeted vital points with each attack. Shakira's and Rumble Stone formed the flesh and blood bulwark of the team, absorbing the brunt of the assault, their bodies increasingly marred with cracks and scorch marks. Spearow attempted to dive from the air, but was forced to awkwardly spiral, its beautiful feathers stained with droplets of blood from numerous fiery blasts. Gardevoir found herself in the most perilous situation, reduced to a passive defense due to the Dark-type immunity against psychic moves, only able to retaliate with Absorb Kiss and Charm, both of which had relatively low power, while simultaneously attempting to recover from her wounds. At that critical moment, Shining Ghastly sprang into action. It morphed into a purplish-gray specter, darting through the chaotic battlefield at high speed, unleashing shadow balls imbued with ghostly energy that accurately struck the Black Houndooms attempting to breach the defense. With sheer determination, it single-handedly restrained 5 or 6 of the Black Houndooms. The leader Black Houndoom noticed this troublesome specter. Abandoning the assault on Gardevoir, it unleashed a howl, redirecting its charge toward Ghastly. Unfazed, Ghastly retreated while rapidly compressing the shadow balls in its grasp. When the energy reached its zenith, it hurled the massive shadow ball directly at the leader. The leader Black Houndoom did not flinch or evade, instead bracing itself to absorb the blow with its very skull. The explosive force caused it to momentarily halt, yet it merely shook its head before charging towards Jinghost with even greater speed. The massive maw, filled with menacing fangs, clamped down fiercely upon Jinghost's ethereal form. A pained shriek escaped Jinghost, its color dimming significantly, nearly becoming translucent. Dark-type moves proved exceptionally effective against ghost types. Sonido, use Psychic. Numacraw. Water Gun. Lin Yi roared. Sonido forcibly summoned its psychic power, an invisible force pushing against the leader, Houndoom, compelling it to release its grip, albeit without inflicting any damage. Numacraw's powerful water gun followed swiftly, striking the side of its face with great force. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Riolu leaped forward, delivering a powerful strike to the leader's jaw. The relentless barrage of attacks forced Houndoom to recoil in pain, its fury igniting even more intensely. It was utterly enraged. With a ferocious roar, it issued a command. All the Houndoom abandoned their respective targets, redirecting their focus as a black tidal wave, madly surging towards the core of the defense, Shakira's and Golem. They intended to pierce through this tortoise shell in the most brutal manner. The onslaught from dozens of Houndoom unleashed a devastating force. Shakira's and Golem were sent staggering backward, their tough shells and rocky skin cracking like glass struck by a heavy hammer, spiderwebs of fissures spreading across their surfaces. The situation was precarious. At that moment, the severely wounded Jinghost's eyes suddenly glimmered with determination. It forcefully activated the fragment of the ghost slate that Lin Yi had entrusted to it. An overwhelming surge of pure ghost-type energy, far surpassing its own limits, surged wildly into its being. Jinghost's form began to swell, becoming denser and no longer ethereal. With a fierce cry, it howled towards the heavens, its eyes emanating beams of deathly darkness. Shadow Ball. The beam swept across, instantly freezing the movements of at least 10 Houndoom, extinguishing the flames in their eyes as they fell helplessly to the ground, stripped of their combat capability. This strike turned the tide of battle in an instant. Now was the moment. Second round of Earthquake. Lin Yi seized this fleeting opportunity. Shakira's and Golem, enduring excruciating pain, once again channeled their anger and strength into the earth. Another tremor shook the ground, causing 7 or 8 more Houndoom to collapse. The formation of the Houndoom was thoroughly shattered. The leader, Houndoom, gazed at its fallen kin, fear finally flickering in its eyes. It let out a reluctant growl, issuing the order to retreat. Trying to escape? Have you consulted me first? Lin Yi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Pidgeotto, intercept from above. Pidgeotto emitted a clear cry, transforming into a streak of brown lightning, ensnaring the fleeing leader from the sky. Jinghost, Shadow Ball. Riolu, Force Palm. The final assault command was issued. Jinghost conjured another Shadow Ball, striking fiercely against the leader's back. Riolu leaped high, delivering a Force Palm to its hind leg. With a mournful cry, the leader Houndoom finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. A great ball flew forth, a flash of red light, followed by silence. The leader was captured, and the remaining Houndoom, leaderless, lost their will to fight and fled in a panic, quickly vanishing into the thick darkness of the night. The battle had concluded. Lin Yi sighed in relief as he looked at his battle-worn Pokémon. Shakira's and Golem bore the most severe injuries, nearly in tatters. Jinghost, too, was fatigued from forcibly harnessing the power of the slate fragment. Yet the cost was worth it. Ding! Your Riolu gained a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV24. Ding! Your Numacraw gained a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV21. Ding! Your Shiny Jinghost gained a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV31. Ding! Your Golem gained a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV30. Ding! Your Shakira's gained a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV32. As Lin Yi administered healing spray to his partners, he toyed with the two Pokeballs, one containing a Darumaka and the other containing the captured leader Houndoom. This hunt was no mere coincidence. The night of this game was far more brutal than he had anticipated. Chapter 72, Volcanic Basin. The night in the Crimson Flame Mountains was thick with the scent of sulfur and unyielding rock. Inside the cave, the flickering light of the campfire danced wildly upon the rocky walls. The advanced gaming pod's deep sleep function granted Lin Yi a night devoid of dreams. As the difficult dawn light filtered through the cave's entrance, he awoke, his spirit more invigorated than ever. He did not hasten to recall his Pokémon, instead retrieving advanced energy cubes to feed them one by one. Shakira's and Golem's injuries had improved significantly, now snoring at the cave's entrance, their sounds resembling distant thunder. The shiny Sonido sat quietly nearby, deep in meditation. Even the newly captured gym-level Pidgeotto, the same tier as the leader Houndoom, and the two Darumaka received their share. Watching them transition from vigilance to eagerly devouring the energy cubes, their expressions reflected delight. The simple breakfast concluded, he recalled Shakira's and Golem, who still needed recovery. His gaze turned towards the jagged mountain range outside, now bathed in the golden-red hues of morning light. Time to move. He took only Shiny Sonido, Shiny Jinghost, Riolu, and Numacraw with him as he set off. The team traversed the rugged mountain path, the reddish-brown gravel scorching beneath their feet under the sun. A few oblivious Geodude and Onix emerged to block their way, but were swiftly defeated by the spirited Riolu and Numacraw in just a few strikes. However, Lin Yi's brow quickly furrowed. He focused on the experience bars above Shiny Sonido and Shiny Jinghost, which remained almost stationary. It was far too slow. At this pace, by the time they reached the volcanic core area, night would have fallen. He made a swift decision. Come out, Pidgeotto. A flash of red light revealed the massive Pidgeotto landing. After a night of healing and nourishment, its condition had fully recovered. Jinghost, enter the shadows. Sonido, create a shield for me. We will fly over. Shiny Jinghost transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, melding into the shadow beneath Lin Yi's feet. Shiny Sonido's azure eyes glowed as an invisible psychic barrier instantaneously materialized, shielding them from the searing heat and swirling sands. Lin Yi mounted Pidgeotto's broad back. Let us go. Pidgeotto emitted a triumphant cry, its wings flapping powerfully. A fierce wind erupted. The duo soared into the sky like an arrow. Half an hour, nearly 20 kilometers. The mountains below rapidly receded from view. Just then, the ever-watchful Sonido's blue eyes sparkled with intensity. Chana. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he peered down in the direction Sonido was looking. In a broad valley below, countless black dots were writhing. Pidgeotto, descend and get closer. The height plummeted. The true nature of those black dots became clear. Before him lay an immense congregation of no fewer than 40 or 50 small Geodudes and Gravellers. At the heart of this assembly, a colossal creature, significantly larger than the average Graveller, with a rock-like skin shimmering with a metallic sheen, lay sprawled on the ground in a state of feigned slumber. Graveller leader. Level, LV39. Potential, professional grade. The urge to battle surged within him as he licked his cracked lips. Fearow descend. From a kilometer away, behind the slope of a mountain, Fearow landed silently and steadily. Lin Yi dismounted, unleashing all his Pokeballs in a swift motion. Come forth, time to work. Shakira's, Graveller, Riolu, and Swampert emerged in succession, exuding an aura of menace. Listen, Lin Yi's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across each Pokémon, his words rapid fire, as if in a barrage. Shakira's, Graveler, charge head-on and shatter their formation. Riolu, Swampert, envelop from the flanks and eliminate the stragglers. Gardevoir, incapacitate that Graveler, do not allow it a moment to command. Misdreavus, seize the opportunity to unleash your strange light. Understood? A resounding roar echoed in response. Onward, let the battle commence. With a thunderous bellow, Shakira's launched itself like a cannonball, crashing into the enemy ranks with unmatched ferocity. Boom. The outermost Geodudes barely had time to utter a cry before they were obliterated, reduced to mere rubble. Graveler, rock slide. Lin Yi's Graveler pounded the ground with its forearms, summoning countless boulders that surged skyward like hail, crashing down upon the disarrayed rock army with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Riolu transformed into a streak of blue lightning, darting through enemy lines, each strike precisely shattering the core of a Geodude. Swampert opened its maw wide, releasing a torrent of murky sludge that transformed vast swathes of ground into a quagmire, ensnaring numerous massive rock feet. Roar! The Graveler leader finally stirred from its stupor, releasing an enraged roar as it prepared to retaliate. In the next moment, an invisible, mountain-like weight of psychic pressure bore down upon it. It was Gardevoir. The leader's movements froze, as if ensnared in an ancient glacier. Now, Misdreavus. A twisted beam of eerie light shot forth from Lin Yi's shadow, striking true. The Graveler leader's gaze became momentarily dazed. It shook its massive head and abruptly turned, delivering a devastating punch to a nearby Graveler, which shattered upon impact. Well done, Shakira's. Use Spike Cannon. Shakira's had been poised for action, letting out a roar as it unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp rock spikes that pinned the disoriented Graveler leader firmly in place. Almost immediately, its body gleamed with a metallic luster, a solid iron wall manifesting as it absorbed 2 rock slide attacks without a scratch. Subsequently, it channeled all its strength into the earth. Earthquake. The cataclysmic force sent the Graveler leader soaring 3 feet off the ground. Finally, Shakira's materialized a colossal dark-type maw, clamping down fiercely on the Graveler leader. Crunch. The sickening crack resonated, and cracks appeared on the Graveler leader's body, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi launched a high-grade Pokeball with precision. A flash of red light. The Pokeball quivered slightly before falling silent. Captured. The leader fell in an instant, leaving the remaining Gravelers and Geodudes leaderless, swiftly succumbing to Lin Yi's Pokémon in a ruthless onslaught. As the battle concluded, Lin Yi remounted Fearow, his sights set deep within the volcano. The further he flew, the more drastically the environment transformed. The air grew scalding enough to sear flesh. The reddish-brown mountains were replaced by barren black volcanic rock. Sulfur vents puffed white smoke, dotting the landscape like the Earth's own festering sores. Chania, Gardevoir's psychic message resonated again. Lin Yi's spirits lifted as he looked down. Below, in a valley encircled by black rock walls, 7 or 8 fiery red Pokémon ambled leisurely. Their manes and tails were genuine flames, dancing wildly in the scorching air. Hanada. This was the second batch of fire-type Pokémon he encountered in the Chien mountain range. He immediately instructed Fearow to descend stealthily. However, just a few hundred meters from the valley, the lead Hanada suddenly raised its head, emitting a sharp, urgent whinny. The entire group erupted into chaos, turning tail and fleeing without a moment's hesitation. They raced along a concealed mountain path, desperately dashing deeper into the range. Trying to escape? Fearow pursue. Thus began a heart-pounding chase. Fearow maxed out its speed, tightly gripping the tail of the Ponyta herd. The Ponytas, well acquainted with the terrain, occasionally dove into narrow crevices or leapt over molten lava flows in their frantic flight. Lin Yi commanded Fearow relentlessly, the distance between them fluctuating as they sped through the rugged landscape. This pursuit lasted a full 30 minutes. Just then, the fleeing Ponyta herd burst forth from a narrow canyon. Ahead of them, the terrain suddenly dipped downward. Before Lin Yi's eyes unfolded an immense basin, encircled by colossal mountains. The panicked Ponyta herd plunged into it, vanishing from sight. Chapter 73. Keystone. The basin opened up before him. The desperate Ponyta herd dove in, disappearing without a trace. Lin Yi circled high above on Fearow, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Below, on a relatively flat valley floor, a hunt was nearing its conclusion. Over 20 small Lenids formed a fan-shaped encirclement, tightly trapping the Ponytas in the center. At the forefront of the encirclement, 3 flame reeds lay in a pool of blood. Their once burning manes dimmed like flickering candles in the wind. Only one leader flame reed remained, fighting valiantly despite its dire wounds. Its right foreleg twisted at an unnatural angle, the bone clearly broken. Deep gashes marred its back and side, exposing flesh and bone as blood flowed freely, staining the ground beneath. Yet it steadfastly protected the few remaining Panitas behind it, its crimson gaze fixed intently on the two imposing figures prowling the perimeter. Two fire lions, a male and a female, each significantly larger than their ordinary kin. The male's golden-red mane reflected the blinding sunlight of the Chien Mountains. In his golden eyes danced the cold cruelty of a feline toying with its prey. Fire Lion male. Level, LV 40. Potential, Gym class. Fire Lion female. Level, LV 40. Potential, Gym class. With nearly a 10-level disparity in strength, this was a slaughter without suspense. The leader flame reed was already at its last gasp. The Panitas behind it trembled in fear, their eyes filled with despair. To save or not to save, the risk and reward clashed violently in his mind. The risks are exceedingly high. Should things go awry, one could face utter annihilation here. Yet the potential rewards are tantalizing. His gaze fixated on the indomitable leader of the fiery stallions. Such a species often harbors unexpectedly valuable treasures. It is a gamble worth taking. Shinado, Jingstone, prepare for action. Chana, Jia, Lin Yi, without a moment's hesitation, commanded his chadit to dive vertically from the skies. Caw! The sharp cry shattered the tranquility of the valley. The two fiery lions, toying with their prey, abruptly looked up, their golden eyes flashing with surprise, quickly morphing into a tempest of rage. How dare anyone intrude upon their hunting grounds? Lin Yi leaped from the back of his chadit, landing heavily, and unleashed all his pokeballs from his waist. Come forth. Let the battle commence. Red lights flickered. Shakira's, Rumble Rock, Shiny Jingstone, Riolu, Swampert, Roar. The male fiery lion, thoroughly incensed, let out an ear-splitting roar, unleashing a formidable beam of flame. Flame burst. Rumble Rock, defend. Rumble Rock crossed its four arms, and a solid green energy barrier materialized instantaneously, engulfing the surging flames entirely. Shakira's iron defense. Shakira's growled, its body glimmering with a metallic sheen, further amplifying its already formidable defenses. Shinado, use psychic to pin down that female. Riolu, Swampert. Focus fire on the male. The commands exploded in his mind. The gleaming Shinado lifted a delicate hand. An invisible force of immense weight crashing down upon the female fiery lion. The creature let out a pained roar. Its advance halted in an instant. Now is the moment. Riolu transformed into a blue lightning bolt, surging forward. Swampert opened its mouth wide, releasing a powerful jet of water in swift succession. Awoo! The male fiery lion, seeing its mate restrained, became even more furious, abandoning its assault on Rumble Rock to pivot sharply, its glimmering claws slicing through the air towards Ryu. Too slow. The power of aura swirled within Riolu's eyes, allowing it to predict its opponent's movements. With an astonishing twist, it evaded the attack while delivering a forceful strike imbued with fighting energy against the lion's flank. Power strike. Fighting moves have the advantage. Roar. The fiery lion, reeling from the pain, retaliated with a fiery fawn. Swampert's water jet struck just in time, smashing into its face and interrupting the assault. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. The nearly 10-level disparity made every encounter for Lin Yi's Pokémon exceedingly arduous. Each of the male fiery lion's lunges carried an overwhelming force, sending Shakira's and Rumble Rock staggering backward, their hard shells and rocky hides quickly marked by charred claw marks. On the other side, despite being firmly restrained by Shinado's psychic, the female fiery lion could still unleash an explosive flame, forcing Riolu and Swampert into desperate evasions. Jingstone, use Strange Light. A twisted, eerie beam shot from the shadows, striking the female fiery lion as it attempted to cast a spell. Its gaze turned momentarily dazed. Now, Shakira's, Rumble Rock, Earthquake. The two Pokémon roared simultaneously, channeling their full strength into the ground. Boom. A devastating shockwave spread wildly. The male fiery lion stumbled, while the confused female was hurled through the air, rolling several times upon the ground. Shinado, Thunderbolt. Riolu, Vacuum Wave. Swampert, Muddy Water. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Yi issued a full-on assault command. Golden torrents of electricity, invisible aura blades, and murky water surged from different angles, sealing all escape routes, and crashing into the female fiery lion. Awoo! The female fiery lion emitted a chilling scream, its already wounded body unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsing to the ground. Utterly devoid of fighting ability. Roar. The male fiery lion, witnessing its mate fall, its eyes turned crimson with fury, charging recklessly towards Lin Yi himself. Seeking to fight to the death? Lin Yi sneered. Shakira's iron defense, block its path. Shakira's roared as it advanced, its massive form firmly obstructing the fiery lion's charge. Boom. The raging flame charged directly pierced through Shakira's iron defense. Shakira's was knocked back several meters, a grotesque crack forming on its armored chest. Yet it ultimately succeeded in halting this suicidal strike. The male fiery lion, momentarily stunned by the recoil, was left vulnerable. It is over. Lin Yi's voice was ice cold. Rumble rock, spike attack. Shinado, psychic. Riolu, flying knee. Countless sharp rock spikes erupted from the earth, pinning the fiery lion in place. An invisible force held it fast, rendering it immobile. Finally, Riolu leaped high, delivering a knee strike infused with all its power, precisely landing atop the fiery lion's head. Bang! The male fiery lion could not even utter a cry of despair before it collapsed, following in the footsteps of its fallen companion. Lin Yi, expressionless, tossed out 2 Ultra Balls. The red lights flashed, the Pokeballs trembled twice before falling silent. Capture successful. In the valley, the remaining cubs, witnessing their leader's capture, scattered in fright, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the valley. The fierce battle had finally come to an end. Lin Yi approached the group of fiery stallions resting nearby. The foremost stallion had succumbed to fatigue, collapsing on the ground, its breath faint to the point of near extinction. Without uttering a word, Lin Yi silently retrieved a bottle of high-grade healing spray from his backpack, crouching down to evenly apply it to its grievous wounds. As the healing liquid seeped in, the stallion's pain breaths gradually steadied. It struggled to rise slowly. Its fiery red eyes gazed intently at Lin Yi, the previous wariness replaced by profound gratitude. Lowering its proud head, it gently nudged Lin Yi's arm with its flaming mane. Then, it turned, using its uninjured foreleg to dig fervently at the ground before it. Soon, several stones radiating peculiar energy were unearthed and pushed towards Lin Yi. One was a premium firestone exuding intense heat. Another was a flame gem, rich with pure fire energy. But the centerpiece, though only the size of a thumb, emanated a rainbow-like energy, adorned with a strange symbol. A keystone. This is a crucial item for initiating Mega Evolution. Its value far surpasses that of the 2 gym-level fiery lions. Chana. Shiny Shinado stepped forward, its azure eyes illuminating. A gentle psychic wave connecting Lin Yi with the fiery stallion leader. A flood of information surged into Lin Yi's mind. The most powerful being in this volcanic region is a fire god moth residing near the volcano's mouth, its strength having reached the pinnacle of professional levels. In addition, there exists a vast population of fire-spitting camels, lava snails, and fragrant monkeys, dispersed throughout various regions of the volcano. Moreover, it appears that a more terrifying entity lies dormant in the deepest recesses of the volcano, the fire god moth. The flame horse leader bowed its head deeply towards Lin Yi, before turning and retreating with a staggered gait. Lin Yi recalled all his Pokémon and began to tend to their wounds. This battle had exacted a tremendous toll, yet the rewards were equally astonishing. Once prepared, he mounted his Fiero, casting a piercing gaze towards the towering, smoke-emitting volcano in the distance. A new objective had been determined. Chapter 74, Pokémon in the Volcano. In the central region of the Crimson Flame Mountains, the air was not merely sweltering. Each breath felt as though one were forcibly swallowing scalding granules mixed with sulfur dust. The surging heat waves below had coalesced into visibly distorted air currents. The Fiero beneath Lin Yi struggled fiercely, each powerful flap of its massive wings accompanied by a mournful cry. Caw! It emitted an anxious scream, desperately stabilizing its swaying form. Lin Yi looked down and saw that the edges of its brown feathers had begun to char and curl. It could not endure much longer. He patted the scalding neck of the Fiero, his gaze fixed on the ominous, smoke-spewing volcano ahead. A straight distance of merely 300 meters remained. This is as far as we go, he decisively commanded. The Fiero, as if granted a reprieve, immediately changed direction and dove towards a relatively gentle black slope nearby. As its feet touched the ground, a wave of terrifying heat surged upward. Lin Yi's novice shoes emitted a hissing cry, as if on the verge of melting. He nimbly leaped off the back of the Fiero. The rocks beneath his feet were a dark crimson hue, as if repeatedly licked by magma, and were astonishingly hot. Looking up towards the volcano's mouth, the rising heat distorted the entire sky into a blurred oil painting. A mere second of prolonged gaze pricked his eyes with sharp pain. Shanaid, Jengar, come forth. A flash of red light signaled the appearance of 2 Pokémon. Chana. The shiny Shinade's azure eyes glimmered as an invisible psychic shield instantaneously enveloped them, warding off the nearly incendiary waves of heat. Gum. The shiny Jengar floated above Lin Yi, its purplish-gray body exuding a chilling aura, forcibly creating a microclimate of coolness amidst the sweltering heat. Even so, the ascent remained arduous. The mountainside was so steep it approached verticality, with scarcely any footholds to be found. After nearly half an hour, he finally grasped the edge of the last rock and pulled himself up to the summit. The sight before him stole his breath away. A colossal volcanic crater, too vast to be described in words, lay stretched out before him. Its depth was unfathomable, likely nearing 1,000 meters, with a base expansive enough to contain 500 football fields. The dark crimson lava flowed like the exposed veins of this planet, meandering over the charred earth, exuding an aura of destruction intertwined with rebirth. Upon the scorched earth, countless tiny black dots were slowly moving, an innumerable multitude of wild Pokémon that resided here. To descend directly would render one an easy target. Lin Yi swiftly dismissed the notion of landing on the Fiero. He circled the crater's edge. Soon his gaze was firmly captured by a specific location. Not far off, a rugged path, 2 or 3 meters wide and entirely formed of volcanic rock, spiraled downwards like a black dragon coiling upon the mountainside, leading straight into the unknown heart of the volcano. Everyone out. He flung all the Pokeballs from his waist. Shakira's, Golem, Riolu, and Swampert emerged in quick succession, swiftly forming a vigilant formation that shielded Lin Yi at the center. Let us descend. Lin Yi spoke calmly, stepping first onto the narrow path. The trail was exceedingly constricted, with a scalding rock wall on one side and an abyss of unfathomable depth on the other. A moment's carelessness could result in utter annihilation. As they traversed about a third of the path, 3 massive figures obstructed their way ahead. 2 fire-spitting camels and a dull fire camel trailing behind them. Fire-spitting camel, female. Level, LV38. Potential, professional. Fire-spitting camel, male. Level, LV38. Potential, professional. Dull fire camel, female. Level, LV28. Potential, gym level. Roar. Upon spotting the intruders, the 2 fire-spitting camels immediately emitted a warning growl, their twin peaks erupting with thick smoke, causing the surrounding temperature to soar once more. The terrain was too narrow. Do not use earthquake. Lin Yi quickly assessed the situation. Shakira's, Golem, deal with the 2 large ones. Swampert, target the smaller one. Roar. Shakira's and Golem roared in unison, advancing with heavy strides, launching a charge. The battle erupted violently upon the narrow path. Flame burst. 2 thick beams of fire crisscrossed, aimed directly at Golem. Hold. Golem crossed its arms in front of its chest, a solid green energy barrier materializing instantly. Boom. The flames collided with the barrier, sending a surge of energy scattering in every direction, scorching the nearby rock walls to a charred black. Spike attack. Seizing the moment his opponents executed their move, Lin Yi issued a lethal command. Shakira's let out an enraged roar as numerous sharp rock spikes erupted from beneath the fire-spitting camels, piercing accurately into their soft underbellies. Rock is super effective against fire. The 2 fire-spitting camels emitted pained howls, their assault faltering. Meanwhile, Swampert's battle had concluded. Water gun. Confronted with the highly potential dull fire camel, Swampert unleashed a high-pressure jet of water. Water-type moves are 4 times effective. The dull fire camel barely had time to scream before being struck, sent hurtling against the rock wall, losing consciousness on impact. Well done, Swampert, Lin Yi praised, redirecting his attention back to the main battlefield. Though the 2 fire-spitting camels were injured, their level advantage rendered them ferociously formidable. They pressed on despite the continuous damage from the spikes, forcefully unleashing their earth power. 2 waves of earthy energy surged up from the ground, crashing down upon Shakira's and Golem. The 2 titans were jolted back, the rocks beneath them cracking under the strain. Iron wall. Shakira's roared, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen, its already formidable defense soaring further. Rock slide. Golem pounded the ground with its 4 arms, summoning numerous boulders that hurtled towards the heads of the 2 fire-spitting camels. Boom. Debris flew as the 2 fire-spitting camels were struck, left dazed, and their formation in disarray. Now, fight. Seizing the opportunity, Shakira's concentrated its dark energy and sank its jaws fiercely into the neck of one fire-spitting camel. Crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing resonated, and the fire-spitting camel let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Golem, spike attack. Once again, the golem summoned a multitude of stones, toppling the last fire-breathing camel into the ground. Ding. Your marsh jump fish has gained a substantial amount of experience, leveling up to LV19. Ding. Your golem has acquired a significant amount of experience, leveling up to LV30. Lin Yi cast out 3 Ultra Balls. A flash of red light enveloped the scene, capturing all 3 Fire-type Pokémon. He recalled his Pokémon and continued down the path. The further he descended, the higher the levels of the Fire-type Pokémon became, increasingly dense in their presence. Swarms of magma larvae crawled upon the rock walls, spitting sparks upon noticing Lin Yi. Molten snails, with their scalding shells, peeked out from the crevices, warily observing them. A few duck-billed fire beasts congregated together, playfully igniting flames that soared to 1,200 degrees. Lin Yi was unyielding, pushing through with determination. Ultimately, he successfully captured a coal turtle with gym-level potential and 2 professional-grade molten snails, reaping considerable rewards. However, as he ventured deeper, an intense sense of dissonance began to swell within him. Something was amiss. He halted, furrowing his brow. The wild Pokémon here exhibited an absurdly high potential. Professional-grade individuals were scattered about, and gym-level specimens were not rare. Even the lowest-level dull fire camel possessed gym-level potential. This was utterly abnormal. A typical wild habitat could not possibly harbor such a high ratio of elite individuals. He suddenly recalled the underground cavern deep within the silent forest, where the golem and other rock-type Pokémon also exhibited uncharacteristically high potential. Instinctively, Lin Yi reached out to touch the golem's rock-like, unyielding body. It was this fragment of rock that had allowed the golem to regain its potential after utilizing explosion, even enabling a gradual enhancement. A bold thought flickered in his mind. Could the presence of fire-type slate fragments be influencing the qualifications of Pokémon here? Just as the rock slate fragments had augmented the golem's capabilities. If this hypothesis held true, then the depths of the Crimson Flame Mountains might very well conceal fire-type slate fragments, or even an entire fire-type slate. Contemplating the immense value of the slates as part of the creator deity Arceus, Lin Yi's heart raced. His exploratory objective transformed from merely seeking formidable fire-type Pokémon to uncovering potentially greater secrets hidden within. Chapter 75, Fire God Moth. The moment Lin Yi set foot upon this land, a viscous, honey-like air ensnared his mouth and nose. Each breath was laden with a pungent mixture of sulfur and char, searing his throat and lungs. There was no sky above. A heavy layer of rock obscured the heavens, with only several rivers of molten lava. The Earth's exposed crimson veins, meandering through the landscape, emanating an ominous dark red glow that warped the air, segmenting the entire subterranean space into countless irregular plates. The ground beneath was charred and solid, emitting a brittle crackling sound underfoot, as though it might shatter at any moment. This cursed place. Lin Yi's brow was furrowed as he released all his Pokémon: Sandshrew, Golem, Riolu, Marsh Jump Fish, and Spearow. Upon their emergence, the Pokémon were agitated by the extreme environment, growling lowly and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. However, before Lin Yi could issue his command, several figures emerged from the shadows not far away. A dozen black hounds. They were significantly larger than those Lin Yi had encountered on the mountainside, with agile limbs and bulging muscles, magma-like saliva dripping from their jaws, and their crimson eyes ablaze with pure malice. The leader among them was astonishingly massive. Lin Yi's detection ability activated instantly. Black Hound Leader. Level, LV45. Potential, Gym Level, Peak. Black Hound. Level, LV42. Potential, Professional Grade. All uniformly above level 40. Their qualifications were predominantly at the professional grade. Retreat. Lin Yi's decision was as swift as lightning. With a mere thought, he recalled all the Pokémon he had just unleashed into their Pokeballs. Engaging in a head-on confrontation would be tantamount to suicide. He quickly suppressed his presence, leaving only Shiny Shinedu and the Shiny Jengar, who had merged with his shadow. Shinedu, maximize the mental barrier. We shall proceed along the edges. Shiny. The azure eyes of Shiny Shinedu lit up, enveloping Lin Yi in an invisible telekinetic shield, isolating him from most of the lethal heat and atmosphere. Together, the trio moved like phantoms traversing a razor's edge, embarking on an exceedingly cautious exploratory journey. They treaded carefully along the periphery of the lava rivers, each step silent as a whisper. Soon, they encountered more formidable groups residing in this area. In a relatively open patch of charred earth, dozens of fast hounds were frolicking and chasing one another, their lithe forms stirring up gusts of hot winds, each sprint raising clouds of scorched dust. Lin Yi's gaze swept across, and his heart sank once more. The lowest among them was LV40, while the leading fast hound boasted an impressive LV48. its potential evidently at the peak gym level. Shiny. Shinadu suddenly transmitted a mental message. A young fast hound appeared to sense something, pausing to sniff the air curiously in their direction. Lin Yi's heart raced. In the next instant, Shinadu's telekinesis activated, teleporting him behind a massive rock several meters away. The fast hound tilted its head, detecting no anomalies, and quickly rejoined its companions. Leaning against the searing rock wall, Lin Yi felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. That was too close. Being discovered in such a place would yield dire consequences. He steadied his rapid breaths and pressed onward. In an area encircled by towering rock columns, he witnessed an even more astonishing sight. 3 Charizards. They resided atop rock columns towering dozens of meters high, their colossal bodies unfurling, and each flap of their massive wings generated searing waves of heat. One of them seemed to be in high spirits, rearing its head to unleash a powerful dragon breath that scorched the overhead rock layers to a fiery red, distorting the air due to the extreme heat. Lin Yi dared not utilize his detection ability to glean their information, fearing detection by those keen dragon-type Pokémon. He could only ascertain that the strength of these 3 Charizards surpassed that of the leading fast hound. Lowering his posture, he nearly crawled, stealthily maneuvering past the edge of this territory. Upon crossing the Charizard's domain, the landscape before him opened up remarkably. A vast lake of molten lava lay before him. At the center of the lake was an island formed entirely of volcanic rock. Near the island's edge, a multitude of burning worms busily crawled about. At the very heart of the island, a colossal fire god moth lay peacefully asleep. Its 6 orange-red wings were folded like the most exquisite cloak, and the flames shimmering on its scales cast a beautiful glow upon the entire island. Fire god moth, leader. Level, LV 59. Potential, near champion level, peak. Professional grade peak. Just one step away, and he could step into the terrifying realm of the gym leader level. Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a presence could likely reduce him and all his Pokémon to ashes with but a mere thought. He dared not gaze any longer, pulling Shinado along as he resolved to navigate around the periphery of the magma lake, eager to escape this perilous place. At that moment, his footsteps halted abruptly. In the corner of his vision, he discerned a remarkable opportunity. Near a geothermal vent, distanced from the magma lake, 3 Pokémon lay sleeping soundly. Their backs were adorned with sharp spines, and their shells were as rough and resilient as volcanic rock. Blazing Turtle. Lin Yi swiftly scanned their information. Blazing Turtle. Level, LV 43. Potential, Gym level. Blazing Turtle. Level, LV 42. Potential, Gym level. Blazing Turtle. Level, LV 42. Potential, Gym level. All 3 were below level 45, and safely distanced from other groups. Lin Yi's heart began to race with fervor. The clash of risk and reward erupted in his mind. Fortune favors the bold. He licked his cracked lips, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He retrieved a high-grade Pokeball from his backpack, aiming at the smallest among them, the one at level 42. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the Pokeball with force. The red arc flashed through the dim underground space. However, just as the Pokeball was about to make contact with the blazing turtle, the slumbering giant suddenly opened its eyes. Bang! The Pokeball was repelled by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground. Roar! The disturbed blazing turtle emitted a deafening roar, instantly awakening its 2 companions. The 3 blazing turtles turned their heads in unison, their crimson eyes locking onto Lin Yi. In the next second, 3 intertwined flames surged forth like 3 fire dragons, overwhelming Lin Yi with their ferocity. Run! Lin Yi bellowed. A blue light enveloped Shinado, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Boom! The spot where they had stood was transformed into a massive charred crater. The rocks melted into magma. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The roar of the blazing turtle shattered the tranquility like a boulder thrown into a still lake. Not far away, 2 LV-45 blackhounds on patrol abruptly changed direction, morphing into 2 shadows racing towards them. Further afield, the group of frolicking wind speed dogs halted, and at their leader's command, the entire pack surged forth like a tide of orange, encircling the source of the commotion. The entire ecosystem at the base of the volcano was set into upheaval. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. Shinado, teleport again. Go! The blue light flared once more, and they reappeared 100 meters away. But as soon as they materialized, 2 jets of flame from the black hounds sealed their escape. Shinado had no choice but to teleport again. This time, they found refuge behind a rock pillar, but the wind speed dogs had already surrounded them from all directions, forming a massive encirclement. Lin Yi's heart plunged to the depths of despair. He realized he had vastly underestimated this place. Move. Sweat beaded on Shinedo's brow. The strain of consecutive high-intensity teleports taking its toll. Gritting its teeth, it activated its ability once more. This time, they finally evaded the pursuer's line of sight. Appearing in a secluded corner, Lin Yi gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the average level of his Pokémon, just over 30. Then he recalled the wild Pokémon's levels, often exceeding 40. He let out a bitter laugh. It was his greed and arrogance that led him here. With his current strength, aspiring to achieve anything in this place was nothing short of a pipe dream. It seemed he must first retreat. Lin Yi resolved to train in the mountains surrounding the volcano until his main Pokémon reached level 40 and above. Then he would be qualified to challenge this domain once more. Determined, he felt no lingering attachment. However, just as he prepared for Shinedo to teleport him out of the volcanic depths, an indescribable, soul-chilling pressure descended upon him. Lin Yi's body stiffened abruptly, his blood feeling as though it had frozen. He struggled to turn his head, inch by inch, at the far end of his vision. At the center of the vast magma lake, the eternally slumbering LV-59 Fire God Moth had, unbeknownst to him, opened one of its eyes. A massive, crimson compound eye, composed of countless tiny facets, gazed quietly in Lin Yi's direction from a great distance. An invisible weight bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him. In that moment, Lin Yi comprehended deeply. Before this true powerhouse, he was nothing but a pathetic joke. He had not gone unnoticed. Rather, his existence had been tacitly permitted. His earlier attempt to capture the blazing turtle had undoubtedly disrupted this delicate balance. Run. Lin Yi summoned every ounce of strength, issuing a desperate mental command to Shinedo. Now, Shinedo sensed the cataclysmic pressure as well, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Its azure eyes radiated with unprecedented brilliance. Instantaneous teleportation. Space warped around them, consuming them. At the very last moment before their forms disappeared, a barely audible, yet unmistakably resonant low drone echoed in Lin Yi's ears. The sound carried a solemn warning. Chapter 76. Capturing the Blazing Turtle Clan. As the disorienting sensation of warped space began to fade, Lin Yi and Shinedo reappeared on the earlier downhill path. Pidgeotto. The red light burst forth, and as Pidgeotto materialized, Lin Yi swiftly mounted it, executing the maneuver with finesse before it could utter a single high-pitched cry. Go. Maximum speed. Ascend. With a powerful flap of its wings, it sliced through the air with a sharp sound, shooting vertically towards the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Familiar red volcanic rock and black ash raced past beneath him. Only at this moment did Lin Yi's taut body begin to relax slightly. He pressed himself against Pidgeotto's warm back, his chest heaving violently as he greedily inhaled the relatively cool air of the altitude. The psychic barrier Shinedo had erected flickered dimly, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. A dark, purplish-gray mist seeped from his shadow, the body of Shiny Ghastly still trembling uncontrollably, evidently haunted by the indelible shadow left by the terrifying pressure from the volcano's depths. To the mountain outskirts, Lin Yi patted Pidgeotto's neck, issuing a new command. Pidgeotto promptly adjusted its course, flying towards a region he remembered to be relatively safe. Lin Yi cast one last glance back, deeply surveying the ominous giant volcano still spewing black smoke into the sky. Half an hour later, they arrived at a secluded platform, adorned with scorched rocks and heat-resistant flora. The air was still saturated with the acrid scent of sulfur, yet it was a welcome reprieve compared to the searing environment at the volcano's base. Lin Yi released his Lucario and Swampert, indicating the terrain. This locale is a paradise for fire-type and ground-type Pokémon, and indeed, your battleground. He pointed towards Swampert first. Your water-type abilities wield absolute dominance here. Every battle must showcase an overwhelming force. Do not be complacent merely because of type advantages. The wild Pokémon in this area possess combat prowess far superior to any adversaries you've faced in the forest. The two Pokémon sensed the gravity in Lin Yi's tone. Their gaze is sharpening. From this moment on, you shall dictate the course of every battle. Unless incapacitated, Gardevoir and the others will remain on standby. Do you comprehend? Acknowledging his command, Lucario and Swampert responded in unison. Training commenced. Soon, the first wave of experience presented itself. Amidst the jagged terrain, a group of Diglett and a Dugtrio were hastily burrowing, seemingly in search of something. Swampert utilized Mudshot to obstruct their movements, but avoid direct hits. Lucario, execute quick attack to flank them. Lin Yi's commands were delivered with the swiftness of lightning. Swampert opened its mouth, unleashing clumps of mud that exploded around the Diglett, scattering rocks and disrupting their rhythm. In an instant, Lucario became a mere afterimage, appearing spectrally at the Dugtrio's flank. The Diglett reacted swiftly. At the warning cry of the Dugtrio, they all burrowed underground. Vacuum Wave. Lucario had anticipated this move without hesitation, unleashing an invisible wave of aura that struck precisely where the Dugtrio had just been. Bang! The Dugtrio barely emerged before being struck fiercely, letting out a cry of pain. Stop! Lin Yi commanded coldly, halting Lucario's pursuit. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath Lucario collapsed, with several Diglett erupting from different angles, intent on ambushing Lucario. Muddy Water. Swampert was already primed, releasing a turbulent wave of murky water that swept across the Diglett, forcing them back in a disheveled retreat. Well done, Lin Yi remarked with a hint of approval. Lucario, continue your assault with high jump kick against the Dugtrio. From the very outset, he maintained a firm grip on the battle's tempo. After a series of not overly arduous exchanges, the group of Diglett was decisively defeated. In the ensuing hours, Lucario and Swampert rapidly evolved through intense practical training, facing various fire-type Pokémon such as Numel, Monferno, and Torkoal, their levels and combat skills soaring. As night fell, Lin Yi prepared to find a cave to set up camp, but abruptly halted as a scene unfolded before him on another volcanic rock platform. A family of Cyndaquil. 2 Cyndaquil, 2 Kalava, and a robust Typhlosion with flames roaring fiercely from its back. Typhlosion Leader. Level, LV40. Potential, Gym Leader. Kalava. Level, LV28. Potential, Professional Level. Kalava. Level, LV27. Potential, Gym Leader. Cyndaquil. Level, LV15. Potential, Professional Level. Cyndaquil. Level, LV14. Potential, Gym Leader. A family boasting a Gym Leader level leader, with 2 offspring also possessing Gym Leader level potential. This is an opportunity that has presented itself. Gardevoir, prepare. Lin Yi licked his parched lips, his eyes glinting with the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. Shiny. Shakira's Golem. Come forth. With a thunderous crash, 2 colossal beasts landed, their terrifying presence distorting the air around them. Gardevoir, use Psychic to immobilize that Typhlosion. Shakira's Golem. Use Rock Slide to disrupt their formation. Swampert, eliminate those 2 Cyndaquil. The commands were instantaneously conveyed through telepathy. The battle erupted the moment he spoke. The Typhlosion leader sensed the impending danger, unleashing a furious roar as its fiery mane blazed with intensity, preparing to unleash a torrent of flames. However, a force as heavy as a mountain had already ensnared it. The flames it was about to spew were forcibly redirected, colliding uncontrollably against a nearby rock wall, leaving a deep, charred cavity. Now, rumble. Countless boulders, the size of millstones, coalesced in the air, accurately covering the entire Cyndaquil family. Amidst the panicked screams, their orderly formation disintegrated in an instant. Water gun. Swampert seized the fleeting opportunity, unleashing 2 jets of high-pressure water that struck the 2 Cyndaquil directly. Double weakness. The 2 young Pokémon barely had time to emit a cry before being blasted away, their bodies tracing a parabolic arc through the air, crashing heavily against the rocks. Rendered incapable of battle. Roar. The Typhlosion leader witnessed its children fall in an instant, its eyes turning crimson with rage, plunging into a frenzy. It defiantly bore through Gardevoir's mental pressure, its neck flames burning more fiercely as it attempted to strike back. A fool's errand, Lin Yi scoffed. Shakira's Golem. Initiate Rock Slide again. Swampert, Water Gun, finish off those 2 Kalava. Devastating rocks rained down once more. High-pressure water followed closely behind, under Swampert's precise strikes. The 2 Kalavas soon met the same fate as their companions, collapsing helplessly. In the blink of an eye, the family was left with only the Typhlosion leader, firmly pinned to the ground by psychic force, unable to move. It emitted a mournful cry of defiance, but all struggles were rendered futile. It is over, Lin Yi declared, tossing out Ultra Balls. 1, 2, 3. He consecutively threw 15 Ultra Balls, ultimately capturing the entire family. Lin Yi approached, collecting his spoils one by one, stowing them away. He sought a dry cave nearby, erected a tent, and lit a campfire. Both Lucario and Swampert had reached LV25 through the day's rigorous training, and the newly acquired Cyndaquil family was an unexpected boon. Chapter 77. Maintenance. The following morning, Lin Yi set out early with his team. After the previous day's training, he had a fundamental grasp of the outer environment of the Qian mountain range. Today, they would explore several other mountain branches in search of more valuable Pokémon. They arrived at the eastern side of the mountain, where the environment differed slightly from the area explored the day before. The temperature was relatively lower, and the vegetation was more abundant. Just as Lin Yi contemplated their next move, An orange figure leaped gracefully from behind a rock. Ninetales. Lin Yi quickly assessed the situation. Around level 35, with promising potential, it was of gym leader caliber. He immediately adjusted his strategy. Shakiras, use rock block to restrain it. Golem, prepare rock slide but await my signal. Riolu, stand by on the flank and search for an opening. The Ninetales did not launch an immediate assault, instead observing the group of intruders with keen vigilance. Its gaze lingered on Lin Yi for a moment, seemingly assessing the strength of this human trainer. This Ninetales was no ordinary creature. Lin Yi quietly instructed Shinado to attempt to probe its emotions using psychic energy. Shinado closed its eyes, a soft pink glow enveloping its body. After a brief moment, it opened its eyes and gently shook its head, indicating that the Ninetales possessed formidable mental defenses. Suddenly, the Ninetales sprang into action. It unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at Shakiras. Shakiras countered with a barrier of rock, which became scorching under the heat, yet successfully mitigated most of the assault. Swampert, use water gun for support. Swampert shot forth a stream of water that collided with the flames, generating a significant amount of steam. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi commanded, Riolu, dash in with quick attack, then engage in close combat. Riolu transformed into a streak of blue light, weaving through the steam and reappearing beside the Ninetales. With its fists and feet charged with fighting energy, it struck the Ninetales multiple times. The Ninetales let out a pained cry, but swiftly retaliated, its tail whipping through the air and creating a heat wave that forced Riolu to retreat. The battle was exceptionally intense. The Ninetales fire-type moves were immensely powerful, repeatedly compelling Lin Yi's Pokémon to fall back. Suddenly, all 9 of the Ninetales' tails ignited in brilliant flames, forming a swirling inferno. Be cautious, that's a flame vortex. Lin Yi shouted. Shinado, shield us with all your might. The searing flames spread outward, and Shinado barely managed to conjure a psychic barrier to protect the team. Nevertheless, the force of the attack still overturned several Pokémon. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Ninetales leaped high, aiming directly for Lin Yi. Shakiras, bite it. In this critical moment, Shakiras positioned itself in front of Lin Yi. Its massive jaws brimming with dark energy clamped down on the Ninetales' neck. After a brief struggle, the Ninetales finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Now it's our chance. Lin Yi retrieved an Ultra Ball and threw it with precision. The ball struck the Ninetales, enveloping it in red light. After a vigorous shake 3 times, it emitted a confirming ding, signifying a successful capture. This high-stakes battle had bestowed a wealth of experience points upon both Riolu and Swampert, particularly during the most intense moments of the fight. Swampert's tail had suddenly surged with powerful water currents, an early manifestation of the water tail technique. They continued training in various regions of the mountains, discovering unique Pokémon ecosystems in each area. After 2 days of rigorous training, Lin Yi's Pokémon exhibited remarkable progress. Shinado rose from level 31 to 34. Jengar from level 31 to 34, Shakira's from level 32 to 35, and Onyx from level 30 to 33. Most astonishingly, Riolu soared from level 22 to 28, while Swampert leapt from level 19 to 27, successfully mastering the water tail skill. Lin Yi reclined against the warm rock, observing his resting Pokémon, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Compared to mere training in battle arenas, the growth experienced through real-world combat was far more comprehensive and profound. Tomorrow, we can explore other mountain branches, he mused. Suddenly, a chilling system notification echoed in his ears, interrupting his thoughts. Pokémon, new era, will undergo emergency maintenance in 10 minutes, with an expected duration of 12 hours. The maintenance content is as follows. 1. The energy block manufacturing feature will be enabled, allowing players to purchase exclusive energy block recipes at the item shop, priced at 100 times the corresponding product price. Additionally, the purchase and rental of energy block manufacturing machines will be available. 2. While Pokémon will become more intelligent, social Pokémon may exhibit increased aggression, and wild Pokémon will actively attack players. 3. The map area will be expanded once again. 4. Wild berry trees will appear in abundance. 5. Players who accidentally die in the wild may drop their spatial backpacks. 6. Players will inevitably lose 1 Pokémon upon dying in the wild. 7. A month later, a national professional league will commence, with champions receiving high-potential quasi-divine Pokémon as rewards. While other players might panic over these changes, for him, they heralded good news. Finally, it's about to get interesting, Lin Yi remarked to Jengar. The disappearance of the system space? I've already got a 2 cubic meter spatial backpack, which is twice as large as the new compensation. Moreover, I have you as a 39 movable warehouse, he added. Jengar grinned, its golden eyes sparkling. As a ghost-type Pokémon, it could temporarily store items in an alternate dimension. This ability would become even more valuable under the new rules. The prospect of wild Pokémon actively attacking added a layer of difficulty to exploration. Lin Yi pondered. However, it also means more efficient experience acquisition. What intrigued Lin Yi most was the final point. The professional league set to commence in a month. The allure of high-potential quasi-divine Pokémon as a reward was undeniably compelling. It seems it's time to train with greater seriousness, Lin Yi murmured to himself. I cannot afford to miss out on quasi-divine Pokémon. The last two rules regarding death penalties were indeed quite severe, with the potential loss of spatial backpacks and Pokémon. However, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. With his combat experience and the strength of his Pokémon, as long as he avoided grave mistakes, confronting these challenges would not prove difficult. Let us return to the cave and organize our items. Lin Yi stood up and addressed his Pokémon. Although we are better prepared than most, we must still brace for the worst. After recalling most of his Pokémon, Lin Yi swiftly mounted his Fiero and returned to the temporary camp. Along the way, he mentally strategized for the new rules. The opening of energy block manufacturing meant he could tailor energy blocks for different Pokémon, enhancing training efficiency. The abundant appearance of wild berry trees would save expenses and allow him to create high-quality energy blocks. The map expansion indicated more unexplored areas, perhaps hiding rare Pokémon. Preparations for the professional league must also commence promptly, necessitating a re-evaluation of team composition and tactical arrangements. Upon reaching the cave, Lin Yi immediately began final preparations. Although most of his items were stored within Jengar, he meticulously checked his existing equipment to ensure everything was in perfect order. Jengar, your role is now more crucial than ever, Lin Yi said to the floating ghost Pokémon beside him. From today onward, you will serve as our 39 movable warehouse. More precious than any spatial backpack. Jengar nodded, visibly pleased with its new identity. After so many days, Lin Yi had grown accustomed to entrusting important items to Jengar. This method of interdimensional storage was far more reliable than any system space. Maintenance countdown, 3 minutes. Lin Yi surveyed the humble cave camp and glanced out at the blazing mountains beyond. This update may spell disaster for the majority of players. But for those who are well prepared, it represents a golden opportunity. The game is finally set to transform into a veritable Pokémon world. Lin Yi mused, where danger, challenges, and opportunities coexist harmoniously. Ghastly floated beside him, pulling a comical face. Lin Yi chuckled, fear not, with you by my side, there is nothing to dread. Not only must we endure in this new environment, but we shall also strive to seize the championship title in the professional league. Lin Yi meticulously inspected his gear, ensuring everything was prepared. Rather than trepidation, his heart brimmed with anticipation. For it is only in the face of genuine challenges that one can discern who the most exceptional trainers are. Lin Yi understood that he was born for such trials. As he gazed at the system countdown, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes.